Chapter 1. The Golden Soft Rice. In the Dragon Kingdom, in the city of Tian'an, lies the prestigious Fuxing High School. Today marks the day of the awakening ceremony for the senior students of Fuxing High School. Since the advent of games into reality a century ago, the entire world has transformed into an existence akin to that of online gaming. Simultaneously, the malevolent energies from the abyss have tainted the beasts, spawning an unending array of monsters. In response to these formidable creatures, humanity has begun to transition into various professions. After a century of evolution, the system of class transition has become remarkably refined. Each student undergoes their transition during their senior year, a timing calculated to be optimal for such a change that Gu Feng stands at the end of the queue, listening with a sense of ennui to the teacher's address from the podium. Today's transition will determine your futures. It is ideal to transition into a combat profession, however. If that is not feasible, do not dismiss the lifestyle professions. Excellence can be found in any field. Of course, I still hope that everyone can transition into a combat profession. The process of transitioning is semi-randomized. Students must first select and study their desired professions courses at school before the transition takes place. However, enrolling in a particular course does not guarantee a transition into that profession. It merely increases the likelihood of such an outcome. Ultimately, what one transitions into still depends on fortune. That Gu Feng has chosen to study the mage course. After all, mages are undeniably impressive. With the ability to unleash devastating spells upon hordes of monsters, mages are the unequivocal powerhouses of any team. In this world, every group aspires to have a high-output mage among their ranks. Naturally, this has led to the mage courses being the most popular among students at this moment. The teacher at the podium continues. I will call out names. Those I mentioned should step forward into the transition array and, after your transition, inform me of your new profession before returning to your seat. First up, Wang Tong. A burly man strides onto the stage, and the teacher remarks, Wang Tong, I hear you wish to transition into a warrior. I hope you succeed. Wang Tong thumped his chest. Rest assured, teacher. My father often says I possess the potential of an emperor. Then, Wang Tong transitioned into an alchemist. Upon hearing his new profession, Wang Tong nearly burst into tears. Yet, there was no recourse. Transitions are singular events, and he could only accept the outcome. The teacher continued to call out names one by one. Gu Feng, positioned at the end of the line, remained unperturbed. His defining trait is his ability to adapt to circumstances. After 3 years of diligent effort in high school, he left the remainder to fate. If he could successfully transition into a mage, that would be splendid. If not, Gu Feng would still embrace reality. However, that did not prevent him from later contemplating the whims of fate. Next, by Ruoxue, a woman clad in a flowing white gown gracefully ascends the podium. At that moment, all eyes instinctively turn to her. By Ruoxue, the sole heiress of the illustrious by family in Tian'an, possesses an ethereal beauty akin to that of a fairy, making her the star of Fuxing High School virtually. No one is unfamiliar with her. Beyond her affluent lineage and striking appearance, Bai Ruoxue is also exceptionally diligent. Her grades in the mage course have consistently placed her among the top 3, never faltering over 3 years. With a privileged background, captivating looks, and outstanding academic performance, Bai Ruoxue is affectionately dubbed Golden Soft Rice by her peers. This moniker implies that whoever captures the heart of this fairy will enjoy a lifetime of unending prosperity. However, for the past 3 years, there have been no rumors of romance surrounding Bai Ruoxue. It is said that she has devoted herself to her studies, aspiring to revive her family's legacy. With poise, Bai Ruoxue stepped into the transition array on the stage. 3 minutes later, she emerged and, under the gaze of all present, declared, My profession is hidden profession. Supreme Ice Sorceress. The teacher stood in stunned silence. You say you possess a hidden profession. This is utterly astonishing. The likelihood of obtaining a hidden profession is 1 in 100,000. You have indeed acquired a hidden profession. Bai Ruoxue, you are undoubtedly the most formidable student in this cohort. Bai Ruoxue, her expression composed, thanked the teacher before gracefully returning to her seat. In truth, she felt immense joy within. This hidden profession suited her strong-willed nature perfectly. Gu Feng's gaze also turned towards Bai Ruoxue's fellow students in the mage department. They were somewhat acquainted, and it would be impossible for Gu Feng not to feel envy towards her. A hidden profession, who wouldn't desire one? As more students transitioned, emotions ran high. There were tears of joy, laughter, some banging their heads in despair, and others moved to tears. Finally, the teacher called Gu Feng's name. Gu Feng, it is your turn to transition. Chapter 2. The Hidden Destiny of Auxiliary Professions. Gu Feng ascended the podium, drawing the curious gazes of those around him. Even Bai Ruoxue lifted her head to scrutinize him. While Gu Feng may not possess the fame of the exemplary student Bai Ruoxue, he was certainly not an inconspicuous figure. After all, he had consistently ranked first in the magic department for 3 consecutive years, even surpassing Bai Ruoxue in examinations. The teacher regarded Gu Feng with solemnity and remarked, "Go ahead. Xiaogu, your classmate Bai Ruoxue, who is not as accomplished as you, has already acquired a hidden profession. Transitioning to an ordinary mage should pose no challenge for you." Gu Feng nodded in understanding and stepped into the transition array. In an instant, the array erupted in a dazzling light. A voice resonated in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations. You have transitioned to a unique hidden profession. Destiny Auxiliary. What? I came to be a mage, not a support character. This is akin to asking Durant to play as a goalkeeper in soccer. Surely that is a misuse of talent." However, recognizing that hidden professions often differ from conventional ones, Gu Feng resolved to first examine his skills. Should they prove unsatisfactory, he would then reconsider his fate. Gu Feng accessed his profile. Name: Gu Feng. Level 1. Profession: Destiny Auxiliary. Attributes: Constitution 10, Strength 10, Spirit 10, Agility 10, Skill 1. Destiny: You can equip all professions gear. Skill 2. Greed: You and all your team members gain experience at a rate of 10. Upon seeing the second skill, Greed, Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. Experience gain of 10. This seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Without a doubt, this skill alone would entice any team to fervently recruit him. With a sigh of relief, Gu Feng realized that this profession was certainly superior to any mundane mage role. Excellent. The heavens have successfully safeguarded your family. Regaining his composure, Gu Feng noticed the surrounding gazes fixed upon him, prompting him to scratch his head and inquire, "Why do you all look at me?" The teacher interjected, "Classmate Gu Feng, your transition was nothing short of spectacular. I have reason to believe you have assumed a powerful profession. Please, share with everyone." Gu Feng, not wishing to be secretive, openly declared, "My profession is called Destiny Auxiliary. It is a hidden profession." The teacher gasped, "Destiny Auxiliary? I have never heard of such a profession. Yet, judging by the name, it is undoubtedly a supportive role. Classmate Gu Feng, could you reveal what skills you possess?" Gu Feng, aware that secrets would soon come to light, chose to disclose, "I currently have 2 skills. The first allows me to use all professions equipment. The second grants me and my teammates an experience gain of 10. As he concluded, the fervent gazes of his peers intensified, nearly scorching him with their eagerness. At that moment, a singular thought united them all. If they could team up with Gu Feng, their experience gain would skyrocket to 10. This implied that securing Gu Feng's partnership could pave the way for a prosperous future. Immediately, a girl with permed hair exclaimed, "Classmate Gu Feng, I wish to team up with you. My profession is warrior, and I will protect you." Others quickly chimed in, "Classmate Gu Feng, let us team up. I am an archer with exceptional output. Classmate Gu Feng, I am your long-lost brother. Surely you cannot refuse to help me." "Disregard him, Classmate Gu Feng. If you team up with me, you will be my savior. Classmate Gu Feng, my family is wealthy and can provide you with free equipment." Amidst the cacophony, Bai Ruoxue interjected, "Classmate Gu Feng, may I speak with you privately?" Gu Feng smiled at the enchanting Bai Ruoxue and replied, "Of course." Her intentions were unmistakable. The fiercely competitive girl was determined not to miss this golden opportunity for rapid advancement. Chapter 3. The First Teammate, the Frost Mage. Under the watchful eyes of many, Bai Ruoxue pulled Gu Feng to a secluded spot. She then declared, "Gu Feng, let us form a team." Gu Feng did not rush to agree. He was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Bai Ruoxue, may I first request a reason for your proposal?" Bai explained, "Look, you possess exceptional support skills, while I am a high-output hidden class. Our partnership would be a recipe for chaos and destruction. You handle the chaos, and I will take care of the destruction. Our experience points will soar as if we were flying." "Isn't that splendid?" Gu Feng replied slowly. "I find that rather unappealing." Bai Ruoxue frowned. "Why? Have I displeased you in some way? Please, tell me, and I shall amend it." Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It is not a matter of satisfaction. Rather, you seek my assistance. It would be prudent to demonstrate some sincerity." Indeed, Gu Feng was quite pragmatic. Regardless of her ethereal nature, it held no significance to him. Bai Ruoxue grew increasingly irked. Despite Gu Feng's impressive class, she too was a formidable hidden class. The Frost Mage. Why must she lower herself? Raising her voice slightly, she asserted, "Gu Feng, you must understand that our team is a mutual benefit." Gu Feng retorted sharply, "No, it is not mutual benefit. Your hidden class is indeed strong, yet with diligent searching, one could find other classes of similar utility. There are several offensive hidden classes available. However, my hidden class is virtually unique. You heard the instructor. My hidden class is unprecedented. This implies that I could easily find another capable teammate, whereas you have no alternatives. Although Gu Feng's words were harsh, they rang true. Bai Ruoxue conceded, fine. Then let me add another condition. I shall cover all your equipment and potion needs from the Bai family. Gu Feng, not wishing to press her further, nodded in agreement. Deal. Welcome, my esteemed teammate, Bai Ruoxue. Bai Ruoxue shot him a charming glare, thinking, what a money-grubbing fellow. She continued, since we are now teammates, I shall speak candidly. You are aware of some rules regarding team formation. First, the level difference among team members must not exceed 10 levels, and finally, experience points obtained from defeating monsters shall be evenly distributed among all members. Based on the third point, I suggest we refrain from allowing ordinary players to join our team. While an extra hand may assist in combat, it would simultaneously dilute our experience, rendering it counterproductive. We should only consider admitting players with hidden classes like ours. Gu Feng nodded. You are correct. Admitting too many would only serve to diminish our experience points. However, I have another thought. Since so many are eager to team up with me, should I not consider charging them a fee to join? Although this would reduce our experience share, it could yield significant profit. Bai Ruoxue scoffed. I am not in need of money. For me, every bit of experience is crucial. How about this, Gu Feng? Do not allow those ordinary players to join, and in return, I shall provide you with a monthly subsidy of 100,000 gold coins. Is that agreeable? As she concluded, Bai Ruoxue even adopted a somewhat coaxing tone. Gu Feng fell silent. A sum of 100,000 gold coins equated to a substantial amount. And this would be earned without any effort on his part. How delightful. Bai Ruoxue truly was the daughter of the Bai family. This golden opportunity I shall seize. Noticing Gu Feng's prolonged silence, Bai Ruoxue instinctively grasped the hem of his clothing. Gu Feng, will you agree or not? Gu Feng smiled slightly. Affluent lady, hungry meal? Meal. Bai Ruoxue appeared perplexed. What do you mean by that? My meaning is that I accept your offer. Chapter 4. Leveling up feels like flying. Having finalized their plans to team up, Bai Ruoxue arranged to meet Gu Feng at the entrance of the demonized forest in the afternoon. This location was teeming with low-level monsters, all under level 10, making it an ideal zone for novice training. Before departing, Bai Ruoxue earnestly advised Gu Feng to refrain from inviting newcomers to their party for the sake of greed. Gu Feng waved his hand, indicating his understanding, and reminded Bai Ruoxue to bring him a set of warrior gear. As Gu Feng was currently a support class with no offensive skills, he preferred equipment with the highest defensive attributes. Naturally, among the various classes, warrior gear boasted the highest defense. A complete set of novice warrior equipment was remarkably affordable. After their agreement, Gu Feng returned home briefly. In truth, he was not originally from this world. He had transmigrated here 18 years prior. Fortunately, he had been blessed with kind parents in this life, embodying a harmonious family dynamic. However, Gu Feng's hometown was not in Tianyang City, but in a subordinate county. To facilitate his schooling at Fuxing High School, his parents had rented an apartment for him in the city. After changing into fresh attire and enjoying a refreshing bath, Gu Feng took a bag of sunflower seeds from home and arrived at the designated time at the entrance of the demonized forest. Bai Ruoxue was already waiting there. It was evident that Bai Ruoxue, having just acquired a hidden class and exceptional teammates, was eager to experience the thrill of battle. She tossed a set of equipment to Gu Feng, saying, Here, this is what you requested. Given your low level, I can only provide you with basic gear. But its defensive power is quite decent, better than what you would find in a weapon shop. As Gu Feng examined the items, he discovered a complete set that included a helmet, armor, pants, boots, a shield, and a longsword. The attributes were commendable for level 1 equipment. Without hesitation, he donned the gear and remarked, Fairy Bai, would you kindly share your attributes with me? I wish to ascertain the level of monsters suitable for us to tackle with your hidden class. Bai Ruoxue replied, I have already scouted the monsters. With my hidden class, soloing a level 6 demonized rhino is no challenge at all. Gu Feng nodded in agreement while reviewing the attributes. Indeed, the territory of the demonized rhinos is approximately 2 kilometers to the right. A short walk will get us there. Bai Ruoxue had to concede that Gu Feng's status as the top student in the magic department was well-deserved. He was thoroughly familiar with the locations of novice monsters. Upon reaching the territory of the demonized rhinos, Gu Feng plopped down on the ground, pulling out the sunflower seeds he had prepared, and said, Fairy Bai. Go ahead and grind those monsters. Bai Ruoxue questioned. Are you just going to watch me? Gu Feng rolled his eyes. What do you expect? I have no offensive skills. Should I cheer for you instead? While Gu Feng's reasoning held merit, Bai Ruoxue was not entirely convinced. I understand you not attacking, but what else with the sunflower seeds? Are you really that relaxed? Without hesitation, Gu Feng responded, I'm merely observing you while you grind monsters. Munching on seeds is just a way to pass the time. What is wrong with that? Bai Ruoxue sighed but accepted his response, though she couldn't resist teasing him. Then enjoy your seeds, but be careful not to choke on them. Gu Feng nodded. Rest assured, I brought water. Bai Ruoxue chose to ignore him and instead took out a shimmering staff, which she had carefully selected from her family's repository. It was the best staff she could currently equip. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ruoxue unleashed the skill Ice Burst of the Ice Sorceress, showcasing the power of her hidden class. In an instant, 7 demonized rhinos were obliterated. The sound of leveling up rang in Bai Ruoxue's ears. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 1. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 5. Witnessing her level soar as if propelled by a rocket, Bai Ruoxue felt an exhilarating rush. Chapter 5. The Gluttony skill multiplies loot drop rate by tenfold. The rapid ascent in levels bestowed upon Bai Ruoxue an ethereal sense of unreality. It is well known that, despite humanity's acquisition of the job transition system, the slow pace of leveling has long been a source of discontent. In the marketplace, only the elite pharmacists possess the ability to concoct double experience potions, which remain perpetually priceless. Moreover, such a potion only lasts for a few fleeting hours. Yet now, by merely teaming up with Gu Feng, Bai Ruoxue can effortlessly garner tenfold experience. This truly feels like an extraordinary windfall. At this moment, Bai Ruoxue acutely sensed just how robust a support Gu Feng truly was. As long as she could cling to him, her aspirations of rising above would be effortlessly fulfilled. Even if she were to face adversity from him, she would not waver. As Bai Ruoxue reached level 5, she also acquired a new skill, Frozen Boundless, a powerful ability that combines area damage with crowd control. Just as she was reveling in her elevation, a voice emerged from behind her. So you've reached level 5 already? Quite impressive, Bai Dao remarked. Indeed, the pace is swift. While this is partially due to your skills, my efforts cannot be overlooked. Without my high damage output, swiftly vanquishing numerous foes, we wouldn't have achieved such rapid progression. Moreover, I recently obtained a skill called. Before you finish, Gu Feng interjected, I believe I also acquired a new skill. Let me take a look. Gu Feng examined his newly acquired ability. Gluttony. Team loot drop rate 10. Good heavens, another 10. Is this a lesson in honesty? I feel I have been sufficiently forthright, earning the moniker honest and reliable young lord, renowned for my unyielding prowess. In any case, this skill is utterly remarkable. Curiosity piqued. Bai Ruoxue leaned in, asking, pray tell, what is your new skill? Show me. Gu Feng nonchalantly displayed his newfound skill to Bai Ruoxue. Upon reading the description of gluttony, Bai Ruoxue stood frozen in disbelief. What an extraordinary skill. A tenfold loot drop rate. This means that for every monster she defeats, the gold and equipment yielded would equate to what others would receive from vanquishing 10 monsters. The common monsters are manageable, but what about bosses? Regional bosses? Those that could drop high-grade equipment or rare materials. While others toil and strive for mere pieces of gear, Gu Feng could achieve tenfold treasures at the same cost. Bai Ruoxue foresaw that with the gluttony skill, Gu Feng would never face scarcity in wealth or equipment. And not just him, his teammates would also be well-equipped. Initially, Bai Ruoxue deemed Gu Feng merely a reliable ally, but now she recognized her folly. This was no ordinary support. This was a titanium alloy limb. Her gaze towards Gu Feng was now fervent, almost as if she wished to devour him whole. Bai Ruoxue resolved to steadfastly follow Gu Feng from this point forward. Even if he were to scold her, she would remain unwavering. Bai Dao, Gu Feng, my beloved Xiao Feng Feng. Gu Feng took a step back, remarking, your current gaze resembles that of a lioness starved for half a month. Bai Ruoxue playfully punched Gu Feng, retorting, what are you saying? I'm merely overjoyed. Gu Feng shot her a sidelong glance. Why are you so pleased? I'm the one with the splendid skill. Bai Dao replied, oh Gu Feng, don't be like that. Given our relationship, your gain is tantamount to mine. Gu Feng calmly pointed towards the recently revived demonized rhinoceros, saying, all right, go on and farm. Bring back the equipment from the monsters. I'll take a short nap. Bai Ruoxue nodded eagerly. Of course, sleep well. I won't allow anyone to disturb you. Would you like me to have someone from the Bai family bring you a pillow and tent for added comfort? Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'm just taking a quick nap. Focus on the monsters. With a sense of delight, Bai Ruoxue set off to hunt. To her, these demonized rhinoceroses were akin to moving mountains of gold. Each kill granted her tenfold experience and loot, truly a divine existence. Excitedly, she employed her new skill, Frozen Boundless. Dispatching a throng of demonized rhinoceroses, the system's voice chimed once more. Ding. Your level has risen to level 6. The experience required for each level is indeed daunting. Yet, under the influence of Gu Feng's passive skills, it becomes trivial. However, Bai Ruoxue did not linger on the rhinoceroses. With her current level, she was now ready to hunt the demonized lions. She collected all the loot dropped by the rhinoceroses, selecting the finest set of equipment for Gu Feng before choosing the best for herself from the remaining items. After organizing everything, Bai Dao said, Xiao Feng Feng. It's time to wake up. I have gathered some gear dropped by the demonized rhinoceroses that should suit you perfectly. They are all quite robust. Also, we should change locations. Now that we are both level 6, the experience from these rhinoceroses is no longer substantial. Let us head to the demonized lions. Gu Feng yawned. All right, as you wish. Taking the equipment Bai Ruoxue offered, Gu Feng rose from the grass, and together they ventured towards the territory of the demonized lions. Much like the previous area of the demonized rhinoceroses, the region of the demonized lions was nearly deserted. After all, today's newly transitioned students were mostly around level 2, with only a few striving for level 3. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and Bai Ruoxue had effortlessly reached level 6. Upon entering the domain of the demonized lions, Gu Feng sought out a flat patch of grass. Just as he was about to lie down, Bai Ruoxue approached him. Why are you lying here? Gu Feng, puzzled, replied. Where else would I lie? Bai Ruoxue gestured towards a nearby large tree. Over there. There is shade. And I can gather some leaves to make you a pillow for added comfort. This treatment feels a bit excessive. However, considering Gu Feng's skills and potential, such luxury is hardly surprising. Perhaps it's still insufficient. Bai Ruoxue hastened to the shaded area, crafting a soft pillow out of grass and leaves. After patting it gently, she handed it to Gu Feng. Here, sleep here. Leave all the monster hunting to me. Don't lift a finger. Just call out if you need anything. No need to be polite. I'll keep an eye on you while I hunt. Gu Feng waved his hand. All right, I understand. You go about your business. Bai Ruoxue, filled with joy, set off to hunt. Facing the level 10 demonized lions, she wasted no time in casting Frozen Boundless. Instantly, she reduced a dozen demonized lions to a sliver of health, then followed up with Ice Explosion, knocking them all out. The system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Your level has risen to level 7. Bai Ruoxue felt as if she were on the brink of beauty itself. Within less than a minute, she could level up. Just by virtue of this leveling speed, Bai Ruoxue believed she could significantly distance herself from others who also possessed hidden professions. Not to mention, Gu Feng had the skill that increased loot drop rates by 10. Furthermore, Bai Ruoxue keenly realized that Gu Feng might awaken even more formidable auxiliary skills in the future. At that point, as Gu Feng's first teammate, wouldn't she rise in stature alongside him? With this thought, Bai Ruoxue cast a delighted glance at Gu Feng, who was resting under the tree, and found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. How could such a perfect man exist in the world? Of course, Bai Ruoxue did not forget her duties. Whenever her skills were reset, she would hunt a wave of demonic lions, and when her skills went on cooldown, she would return to check on Gu Feng, ensuring he had no urgent need to call for her. Unfortunately, Gu Feng was inherently a person of few troubles, and he never summoned Bai Ruoxue. This, in turn, made her feel somewhat uneasy. If possible, she wished Gu Feng would make more demands of her, as this would signify that their relationship was deepening. As Bai Ruoxue continued to slay monsters, their levels rose ever higher. After an hour, the two of them astonishingly reached level 10. With the arrival of level 10, Bai Ruoxue acquired a new skill, Eternal Freeze, a high-output single-target skill that also provided long-duration control. This skill was perfectly suited for battling bosses. Coupled with Gu Feng's passive skill, Gluttony, which increased loot drop rates, defeating a boss would be an absolute delight. Following the tradition that each player gains a skill every 5 levels, Gu Feng must have received a new skill as well. Bai Ruoxue mentally prepared herself to avoid being taken aback by any excessively powerful skills she might see. Carefully, she inquired of Gu Feng. Gu Feng, wake up. It's time to rise. We've reached level 10, so you should have acquired a new skill, right? Gu Feng, who had been napping under the tree, slowly awakened. Level 10 already? How long have I been asleep? Bai Ruoxue replied, only an hour. Did you sleep well? If not, you can rest a little longer. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need. Since we're at level 10, I'll check what new skill I've acquired. As he spoke, Gu Feng opened his skill panel, gazing at his newly acquired third skill. Rage increases your and your teammates' critical hit damage by 10. This skill seemed exceedingly powerful. Typically, critical damage is already double the normal damage. With an additional 10, it would amount to 20 times the normal damage. Goodness. Landing a critical hit would equate to 20 normal attacks. Bai Ruoxue, thinking Gu Feng had awakened a lackluster skill, hurriedly comforted him. Gu Feng, it's all right. Even if you've awakened a subpar skill, it doesn't matter. Just your skills, greed, and gluttony, are already unbeatable. One can't be too greedy. Gu Feng remained silent, merely sharing the description of rage with Bai Ruoxue. Upon reading it, she leaped up in astonishment. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Critical damage by 10? This is utterly outrageous. How can it be so absurd? Your previous two skills were auxiliary types, and now you've received a damage-increasing skill. This means that with the gluttony skill, every teammate can unleash combat power exceeding their own by several times. And for me, as a hidden profession, if my power multiplies several times, then imagining a future where she could annihilate countless monsters, even bosses, with a single skill, Bai Ruoxue felt herself becoming enraptured. She immediately made a decision. The next time they hunted, she would replace all her equipment with those that enhanced critical hit rates. It is essential to note that in this world, not only can normal attacks crit, but magical skills can also achieve critical hits. With her already high damage skills triggering critical hits, and then multiplying that damage, Bai Ruoxue was nearly delirious with excitement. In her eyes, Gu Feng had transformed from a mere asset into a golden opportunity. Bai Ruoxue, how are you so incredible? Gu Feng rolled his eyes, retorting, that statement is rather ambiguous. I'm still in perfect shape. Bai Ruoxue laughed. Oh, come on. You know that's not what I meant. I'm just so happy. Your new skill, Rage, is immensely beneficial to me. Truly, it's monumental. By the way, Gu Feng, have you allocated the free attribute points you gain with each level up? How many points do you receive with each level? Gu Feng did not respond immediately, instead countering her question. How many attribute points do you receive with each level? At this, Bai Ruoxue's face bore an unmistakable pride. She had always been astonished by Gu Feng's skills, and now it was her turn to boast. I gain 20 attribute points with each level up. That is 4 times what a regular profession receives. How about you? Oh, actually, how many points you receive isn't too important. It's fine even if you don't gain any. After all, your skills are already extraordinary. Then how many attribute points did you receive? Bai Ruoxue pressed. Don't be afraid if it's fewer. I want to laugh at you. Gu Feng casually stated a number. 50. Bai Ruoxue gasped. What? 50? Is there a problem with that? Chapter 8. The chasm between people. Upon hearing that Gu Feng could gain 50 attribute points upon leveling up, Bai Ruoxue was utterly devastated. For the first time, she acutely felt the immense gap that existed between individuals. As a mage-type damage dealer, she could only acquire 20 attribute points with each level, while the support class Gu Feng was able to secure 50. How could this be? Did he truly have any use for such an abundance of attribute points? He didn't even possess any damage-dealing skills. This seemed profoundly unjust. With a heart full of lamentation, Bai Ruoxue gazed at Gu Feng with eyes brimming with sorrow, as if condemning the unfairness of fate, while also appearing to yearn to extract a piece of flesh from him. Gu Feng quipped, if you keep staring at me, I might just devour you. Bai retorted, go ahead. I have already lost all hope in this unjust world. Oh heavens. Why must both Bai Ruoxue and Gu Feng exist in the same realm? Gu Feng, you are accumulating far too many attribute points. You are driving me to the brink of jealousy. Gu Feng shrugged. Is it my fault then? Initially, I merely aspired to become an ordinary mage. Who could have foreseen this predicament? Bai replied, you're reaping benefits while feigning innocence. Enough of this. You suddenly, a thought struck Bai Ruoxue. Wait. The emergence of this fury skill has endowed Gu Feng with formidable combat prowess, coupled with the fact that he gains 50 upgrade points with each level. This inevitably places his fundamental attributes far ahead of others. Does this not imply that Gu Feng can also solo monsters at an impressive rate? My significance as a team damage dealer is diminishing. I hope I won't be cast aside. In a moment of urgency, Bai declared, Gu Feng, you cannot abandon me. Absolutely not. Gu Feng retorted instinctively, you sound as if I have wronged you. Calm down and speak rationally. Why would I abandon you? With a smile, Gu Feng continued. What are you thinking? First and foremost, our collaboration has been exceedingly pleasant thus far, and I see no reason to terminate it. Secondly, While my base attributes may be high, my lack of active damage skills means my monster hunting efficiency isn't particularly remarkable. Lastly, rather than exhausting myself in battle, it would be far more prudent to support you from the sidelines while providing buffs. Upon hearing Gu Feng's assurance that he had no intention of abandoning her, Bai exclaimed, "You are right, Gu Feng. As long as I am here, no, as long as I draw breath, there will be no possibility of you having to hunt monsters yourself. Such menial labor is unfit for someone of your caliber. Leave it all to me." Gu Feng nodded. "Very well, I shall entrust it to you." Bai Ruoxue, filled with delight, patted her chest. "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly meet your expectations. By the way, I just defeated a magical lion that dropped a considerable amount of equipment, all level 10. I'll select a suitable set for you to wear." Gu Feng examined the gear and replied, "I will accept the equipment, but you should keep some for yourself as well, especially the items that enhance spirit. They are ideal for a mage like you. Prioritizing equipment for yourself would be a reasonable distribution." Hearing Gu Feng's words, Bai Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with joy. Gu Feng is truly kind-hearted, always considering my needs. How fortunate I am to have such a teammate. Bai assured him, "Do not worry. I will choose gear that suits me. After all, only when I am well-equipped can we maximize our efficiency in battling monsters. Moreover, my family is quite affluent, and I can easily purchase ready-made equipment from the market, so you need not be concerned about me." Gu Feng nodded. "In that case, I shall graciously accept the equipment. By the way, since we have reached level 10, this novice area is no longer suitable for us, especially considering your hidden class. Fighting level 10 monsters is somewhat beneath you." Bai agreed. "Indeed, we should venture to a higher level area to hunt monsters. However, if we return home first and then head to a higher level zone, it would consume a significant amount of time, and by the time we arrive, it might be dark." Gu Feng nodded in understanding. "Then let us each return home for today, and we shall reconvene tomorrow to explore the higher level area together." Chapter 9. No one at home. Upon hearing Gu Feng suggest that they should all return to their respective homes, Bai Ruoxue felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance fill her heart. She had not yet fully savored the exhilarating ascent of their adventure. However, Gu Feng's words were merely words. Whether they continued to battle the level 10 demonic lions or ventured to higher level areas for monster hunting, neither option seemed particularly viable. The former offered little experience, while the latter lacked sufficient time. Thus, despite her unwillingness, Bai ultimately conceded, "Very well, let us return. Come, Gu Feng, I shall escort you home." Isn't it customary for boys to escort girls home? Why has this turned into a scenario where a girl is seeing a boy off? Well, as someone in a support role, I do find myself at a disadvantage in combat strength compared to the warrior Bai Ruoxue. Yet, it hardly necessitates her escorting me home. Gu Feng declined. "Bai Ruoxue, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own." But Bai Ruoxue insisted, "No, I must see you home. Gu Feng, do you not realize how significant your identity is, how enticing your profession is? I fear you may be abducted along the way. Therefore, I must accompany you." There is no room for negotiation. Gu Feng, weary of the argument, relented. All right, we shall return together." As they walked back, they engaged in conversation. Bai remarked, "Gu Feng, regarding the equipment we acquired today, aside from what we will use, I intend to sell the rest upon returning home, as my family owns a weapon shop. All the proceeds will be yours." Before she could finish, Gu Feng interrupted, "Let us split it evenly. I am aware that the equipment we obtained today is of low quality and will not fetch much. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, you certainly do not need the money. However, rules are rules. Since we have teamed up, the earnings should be divided equally. If you give everything to me now, how can we justify sharing the spoils of higher-level gear in the future? Therefore, an equitable division is best. You will gain, and I shall not feel indebted." Bai Ruoxue fell silent for a few moments before suddenly breaking into a gentle smile. "All right, we shall split it." As she spoke, her gaze towards Gu Feng grew increasingly fervent, as if the flames in her eyes yearned to engulf him. Truth be told, given Gu Feng's formidable passive skills, even if he were to hoard all the loot, Bai Ruoxue would have no objection. She felt that merely being part of this team was already a significant gain for her. Yet, Gu Feng's proposal for an equitable split ignited a fire within her. This golden opportunity not only proved ample, but also remarkably fair. How could I possibly part with such a benefactor? I am becoming addicted. Observing Bai Ruoxue's fervent gaze, Gu Feng instinctively took a step back, fearing she might leap towards him at any moment. Fortunately, upon arriving at Gu Feng's residence, Bai Ruoxue refrained from any inappropriate actions. After all, she was a well-bred young lady. She would not act indiscreetly outdoors. As they approached the doorway, Gu Feng instinctively reached for his keys, only to notice Bai Ruoxue closely following behind him. He paused, inquiring, Bai Ruoxue, are you not returning home? Bai Ruoxue tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her demeanor reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Instead of answering Gu Feng's question, she countered, Gu Feng, will you not invite me in for a moment? Gu Feng remained silent for a while before slowly responding, let me make it clear, there is no one at home. The underlying implication of Gu Feng's statement was, there is no one at home, so if you choose to enter, do not blame me for any unintended consequences. However, upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. No one at your home. This is wonderful. Ahem, I can help you cook. Gu Feng chuckled. You, the pampered young lady who has never lifted a finger, can cook? Bai Ruoxue felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, she lacked culinary skills. However, after spending the day with Gu Feng, she had learned to be shameless. Then, how about you cook for me? Gu Feng laughed and scolded. You ought to spare yourself. Why abandon the exquisite delicacies at your home to eat fried noodles with me? Hurry back to rest. Tomorrow, I expect you to join me in monster hunting. Oh. And by the way, could you bring a magic cube with you tomorrow? I cannot just sleep while you're hunting. I need some entertainment as well. Chapter 10. Highly popular. Though Bai Ruoxue felt a tinge of regret for not being able to enter Gu Feng's home, she remained unperturbed, knowing that patience was key. Gu Feng would not evade her forever. However, before departing, she did not forget to address the most crucial matter. With a serious expression, she admonished, Gu Feng, please bear with my insistence. There are matters I must convey. With your current skills, anyone who teams up with you will reap immense benefits. I foresee that soon, numerous individuals will approach you, employing various methods to join your party. Yet, being the astute person you are, you must understand that allowing ordinary players into our team will significantly hinder our leveling speed. Therefore, irrespective of the offers presented to you, it is imperative that you decline. At this point, Bai Ruoxue clenched her teeth and declared, what others can offer you, I can provide as well. Blushing, she hastily made her exit. Within 10 minutes, she returned, her cheeks flushed once more. I also forgot to mention, we will gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow for leveling. Stay home, I will come to fetch you. This time, Bai Ruoxue truly departed. Gu Feng shrugged and unlocked his door. As he prepared the ingredients for dinner, he called his parents to discuss his recent job change. There was no need for concealment from the two who had nurtured him for 18 years. He recounted his profession's characteristics and skills. Upon hearing this, his parents expressed joy, followed by earnest advice urging him not to overexert himself merely because of the tenfold increase in experience gain. They reminded him that rest was essential for maintaining one's health. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, though he was not overly fatigued. After all, Bai Ruoxue had taken on the responsibility of leveling. In fact, she ought to be thanking him. Nevertheless, Gu Feng pondered the fairness of placing all the leveling burdens on her, recognizing that everyone needed rest and that teamwork required coordination. Eventually, he would need to expand his team, but the new members must possess hidden professions with substantial potential. Alas, hidden professions were scarce in the world. As he contemplated the search for new recruits, Gu Feng poured the stir-fried noodles onto a plate and commenced his dinner. The following day, he awoke before 7 o'clock. Having transitioned into a professional, he no longer needed to attend high school classes. His future paths were twofold: pursuing a degree at a college for professionals or becoming a freelancer. Each option bore its advantages and disadvantages. Gu Feng had yet to decide, but he was grateful for the ample time at his disposal. For now, his primary focus remained on leveling. After a brief wash-up and a simple bowl of noodles, just as he was about to eat, a knock echoed from the door. He muttered to himself, could it be by the fairy? No. Our appointment is set for 8 o'clock, and it's barely past 7. Could she be so impatient? Grumbling, he approached the door but paused before opening it, calling out, who is it? A polite voice responded, hello, Gu Feng. I am Gu Feng, a representative from the Sword and Blade Guild, here to discuss a potential collaboration. May we speak? Gu Feng opened the door to find a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Upon seeing Gu Feng, Gu Feng quickly donned a friendly smile, exclaiming, you must be Gu Feng. Ah, truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Gu Feng raised a hand to interrupt, Mr. Gu Feng. There is no need for such pleasantries. Please, get to the point. Gu Feng rubbed his hands together. The matter is this. I have heard that you possess a passive skill that allows all members of a party to gain tenfold experience. I wish to inquire if you would consider collaborating with our Sword and Blade Guild. Should you agree, we can negotiate a suitable compensation. Gu Feng remained silent. Casting a glance over Gu Feng's shoulder, where several individuals awaited, presumably also seeking his cooperation. Chapter 11. A series of guild invitations. Gu Feng could discern that, aside from Gu Jinyu, the multitude of individuals surrounding him were also seeking collaboration. After all, his profession was exceptionally unique. The mere prospect of earning tenfold experience points from the greed skill was enough to drive anyone to madness. However, when faced with Gu Jinyu's invitation, Gu Feng resolved to decline. The reason was simple. While joining a guild could indeed provide numerous benefits, it would simultaneously impose restrictions on his personal autonomy. Gu Feng, with his free-spirited nature, abhorred constraints. He promptly declined, stating, "Mr. Gu Jinyu, I sincerely appreciate your invitation, but I have no desire to join a guild." Upon hearing Gu Feng's refusal, Gu Jinyu became visibly anxious. "Mr. Gu Feng, would you not reconsider? As long as you join our guild, everything is negotiable. Our president has promised that if you agree to join, you will be appointed as the vice president. In that case, you would be second only to one, and above countless others." Gu Feng merely smirked. If he were to become vice president, while the benefits would undoubtedly be substantial, he would also be obligated to fulfill the responsibilities that came with the position. Gu Feng was currently able to level up effortlessly. Why would he burden himself unnecessarily? Who would choose to toil when they could win by merely lying back? He waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to persuade me further. I will not be joining." With a long sigh, Gu Jinyu responded tactfully, "Very well. If you choose not to join, then so be it. However, should you encounter any needs or difficulties in the future, please feel free to reach out to our guild, and we will do our utmost to assist you." It must be said that Gu Jinyu was quite an adept representative. He understood that even if he could not win Gu Feng over, it was essential to cultivate a cordial relationship. Given Gu Feng's destiny as a support class, his future prosperity was all but guaranteed, and no one would wish to make an enemy of such a person. Barely had Gu Jinyu departed when another individual stepped forward to take his place, approaching Gu Feng. This newcomer was a young woman, seemingly in her mid-20s. Her makeup was exquisitely applied, indicative of considerable effort. Such a look could not be achieved in less than an hour. She wore sheer thigh-high stockings, and her cascading golden waves of hair beautifully accentuated her mature allure. As she approached Gu Feng, she bowed slightly, and with her graceful gesture, her figure was momentarily accentuated. "Hello," she beamed with a warm smile. "I am Li Mei, representing the Radiant Star Guild. I trust that the astute Mr. Gu Feng can surmise the purpose of my visit. I am here to invite you to join our guild. I shall be direct," she continued, stepping closer and lowering her voice. "Everything that other guilds can offer you, the Radiant Star Guild can provide as well. Moreover, our guild is filled with beautiful women who would undoubtedly welcome you, Mr. Gu Feng." If Gu Jinyu's invitation had been one of earnest professionalism, Li Mei's approach was laced with allure. Not only was her attire enticing, but she also emphasized the abundance of beautiful women within the guild. The implications were unmistakable. It was evident that the Radiant Star Guild was aware that young men around the age of 18, like Gu Feng, were particularly susceptible to the charms of women, especially those who exuded a gentle, mature appeal. Sending a 25-year-old woman like Li Mei to negotiate was undoubtedly a stroke of genius. However, the Radiant Star Guild may have miscalculated. While Gu Feng certainly appreciated beauty, his inner essence had transcended the superficial allure of youth. He was no longer easily swayed by mere appearances. Li Mei's enticing stockings were indeed captivating, yet if Gu Feng truly desired such aesthetics, he could easily persuade Bai Daxianzi to don them instead. He could even request a design with one side black and the other white. Thus, Li Mei's seductive strategy fell flat. Gu Feng politely responded, "I am truly grateful for the invitation extended by the Radiant Star Guild, but I must respectfully decline." Li Mei's smile faltered slightly. Her charm had seemingly failed to make an impact. How frustrating. If she had known, she would have opted for even more revealing attire. Subsequently, numerous guild representatives continued to approach Gu Feng with their invitations, including the Assassin Brotherhood and the Blood Alliance Knights. Yet, one by one, they were all met with polite refusals. The representatives departed, regret evident in their expressions, until only one remained. A girl clad in white stood before Gu Feng. Chapter 12. The Celestial Sword Master Lu Jiani. As the representatives from various guilds gradually departed, only a girl dressed in white remained at the entrance of Gu Feng's residence. She wore a pristine white t-shirt paired with rare white jeans, and her long, flowing hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail. Her appearance radiated an innocent charm, reminiscent of the first rays of morning sunlight or a flawless lotus flower in a tranquil pond, suggesting a simplicity devoid of guile. However, despite her purity, The girl's expression was somewhat vacant, akin to the dopey Pokemon. Gu Feng presumed she might be another guild representative seeking collaboration, yet curiously, she remained motionless even after all the other representatives had left. Gu Feng, feeling indifferent, opened his door, preparing to retreat inside. At that moment, the girl sprang into action. She appeared before Gu Feng in an instant, a delightful scent of soap enveloping him. Just as he was about to inquire, a voice from the system interrupted. Ding. Player Lu Jianyi invites you to join a team. What? She jumped straight to a team invitation without any preamble. This girl is quite bold. Lu Jianyi, such a melodious name, reminiscent of my own. Gu Feng declined her invitation while responding, Miss, if you have something to say, please do so directly. No need to start with a team invitation. Lu Jianyi replied straightforwardly, I want to team up with you. Gu Feng chuckled to himself, internally comparing her words to a line from the true story of Akio. Despite his amusement, he candidly rejected her. It seems you are different from the other guild representatives. You are here on your own accord. However, my stance remains unchanged. I do not wish to form a team. Please take your leave. Undeterred, Lu Jianyi pressed on. Why won't you team up with me? Is there something about me that you find unsatisfactory? Gu Feng candidly expressed his criteria. I have certain requirements for teammates, the foremost being that their class must be a hidden profession to synergize effectively with my skills. Lu Jianyi's eyes brightened as she joyfully exclaimed, I am a hidden profession. Just see for yourself. How do I send you my class information? Intrigued, Gu Feng suggested, let us add each other as friends first, then you can send me your class panel. This should be basic protocol. Haven't you learned it in school? With a hint of defiance, Lu Jianyi retorted, I'm not very bright and can't remember so much. They proceeded to add each other as friends, and soon after, Lu Jianyi sent her class information to Gu Feng. Gu Feng meticulously reviewed the details. Name, Lu Jianyi. Class, Celestial Swordmaster. Level, 5. Attributes, Constitution 20, Strength 30, Spirit 10. Agility 60, Skill 1, Crescent Slash. Deals damage of Strength 1 and Agility 2 to a single target, cooldown of 1 second. Skill 2, Half Moon Slash. Deals damage of Strength 1 and Agility 1. 5 to multiple targets, cooldown of 3 seconds. Lu Jianyi's skills amazed Gu Feng. The cooldown for her single target skill was merely 1 second, while her area damage skill had a cooldown of just 3 seconds, and each skill dealt substantial damage. With such short cooldowns, Lu Jianyi was undoubtedly a high-output physical class. Furthermore, her base attributes were impressively high. Gu Feng calculated that her attribute growth was approximately 4 times that of an ordinary class, akin to by Ruoxue, gaining 20 attribute points at each level. In terms of area damage, while Lu Jianyi may not surpass by boss, she certainly outshone by Ruoxue. This hidden profession was no ordinary feat. She could genuinely strengthen the team. Lu Jianyi, sensing Gu Feng's silence, mistakenly believed he found her class inadequate. After pondering with her endearing simplicity, she proposed, if my hidden profession isn't enough to join your team, I can offer other contributions. For instance, I can cook for you and do your laundry. Chapter 13, I arrived first. Upon hearing Lu Jianyi's offer to wash and cook for him, Gu Feng chuckled and replied, There's no need for that. I am quite capable of taking care of myself. Lu Jianyi muttered to herself, Is it not permissible to wash and cook for you? Then, how about you wash my clothes instead? It was you who begged me to join your team, so please recognize your place. Before Gu Feng could respond, Lu Jianyi continued, I heard online that boys enjoy the scent of girls' clothing. If I wash your clothes, you would have the chance to smell them. However, her fair cheeks flushed slightly, I cannot give you my underwear. Underwear is a girl's private attire and should not be shared with boys. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, You have misunderstood something. I am not a pervert. At most, I am a gentleman falsely labeled as one. Who would wash your clothes? Lu Jianyi gazed at Gu Feng in surprise, her expression somewhat troubled. So, must I give you my underwear for you to agree to my request? At this moment, Gu Feng truly understood. Although Lu Jianyi possessed a powerful hidden class, she was rather naive. Meanwhile, by Ruoxue, the enchanting fairy awoke in high spirits, meticulously applying a light touch of makeup. Typically, Bai Ruoxue seldom adorned herself, relying mostly on skincare products. However, today was different. She groomed her eyebrows, lined her eyes, and applied a hint of concealer. Gazing at her heavenly reflection in the mirror, she was overwhelmed with joy. When she encounters that fellow Gu Feng later, she is determined to captivate him completely. After finishing her makeup, Bai Ruoxue gathered the money she had earned from selling equipment, donned her specially collected gear that enhanced critical hit rates, and finally took various items with her as she set off towards Gu Feng's home. The thought of enjoying a tenfold experience boost today made her heart brim with happiness. She and Gu Feng truly complemented each other perfectly. As a highly efficient monster hunting mage, she was paired with Gu Feng, who could significantly enhance experience gain and loot drop rates. Their synergy was nothing short of a match made in heaven. Bai Ruoxue could hardly conceive of a better combination. Not to mention, Gu Feng's character was one that she greatly admired. Fair, unselfish, and humble. As she pondered Gu Feng's numerous virtues, a thought suddenly flickered in Bai Ruoxue's mind. Surely, she and Gu Feng would become long-term partners in monster hunting. What if? What if they developed feelings for one another over time? Perhaps Gu Feng might even take the initiative to pursue her. At that moment, should she agree right away? Or maintain a sense of reserve before accepting? Bai Ruoxue mused that if Gu Feng were to adopt a more assertive or eager demeanor, she might not hesitate to agree immediately. Consequently, what name would be suitable for their future children? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Why was she even thinking about children? They should at least meet each other's parents and obtain a marriage certificate first. A mix of bashfulness and joy surged within Bai Ruoxue, lightening her steps. Before long, Bai Ruoxue found herself in front of Gu Feng's house, where she observed Gu Feng entangled in a playful struggle with a girl in white. While the girl appeared somewhat dazed, her beauty was undeniably striking. A pang of jealousy stirred within Bai Ruoxue's heart. I arrived first. If Bai Ruoxue were a time traveler, she would likely be lamenting, I should be under the car, not inside it. Fortunately, Bai Ruoxue was an optimistic individual. She quickly composed herself. Love and camaraderie must be pursued with determination. With bold strides, Bai Ruoxue approached Gu Feng, interjecting herself between him and Lu Jiani, glaring at Gu Feng with indignation. She asked, Gu Feng, have I somehow displeased you? What is with this accusatory tone? I am not a scoundrel. By fairy, you have not disappointed me at all. Bai Ruoxue pointed at Lu Jiani beside him and demanded, then what is the meaning of this woman? Chapter 14, The Arrival of the Moonlit Swordmaster. Bai Ruoxue pointed at Lu Jiani, questioning, what is the meaning of this? Gu Feng, having done nothing wrong, was unperturbed by the inquiry. She is Lu Jiani, someone who wishes to join our team. Upon hearing Gu Feng's explanation, Bai Ruoxue felt a wave of reassurance. It was quite normal for someone to volunteer themselves to join a team given Gu Feng's profession. Lu Jiani was likely not an exception. However, Bai Ruoxue still had a lingering doubt. Then why were you two just now in such a tangle? Gu Feng was about to clarify. But Lu Jiani interjected. Gu Feng wanted my underwear, and I was hesitating whether to give it to him. Is she even speaking human language? Gu Feng retorted. I never asked for your underwear. You have been the one insisting on giving it to me. Despite Gu Feng knowing the truth, Bai Ruoxue remained in the dark. She stared at Gu Feng, then at the apparently unrepentant Lu Jiani, and found herself somewhat convinced, flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. She glared at Gu Feng. Gu Feng, how could you ask a girl for such things? Isn't that rather perverse? Besides, if you really wanted something like that, you could just tell me. What is the point of looking for other girls? Gu Feng frowned. Enough. Everyone be quiet and let me explain. No one dared to provoke Gu Feng's ire. He recounted the events of that morning in detail, emphasizing that he was not a pervert and that he had never requested Lu Jiani's underwear. He also made sure to mention that Lu Jiani was a hidden class, the Moonlit Swordmaster. Realizing she had misjudged Gu Feng, Bai Ruoxue's expression became somewhat awkward. She playfully adjusted the hem of Gu Feng's clothing, her demeanor resembling that of a dutiful wife. Gu Feng, I'm sorry. I was just a bit anxious. By the way, have you had breakfast? If not, I can get something for you. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need. I had breakfast at home. The pressing issue now is whether to let Lu Jiani join our team. Bai Ruoxue, we are a team, and your opinion is vital in this matter. I will send you Lu Jiani's profile for you to review. Gu Feng forwarded the attributes of the Moonlit Swordmaster. Bai Ruoxue scrutinized it for a considerable time. To be honest, Lu Jiani's Moonlit Swordmaster class was comparable in strength to her own Frost Witch class. They simply excelled in different areas. The Frost Witch had lower mobility and health, but excelled in wide area damage and control, while the Moonlit Swordmaster boasted exceptional mobility, short skill cooldowns, and was adept at swiftly dispatching single-target monsters. Allowing Lu Jiani to join the team would be advantageous with little risk. Nonetheless, Bai Ruoxue felt a twinge of discomfort. The group had originally consisted of just her and Gu Feng, and now a third party had emerged. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. And she stated, the strength of the Moonlit Swordmaster class is acceptable. I tentatively agreed to her joining. Of course, the final decision rests with you, Gu Feng. Gu Feng nodded. I also support Lu Jiani's inclusion. Therefore, Lu Jiani, welcome to our team. Gu Feng extended his right hand, clasping Lu Jian's in a gesture of camaraderie. Lu Jian stared at their joined hands, then at Gu Feng, curiously asking, "So, when will I give you my underwear?" Gu Feng's face fell. "I don't want it." Bai Ruoxue chimed in, "Exactly. If anyone is to give something, it should be me giving it to Gu Feng." Gu Feng shot them both a glare. "I don't want anyone else," he declared. "I'm going to have breakfast now. After I finish, we'll go level up." Gu Feng's breakfast consisted of a bowl of noodles, which he devoured in under 5 minutes. While washing his bowl, he remarked, "Today, let us head to the noisy plains. The monsters there are levels 10 to 20, perfect for our current levels." Bai Ruoxue nodded. "I agree. By the way, Gu Feng, you can take the money from selling equipment yesterday, which totals 4 gold coins. I took half. The remaining coins are for you." Bai Ruoxue transferred the coins to Gu Feng, who accepted them with ease. Although Gu Feng hadn't fought any monsters yesterday, merely standing there had provided an unimaginable boost to the team. The duo earning 4 gold coins was largely due to Gu Feng's skill, gluttony. Otherwise, how could they have amassed such wealth in less than an hour and a half of grinding? After securing the coins and locking the door, the three of them took a vehicle to the noisy plains. There weren't many people in the area, and vast stretches were devoid of monsters. Lu Jian, with her straightforward nature, immediately drew out her level 5 sword, Rusty Longsword, preparing to engage the monsters. However, she noticed that Gu Feng and Bai Ruoxue were in no rush. Bai Ruoxue first took out a sunshade and a blanket from her backpack. After laying the blanket on the ground, she set up the sunshade beside it. Next, she produced snacks, fruit juice, and various refreshments to place on the blanket. Finally, she pulled out a Rubik's Cube and books to pass the time. Lu Jian was left dumbfounded. "How do you fit all this in your backpack? Are we here for a picnic or to hunt monsters?" Bai Ruoxue replied, "Here, Gu Feng, these are all for you. Yesterday, you mentioned wanting a Rubik's Cube to kill time, but I thought one wouldn't suffice. So I brought a sunshade and snacks to ensure you won't be bored while we hunt monsters. Do you need anything else? Just let me know, and I'll prepare it next time." As she spoke, Bai Ruoxue took out a small notebook, ready to jot down Gu Feng's requests. Gu Feng lazily waved his hand. "For now, this is sufficient. You two go ahead and hunt monsters." With that, Gu Feng reclined on the blanket and opened a bag of chips. Bai Ruoxue tucked the notebook away and glanced at the sunshade, asking, "Is the position of the sunshade okay? It won't sunburn you?" Gu Feng nodded. "It's fine. I can adjust it myself. You two should hurry and hunt monsters." All right. Bai Ruoxue eagerly responded, "I'm going to hunt monsters now." She turned to Lu Jian, saying with a hint of impatience, "Let us go. Today, you'll experience the effect of tenfold experience." Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jian quickly found a nearby group of level 12 monsters, terrifying trance. Lu Jian, swift as a flash, dashed forward to confront the terrifying trance, executing a crescent slash followed by a half-moon slash. 2 damage numbers popped up above the terrifying trance head, and the level 12 monster was left with but a sliver of health. A mere basic attack would suffice to finish it off. Bai Ruoxue nodded in approval. She had to admit, Lu Jian's class was indeed formidable. A level 5 Lu Jian could nearly dispatch a level 12 terrifying trant with just 2 skills. However, in terms of monster farming efficiency, Bai Ruoxue was confident that she would not be outdone. She proclaimed with a hint of arrogance, "Your output is decent, yet it pales in comparison to mine. Allow me to demonstrate what true monster grinding entails." With a swift motion, Bai Ruoxue unleashed Frozen Thousand Miles. Instantly, ominous red damage numbers appeared above the heads of a dozen fearsome tree spirits, their life force evaporating in an instant. Simultaneously, Gu Feng's passive skill, Greed, activated, causing a substantial influx of experience points to converge into the experience bars of the trio. The sound of leveling up resonated in Lu Jian's ears. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 6. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 7. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 8. Lu Jian stared in disbelief at her own level, momentarily engulfed by a surreal sensation. Just yesterday, she had toiled for an entire afternoon against wild monsters to attain level 5, and that was under the condition of being in a hidden profession. Yet now, in less than a minute, she had soared from level 5 to level 8. Was this the allure of multiplied experience points? The pace of leveling was astonishing. Lu Jian suddenly gazed fervently at Gu Feng, her eyes ablaze as if she had caught sight of a sumptuous feast. It was only through her own experience that she comprehended the terrifying nature of tenfold experience points. She had made up her mind. Gu Feng would henceforth be her most treasured possession. Anyone who dared to provoke him would have to face her first. Chapter 16. What is a humanoid self-propelled cheat? The tenfold increase in experience points left Lu Jiani feeling utterly exhilarated. Is this the sensation of teaming up with Gu Feng? It is simply too delightful. In comparison to the current tenfold experience boost, Lu Jiani felt that her previous struggles in battling monsters were utterly foolish. After a whole day of grinding, it was far more pleasurable to cling to Gu Feng's coattails. Lu Jiani realized that she could never return to her former self. It was akin to someone who usually earns 100 in a day suddenly having the opportunity to earn 1,000, naturally. They would never wish to revert to the days of earning a mere 100. Bai Ruoxue observed Lu Jiani, who was lost in bliss, and recognized that she had completely succumbed to Gu Feng's passive skill, prompting an involuntary scoff from her. How petty. Are you so easily astonished by such rapid leveling? Yet, Bai Ruoxue forgot that just yesterday, when she first teamed up with Gu Feng to hunt monsters, she had been equally astounded by the flood of experience points. Her level of shock no less than that of Lu Jiani. So, Lu Jiani, isn't Gu Feng's tenfold experience boost incredibly delightful? Bai inquired. Lu Jiani did not respond immediately. Instead, she savored the thrill of leveling up before slowly articulating, I've made up my mind. I shall purchase more lingerie. After wearing them, I will gift them all to Gu Feng. What nonsense is this? Gu Feng has no need for your lingerie. Even if he did, it would certainly be mine first. There should be a proper order. Lu Jiani appeared to understand. You're right, you can give yours first, and then I will follow. Bai Ruoxue was left speechless by Lu Jiani's naive charm. She always had a knack for surprising remarks. Suddenly, the oblivious Lu Jiani recalled something of great importance. Her gaze fixed intently on Bai Ruoxue as she asked, Bai Ruoxue, what is your relationship with Gu Feng? Bai replied, as for Gu Feng, we are longtime classmates. Now, we are excellent teammates. Our bond is not ordinary. Lu Jiani nodded in understanding. I see, you are the defeated one. Bai Ruoxue retorted, Lu Jiani, do you truly wish for your demise? The enchanting Bai waved her staff, declaring, if not for the rule prohibiting teammates from inflicting harm, I would certainly strike you down with this very staff. Though Lu Jiani was blissfully naive, she recognized the wisdom in retreat. Let us continue hunting, she suggested. Bai Ruoxue did not dwell on the matter, raising her staff to confront the gathering horde of terrifying tree monsters, a smile spreading across her face. Lu Jiani, allow me to show you what true damage looks like. With that, Bai Ruoxue unleashed her icebound 1,000-mile spell. This time, her critical hit equipment finally came into play. Above the heads of the tree monsters, yellow critical hit numbers of 0 appeared. The monsters were instantly drained of their health. The sounds of leveling up ringing in the ears of Gu Feng, Bai Ruoxue, and Lu Jiani alike. Ding. Your level has risen to level 11. Ding. Your level has risen to level 11. Ding. Your level has risen to level 9. This time, Lu Jiani paid no mind to the sounds of leveling up. She was stunned by the critical hit numbers of 0. A critical hit can register as 0. How is this possible? Bai Ruoxue, even if you possess a hidden class, the critical damage should not be this outrageous. You are only at level 10. Oh. Now level 11. No profession should be able to deal a critical hit of 0 at level 11. Could it be you are cheating? Lu Jiani eyed Bai Ruoxue with suspicion. Bai responded, is it cheating if it is indeed so? Not only critical damage, but you should also take a look at how much these tree monsters have dropped. Lu Jiani glanced at the area where the tree monsters had fallen. Along with the previous wave eliminated by Bai Ruoxue, equipment littered the ground. Though Lu Jiani was naive, she was not foolish. She could discern that the drop rate of the wild monsters was quite unusual. With a huff, Lu Jiani confronted Bai Ruoxue, you must be cheating. How else can you explain these absurd critical numbers and drop rates? Bai Ruoxue chuckled, I am not cheating, and there is no cheating in this world. However, in this world devoid of cheats, Gu Feng can be regarded as a humanoid self-propelled cheat. Chapter 17. Lu Jiani, Gu Feng is my destiny. Upon hearing Bai, Lu Jiani had essentially deduced the truth. What you mean is, your critical hit damage and loot drop rate are exceptionally high all because of Gu Feng, right? Bai Ruoxue nodded affirmatively. Lu Jiani then expressed her confusion. But isn't Gu Feng only capable of increasing the experience points acquired? How can he also influence critical hit damage? Bai responded, you hold no significant status in Gu Feng's eyes. Unlike you, I share all skill information with him. This is the bond we have. After Bai finished speaking, Lu Jiani eagerly approached Gu Feng, gently pushing his shoulder with her delicate hands. Good brother, may I see your skill panel? I will return and gift you my undergarments. Gu Feng frowned, extending a finger to flick her forehead sharply. I do not desire your possessions. Am I such a perverse individual? Lu Jiani, unfazed by the flick, chuckled and cradled Gu Feng's finger. Good brother, my parents often say my head is quite hard. Your finger must be sore from that. Let me massage it for you. In the future, if you wish to flick me, do not aim for my head. It might hurt your finger. You may flick other parts of me. Every part aside from my head is quite soft. Lu Jiani's words unwittingly drew Gu Feng's gaze to her bosom. How plump indeed. Though endowed with an admirable figure, Lu Jiani's intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Had her nutrition been entirely consumed by her physique? Was this what they referred to as brawn over brains? Gu Feng shook his head, redirecting his attention from such distractions. He was a serious person. How could he be so easily ensnared by mere beauty? Gu Feng opened his friend list and shared his skills with Lu Jiani. Here, take a look for yourself. Lu Jiani beamed with delight. Good brother is truly wonderful. She eagerly examined Gu Feng's skills. First, there were the skills Destiny and Greed. The former granted Gu Feng the ability to equip all gear, while the latter allowed him and his teammates to gain experience points at a rate of 10. Lu Jiani found the former to be unimpressive, yet she was already aware of the latter's potency. Then, she turned her attention to the third skill, Gluttony. Loot drop rate within the party increased by 10. Lu Jiani gasped in astonishment. A loot drop rate of 10? How astonishing. No wonder so many items dropped from merely slaying tree demons earlier. With this skill, wouldn't the entire team be well-equipped in the future? Especially when tackling those rare bosses. This is simply incredible. But the revelations did not cease there. Lu Jiani then glimpsed Gu Feng's fourth skill, Fury. Increases your and your teammates' critical hit damage by 10. Critical hit damage of 10. So, it was this skill that allowed Bai Ruoxue to inflict 0 damage on critical hits. The Fury skill sent shivers through Lu Jiani's body. As a pure physical damage class, every value associated with critical hits was vital for her. Whether it be increasing critical hit rate or critical hit damage, both were essential. And now, Gu Feng's Fury skill provided a critical hit damage boost of 10. Lu Jiani felt as though a grand path had unfurled before her. All she needed to do was follow this path. And how to navigate this path? By clinging to Gu Feng's leg. Lu Jiani realized that Bai Ruoxue's description of Gu Feng as a walking cheat code was utterly justified. He was indeed a divine boon. Without hesitation, she physically embraced Gu Feng's leg, exclaiming, "Good brother Gu Feng, I shall follow you from now on." Gu Feng, slightly disgusted, pushed her away. "Get off. You're too hot." Lu Jiani giggled and released her grip. Unlike Bai, who faced challenges, Lu Jiani's aspiration as a professional was to earn substantial wealth to repay her parents for their hard work in raising her. Now, she had discovered the path to great riches, clinging to Gu Feng's leg. Just then, Bai Ruoxue rushed over from the side. Her voice filled with indignation as she confronted Lu Jiani. "Hey Lu, did you come over just to inquire about Gu Feng's skills? Why did you hug his leg earlier?" Lu Jiani candidly replied, to curry favor. Bai Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly so forthright? To speak so plainly about flattery. She grabbed Lu Jiani. "Do not bother Gu Feng any further. Come with me to hunt monsters. You haven't defeated many today. Don't think you can lounge around just because your hunting efficiency is low. Our team does not support idlers." Lu Jiani nodded. All right. I will go hunt monsters now." Thus commenced the monster hunting journey of the two beauties. Now at level 9. Lu Jiani could reliably eliminate a terrifying tree demon with just 2 skills, and with the advantage of short cooldowns. She could defeat a tree demon in an average of 2 seconds. Such efficiency was indeed remarkable. Ordinary warrior classes likely achieved less than 1/5 of Lu Jiani's efficiency. The only vexation for Lu Jiani was that, as her output was entirely melee, she had to run to the next monster after defeating one to continue hunting. However, Bai Ruoxue faced no such inconvenience. With her extensive area of effect skills, she could decisively eliminate clusters of wild monsters with a single AoE skill. The terrifying tree demons were completely overwhelmed by the two of them. Before long, Lu Jiani reached level 10 and learned a new skill, Full Moon Slash. Meanwhile, before she could reach level 11, Bai Ruoxue and Gu Feng had already ascended to level 12. As the sounds of leveling up echoed in her ears, Bai Ruoxue squinted her eyes in delight. The sensation of rapidly accumulating experience points was utterly enchanting. Naturally, she did not forget to throw a few jabs at Lu Jiani. "Lu Jiani, your hunting efficiency is lacking. I'm nearly twice your level. I feel that whether you are here or not, our hunting efficiency remains about the same." Lu Jiani merely responded, "Then I shall take a break for a while." With that, she swiftly exited the battleground, relying on her high mobility. Bai Ruoxue was somewhat bewildered. She merely made a few comments, and Lu Jiani left? Was her psyche so fragile? Turning to observe Lu Jianyi's retreating figure, Bai Ruoxue saw Lu Jianyi silently approach Gu Feng, engaging him in conversation. Before long, Lu Jianyi had transformed her leg into a pillow for Gu Feng, who rested his head upon it. Lu Jianyi's hands were not idle either. She retrieved a chip from a nearby bag, blew off the crumbs and excess seasoning, and then fed it to Gu Feng. Bai Ruoxue's eyes nearly bulged with rage. "Oh, Lu Jianyi, you said you were going to rest, yet you sneakily crept back here. This is utterly intolerable." Bai Ruoxue stormed over to Lu Jianyi, glaring at her. "Hey, Lu Jianyi, didn't you say you were going to rest? Yet here you are, fawning over Gu Feng. Are you not simply a devoted sycophant?" Lu Jianyi unabashedly nodded. "Gu Feng is so formidable. What is wrong with being his devoted admirer?" The ethereal fairy Bai chastised Lu Jianyi, exclaiming, "Lu Jianyi, you possess an utter lack of shame. Moreover, do you believe you are the sole one capable of flattering the esteemed Qi Lu? I shall partake as well." As she spoke, Fairy Bai embraced Gu Feng, drawing him into her bosom. "Gu Feng, pay no heed to that Lu Jianyi. My company is far superior." Gu Feng rolled his eyes in response, retorting, "With all this time spent, why not dedicate it to defeating more monsters?" "Oh, I nearly forgot. I just heard that I've reached level 12. At this juncture, the experience gained from these level 12 terrifying tree demons will be scant. Let us venture deeper into the noisy plains. I recall that level 15 wild beasts, the Claw Mountain cats, await us, which are perfectly suited for our current training." It was evident that Gu Feng had prepared for this, having memorized the wild monsters of the noisy plains. Bai Ruoxue nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall relocate our position. Allow me to assist you in carrying the sunshade and blanket." Chapter 19. Good brother. All these equipments are for you. Bai Ruoxue held an umbrella while Lu Jianyi carried a blanket, leaving Gu Feng empty-handed. Thus, Jiu Lingwu accompanied the trio as they made their way towards the lair of the Razor Claw Lynx. Gu Feng had initially intended to collect the items himself, as they were indeed his possessions. However, he was reprimanded by the two ladies. "What if you injure your wrist? You mustn't risk your precious self." With no other option, Gu Feng had to comply and remain empty-handed. Upon entering the territory of the Razor Claw Lynx, Gu Feng surveyed the beast before him. The lynxes were roughly the size of small leopards, but what captivated attention were undoubtedly their claws, shimmering with an eerie blue light, resembling daggers. Bai Ruoxue placed the umbrella at the periphery of the lynx's domain to safeguard Gu Feng from potential attacks, while Lu Jianyi set the blanket nearby and peeled an apple from their snacks, ensuring that Gu Feng could easily indulge later. After these preparations, Bai instructed, "Gu Feng, stay here and do not move. We will handle the monster hunting. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I will rush to your side immediately." Gu Feng did not respond but instead pointed towards a lively figure within the lynx's territory that appears to be a boss. The advanced form of the Razor Claw Lynx, known as the Bloodthirsty Lynx, caught their attention. Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jianyi followed Gu Feng's gesture and beheld a lynx that was twice the size of a regular Razor Claw Lynx. Bai cast a detection spell. Bloodthirsty Lynx, level 17, health 0, skills, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Sharp Claws. The information gleaned from the detection spell was shared among the team. Gu Feng glanced at the Bloodthirsty Lynx's attributes and remarked nonchalantly, "With 0 health, it's not much of a challenge. If you two coordinate, you should be able to handle it effortlessly." Bai Ruoxue patted her chest confidently. "Leave it to us. This will be our first boss since our class change. I wonder what treasures it might drop. Let us go, Lu Jianyi. I'll use my control skills to slow down the Bloodthirsty Lynx's movements, and you can follow up with your attacks." Lu Jianyi nodded, her combat instincts kicking in. "Understood. Let us do this." Approaching the Bloodthirsty Lynx, Bai Ruoxue initiated the attack with an ice burst spell, unleashing a flurry of snowflakes that erupted around the beast. A number appeared above the lynx's head, and its movement speed was significantly reduced. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jianyi, with her remarkable agility, darted in front of the Bloodthirsty Lynx. She unleashed her 3 skills, Crescent Slash, Half Moon Slash, and Full Moon Slash, each accompanied by numbers indicating damage dealt. The lynx's health rapidly dwindled. Subsequently, Bai Ruoxue employed her level 10 single-target skill, Eternal Freeze, encasing the Bloodthirsty Lynx in a massive block of ice. Numbers floated above, indicating the lynx's remaining health was obliterated. The level 17 outdoor boss was rendered as fragile as a piece of paper under the synergy of Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jianyi. In the aftermath, the defeated Bloodthirsty Lynx dropped an abundance of equipment. As Lu Jianyi gazed in awe at the glittering loot, she fully grasped the terrifying potential of Gu Feng's gluttony skill. While Lu Jiani was momentarily entranced, Bai Ruoxue approached the equipment, picking items up while examining them. The bloodthirsty lynx dropped a remarkable amount of loot. This, Windwalker boots, increases agility. Lu Jiani, these boots are perfect for your class, but they require level 13, so you can't wear them just yet. This jade earring, which also boosts agility, is for you as well. I can't believe even rare accessory type gear dropped. Gu Feng's gluttony skill is truly remarkable. Lu Jiani accepted the gear from Bai Ruoxue, suddenly struck by an idea. She rushed over to Gu Feng, exclaiming, "Good brother, may I give you all these equipments?" Chapter 20. The Fiery Blaze of Jealousy. Gu Feng gazed at the equipment that Lu Jiani had handed him, perplexed. What purpose do these serve? I have no intention of personally engaging in battle. Lu Jiani, unabashed, replied, "They're for self-defense, of course." At that moment, Bai Ruoxue rushed over and delivered a sharp tap to Lu Jiani's head. "Defense? With me around, Gu Feng shall never face danger." Lu Jiani, cradling her head, retorted fiercely. "Don't hit my head. It will make me dull." Bai Ruoxue scoffed. "You're already quite dull. A little more won't matter. Besides, I will select the equipment most suitable for Gu Feng without needing your flattery. The gear allocated to you is tailored for your profession." Lu Jiani let out a soft acknowledgement, seemingly disappointed at losing the chance to curry favor with Gu Feng. "Understood, then let us resume our monster hunting." As Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani continued their endeavors, Gu Feng returned to his state of repose. Fortunately, he was not bored. With a magic cube and a book at his side, he had ample means to occupy his time. However, the bustling plains were not devoid of other adventurers. They were indeed a favorable spot for monster hunting. Gu Feng occasionally noticed others engaged in similar pursuits. Among them was a trio that had taken note of Gu Feng's peculiar situation. This group, led by a man named Li Yang, had been diligently hunting monsters when the scene of Gu Feng's party caught their attention. Firstly, both Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani were strikingly beautiful, illuminating any space they occupied as if by natural spotlight. Secondly, there was Gu Feng himself. In the expansive, lively plains, he lay on a blanket, shaded by a parasol, leisurely munching on chips while reading a book. His demeanor suggested a picnic rather than a quest for experience points. What baffled Li Yang the most was that the two stunning ladies would frequently pause from fighting monsters to exchange a few words with Gu Feng, sometimes even initiating conversations for no apparent reason. It was evident that Gu Feng and the two beauties were part of the same team. Yet, the question arose, if they were indeed a team, why was Gu Feng basking in comfort while allowing the two beauties to engage in the battles? Li Yang quickly formulated what he believed to be the correct answer. This man must be exceedingly wealthy to afford the services of two beautiful women to assist him in leveling up. After all, most people seeking professional help typically hired robust men, exuding strength and reliability. But Gu Feng had opted for beauties instead. Even more astonishing was the efficiency with which these two ladies dispatched monsters. The mage could eliminate a horde with a single spell, while the swordswoman could fell an enemy with just 2 strikes. This man, lounging under the parasol, was undoubtedly spending a considerable sum. Ah! How fortunate it must be to have wealth, enabling one to attract such high-quality, skilled companions. With envy bubbling within him, Li Yang turned to his companions. "Hey, look over there. That man beneath the parasol is clearly quite affluent. Otherwise, how could he afford to hire beauties to assist him in leveling up?" His companions nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I detest these self-important wealthy individuals. They think money can solve everything. Come on. Let us approach him and throw a few veiled jabs his way. Watching him enjoy such comfort while we toil away is infuriating." Li Yang frowned. "Is that wise? After all, he seems quite wealthy. We might not want to provoke him." One companion chuckled. "Don't worry, boss. We're just going to exchange a few words. No matter how rich he is, he wouldn't retaliate over mere words. Besides, he might not even catch the sarcasm in our tone. It's just frustrating to see him so relaxed while we're working so hard." Li Yang nodded in reluctant agreement. Although he feigned disdain for Gu Feng, he was indeed envious. Who wouldn't he want to be accompanied by beautiful women while leveling up? The trio approached Gu Feng, feigning smiles. "Hey, brother, may I ask your surname?" Upon noticing their approach, Gu Feng set down his magic cube and replied, "My surname is Gu, and my name is Gu Feng." Li Yang feigned realization. "Ah, so you are Mr. Gu Feng. A pleasure to meet you. If I may inquire, you must be quite wealthy, yes?" Gu Feng, confused, asked. "What leads you to that conclusion?" Li Yang pointed toward Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani, who were diligently engaged in battle. "Look, you must be in a party with those two beauties. Yet here you are, comfortably lounging while they toil away. You must have hired them, right?" You truly are wealthy to afford such assistance. Gu Feng squinted, sensing the underlying sarcasm and a profound jealousy in Li Yang's tone. What is this? Do you have advice to impart? Li Yang pretended to scratch his head in innocence. Not advice, per se. I wouldn't presume to instruct you. What I mean is that a professional's combat prowess is not solely reliant on levels or gear. Combat awareness is a crucial aspect. By hiring those two beauties, you're missing out on the opportunity to develop your own combat instincts. Even if you level up, it will ultimately be superficial. His companions nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Gu Feng, leveling should be a personal endeavor. Relying on others will only lead to regrets. Gu Feng chuckled softly. You misunderstand me. I am not paying those two beauties to level me up. Rather, I am being pampered by them. I am being supported. The trio's faces registered disbelief. This revelation was far more astonishing than the notion of Gu Feng hiring beautiful companions. Li Yang, incredulous, stammered, Brother, are you saying you are being supported by those two beauties? Surely, you jest. Typically, it's older women who support younger men, right? And those two look barely out of their teens. How could they possibly support a man? Furthermore, even if you were indeed being supported, it would logically be by just one of them. How could two beauties simultaneously support you? Do you take us for fools? Gu Feng chuckled. Your inability to comprehend does not negate the reality. Do you know what it means to eat soft food while hard at work? That is precisely my situation. It appears I am being supported, but in this arrangement, I hold the upper hand, enabling me to be simultaneously supported by both. That is what one might call a high-tier kept man. Just as Gu Feng and Li Yang continued their banter, Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani happened to glance in their direction. A singular thought simultaneously emerged in their minds. What on earth are those unfamiliar men doing? Gu Feng, being a support character with little combat prowess, surely wouldn't be bullied, would he? Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani exchanged a glance before hastily rushing to Gu Feng's side. Bai inquired, Who are you ruffians? What business do you have with Gu Feng? Li Yang quickly waved his hands, saying, Beautiful lady, please do not misunderstand. My name is Li Yang, and these two beside me are my brothers. We bear no ill intentions. We merely wish to engage in a conversation with your companion. Gu Feng. Bai Ruoxue turned to Gu Feng, asking, Is that true, Gu Feng? Gu Feng, with a sunny smile, replied, They just claimed that you and Lu Jiani are hired by me to assist in leveling up. By the heavens, how could I possibly afford that? I am but a kept man living off your generosity. His words left Bai Ruoxue momentarily bewildered. How could Gu Feng possibly be a kept man? He was undoubtedly the absolute core of their team. It was precisely because of Gu Feng that Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani were able to level up so swiftly. In the next moment, Bai Ruoxue grasped the situation. Gu Feng must have intentionally portrayed himself as a kept man, likely to deceive Li Yang and his companions. Chapter 22. The gap between people is greater than that between man and dog. Bai Ruoxue, unperturbed by the playful banter, willingly indulged Gu Feng's whims. She embraced him tightly and declared, Indeed, Gu Feng is my pampered darling. Xiao Fo Feng, I truly apologize for the inconvenience today. In such sweltering heat, I've dragged you along to level up with me. You must be quite exhausted, right? How about I reward you with 1,000,000 gold coins when we return? If that seems insufficient, I can always add more. This proclamation struck Li Yang and his companions like a devastating blow. Gu Feng was indeed a pampered darling. But not just any ordinary one. How could this beauty be so utterly compliant? Typically, such darlings hold little standing. To say Gu Feng was aggrieved was a gross understatement. In the bustling plains, he was the most comfortable of all. While others toiled endlessly fighting monsters or traveling, he lounged on a blanket, shaded by a parasol. With snacks and a book at his side, it was impossible to perceive his situation as one of distress. Was he here for a picnic? If he felt wronged, then surely no one in the world could claim otherwise. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Li Yang and his companions felt an urge to bang their heads against the ground and protest against the injustice of the world. At that moment, Lu Jiani, feeling discontent, could no longer bear it. As Gu Feng's self-proclaimed #1 admirer, how could she tolerate the sight of him being embraced by Bai Ruoxue? Drawing upon her physical prowess as a melee fighter, Lu Jiani swiftly snatched Gu Feng from Bai Ruoxue's arms, resting him against her shoulder. Gu Feng, your head must be weary from all that reading. I often get a headache from merely glancing at a book. Allow me to massage your temples for relief. With trepidation, Li Yang and his companions inquired, You are also taking care of Gu Feng? Lu Jiani tilted her head. How could that be? My role should be considered that of Gu Feng as servant. Li Yang and his companions felt their spirits plummet. Such a pure and gentle beauty willingly serving as a maid to this pampered darling. What was happening in this world? What charm did Gu Feng possess to attract so many beauties? Could he possibly share his secrets? They too wished to learn. Li Yong longed to slap himself. Had he known, he would never have asked. Had he refrained from questioning, they might have simply believed Gu Feng to be a wealthy man employing by Ruoshi Yue and Lu Jiani. That notion would have provided some balance to their minds. After all, it was merely a matter of a little filthy wealth. Once they struck it rich, they too would hire beauties to assist them in leveling up. But now, knowing the truth, they felt as though they were being sliced by blades. How could the disparity between individuals be greater than that between man and dog? Why was it that despite their relentless efforts to level up, they were left with nothing, while Gu Feng, merely playing the role of a pampered darling, had it all? Cursed world. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoshi Yue shot a glare at Lu Jiani, who was fawning over Gu Feng, and inquired, "So, Gu Feng, what exactly are these three here for?" Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, "They are likely here to witness my leisurely enjoyment and are intentionally trying to provoke me. Unfortunately, I am not the magnanimous type. I hold grudges. Therefore, by Daxianzi, I kindly request that you send them back to the city." The term request was, in fact, a euphemism for combat. Once Li Yang and his companions had their health points depleted, they would respawn at the city's revival point, thus achieving a swift return. However, this method of returning had a significant drawback. First, it would reset all current experience points to 0. For instance, if a character was at level 15 with 99 experience, dying would revert them to level 15 with 0 experience. Secondly, the deceased character would randomly drop 1 to 3 pieces of equipment, at least 1, and at most 3. In summary, dying was quite the loss. Bai Ruoshi Yue immediately grasped Gu Feng's intention. She raised her staff and smiled. "Rest assured, Gu Feng. I will ensure they return to the city at once." Gu Feng poked Lu Jiani on the shoulder. "You should join in as well. Our team's creed is to engage in group battles rather than one-on-ones." Lu Jiani nodded in understanding. Just then, Bai Ruoshi Yue unleashed her skill, Ice Snow Explosion, depleting the health points of Li Yang and his companions by 80 while inflicting a severe slow status upon them. With a single skill, Li Yang and his companions were gravely injured. Li Yang and his companions were taken aback. This beauty appeared so delicate, yet her combat prowess was fierce. Meanwhile, Lu Jiani was not one to let Bai Ruoshi Yue steal the spotlight alone. She quickly positioned herself in front of Li Yang and his companions and executed a crescent slash, wiping out their health points entirely. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, gradually transforming into glowing particles that floated upwards. These particles would eventually reform Li Yang and his companions at the revival point. In truth, if Gu Feng chose to attack their corpses, he could annihilate them for good. However, Gu Feng was no bloodthirsty lunatic. Besides, Li Yang and his companions were merely annoying, not deserving of death. Moreover, killing them would complicate matters significantly. For this world did indeed have its loss. Thus, Gu Feng quietly watched as Li Yang and his companions ascended as light, casually glancing at the equipment they dropped. To his astonishment, he beheld a total of 9 pieces of equipment. This meant that each of Li Yang's companions had dropped 3 pieces, an extraordinary occurrence. As it was the maximum amount a professional could drop upon death, Li Yang and his companions were utterly devastated. Bai Ruoshi Yue was taken aback. Huh? How did they drop so many pieces of equipment? I recall that the probability of a professional dropping 3 pieces upon death is quite low. Why did all 3 of them drop 3 pieces? They must be incredibly unlucky. Or perhaps we are just exceedingly fortunate. Gu Feng shook his head. This is not a matter of luck. Rather, it is due to my skill, gluttony. Team loot rate 10. Upon recalling the description of the gluttony skill, Bai Ruoshi Yue suddenly understood. So that was the reason. But wait, Gu Feng, does this mean your gluttony skill also aids in killing and looting? That's a bit too outrageous, isn't it? Does this imply that as long as you're present in wild PKs, we can always ensure a massive drop from our opponents? How terrifying. You are practically a walking hack. Thank goodness I'm on your team. Bai Ruoshi Yue sighed in relief, followed by a wave of exhilaration. In a professional's life, engaging in wild PKs was an inevitability. Even if one were a staunch pacifist committed to never harming another, others would still seek them out for various reasons. Perhaps they were envious of their gear or simply found them disagreeable. Therefore, any professional, while selecting equipment, must consider not only their suitability for wild adventures, but also how to handle the situation should they be killed and lose their gear. Now, Bai Ruoshi Yue's team had transformed into an unassailable PK weapon. Anyone who dared to lose to Gu Feng's team would find their losses far beyond mere inconvenience. It is undoubtedly a significant loss, an utter disaster. In her excitement, Bai Ruoshi Yue eagerly embraced Gu Feng, exclaiming, Gu Feng. I've realized that you are becoming increasingly formidable. Teaming up with you is undoubtedly the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. Gu Feng replied with calm composure, this fact hardly requires your affirmation. Moreover, please do not hold me so tightly. The weather is quite warm. Bai Ruoxue, showing no signs of embarrassment, smiled and released her grip, saying, all right. I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Lu Jiani tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve, looking pitiful as she said, Gu Feng, your little admirer also desires a hug. Bai Ruoxue forcefully pulled Lu Jiani aside, retorting, what are you hugging for? Hurry up and level up. Gu Feng is waiting to advance. Just as Bai Ruoxue was about to lead Lu Jiani away, Gu Feng suddenly interjected, wait, don't rush off to continue leveling up just yet. I just heard that I have reached level 13. Bai Ruoxue, you must also be at level 13 by now. Before Gu Feng could finish, Lu Jiani eagerly chimed in. I just reached level 12. Gu Feng nodded. Since we have all leveled up, it would be prudent not to continue grinding against the clawed mountain cats here. There is a dungeon called the Dark Cave in the bustling plains. Let us explore that instead. Chapter 24. He holds me in his heart. Bai Ruoxue asked with curiosity. Gu Feng, why the sudden decision to enter a dungeon? Gu Feng replied calmly, firstly, the monsters in this dungeon are all above level 15, making it ideal for our current leveling needs. Secondly, the dungeon boss, the skeleton mage, drops an item known as the skeleton staff. This equipment is a small but exquisite item for mages below level 20 and can be considered the strongest gear for lower-tier mages. It is perfectly suited for your class. By Daxianzi, hence I plan to farm one for you. Bai Ruoxue was deeply touched. It was evident that Gu Feng had organized this information the previous day. Under normal circumstances, merely remaining in the party would suffice for Gu Feng to be deemed the greatest contributor. Yet now, he had proactively begun to lead the team. What an extraordinary teammate. Joy and shyness reverberated within Bai Ruoxue's heart. Gu Feng had specifically researched strategies for me. He must harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, how could he be so meticulous? Bai Ruoxue, with charm radiating from her, called out to Gu Feng, thank you. I hadn't even thought about entering the dungeon. And you took the trouble to research the strategies. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. After all, we are a team. It's essential that you are well-equipped to better assist me in leveling up. Bai Ruoxue poked Gu Feng playfully, honestly, you could just say what's on your mind. I wouldn't disagree. There's no need to hide behind the excuse of helping me level up. Gu Feng, genuinely focused on ensuring Bai Ruoxue was well-equipped so that she could contribute more effectively, found no need to explain further. However, noticing her apparent misunderstanding, he decided to let it be. Perhaps it was not a bad thing. Delighted, Bai Ruoxue did not forget to boast to Lu Jiani. Did you see that? Gu Feng took the time to research strategies for me and find the most suitable equipment, while he didn't do the same for you. This clearly indicates that our bond is far deeper. Lu Jiani tilted her head, somewhat confused, but I only joined the team this morning. Gu Feng didn't have time to research strategies for me. Since you teamed up with him yesterday, it's only natural he had time to help you. Bai Ruoxue. Though Lu Jiani appeared oblivious, her words struck home. Her observation was entirely accurate. Gu Feng had only met Lu Jiani this morning, so he wouldn't have had the opportunity to assist her with strategies. Yet, Bai Ruoxue remained unfazed, the temperamental heiress she was. Unwilling to concede, but the outcome is that Gu Feng cares for me and not for you. Lu Jiani nodded. Oh. Then I'll strive even harder to be Gu Feng's devoted admirer, hoping to earn his attention. Bai Ruoxue felt an urge to chastise Lu Jiani for being a sycophant. However, she couldn't deny that with Lu Jiani's charm, any man, including Gu Feng, would find it hard to resist her advances. Of course, if Bai Ruoxue could lower her pride like Lu Jiani, she would undoubtedly win Gu Feng's favor much faster. But alas, as a pampered heiress, she was not yet ready to adopt such blatant tactics. Nonetheless, Bai Ruoxue felt she had her own advantages. Compared to Lu Jiani, her greatest asset was the 3 years she had spent as Gu Feng's classmate, which naturally provided them with shared experiences and common ground. Returning to Gu Feng's side, Bai Ruoxue inquired, Gu Feng, have you thought about the path you wish to take? Will you become a freelancer or enroll in vocational college? Lu Jiani chimed in, me too. Gu Feng fell into contemplation. He indeed had not yet decided between vocational college and freelancing. Each option had its merits. Noticing Gu Feng's hesitation, Bai Ruoxue suggested, if you're unsure, I recommend we attend vocational college. While there are certain restrictions for students, the resources available far surpass those accessible to freelancers. Plus, you need not worry about tuition fees. The equipment we have sold in the past few days should cover it. Chapter 25. My sister wishes to meet you. Gu Feng murmured, attending the vocational university. Indeed a splendid choice. Upon hearing Gu Feng's endorsement, Bai replied, I have taken the liberty to research the vocational university. The most prestigious institution is Tianjin University, which mandates a minimum level of 14 for admission. The enrollment period commences in less than half a month. Gu Feng chuckled, level 14? We are almost there, aren't we? Lu Jiani exclaimed in surprise. Wait, you can join Tianjin University with just level 14. That sounds so simple. I'm sure I can get in. Bai Ruoxue lightly tapped Lu Jiani's head. Easy? What a joke. Tianjin University is notoriously difficult to gain entry to. The reason you find it straightforward is twofold. Firstly, you possess a hidden profession, and secondly, and most importantly, our team is graced with Gu Feng, a walking cheat code. For an average person, reaching level 14 within half a month is a formidable challenge, if not nearly impossible. The ones who achieve level 14 are either fortunate souls like us with hidden professions or relentless individuals dedicated to grinding levels. Outside of these two categories, very few can succeed. Lu Jiani discerned a flaw in Bai Ruoxue's argument. Hold on. You overlooked one type of person. Those with wealth, like you, can simply hire a power leveling service, right? It shouldn't be too difficult to reach level 14. Bai retorted, Lu Jiani, you truly do not study, do you? There are fundamental aspects you must understand. Firstly, the level gap among team members cannot exceed 10, complicating the use of power leveling services. Secondly, do you think the vocational university is foolish? Level is merely one of their requirements. They also assess the practical combat abilities of applicants. If one fails to meet the practical criteria, entry into Tianjin University is impossible. This makes it quite challenging for wealthy heirs to rely solely on power leveling to gain admission. Of course, if you wield sufficient power and wealth, my previous statements could be rendered moot. Lu Jiani gasped. Wait, they also evaluate actual combat skills. What about Gu Feng? He lacks combat skills. Bai assured her, Tianjin University has distinct examination criteria for support-type professionals, which may differ from those for combat professions, sometimes even presenting unique challenges. Thus, we need not worry about Gu Feng. Besides, considering Gu Feng's profession, it would be absurd for Tianjin University to reject him. Those professors will likely be clamoring to have him as their student. Suddenly, Bai Ruoxue had a thought. There would undoubtedly be numerous senior and junior students at Tianjin University. What if they became infatuated with Gu Feng? And if those unscrupulous individuals resorted to extreme measures to entice him, what then? Bai Ruoxue bit her lip. Realizing that once they arrived at Tianjin University, she would need to keep a close watch on Gu Feng, ensuring that he remained untouched by those seductresses. The three continued their conversation and soon arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. To enter the Shadow Cave dungeon, they first needed to pass through a teleportation array. Currently, there were 3 or 4 teams lined up at the array. Gu Feng led by Ruoxue and Lu Jiani to the end of the queue, waiting patiently. However, Gu Feng's arrival caught the attention of a certain individual. This person was Zhou Juanji, the son of the president of the Tiandao Guild, who had heard of Gu Feng's profession. Given the opportunity to encounter Gu Feng, Zhou Juanji was determined not to miss the chance to recruit him. He understood well that with Gu Feng's terrifying skill that allows teammates to gain experience at a rate of 10, any guild that could enlist him would undoubtedly experience rapid growth. At present, Gu Feng's status was akin to that of the revered Tang Song on the journey to the west. Zhou Juanji stepped out from his team and approached Gu Feng, bowing politely before saying, Hello, Mr. Gu Feng. My name is Zhou Juanji, the son of the president of the Tiandao Guild. Upon hearing Zhou Juanji's introduction, Gu Feng instantly grasped his intentions. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but I do not intend to join your guild. Zhou Juanji smiled. You misunderstand. What I meant to convey is, I have a sister who has long admired you and wishes to make your acquaintance. Chapter 26. Your scheme is too obvious. Zhou Juanji remarked. Mr. Gu Feng, I have a younger sister at home who wishes to make your acquaintance. Observing Zhou Juanji before him, Gu Feng could not help but admire his cunning. It was evident that Zhou Juanji's initial approach was indeed to invite Gu Feng to join the guild. However, upon Gu Feng's polite refusal, Zhou Juanji swiftly shifted the conversation to other matters. This was clearly an attempt to employ a more subtle charm offensive. As Gu Feng was about to speak, Zhou Juanji preempted him, saying, My sister is about a year younger than you and attends the same school. I have often heard her speak of Mr. Gu Feng, and each time she does, her tone is filled with admiration and longing. She has always wanted to meet you, but lacked the opportunity. Now that I have encountered you, it falls upon me to assist her. My sister is intelligent, gentle, and considerate. If Mr. Gu Feng could graciously meet her, I am certain she would be overjoyed. Gu Feng's assessment of Zhou Juanji's words could be succinctly summarized as a blatant ploy, a transparent beauty trap. However, he had no knowledge of what Zhou Juanji's sister looked like. To meet her without prior acquaintance would be akin to embarking on a blind date. Yet, before Gu Feng could voice his thoughts, Bai Daxianzi stepped forward to confront Zhou Juanji, her tone icy. Zhou Juanji, do you truly believe your charm will sway Mr. Gu Feng? Withdraw your scheme. He will not meet your sister. Zhou Juanji was acquainted with by Ruoxue, given the Bai family's esteemed reputation in Tianyang City, yet he was undeterred. You are overstepping. I am aware that you share a class with Mr. Gu Feng, leveraging proximity to form a team with him. However, your status is but that of a mere team member, and it should not encroach upon Mr. Gu Feng's personal friendships. I am certain Mr. Gu Feng would prefer not to be constrained. Bai Ruoxue retorted coldly, enough, Zhou Juanji. Spare me your attempts at sowing discord. The bond one share with Gu Feng cannot be undermined. Your intention is clear, to have your sister meet Gu Feng, then subtly coax him into joining your guild. Let me make this clear. You shall not succeed. The reason I am able to team up with Gu Feng is not only due to our close friendship, but also because we both possess hidden professions. As for that foolish woman over there, though she may lack intellect, her vocation as a CS sword fairy is no less impressive than mine. Our alliance with Gu Feng is a union of strengths, mutually beneficial and harmonious. Your sister pales in comparison. How could Gu Feng possibly be interested in her? If you genuinely wish for her to meet him, she ought to awaken a hidden profession first. Otherwise, it is an impossibility. Bai Ruoxue's pointed jabs ignited Zhou Juanji's ire. The audacity of the Bai family was truly infuriating. However, he refrained from expressing his anger in front of Gu Feng. He replied coolly, Bai Ruoxue, I do not quarrel with women. He then turned to Gu Feng, saying, Mr. Gu Feng, if you have the time, please do visit our Tiandao guild. My sister would be thrilled to meet you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Zhou Juanji departed hastily. Bai Ruoxue glared at Zhou Juanji's retreating figure, and when she turned her gaze back to Gu Feng, her tone softened into a playful lilt. Gu Feng, please do not heed Zhou Juanji's invitation to meet his sister. I have seen her, and she cannot compare to me. In fact, she pales even in comparison to that foolish woman, Lu Jiani. Listen to me, we shall not go to the Tiandao Guild. Everything they can offer, I can provide. And what they cannot provide, I can also offer. Lu Jiani chimed in, exactly. Dear brother, you must not go. One devoted admirer like me is more than enough. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and replied, you need not worry. I have no intention of joining the Tiandao Guild. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiani burst into a silly laugh. You are the best, dear brother. I knew you would only want me as your devoted admirer. Chapter 27. Boldness to the fullest. Lu Jiani, resembling a playful little girl, tugged at Gu Feng's arm, playfully whining as the year drew to a close. Gu Feng feigned irritation and flicked her forehead a few times. Lu Jiani, far from being upset, responded with a silly grin, leaning closer to indicate that he could flick her again if he wished. She even expressed concern for his fingers, suggesting she could assist him in delivering the flicks. Beside them, Bai Ruoxue seethed with frustration at Lu Jiani's incessant clinginess towards Gu Feng. How shameless could Lu Jiani be? Completely disregarding the dignity of a lady, she continued to monopolize Gu Feng's attention. Could she not show a modicum of self-respect? If it weren't for Bai Ruoxue's own reluctance to lose face, there would be no room for Lu Jiani to attach herself to Gu Feng. The fairy Bai simmered in silence until it was their turn to enter the dungeon. Let us go, it's our turn to enter the teleportation array. Lu Jiani, you should let go of Gu Feng's hand now. We still have monsters to defeat. Lu Jiani tilted her head and replied, can I not fight and just be Gu Feng's bodyguard instead? Bai Ruoxue stamped her foot. No. We agreed to let you join because we believed in your potential for battle, to help us level up faster, not to serve as a bodyguard. Lu Jiani pouted in annoyance. Fine, jealous women can be quite terrifying. Bai Ruoxue's expression turned cold. Lu Jiani, what did you just say? Lu Jiani scratched her head. I didn't say anything. Let us just enter the dungeon. Bai Ruoxue huffed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The three of them stepped into the teleportation array, their eyes enveloped in a blinding white light. When the radiance dissipated, they found themselves in a dimly lit cavern. Its walls covered in moss, with unknown insects fluttering about. This was the dark cave of the dungeon. Before Gu Feng, the most common and low-level wild monster appeared, the skeleton soldier. Skeleton soldier, level 15, health points, skills, none, These skeleton soldiers had been aimlessly wandering the dark cave. But upon the arrival of the trio, they seemed to be attracted by the scent of living beings. Suddenly, 3 or 4 skeleton soldiers brandished their longswords and charged towards them. Gu Feng assessed the skeleton soldier's health and thoughtfully remarked to Bai Ruoxue, "It's up to you. You should be able to eliminate these skeleton soldiers in one blow." Bai Ruoxue confidently replied, "Of course. Do not underestimate my prowess as the ice mage. Behold, Icebound Fairy." A terrifying chill erupted from the staff in Bai Ruoxue's hands. This icy blast struck the charging skeleton soldiers, also affecting 4 more nearby. Red numbers flashed above the skeleton soldiers' heads as their health points were instantly depleted. With her level 13, Bai Ruoxue effortlessly annihilated a group of level 15 skeleton soldiers with a single skill. This exemplified the formidable power of the Ice Mage. The experience bar for Bai Ruoxue, who had just reached level 13, surged significantly, causing her eyes to squint with delight. Indeed, with Gu Feng around, leveling up was never a challenge. Gu Feng instructed, "Bai Ruoxue, you handle the monsters while we venture deeper into the dark cave, where our objective lies, the boss of the dark cave, the skeleton mage." Bai Ruoxue nodded and unleashed another ice shatter, dispatching yet another group of skeleton soldiers. With Bai Ruoxue, the war machine of a mage, paving their way, the trio progressed without hindrance. Whenever hordes of skeleton soldiers appeared, Bai Ruoxue unleashed an area of effect spell. The smaller, less significant skeleton soldiers were efficiently dealt with by Lu Jiani, whose class was particularly suited for handling minor monsters. Before long, the skeleton soldiers in the dark cave were nearly cleared. Thanks to the efforts of Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani, they finally reached the middle section of the cave, where a new type of monster emerged, the Skeleton Berserker. Skeleton Berserker, level 17, health points. The Skeleton Berserkers were noticeably larger than the skeleton soldiers, wielding gleaming, double-headed axes. Chapter 28. How can you pick up equipment by yourself? The health of these skeletal berserkers is so substantial that a single skill from Bai Ruoxue cannot eliminate them. They are at least level 17. Bai Ruoxue's Icebound World can only reduce them to a sliver of health, and she would need to follow it up with an ice explosion to finish them off. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Bai Daxianzi is only level 13, which limits her area of effect skills to just Icebound World and Ice Explosion. If she uses both skills in quick succession, she will enter a period of skill vacuum. Moreover, there is a more significant issue. The positioning of these skeletal berserkers is not as dense as that of the previous skeletal soldiers. Bai Ruoxue's area of effect skills cannot cover too many berserkers at once. Just as Bai Huahua was contemplating, he suggested, "This is how we should deal with the skeletal berserkers. Bai Ruoxue, you stand still with me, while Lu Jiani will lure the enemies. Your skill cooldown is relatively short, so give each skeletal berserker a strike. This will lower their health while drawing their aggro. Finally, lead the aggroed berserkers towards us, and Bai Ruoxue can unleash an area of effect skill to deplete their health completely." Bai Ruoxue pondered for a moment and felt that this was indeed a good strategy. If all went well, it should be the fastest way to farm monsters at present. On the other side, Lu Jiani immediately agreed after Gu Feng finished speaking. "Okay, big brother, I will go lure the monsters." With that, Lu Jiani dashed out like the wind. Utilizing the exceptional mobility granted by the Xia Sword Immortal, she soon attracted a dozen skeletal berserkers. At the opportune moment, Bai Ruoxue unleashed an Icebound World, obliterating the skeletal berserkers in an instant. Given that the skeletal berserkers were of a higher level than Gu Feng and the others, the experience gained from defeating them was substantial, causing their experience bars to soar. Not only that, but the equipment dropped by the dozen skeletal berserkers lay scattered across the ground, forming a near-continuous stretch. Bai Ruoxue waved at Lu Jiani, "You keep luring the monsters. I will handle the equipment here." Lu Jiani nodded and, sword in hand, charged out again. Bai Ruoxue bounced over to the pile of equipment with glee. The Bai family is one of the notable families in Tiannong City, and as the only daughter of the Bai family, Bai Ruoxue's worth is quite significant. However, even if it is not substantial, it is still money. Picking up equipment off the ground is akin to directly collecting money. No one can resist the joy of gathering money from the ground, and Bai Ruoxue is no exception. Furthermore, this equipment is something she personally earned, adding even more significance to her collection. Gu Feng remarked, "Bai Ruoxue, let me help you pick up the equipment." However, before he could make a move, Bai Ruoxue shot him a fierce glare. "Gu Feng, what do you mean by that?" Gu Feng was utterly bewildered. "What's wrong?" "I just want to help you pick up equipment." Bai Ruoxue stomped her foot in frustration. "What I am upset about is precisely this. Am I dead? Didn't I say that as long as I am alive, You should never have to do such menial work. You do not trust me. This is a great insult. I am part of this team. At the very least, we have that silly woman Lu Jiani. There is no need for you to personally pick up equipment, all right? Honestly, if you're not careful, you'll tire yourself out. Handing him the book, she insisted. Here, take this, and go sit and read. She pushed Gu Feng to a nearby rock, then took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the dust off the rock before commanding him, sit. Gu Feng, too lazy to argue, decided to rest since she wouldn't let him help. All right, you focus on picking up the equipment. Oh, look. Lu Jiani is luring another wave of monsters back. Your skill cooldown should be almost over. Ruoxue lifted her chin confidently. Rest assured. I will handle both the fighting and the equipment collection. Gu Feng sat nearby reading, while Ruoxue and Lu Jiani diligently farmed monsters and gathered equipment. This seemingly incongruous scene was filled with a warm camaraderie. After nearly an hour, Ruoxue and Lu Jiani had eliminated all the skeletal berserkers in the dark cave. Lu Jiani reached level 13, while Gu Feng and Ruoxue were on the brink of level 14. Ruoxue approached with a sense of accomplishment. All right, Gu Feng. We have dealt with all the skeletal berserkers. It is time to face the boss of this dungeon. Gu Feng closed his book. That was quick. Let us go. As he spoke, he attempted to stand but suddenly swayed, stumbling slightly. Ruoxue looked at him with concern and fear. Gu Feng, what's wrong? Are you all right? Don't scare me. Lu Jiani added. Big brother, are you sick? Let me carry you to the hospital. Gu Feng waved his hand. No need. It's just that I've been reading for too long today, and my eyes are a bit blurry. Ruoxue let out a sigh of relief. You startled me. I thought something was wrong. In the future, when you read, make sure to look away occasionally. It's better for your eyes. Gu Feng, why don't you rest your eyes a bit before we tackle the boss? Gu Feng shook his head. No need. Let us go. Ruoxue didn't press further, merely reminding Gu Feng to take care of his health. The three of them formed a horizontal line and walked together. However, Ruoxue noticed something amiss with Gu Feng walking beside her. Suddenly, she realized, Gu Feng, isn't it tiring to walk like this? How about next time I bring you a bicycle or a motorcycle to ride? Walking with your legs must be exhausting. Gu Feng rolled his eyes. That's really unnecessary. Who rides a bike to farm monsters and level up? That would look ridiculous. Ruoxue enlightened. You're right. Riding a bicycle wouldn't suit your image. How about next time I bring you a horse? I have a stable at home. I can pick a gentle one for you. Gu Feng was at a loss for words. Did he really look like someone who couldn't walk? Really, I can walk just fine. It's more agile and also good exercise. Lu Jiani interjected. Ruoxue, letting big brother ride a horse is not a good idea. Horses can be dangerous. What if he falls off? I would be heartbroken. Big brother, listen to me. Just lie on my back, and I'll carry you. No bragging. But I'm quite agile. I can definitely move swiftly while carrying you. Come on, big brother, hop on. With that, Lu Jiani crouched down, signaling for Gu Feng to climb onto her back. Gu Feng protested. I have hands and feet. I don't need a girl to carry me. Lu Jiani, just focus on defeating monsters. Lu Jiani's face was full of regret. All right, whatever big brother says goes. But if you get tired, you must tell me. I'm always ready to carry you. Gu Feng, too lazy to argue further, pointed ahead. Let us hurry and fight the boss. Soon, the three finally encountered the boss of the dark cave, the skeletal mage. At this moment, the skeletal mage sat upon a throne forged from bones, with a staff in hand emanating blue ghostly flames. The wails of vengeful spirits faintly echoed from the staff. Ruoxue first cast a detection spell. Skeletal mage, level 19, health 0, skills, skeleton summon, ghost flame burn. Upon reviewing the boss's abilities, Gu Feng immediately formulated a strategy in his mind. As the top student of the magic department, despite currently being a support class, he was adept at skill application and damage calculation. Moreover, Gu Feng had been observing the battle between Ruoxue and Lu Jiani from a godlike perspective, thus was well versed in their skill usage. He promptly advised Fairy Bai, use Eternal Freeze to restrain the skeletal mage and prevent it from summoning additional skeletons. Lu Jiani, once the boss is under control, launch your attack immediately. Without hesitation, Ruoxue employed Eternal Freeze. The numbers floated above the skeletal mage's head, and it fell into a frozen state. Lu Jiani swiftly followed up with Crescent Slash and Full Moon Slash, inflicting damage upon the skeletal mage, just as Lu Jiani intended to continue with Round Moon Slash. Ruoxue's second skill, Icebound Thousand Leaves, activated. A critical damage number appeared above the skeletal mage's head, completely depleting its health bar, before Lu Jiani could even execute her Full Moon Slash. Bai Ruoxue proudly lifted her chin, declaring, critical hit. It was an instant kill. Lu Jiani, glancing at Bai Ruoxue's haughty demeanor, murmured, isn't it just relying on a brother's buff for critical damage of 10 and equipping a set that enhances critical rate? I shall acquire critical gear upon my return. The most composed among them, Gu Feng, pointed to the spot where the skeletal mage had vanished and said, quickly check for the skeletal staff drop. It was revealed that the skeletal mage had specifically dropped a skeletal staff. It truly dropped. It dropped the skeletal staff. Bai Ruoxue exclaimed with delight. Gu Feng, your devour skill proved invaluable. Such a rare item dropped on the first try. Look. Bai Ruoxue joyfully picked up the skeletal staff and shared its attributes with the two. Skeletal staff, grade, silver, attributes, spirit 20, constitution 10. Agility 3, skill, focus, reduces cooldown time of all your skills by 10. The description made it evident that this staff was undoubtedly a rare gem. Not only were its base attributes high, but it also came with a skill. Moreover, it was of silver grade. In this world, equipment is categorized from low to high as pale, bronze, silver, gold, extraordinary, epic, and legendary. There exists a significant disparity between different grades of equipment. Generally, lower-level equipment does not achieve high grades. For instance, items below level 20 rarely reach gold grade, with silver-grade items being even scarcer. This illustrates the rarity of the silver-grade skeletal staff. The staff required level 15, and Bai Ruoxue was bound to equip it today. With this equipment, I will undeniably be the core damage dealer of our team, she proclaimed. Gu Feng clapped his hands, saying, congratulations. Besides the skeletal staff, the skeletal mage also dropped a bronze item, bone armor, and bone boots, both of which favored defensive attributes, thus were given entirely to Gu Feng. After organizing the equipment, Bai Ruoxue inquired, shall we leave the dungeon now and find a place to grind monsters? Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, once we exit the dungeon, let us first find a spot for lunch. I've snacked quite a bit, but you too must be hungry. We should replenish our energy. In the afternoon, we can return to this dungeon to grind monsters. The wild monsters here are at an appropriate level for us, and no one else will compete with us for them. If we help Bai Ruoxue reach level 15 soon, she can equip the skeletal staff sooner. Bai Ruoxue nodded. All right, I shall follow your lead, Gu Feng. The three teleported away from the dim cave dungeon and headed south, seeking a clean patch of grass devoid of monsters. Bai Ruoxue laid out a picnic blanket. Typically, adventurers leveling up would have lunch outdoors. After all, returning to town only to venture out again would waste too much time. The time of adventurers is precious. Who would squander it on a mere lunch? Bai Ruoxue, newly anointed as an adventurer, certainly understood this common sense. Originally, Bai Ruoxue had only prepared enough provisions for herself and Gu Feng. However, since Gu Feng had snacked throughout the morning and was already somewhat full, he could spare some of his portion for Lu Jiani. Lu Jiani, upon receiving food from Gu Feng, chuckled delightedly. How wonderful it is to share a meal with my dear brother. As she savored the meal, Lu Jiani felt elated, buoyed by the happiness of sharing this moment with Gu Feng. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxue glared at Lu Jiani in indignation. Lu Jiani was consuming the very meal that Gu Feng had originally received, a lavish bento prepared by Bai Ruoxue herself, which was superior to her own. Bai Ruoxue had intended to use this bento to draw closer to Gu Feng, but seeing him share it with Lu Jiani made her feel as if her efforts had been in vain. Nevertheless, Lu Jiani was still a teammate, and thus Bai Ruoxue refrained from expressing her displeasure. As Lu Jiani continued to eat, she did not forget her duties as a devoted admirer. She picked up a piece of meat from her food container with her chopsticks and offered it to Gu Feng, saying, dear brother, may I feed you? Feeding you requires effort with chopsticks and spoons. How tedious. Don't tire yourself. Let me take care of it. Gu Feng lightly tapped Lu Jiani on the head. Do you think of me as a helpless invalid? I am quite capable of feeding myself. Lu Jiani giggled foolishly. Oh dear brother, I was wrong. How could you be powerless? If you refuse to let me feed you, then why not feed me instead? I wish to taste the food in your container. With that, Lu Jiani opened her mouth wide, mimicking a begging gesture. Gu Feng, without hesitation, scooped a bit of rice from his container and delivered it to Lu Jiani's mouth. Lu Jiani squinted her eyes in delight as she chewed, exclaiming, so delicious. Indeed, even ordinary rice becomes exquisite when fed by my dear brother. Please feed me more in the future. As long as it comes from you, I shall relish it. At this moment, Bai Ruoxue could no longer contain herself. She slammed her hand against the ground beside her and shouted, enough. Lu Jiani, you truly have no limits. Even a sycophant would not behave in such a manner. Lu Jiani tilted her head in confusion and remarked, I feel perfectly normal. My dear brother, doesn't he find me bothersome? I merely ask him to feed me. She continued, What? Do you wish to be fed by him as well? Bai Ruoxue replied, Honestly, I cannot bring myself to do such a thing. It is quite unseemly to cling to Gu Feng like Lu Jiani does. After all, I am a young lady raised in privilege, and I possess a certain dignity. She turned her head away, declaring, I would never engage in such undignified behavior as feeding or being fed. I am quite well-mannered. Lu Jiani quickly nodded. That is what you say? Well then, dear brother, let us not concern ourselves with her. I still wish to have the meat from your lunchbox. Would you be so kind as to share it with me? Oh. Bai Ruoxue could no longer contain herself. Lu Jiani, with her audacity, was shamelessly attempting to forge a closer bond with Gu Feng. After all, I arrived first. Bai interjected. You two are quite enough. Is it not possible to eat in a proper manner? Going back and forth like this, do you intend to dine until tomorrow? Focus on your meal and finish quickly. We still have to continue the dungeon shortly. There is no time to squander on eating. Gu Feng nodded. Agreeing with Bai Ruoxue's statement, indeed, we have much to accomplish soon. Let us hasten to finish our meal. Upon hearing Gu Feng speak, Lu Jiani immediately chimed in. Whatever my dear brother says goes. Give me 5 minutes, and I assure you I will finish every morsel. With that, Lu Jiani lowered her head, diligently attending to the food in her lunchbox. Approximately half an hour later, the three of them completed their meals, took a brief respite, and then stood up once more to queue in front of the dark cave dungeon. It must be noted that the dark cave, known for yielding the skeleton staff, an exceptional early-game mage equipment, always had a line of eager adventurers. After all, which mage would not wish to acquire a piece of silver equipment before reaching level 20? Chapter 32. Those who can afford to spend 100,000 on equipment would not hesitate to part with an additional 30,000. After queuing for approximately 10 minutes, Gu Feng and his two companions were once again transported into the dark cave instance. This time, there was no need for Gu Feng to issue commands. Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani instinctively began to engage the monsters, following the swift elimination of the first wave of skeletal soldiers. Both Gu Feng and Bai Ruoxue ascended to level 14. Achieving level 14 was already sufficient to meet the entry requirements for Tianjin University. Ordinary adventurers would toil endlessly, grinding for half a month to reach level 14. After all, Tianjin University is the finest institution in the entire Long Kingdom, boasting extraordinarily rich resources, which necessitate high standards for its students. Yet, under the influence of Gu Feng's greed skill, which offered a 10-fold experience boost, coupled with the assistance of Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani's formidable hidden classes, it took them merely a day and a half to attain level 14. Bai Ruoxue squinted her eyes in delight. The exhilaration of such rapid advancement was utterly addictive. Indeed, having adapted to the 10-fold experience gain, she felt it would be impossible to revert to the days before Gu Feng's presence. After allocating all her newly acquired attribute points to her spirit, Bai Ruoxue raised her staff high. Let us continue slaying monsters. Today, I aim to reach level 15. As she spoke, Bai Ruoxue unleashed Frozen Domain, causing the skeletal soldiers before them to collapse like dried straw. After dispatching the skeletal soldiers, they swiftly defeated the higher-level skeletal berserkers and stood before the skeletal mage once more. Without hesitation, Bai Ruoxue cast Eternal Freeze. Fortunately, the spell triggered a critical hit, sending damage soaring to 0 and instantly obliterating the skeletal mage with a health limit of 0. Bai Dao remarked, a level 19 boss. Nothing remarkable. However, despite the swift defeat of the boss, the skeletal mage did not drop the skeletal staff this time, even with Gu Feng's 10-fold drop rate bonus. This underscored just how low the drop rate for the skeletal staff truly was. Lu Jiani stepped forward to collect the other equipment dropped by the skeletal mage, while Gu Feng proposed, all right, let us exit and run this instance again. They left, queued once more, and re-entered the dark cave instance. Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani, now quite familiar with the layout, immediately began to eliminate monsters upon entering. Neither the skeletal soldiers nor the skeletal berserkers posed the slightest threat to them. Wandering at the back of the group, Gu Feng, feeling somewhat bored, asked Bai Ruoxue for a book to read. Bai Ruoxue retrieved the book she had previously given him and cautioned, Gu Feng, remember to rest your eyes after reading for a while. Don't strain yourself. Gu Feng nodded absent-mindedly. I know. Before long, they had completed another run of the dark cave instance. This time, the skeletal mage was more generous and dropped a silver staff. However, since Bai Ruoxue already possessed one, and there was no other mage in their party, The second skeletal staff seemed superfluous. In truth, if those waiting outside the instance heard someone claim that the skeletal staff was unnecessary, they would surely rush over and protest. They toiled endlessly in this instance solely for the skeletal staff. Gu Feng waved his hand and said, "Since no one in our party can make use of the skeletal staff, by Ruoxue, you may take it home and sell it in your weapon shop." By Ruoxue, not one to be coy, nodded. "All right, I will hang it up in the shop today. Once sold, we will split the earnings 3 ways." At this moment, Gu Feng seemed to recall something, if I am not mistaken, from what I have researched. The market price for the skeletal staff is usually around 100,000. However, by Daxianzi, you could slightly increase the selling price. I believe 130,000 would be appropriate. Bai Ruoxue frowned. Raising the price so much might make it difficult to sell. Gu Feng confidently replied, "Rest assured, those willing to pay 100,000 for the skeletal staff will not mind parting with an additional 30,000. Moreover, many have just transitioned into becoming adventurers and are in need of weapons. A price of 130,000 will undoubtedly attract buyers." Bai Ruoxue found herself inexplicably trusting Gu Feng. If he suggested pricing the skeletal staff at 130,000, then Bai Daxianzi would undoubtedly follow suit. If it truly went unsold due to the high price, Bai Daxianzi would not hesitate to purchase it herself. Bai Ruoxue was not short on funds and certainly did not wish to let Gu Feng down. After organizing their equipment, the 3 of them discussed their next course of action. Gu Feng glanced at the time. "It's nearly 4 in the afternoon. Should we head back or run the dark cave instance once more? If we do, I believe Bai and I could reach level 15. Bai Dao, full of enthusiasm, suggested, "Let us run it again. I want to reach level 15 and see what new skills I might acquire. Moreover, considering the time, it wouldn't be too late to run it again." Gu Feng nodded in agreement. "I concur. Let us go and queue up again." Thus, this marked their 4th entry into the dark cave. If the skeletons within could speak, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "How old are you? Why are you always here? Do you see us as mere walking experience bags?" Alas, the skeletons were devoid of speech or even the capacity for thought. In this round of the instance, they dealt with the B-grade monsters. The delightful sound of leveling up echoed in their ears. "Ding! You have leveled up to 15. Ecstatic." Bai Ruoxue immediately examined the skill she had obtained. Pristine Ice Domain. Create a large area of low temperature where all your ice skills will receive a 30 damage boost and a 30 increase in control duration. Bai Ruoxue clenched her fists. This skill was immensely practical. In battles or while grinding, casting Pristine Ice Domain first would effectively enhance her combat power by 30. It was a rare buff skill. Of course, compared to Gu Feng's extraordinary team buff skills, Pristine Ice Domain could only be considered a younger sibling. Nonetheless, Bai Ruoxue was thoroughly satisfied. Why should she compare herself to Gu Feng? He was her ally. The stronger Gu Feng became, the happier Bai Ruoxue felt. After reviewing her skill, Bai Ruoxue turned her hopeful gaze toward Gu Feng, excitedly asking, "Gu Feng, what skill did you awaken?" Given Gu Feng's class strength, it was highly likely that his awakened skill would be another extraordinarily powerful team buff. This time, Gu Feng had awakened the skill, Arrogance. You and your teammates' physical damage increased by 10. The Arrogance skill was straightforward, yet formidable, directly amplifying physical class's output tenfold. One could only say Arrogance truly deserved its title as the original sin among the 7 deadly sins. Gu Feng did not elaborate further, simply sending Bai Ruoxue the description of the Arrogance skill. After reading it carefully, her face displayed sheer disbelief. Physical damage increased by 10. 10. 10. What is this? This skill is utterly outrageous. How could such a powerful skill exist? Though Bai Ruoxue was a magic-based class, she could still recognize the immense strength of the Arrogance skill at a glance. This is utterly absurd. One skill has the potential to amplify the physical output of an entire team tenfold. Just this singular ability alone is sufficient to overshadow all the contributions that other support roles can offer. Upon the announcement of this skill by Gu Feng, practitioners of physical classes would undoubtedly go bankrupt, crying and pleading to join his team. It is even likely that they would completely surround his residence, creating a scene of overwhelming enthusiasm. Not to mention others, even Bai Ruoxue, upon witnessing the skill of Arrogance, lamented her lack of a physical class. If she were a physical class, she would be able to benefit from this invincible buff. Moreover, although she herself is not a physical class, the nearby Lu Jian Yi is indeed a pure physical class. At that moment, Lu Jian Yi approached Gu Feng and said, "Dear brother, I too wish to see your newly awakened skill." Gu Feng, not one to withhold, promptly shared the details of the arrogant skill with Lu Jianyi. After reading it, she stood there in a daze, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Bai Ruo Shui could not help but murmur. Could it be that this child has been stunned into silence? Soon after, Lu Jianyi exclaimed loudly and clung to Gu Feng's leg, saying, "Dear brother, let us sign a contract of servitude. I offer myself to you, no payment required." Gu Feng pushed her shoulder gently. "Oh, come now. What era are we in to still be signing contracts of servitude? Besides, what would I do with your contract?" Lu Jianyi, refusing to let go of his leg, spoke with a quivering voice. "Dear brother, your arrogant skill is simply too formidable. The benefits it grants me are immense. With your prowess, I feel unworthy to team up with you. Let us sign that contract. You must have me. Otherwise, I would feel too embarrassed to remain in your party. My conscience would not allow it. By signing the contract, at least I could feel somewhat justified." Gu Feng chuckled and scolded. "There is no need for that. Moreover, in this day and age, contracts of servitude are non-existent and not legally recognized." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianyi became anxious. "If we cannot sign a contract, then how about you buy me a collar to wear? It would signify that I am your most loyal follower. Whatever you command, I shall obey without question. If you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you command murder, I shall never set fire. Any order from you, dear brother, I shall execute without fail. Should you require my assistance, I will be the first to appear before you." Bai Ruo Shui, watching Lu Jianyi's obsequious demeanor, could not help but scoff. Those like you, who grovel, will inevitably end up with nothing. However, deep down, Bai Ruo Shui understood Lu Jianyi's sentiments. It was not entirely unreasonable for Lu Jianyi to cling to Gu Feng. The power of his newly awakened skill was simply too overwhelming. It could effortlessly enhance Lu Jianyi's combat prowess tenfold. It would be strange if she did not go a bit mad. If Gu Feng were to awaken a skill that could amplify spell damage by 10, Bai Ruo Shui suspected she too would lose her composure. But on the flip side, if Gu Feng could awaken a skill that boosts physical damage by 10, might he not also awaken one for spell damage in the future? Bai Ruo Shui felt this was highly plausible. Just the thought of being able to increase her damage tenfold in the future made her eager for Gu Feng to level up. Meanwhile, Gu Feng, facing Lu Jianyi's clinging behavior, gently tapped her on the head and said, "I am not one to engage in such peculiarities. The act of placing a collar on a girl is simply beyond my nature. I understand your excitement, Lu Jianyi, but please, contain it for a moment. You can repay me by diligently assisting me in leveling up, acquiring good equipment and items. That would be sufficient." Lu Jianyi nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, dear brother, your most loyal follower will faithfully execute all your commands." Gu Feng, rubbing his head, found himself at a loss for words. He decided to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. "All right, we have completed our dungeon run. It is time to head back." The three of them stepped into the return portal, emerging from the dark cave back onto the bustling plains. Gu Feng stretched lazily and said, "Let us go. It's time to return." Bai Ruo Shui inquired with concern, "Gu Feng, are you tired today? Would you like me to give you a shoulder massage?" Gu Feng rolled his eyes. He had hardly done anything today, so how could he be tired? He shook his head. "No need. I'm not tired at all. Let us head back." The three of them reached the edge of the bustling plains and hailed a taxi. Just as they got in, before Gu Feng could speak, Bai Ruo Shui announced their destination. "Driver, take us here." Turning to Gu Feng, she added, "Let us take you home first." The taxi halted in front of Gu Feng's residence. The three of them disembarked, settled the fare, and Gu Feng retrieved his keys, making his way to the door. Bai Ruo Shui reminded him, "Gu Feng, don't forget to register for Tianjin University once you get back. You need to register before you can take the exams. And Lu Jianyi, you should register too." "Lu, what are you following Gu Feng for?" Bai Ruo Shui's voice suddenly rose an octave. It was not entirely surprising that she raised her voice. Lu Jianyi had been trailing behind Gu Feng, seemingly intent on following him home. Lu Jianyi replied nonchalantly, "It's nearly evening. I'm going to dear brother's house to prepare dinner for him." Bai Ruo Shui retorted coldly, "Just dinner, is it?" Lu Jianyi tilted her head. "Of course, after dinner, I'll wash the dishes, and then clean up a bit. And after that," Bai Ruo Shui pressed, her voice steady, "I'll fan dear brother's bed to cool it down. It's summer, after all, and a cool bed is much more comfortable." "You don't need to do that." Bai Ruo Shui shot back. "Gu Feng has air conditioning. A fan is unnecessary. Besides, even if there were no air conditioning, I should be the one to help. I am an ice mage, akin to a walking air conditioner." Lu Jianyi stubbornly countered. "Using air conditioning to stay cool lacks soul. A fan is far superior." This remark nearly drove Bai Ruoshui to the brink of exasperation. It's merely for cooling off. What soul does it need? Fortunately, Gu Feng interjected just in time. All right, enough of the bickering. Let us all go inside. We'll use my computer to sort out the registration, and then you can each head home. Since Gu Feng had spoken, Bai Ruoshui and Lu Jian naturally complied. Gu Feng opened the door and stepped into the foyer. Glancing at the shoe cabinet nearby, he frowned and said, I apologize, but I don't have any spare slippers. You'll have to. Before he could finish, Bai Ruoshui interrupted. It's fine. I can just wear my socks. Your floor looks quite clean. With that, she removed her boots, revealing white ankle socks and her crystal-like toes partially exposed. Placing her shoes neatly by the entrance, Bai Ruoshui hurried into Gu Feng's home. Lu Jian, emulating the others, slipped off her shoes and dashed inside. Gu Feng shrugged, opting not to comment and simply changed his shoes to follow suit. As Bai Ruoshui walked, she took the opportunity to remind Lu Jian, who trailed behind. Gu Feng lives alone, and tidying up must be quite a hassle for him. Therefore, we must ensure the house remains tidy. Lu Jian nodded in understanding. The two beauties made their way to the living room, and upon observing the immaculate surroundings, Bai Ruoshui instinctively inhaled deeply. Is this truly where Gu Feng resides? The air carries his essence. In the next moment, Bai Ruoshui witnessed Lu Jian brazenly open the closet in the corner and bury her head within. Bai Ruoshui exclaimed in anger, Lu Jian, what on earth are you doing? Are you aware that this is utterly inappropriate? Lu Jian turned her head, looking puzzled. I'm merely behaving normally. I am a devoted admirer of my dear brother, and what harm is there in noting his scent? Bai Ruoshui was momentarily left speechless. Then, she took action, pulling Lu Jian out from Gu Feng's closet, admonishing her, don't soil Gu Feng's clothes. Just then, Gu Feng walked in, glanced at the two ladies, and said, please wait here a moment. I'll prepare some tea for you. I only have barley tea at home. Is that acceptable? Bai Ruoshui nodded. Barley tea is perfect. Lu Jian eagerly added, I adore barley tea, especially when it's brewed by my dear brother. Hearing Lu Jian's words, Bai Ruoshui could not help but scoff. Devotee. She regretted not having claimed her own fondness for barley tea earlier. Gu Feng brewed a pot of barley tea and set out 3 cups on the coffee table, pouring each a serving before saying, enjoy. I'll retrieve my laptop from my room and return shortly. Meanwhile, in the living room, Bai Ruoshui and Lu Jian exchanged glances, unsure of what to discuss. Lu Jian broke the silence first, pointing toward Gu Feng's bedroom. Should we not venture to see what's in my brother's room? Bai Ruoshui frowned. What purpose would that serve? With a knowing expression, Lu Jian replied, I've heard that boys often keep certain types of comics in their rooms, those, risky ones. Perhaps my brother has a collection. Shouldn't we investigate? It would help us understand what type of girl he favors. Truthfully, Bai Ruoshui found herself intrigued. If she could discern the type of girl Gu Feng liked and then present herself in that manner, wouldn't he become completely captivated by her? Yet ultimately, Bai Ruoshui was a woman of principles. She cleared her throat and scolded, Lu Jian, that notion is rather perilous. How could we invade Gu Feng's privacy? Moreover, I trust he is not the sort to hide inappropriate materials in his room. At that moment, Gu Feng's voice broke through. What are you discussing? I seem to have caught wind of my name. He entered the living room, carrying a laptop. Bai Ruoshui felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly explained. We were just saying how you are the epitome of grace and charm, a true gentleman. Gu Feng's brows furrowed, and he placed the laptop on the table in silence. Observing his demeanor, Bai Ruoshui began, Gu Feng, I. But before she could finish, Gu Feng interrupted. In the future, there's no need to vocalize the obvious. Bai Ruoshui was taken aback. Goodness, I never realized you were so self-absorbed. In truth, Gu Feng was aware of his own appeal, but he was not one to dwell on such matters. Bai Ruoshui positioned the laptop in front of her, opened the Tianjin University admissions page, and filled in the information for the 3 of them. Done. Now, we simply need to head to Tianjin University for the exam. Gu Feng nodded, indeed. Given the time, you should. Before he could finish, Bai Ruoshui interjected, I must take my leave now. Lu Jian chimed in. Let me accompany you out, Bai Ruoshui. Bai Ruoshui turned sharply, glaring at Lu Jian. What do you mean, Lu? Are you planning to stay at Gu Feng's house? Lu Jian replied nonchalantly. I'm here to prepare dinner for my dear brother. Just think about it. Cooking is exhausting. Chopping vegetables, stirring, and dealing with smoke. It would be terrible if he got choked. Such a dangerous task should not fall to him. Naturally, it's my duty as a devoted admirer. Bai Ruoshui pondered seriously. You make a fair point. Cooking is indeed a tiresome endeavor. It would be inappropriate to have Gu Feng cook for himself. However, That doesn't mean you need to help, Lu. I can hire a chef to prepare the meals. Gu Feng interjected. Could the chef be one who dons a maid outfit, complete with cat ears and thigh-high socks, and has a revealing ensemble? Bai Ruoxue shot him a venomous glare. Absolutely not. Where would one even find such a chef? Even if I did, I wouldn't hire her for you. I would simply find someone who can cook. Gu Feng shrugged. That sounds rather dull. I might as well cook myself. At least I can control the seasoning. At this moment, Lu Jianyi eagerly embraced her role as a devoted admirer. Dear brother, I would gladly dress up for you. Not just cat ears. I'm willing to wear whatever you desire. And I'll even pay for the outfits. You need only relax on the sofa and enjoy my costume changes. Despite Lu Jianyi's fervent desire to remain and fulfill her role as a devoted admirer, she ultimately left. The reason was not merely her wish to stay, but the fact that Bai Ruoxue was present. She could not allow Lu Jianyi to remain alone in Gu Feng's home. Eventually, the two beauties departed, restoring tranquility to Gu Feng's abode. However, the three of them had not forgotten their agreement to gather the following day for another gaming session. With the meeting point firmly established at Gu Feng's doorstep, this way he wouldn't have to walk. The following morning, as Gu Feng enjoyed his breakfast, Lu Jianyi remarked, "Wait until I finish my meal." Lu Jianyi smiled. "No rush, Gu Feng, take your time. By the way, where shall we hunt monsters today?" After swallowing a mouthful of noodles, Gu Feng replied, "Let us tackle the level 25 flame beetles." Both Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jianyi had no objections. Bai Ruoxue noted, "With less than 10 days until the Tianjin University exam, and accounting for our rest and travel time, we should have at least 7 days to level up. If all goes well, we should reach level 20 without issue. Then we can awaken new skills. With an additional skill, our hopes of passing the Tianjin University exam would significantly increase. Gu Feng, it all depends on you. It is only with Gu Feng's tenfold experience boost that our entire team can level up so swiftly." After a hearty breakfast at Kazaki Temple, the group set off to train. Days passed, and soon 6 days had flown by. Currently, on the vast beach, Gu Feng and Bai Ruoxue were grinding level 29 wild monsters, the high-temperature crabs, when they finally heard the system notification indicating they had reached level 20. Ding! Your level has risen to 20. Bai Ruoxue clenched her fists. Wonderful, wonderful. We've reached level 20. This leveling speed has exceeded our initial expectations. With my dear Gu Feng by my side, leveling up has become remarkably effortless. Eagerly, Bai Ruoxue glanced at her newly acquired skill. Bone-chilling snowstorm, cast upon enemies within a designated area, inflicting continuous damage of 1.5 psychic power per second for a total duration of 10 seconds. This skill filled Bai Ruoxue with joy. She had acquired another expansive area of effect damage skill. With this ability, the efficiency of our team's training would undoubtedly ascend to a whole new level. After reviewing her skill, Bai Ruoxue hurriedly inquired of Gu Feng, "What skill did you obtain?" Gu Feng remained silent, merely sending the skill description to Bai Ruoxue. "Laziness increases the magical damage dealt by you and your teammates by 10. Bai Ruoxue. Magical damage 10. Magical damage 10. Magical damage 10. Does this not imply that as long as I team up with Gu Feng, my base magical damage will directly multiply tenfold? Moreover, if I happen to land a critical hit, coupled with the Fury critical damage buff that multiplies damage by 10, then the critical damage would escalate to a staggering 100-fold. This is utterly outrageous. How could such a powerful skill exist?" Bai Ruoxue could hardly believe her eyes. She dazedly tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve. "Gu Feng, pinch me. I want to see if I'm dreaming." Gu Feng extended 2 fingers and pinched Bai Ruoxue's wrist. "Gu Feng, harder," she urged. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and applied more pressure. "Ouch. That hurts. Gu Feng, you're hurting me." Bai Ruoxue withdrew her wrist. But this moment of pain confirmed that she was not dreaming. Gu Feng had indeed obtained a skill that granted magical damage 10. Ecstatic, Bai Ruoxue tightly embraced Gu Feng, pressing her face against his chest. "Gu Feng, this is incredible. As long as you are here, I will be invincible. Gu Feng, I will never leave you. I will not allow you to leave me either. From now on, we shall be inseparably bound teammates. How about I go buy handcuffs and we cuff ourselves together? That way, we will never part." Chapter 38, All Level 20. Bai Ruoxue's enthusiasm left Gu Feng feeling somewhat apprehensive. The need to be handcuffed seemed rather extreme. "Even I, a peculiar individual, find your behavior rather bizarre." Gu Feng gently pushed Bai aside, saying, all right, your excitement is palpable, but please refrain from clinging to me. It's rather warm." Lu Jianyi immediately chimed in, "Indeed. My dear brother clearly enjoys being embraced by me." Bai Ruoxue retorted, with your physique. Are you not worried about overwhelming my dear brother? Lu Jiani cast a disdainful glance at Bai Ruoxue, who was instantly incensed. Bai Daxianzi possessed a perfectly proportioned figure, tall and slender, fit to be a model. However, when compared to Lu Jiani's voluptuous form, she felt somewhat lacking. The reality that people can be compared is indeed infuriating. Though Lu Jiani was somewhat naive, she was acutely aware of her physical advantages and often teased Bai Ruoxue about her figure. Fortunately, Bai Daxianzi was in good spirits today and chose not to retaliate. Lu Jiani clung to Gu Feng's arm, playfully requesting, Dear brother, please show me the skills you've awakened. I am eager to see them. You can look at me however you wish afterward. Ah, even if you don't show me, you are welcome to admire me freely. Gu Feng, feeling rather nonchalant, shared the description of the laziness skill with Lu Jiani. Upon reading it, Lu Jiani's eyes lit up with understanding. I see now. No wonder Bai Ruoxue is so excited. Your laziness skill has propelled her to new heights. With this skill, you shall undoubtedly become a deity among all magic professions. If those mages were to discover this skill, they would flock to you eagerly. Oh, and you have the pride skill as well, making you a deity among physical classes. However, Lu Jiani continued to nuzzle against Gu Feng's arm, declaring, Ultimately, you are still my deity. At that moment, Bai Ruoxue, unable to bear it any longer, pulled Lu Jiani away from Gu Feng, exclaiming, Enough, Lu Jiani. Stop clinging to Gu Feng. He will surely find it bothersome. Lu Jiani huffed, That is not true. My dear brother would never be annoyed with me. With my splendid physique and softness, he must enjoy my embraces. Bai Daxianzi scoffed, Impossible. Gu Feng is not so superficial. Isn't that correct, Gu Feng? Let us continue hunting monsters. Now that we have both reached level 20, we should help Lu Jiani reach the same level. Gu Feng's abrupt topic shift brought a smile to Lu Jiani's face. She once again wrapped her arms around Gu Feng, exclaiming, I knew my dear brother cared for me the most. Bai Ruoxue, did you hear that? Hurry and get back to hunting. Bai Ruoxue turned her face away, choosing to ignore Lu Jiani. However, thanks to the laziness skill, Bai Ruoxue's output had significantly increased. At level 20, she could easily eliminate wild monsters around level 30. Soon, Lu Jiani also reached level 20, acquiring a new skill, Blade Dance, a powerful area of effectability. Overjoyed, Lu Jiani jumped with glee. Her class had high damage output, but lacked large-scale AoE attacks. The introduction of Blade Dance beautifully compensated for this weakness, allowing her to engage in mass monster slaying. Once Lu Jiani reached level 20, the trio decided not to continue grinding levels. They had another important task at hand, the second job advancement quest. The second job advancement is a crucial milestone for any class, as only those at level May 20th proceed. Common classes, such as an ordinary mage, face their first major decision during this advancement: what advanced profession to choose. Mages may choose from Fire Mage, Lightning Mage, Earth Mage, Water Mage, or Wind Mage. Each type specializes in different combat styles. For instance, Fire Mages are the most aggressive, focusing on pure damage output. Lightning Mages offer slightly less damage, but possess control abilities that can inflict paralysis on foes. Earth Mages excel in defense and control. Meanwhile, Wind and Water Mages each have their own unique strengths. In addition to mages, warriors, archers, and priest-like professions also have their own distinctive paths for advancement. Chapter 39. The cosmetic version of Luoyang paper is expensive. For ordinary professions, the second job change is a momentous occasion, as it will determine their future developmental trajectory. However, for Gu Feng and Bai, this transition holds little significance. The reason is simple. Unlike ordinary professions, the progression path for their exceptionally unique hidden classes is nearly singular. Take Bai Ruoxue, for instance, whose class is the Frost Mage. It is evident from her title that she is destined to become an ice-themed spellcaster, thus confining her development within that framework. Consequently, hidden classes tend to approach the second job change with a sense of indifference, viewing it merely as a task to be completed. Nonetheless, whether one belongs to a hidden or an ordinary profession, reaching level 20 typically prompts immediate pursuit of the second job change quest, as it grants additional free attribute points, a chance to enhance one's strength that few would willingly forego. Upon reaching level 20, Gu Feng and his companions promptly returned to Tianyang City. On their way to the job change temple, they were frequently greeted by acquaintances, eager to bask in Gu Feng's burgeoning fame. Although Gu Feng did not recognize them nor wish to, he still responded out of courtesy. Among those who approached, the majority were young women, drawn by the charm of an 18-year-old boy brimming with youthful vigor. Many took great care in their appearance, loitering around Gu Feng's vicinity in hopes of a serendipitous encounter. Some even cleared out multiple cosmetic stores in Tianyang City to prepare themselves, much to the delight of the shop owners. This phenomenon could be considered a modern-day interpretation of Luoyang paper being costly. However, with Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani vigilantly guarding Gu Feng, these young women were thwarted in their pursuits, leading Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani to become the object of scorn among the women of Tianyang City. The trio arrived at the Job Change Temple, which housed several job change arrays. Adventurers merely needed to reach level 20 and step into the array to trigger their second job change quests. Bai Ruoxue was the first to enter the array. In under 10 seconds, she emerged, exclaiming, "That was too easy. My quest is to defeat a level 28 boss, the Shipwreck Lord. It poses no challenge whatsoever." In truth, without Gu Feng's assistance, even Bai Ruoxue, despite being a hidden class, would have needed to strategize to defeat the Shipwreck Lord. However, with Gu Feng by her side, planning seemed unnecessary. His overwhelming damage allowed them to charge in without hesitation, rendering strategy a waste of time. Next was Lu Jiani, whose quest involved slaying a level 28 Fire Lord, which she also found to be quite simple. Finally, it was Gu Feng's turn. Upon his emergence from the job change array, Bai Ruoxue eagerly inquired, "Gu Feng, what is your job change quest?" Gu Feng replied calmly, "I must defeat the level 33 boss, the Zombie King." Bai Ruoxue nodded, "Oh, a level 33 boss. It presents a bit of a challenge, but it's not insurmountable. Let us complete your quest first, then we can tackle mine and Lu Jiani's." In a span of half a day, the trio accomplished their relatively uncomplicated second job change tasks. With the upcoming Tianjin University examinations approaching, they chose not to continue leveling, as it was unlikely they would gain another level. Instead, they decided to rest adequately to prepare for the impending exams. Before parting ways, Bai announced, "I have already purchased the tickets to Tianjin University. Let us meet at the airport around 9 tomorrow morning. Don't forget." Bai Ruoxue had naturally taken on the role of the Group S accountant, managing financial matters with ease. However, her motives were not entirely altruistic. She aimed to cultivate Gu Feng's reliance on her, believing that her diligence and competence would make it difficult for him to part ways with her. She sought to ensure that Gu Feng would feel incapable of moving forward without her. The next day, it was time to board the flight. By around 8:30, Gu Feng arrived at the airport, where he spotted Lu Jiani waving to him from a secluded corner. "Good brother. Over here." Chapter 40. The Journey to the Imperial Examination. In a secluded corner of the airport, Lu Jiani waved at Gu Feng, calling out, "Good brother, over here." Gu Feng approached and remarked, "You've arrived quite early." Lu Jiani chuckled, "Of course. I must arrive early. I can't let my good brother be kept waiting. After all, I am your devoted admirer. It would be unreasonable to make you wait. Have you eaten yet?" Gu Feng nodded, "I have." Lu Jiani rummaged through her bag, producing various snacks. "Would you like a bite? I've prepared plenty for you. Oh, here is a box of milk. Would you like some?" That sounded a bit off. Gu Feng shook his head. "No, thank you." Lu Jiani feigned disappointment. "Not even a sip? My milk is quite sweet, you know." Just as Gu Feng pondered how to respond, Bai Ruoxue arrived. She donned a silver plush vest, exuding elegance, her black heels clicking sharply against the floor. Since there was no need to battle today, Bai Ruoxue had dressed up beautifully, having put considerable effort into her appearance. It was evident whom she had dressed for. Meanwhile, Lu Jiani noticed Bai Ruoxue approaching and exclaimed, "Airport." Bai Ruoxue's previously perfect expression shattered instantly. "Who are you calling an airport?" Just as Bai Ruoxue was about to express her ire, Lu Jiani added, "Bai Ruoxue, you made it to the airport too. Unfortunately, you're the last to arrive." Bai Ruoxue huffed, suppressing her annoyance. Being early or late doesn't matter as long as the flight isn't delayed. "By the way, what were you two chatting about?" Lu Jiani candidly replied, "We were discussing milk." Bai Ruoxue was taken aback. This topic had completely surpassed her threshold of tolerance. "You two can have such a fiery discussion?" But soon, Bai Ruoxue spotted the milk in Lu Jiani's hands and quickly grasped the situation. So it was milk. Lu Jiani could have been clearer. Bai Ruoxue scoffed, taking a seat beside Gu Feng and placing her small bag on her lap. "Gu Feng, I brought snacks. Would you like some? I've got peaches, apples, and oranges." Gu Feng waved his hand. "No need. I'm really full." Once on the plane, the three found themselves seated together in a single row. This was all thanks to Bai Ruoxue's financial prowess. However, she cunningly arranged for Lu Jiani to sit in the corner while she occupied the middle seat, with Gu Feng beside her. This effectively separated Lu Jiani from Gu Feng. Nevertheless, she underestimated Lu Jiany's determination. Lu Jiany insisted on either switching seats or sitting on Gu Feng's lap. Reluctantly, Bai Ruoxue yielded the middle seat to Gu Feng, allowing herself and Lu Jiany to sit on either side of him. The flight was remarkably smooth, and Gu Feng felt drowsy, his eyelids drooping in a state of semi-consciousness. Lu Jiany immediately noticed his condition and said, "Good brother, are you tired? Lean on my shoulder to sleep." In truth, Lu Jiany wished to have him rest in her embrace, as it would be far more comfortable. However, considering the presence of others, she settled for the shoulder instead. Gu Feng waved her off. "No, I'm not that delicate." Lu Jiany pouted. "Good brother, this isn't about being delicate. It's just..." "Oh, I get it. Although I have a nice figure, my shoulder isn't very plush, and I wouldn't want to discomfort you. Yet, I have a solution." Lu Jiany produced a neck pillow and placed it on her shoulder. "Now it's soft. Come, rest your head here." Gu Feng rolled his eyes, retorting, "Why, Lu Jiany? If you brought a neck pillow, why not lend it to me so I can sleep comfortably?" Lu Jiany replied with confidence, "But I want to be close to you. I washed my hair with rose-scented shampoo multiple times yesterday. If you lean on me, it will feel like being in a rose garden, so fragrant." Eventually, Gu Feng succumbed to Lu Jiany's insistence and dozed off beside her. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxue felt a pang of jealousy. This Lu Jiany was utterly shameless, employing all sorts of tactics to cozy up to Gu Feng. The key was Lu Jiany's self-awareness, directly labeling herself as Gu Feng's admirer. Given that title, her flattering behavior seemed entirely justified. Bai Ruoxue, frustrated but unwilling to wake Gu Feng, pulled out a book, attempting to distract herself with its contents. At least, out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, at Tianjin University, in the admissions conference room, sat 2 men and 2 women, all around 50 years old, each exceeding level 60. They were the admissions officers for this session. The lead man, Wang Howie, was a level 67 berserker. The berserker is a variant of the ordinary warrior class. While it may not compare to hidden professions, it certainly surpasses the standard tactical professions. Wang Howie took a sip of tea and slowly stated, "Everyone, tomorrow marks the day of our Tianjin University's admissions examination. I will rely on you all to keep a keen eye out for promising candidates. After all, the quality of a university largely hinges on its student body." In a corner, Zhao Maya, a level 62 lava mage, reassured him, "Don't worry. This isn't our first time handling admissions. However, speaking of promising candidates, I recently heard a rumor. It is said that over in Tianong, an exceptionally outrageous hidden profession has emerged called destiny support. Upon transitioning, they gained a skill that amplifies experience acquisition for themselves and their team by 10. Truly absurd." Wang Howie chuckled. "I've heard about that too. The individual with that hidden profession is likely named Gu Feng. What incredible luck! Just that experience boost is enough for him to soar to great heights. After all, for any professional, who wouldn't want to level up more swiftly? The disparity between individuals can be striking." Zhao Maya laughed. "All right, enough envy. Our professions are also variants, although they don't match hidden professions in power. They are still significantly stronger than ordinary ones. We should be content. Our primary task now isn't to envy others, but to ensure the success of this admissions examination. As everyone knows, the examination arrangements for ordinary and variant professions are straightforward, with standardized guidelines. However, for hidden professions that diverge greatly from ordinary ones, we typically need to craft unique test questions to gauge their potential, which is the most challenging aspect of admissions. If we mess up, it could be quite embarrassing." Just as the 4 were engrossed in conversation, the conference room doors suddenly swung open. An elderly gentleman with graying hair entered the room. Upon seeing him, Wang Howie and a few others immediately stood up to greet him, saying, "Principal, what brings you here?" Indeed, this venerable figure was Peng Yongda, the principal of Tianjin University, now an esteemed level 80 necromancer. Peng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Please, take your seats. I have come to discuss a few matters. This year's admissions are under your purview, correct?" Wang Howie nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Principal. Do you have any directives for us?" Peng replied, "It is not so much a directive as it is a word of caution. Have you heard about Gu Feng from Tianyang City recently?" Wang Howie chuckled. "We were just discussing Gu Feng. He has obtained a destiny support profession that allows him to gain experience points at a rate of 10. Peng stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It is good that you are aware. The destiny support profession is unprecedented. And the fact that he can acquire a buff of 10 experience points immediately upon transitioning speaks volumes about its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, I foresee that he will inevitably awaken even more formidable skills in the future. Such a promising talent must be enrolled in our Tianjin University. Wang Haoyi nodded vigorously. Rest assured, we understand. Peng shot him a stern glance. It is precisely because I am not assured that I have come. Our Tianjin University sets separate examinations for hidden professions to assess the potential of practitioners, yet Gu Feng's potential is already apparent, making further testing unnecessary. Moreover, as a support profession, his combat prowess is likely limited. I worry that if the examination you devise is too challenging, it may dissuade him. Let me be clear. If Gu Feng does not enroll in Tianjin University, then you need not remain here. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what use are you to us? Chapter 42. Not everyone can be a sycophant. Peng Yongda issued a stern directive, and Wang Haoyi and others did not dare to be negligent. They all declared, Principal, rest assured, we will ensure Gu Feng joins Tianjin University, no matter what. Indeed, if he refuses to come, we will bring him by force. Such a promising talent deserves to be ours alone. Peng Yongda nodded in approval. Very well. Make sure to handle this elegantly. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the room. Wang Haoyi let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, it seems Gu Feng is truly remarkable. His potential is so significant that the principal personally came to advise us. This young man is likely to navigate Tianjin University with ease in the future. Meanwhile, that afternoon, Gu Feng, Bai Daxianzi, and Lu Jiani arrived in Tianjin City, hailing a taxi to the hotel they had booked. Upon reaching the front desk, Bai Ruoxue collected 3 room keys from the receptionist and distributed one to Gu Feng and Lu Jiani each. As they made their way to their rooms, Lu Jiani, glancing at her room key, expressed her discontent. Bai Ruoxue, why did you book 3 rooms? Isn't that a waste of money? 2 rooms are more than sufficient. Bai replied, how can 3 people stay in just 2 rooms? Lu Jiani retorted, of course, you should have 1 room to yourself, while my dear brother and I share another. Think about it. In this unfamiliar Tianjin city, what if my brother suffers from the local climate? What if he cannot sleep because of the unfamiliar bed? I must be there to comfort him. Besides, he needs to brush his teeth and wash his face. How exhausting that must be. With me around, he wouldn't have to lift a finger. I'll take care of everything. I guarantee he will be utterly comfortable. Bai Ruoxue huffed. Lu Jiani, you're being utterly ridiculous. You're such a sycophant. Lu Jiani, unfazed, boldly declared. So what if I am? Many would wish to be a sycophant to my brother, but cannot. Do you believe that if my brother were to reveal his skills, those eager to team up with him would queue all the way from here to Tianjin University and back? Bai sighed, acknowledging the truth in Lu Jiani's words. If Gu Feng were to unreservedly disclose his abilities, the number of individuals wanting to team up with him would indeed overflow the hotel. With 10-fold experience, 10-fold critical damage, 10-fold loot drop rate, 10-fold physical damage, and 10-fold magical damage bonuses, who wouldn't be driven mad by such prospects? Although Bai Daxianzi found Lu Jiani's reasoning sound, she was reluctant to agree and instead forcefully shifted the topic. Lu Jiani, sharing a room with Gu Feng will certainly disturb his rest. I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. You must obediently go to your own room. Lu Jiani made a face at Bai Ruoxue. Jealous women are truly terrifying. Bai Ruoxue's anger flared, and she coldly retorted, do you want to fight, Lu? Lu Jiani cheerfully ran to Gu Feng's side. I wouldn't dream of it. I don't want my brother to think I'm one to turn on my teammates. I will only take action against monsters and my brother's foes. The following day, after finishing breakfast at the hotel, the trio took a taxi to Tianjin University. By that time, the university was nearly ready for enrollment. A magical array had been set up at the entrance, where a teacher stood beside it. All candidates here for the examination, please step through this magical array. It will display your level. Students below level 14, kindly leave. Thank you for your cooperation. Gu Feng and his companions would never dream of cutting in line. They joined the queue at the back, patiently awaiting their turn. During their wait, Gu Feng witnessed several comical scenes. One student was throwing a tantrum in front of the magical array, exclaiming, I'm just 10 short of reaching level 14. Can't you make an exception? It's only 10. The enrollment teacher shook his head. Rules are rules. Anyone below level 14 cannot enter Tianjin University. The student shouted, does bending the rules really hurt anyone? Rules are rigid. But people are flexible. The teacher, tired of the argument, summoned 2 security guards. Take him away. The 2 guards, both over level 40, easily overpowered the level 13 student. As he was dragged away, he shouted, you can't treat me this way. I have limitless potential. You will regret this. Chapter 43, Absurd Levels. Though there had been 2 or 3 instances of individuals attempting to breach Tianjin University despite insufficient levels, they were invariably thwarted by the seasoned admissions officers. After all, a group of practitioners barely in their teens could hardly contend with such veterans. Soon, it was Gu Feng and his companion's turn. Gu Feng stepped into the magic array, which displayed the number 20. Clearly, 20 exceeds 14, a simple arithmetic that should pose no challenge. Upon completing the level assessment, Gu Feng was about to proceed into Tianjin University when an admissions officer halted him, exclaiming, "Wait, don't go just yet." Gu Feng turned, puzzled. "Is there something wrong? My level should be above 14, right?" The officer furrowed his brow and replied, "What I need to discuss is indeed about your level. It seems rather outrageous. It has only been a little over 10 days since your job change. How could you possibly have reached level 20, even if you were consuming double experience potions? It shouldn't be feasible. Please walk through the array again. I suspect there may be an error." Gu Feng shrugged and walked through the array once more, which still displayed the number 20. The admissions officer, now perplexed, asked, "Is it truly level 20? Let me give it a try." The officer stepped into the array, which revealed the number 45. "Indeed, my level is 45. The array is functioning correctly. But how can you be at level 20? This is exceedingly outrageous." Gu Feng, disinterested in explanations, replied, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The officer shook his head, muttering to himself, "Perhaps this fellow is some sort of prodigy. Never mind him for now." He returned to the array, calling out, "Next." Lu Jianyi stepped into the array, and yet again, the number 20 appeared. The admissions officer was utterly flabbergasted. "You are also level 20. How can this be? In previous admissions, encountering a level 17 individual was already impressive. How is it that this cohort boasts level 20 candidates? How could you also achieve level 20? Lu Jianyi calmly pointed to Gu Feng, saying, "It's quite normal. As my esteemed brother and I are on the same team, we both reached level 20. With that, she went to join Gu Feng. Next came by Ruoxue for her level assessment. When the magic array again displayed the number 20, the admissions officer felt a sense of numbness. What an astonishing cohort of talents this year. Once everyone had completed their assessments, the officer gathered the students and announced, "Well, each of you has achieved levels exceeding 14, signifying your preliminary eligibility to join Tianjin University. The next step involves the crucial practical test. Here, we will evaluate your combat awareness. Those who do not meet the standards will still be eliminated. Please remain vigilant. Students of ordinary and variant professions, please follow me. We have set up a practical testing ground for you. Those of hidden professions, please accompany Teacher Gu to the gymnasium, where tailored assessments await you." Most students followed the admissions officer, leaving only a couple dozen trailing behind Teacher Gu as they approached the gymnasium. Clearing his throat, Teacher Gu slowly addressed the assembly. "All of you are hidden profession students, and I trust you take great pride in that. However, the uniqueness of hidden professions means your assessments will be equally unique. Historically, a few hidden profession students do not make the cut each year, so do not let your guard down. I will now announce your examination process. Within the gymnasium before you lies a large monster summoning array capable of generating wild creatures and bosses ranging from levels 1 to 40. However, these creatures will not yield experience or loot. They are solely for training purposes. Each of you will enter the gymnasium one by one. At the entrance, several teachers will assign you individualized tasks based on your profession and level. Upon completion of your tasks, you will pass the exam and gain entry to Tianjin University. After outlining the exam process, Teacher Gu instructed, form a line and enter the gymnasium one at a time. The next may only enter once the previous has completed their assessment. Gu Feng and his companions stood at the end of the line. With Gu Feng at the very back, Lu Jianyi second to last, and by Ruoxue third from the end. The hidden profession students completed their assessments relatively quickly, finishing in just over an hour. Only one individual was dismissed, while the rest succeeded. Finally, it was by Ruoxue's turn. With her skeletal staff in hand, she strode confidently toward the gymnasium. Upon entering, she noticed a few tables near the entrance where 2 men and 2 women sat. These were Wang Haoyi and his colleagues. Initially, they were meant to split their group to oversee the ordinary profession candidates, but this examination was particularly crucial. If they failed to admit Gu Feng, they too would face expulsion from Tianjin University. After some deliberation, they concluded that the ordinary candidates would likely pose no significant issues and assigned a younger teacher to oversee them, while the 4 of them focused on the hidden profession candidates. However, Wang Haoyi was puzzled. Around 20 hidden profession students had already completed their assessments. Yet Gu Feng had yet to appear. According to the registration, Gu Feng was confirmed to attend. Wang Hao grew increasingly anxious if Gu Feng truly did not show. He could not bear the principal's wrath. He could only hope that Gu Feng would arrive soon. At that moment, Wang Hao noticed that the next candidate was not Gu Feng but a woman, causing him to furrow his brow. So, has Gu Feng arrived or not? Could he be absent? With a sigh, he maintained his composure. Candidate, please state your name, level, and profession. Bai Ruoxue replied calmly, my name is Bai Ruoxue, level 20. Profession, Ice Sorceress. Wang Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. What? You claim to be level 20? Impossible. You became a practitioner only about 10 days ago. How could you reach level 20? Bai Ruoxue reiterated, I am indeed level 20. Wang Hao, not pressing further, shrugged. Very well. You are a level 20 Ice Sorceress. Let me think. The Ice Sorceress is a mage specializing in ice magic, particularly adept at area damage. Coupled with your level, your task is to eliminate 10 Razor Manuses of level 27 within 10 minutes. Though the Ice Sorceress is a hidden profession, it is not unprecedented. A few individuals in history have attained it, allowing Wang Hao to quickly devise a suitable task. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 Manuses appeared in the center of the gymnasium's array. These Manuses stood as tall as a person, their forelimbs adorned with razor-sharp blades. Without wasting a moment, Bai Ruoxue prepared to engage the creatures, but before she could step into the array, she was abruptly ejected. Excuse me, what just happened? Bai Ruoxue frowned. Wang Hao pondered for a moment and remarked, you must be in a team state. This magical formation can only be accessed when one is not part of a team. Bai Ruoxue suddenly realized that since the day she teamed up with Gu Feng, she had not dissolved that team state. In fact, it had become so habitual that she had forgotten she was even in a team. Consequently, she temporarily withdrew from the group and successfully entered the magical formation. The enchanting by Daxian first activated her skill, Absolute Ice Domain, which would enhance her subsequent skill damage by 30. Following that, Bai Ruoxue unleashed a bitter wind and snow attack towards the Razor Mantis. The numbers erupted chaotically above the Razor Mantis's head, and within mere seconds, their health plummeted to the brink of collapse. Nearby, Zhao Maya, a fellow mage and instructor, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, truly worthy of the hidden class, the Ice Sorceress. Her 80 damage output is simply off the charts. However, within the formation, Bai Ruoxue sulkily murmured, my damage output is rather low, isn't it? How could it be so minimal? Indeed, without Gu Feng's tenfold magical damage boost, my output seems insufficient. It was entirely reasonable for Bai Ruoxue to feel this way. When she was in a team with Gu Feng, her damage was so high that it was incomprehensible. Now that she had returned to normalcy after leaving the team, it was natural for her to perceive her damage as lacking. It was akin to someone who previously earned 10,000 a day now being reduced to a mere 1,000. They would undoubtedly find it unsatisfactory. Chapter 45. Undoubtedly, I treat you better. Although Bai Ruoxue believed her damage output was low, in reality, it was quite remarkable. With her excellent gear and the advantages of her hidden class, before the 10-second duration of her skill, Piercing Frost and Snow, had concluded, all the Razor Mantis had already been vanquished. Wang Hao nodded and said, congratulations, Bai Ruoxue. You have passed the exam. You may leave now. Bai Ruoxue exited the gymnasium and approached Gu Feng and Lu Jiani, who were still queuing outside. Before she got too close, Bai Daxianzi overheard Lu Jiani fabricating tales about her. Good brother, have you seen the list of team members? Bai Ruoxue has withdrawn. Perhaps she wishes to fly solo. How wicked. Unlike me, who only feels pity for my good brother. Bai Ruoxue playfully tapped Lu Jiani's head, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? I could never go solo. I withdrew from the team because the exam required me to be in a non-team state. Do you think I wanted to leave the team? Stop fabricating stories about me. Lu Jiani, it's your turn to take the exam now. By the way, don't forget to disband your team before the test. Lu Jiani pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction, but I don't want to leave my good brother's team. I would perish without him. How about this? I could forego the exam, and then I wouldn't have to leave my good brother's team. Gu Feng ruffled Lu Jiani's hair, urging her, hurry and take the exam. If you don't, you won't be able to attend the same university as me in the future. Lu Jiani suddenly realized, you're right, good brother. You're so clever. For the sake of attending the same university as you, I can endure a temporary departure from the team. All right, good brother, I shall go take the exam now. Wait for me here. Don't go anywhere. I want to see you the moment I return. Otherwise, I will miss you terribly. Reluctantly, Lu Jiani left Gu Feng and headed towards the gymnasium. Wang Hao looked at the new examinee and inquired, name, level, and class. Lu Jiani, level 20, see a sword fairy. She replied, Wang Haoyi was somewhat surprised. Another level 20 candidate. Wait a moment, the frost mage you just mentioned wouldn't he be training with you, would she? Lu Jianyi, slightly impatient, replied, yes, I know her. Enough of this chatter. Hurry up and give me the exam questions. There are others waiting for me outside. Wang Haoyi stated directly. Your class is CS Sword Fairy, which specializes in small area and single target damage. Your task is to defeat the level 29 boss, the mechanized golem. A mechanized golem appeared at the center of the gym's magic array, and Lu Jianyi immediately drew her weapon and charged forward. She unleashed a series of attacks: New Moon Slash, Half Moon Slash, and Full Moon Slash. Damage numbers floated above the golem's head. After using Full Moon Slash, her New Moon Slash was ready again. Lu Jianyi executed another New Moon Slash, immediately following up with the Blood Moon Assassination skill she acquired at level 15. The level 29 boss's health plummeted like a waterfall. Among the 4 teachers, the female instructor, Zhang Ziding, who was a magic swordswoman, nodded in approval. The CS Sword Fairy truly lives up to the records. Her skill cooldowns are remarkably short. This candidate has relied solely on skills throughout the battle, never resorting to basic attacks. The CS Sword Fairy is not to be underestimated. However, as Lu Jianyi battled, she couldn't help but feel the same sentiment as by Ruash Yue. My damage is so low. Without my good brother's impressive skill damage boost, my output is truly disheartening. Oh dear, good brother, I must follow you to the ends of the earth. I simply cannot live without you. My heart has transformed into the shape of my good brother. In approximately a minute, Lu Jianyi dispatched the level 29 boss, the mechanized puppet. She sheathed her weapon and, upon hearing the teacher announce her success in the exam, dashed out of the gymnasium toward Gu Feng. She then heard by Ruash Yue's voice, Gu Feng. Although Lu Jianyi claims to lower her stance and portrays herself as a sycophant, in truth, I treat you infinitely better. After all, I was the one who met you first. Chapter 46. The fragrance of shower gel. Upon hearing Bai's words, Lu Jianyi abruptly lunged into Gu Feng's embrace, fiercely wrapping her arms around him. With an indignant tone, she turned her head and exclaimed, Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean you treat good brother better? Clearly, I care for him the most. Bai replied, I'm merely stating the truth. It is evident that I can assist Gu Feng with more matters. Furthermore, you shouldn't cling to him the moment we meet. It will only cause him distress. Lu Jianyi huffed, not at all. Good brother definitely enjoys being held by me. To achieve this, I make sure to bathe several times a day and apply shower gel repeatedly. Also that he can savor my delightful fragrance when he embraces me. Good brother. Tell me, can you not smell the essence of the shower gel on me? Gu Feng gently tapped Lu Jianyi's head and said, All right, enough of the commotion. I still need to attend the assessment. Lu Jianyi reluctantly released him, saying, I wish you a triumphant start, swift success, and a flourishing martial career. However, since Bai Ruash Yue managed to pass the assessment, I am certain you will have no issues at all. Gu Feng first exited the team formation before stepping into the gymnasium. At that moment, Wang Haoyi lay sprawled over the table, his expression one of despair. With so many candidates having completed their assessments, why had Gu Feng still not arrived? Could it be that he truly hadn't come? This was critical for his job security. Just as Wang Haoyi wallowed in his thoughts, Gu Feng entered. Instinctively, Wang Haoyi asked, name, level, and profession. Gu Feng replied in a rather indifferent tone, Gu Feng, level 20, profession, fate support. Wang Haoyi exclaimed, Gu Feng, wait a moment. You mean to say your name is Gu Feng? Wang Haoyi shot up, staring at Gu Feng with wide eyes. In the next instant, tears of joy streamed down his face. Indeed, this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the Gu Feng from the news. Without a doubt, it was him. Wang Haoyi's feelings could be summed up in one phrase. Why did you only arrive now? Gu Feng furrowed his brow, puzzled. Is there something wrong with my name? Wang Haoyi hastily waved his hand. No problem, no problem. I was merely taken aback because I had heard your name in the news before. If I may confirm, Gu Feng, you are from Tianyang's Fuxing High School, correct? Gu Feng nodded. Wang Haoyi exhaled in relief. Then there is no issue. Since you are here for the assessment, let me think of a suitable question for you. Wang Haoyi momentarily faltered. The previous hidden professionals had occupations that had appeared in history multiple times, allowing him to quickly deduce their characteristics and formulate questions. However, Gu Feng's hidden profession, fate support, was unprecedented. Apart from knowing that Gu Feng possessed a skill that granted a 10 experience boost, he had no further understanding. How could he craft a question for Gu Feng? Wang Haoyi cautiously inquired, Gu Feng, could you show me your professional skills? After all, I am almost entirely unfamiliar with your profession, and to create a question, I must first grasp its general characteristics. Wang Haoi's request was quite reasonable. So Gu Feng added him as a friend and shared his skills. Even though he was already aware that Gu Feng had a skill that increased experience gain for himself and teammates by 10, he was still taken aback upon reading the description of greed. 10 drop rate reduction, 10% experience gain. This was utterly ridiculous. As he continued to examine Gu Feng's other skills, he found greed, which reduced drop rates by 10, rage, which increased critical damage by 10, pride, which boosted physical damage by 10, and laziness, which enhanced magical damage by 10. Wang Haoi's astonishment grew with every skill he reviewed, leaving him in disbelief. It felt as though he was not examining Gu Feng's skills, but rather classified documents concerning an alien invasion plan. After perusing Gu Feng's skills, Wang Haoi slammed his head onto the table, frustrated, and shouted, "How can the disparity between people be this vast? There must be something wrong with this world. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous profession exist?" Chapter 47. Is this exam question not excessively simplistic? Upon hearing Wang Haoi's lament filled with envy and resentment, the other 3 teachers responsible for crafting the questions approached him, inquiring, "Wang Haoi, what troubles you? Your tone is rife with jealousy. Surely, you anticipated the existence of skills with a value of 10 experience points. Why the jealousy?" One added, "Come now, don't disgrace us as teachers." Wang Haoi forced a bitter smile. "Disgrace? Do you think I wish to be humiliated? It's primarily due to that fellow Gu Feng. Aside from possessing a skill that grants 10 experience points, he has other skills that are equally impressive, if not superior. You may see for yourselves." He continued, Gu Feng, these are my colleagues, also tasked with formulating exam questions. Would you mind showcasing your skills to them?" Gu Feng shrugged, "Sure." Wang Haoi proceeded to share the descriptions of Gu Feng's skills with Zhao Maya and the others, eagerly awaiting their reactions. As anticipated, their expressions mirrored his own astonishment upon viewing Gu Feng's skills. "My goodness! What is this? A 10-fold increase in loot drop rate. With this skill, defeating those bosses would be a breeze. Physical damage of 10. Such a skill can truly exist in this world. Magical damage of 10. This would surely make any mage envious." Wang Haoi chuckled, observing the trio. "See? Your reactions aren't much better than mine. Ultimately, this isn't our fault. It's simply that Gu Feng's skills are too astonishing." At that moment, Wang Haoi comprehended why the principal had issued a stern directive to recruit Gu Feng into Tianjin University. Such a prodigious talent, if not recruited, would represent a significant loss for the institution. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Wang Haoi when the principal had spoken of fervently recruiting Gu Feng. He likely was unaware of Gu Feng's extraordinary skills that could amplify loot drop rates and damage tenfold. Had the principal known, he would have personally rushed to Tianyang that very day to recruit Gu Feng himself. Wang Haoi envisioned the uproar Gu Feng's skills would undoubtedly incite at Tianjin University, with countless individuals vying to join his team, potentially resulting in fierce competition. While the 4 teachers were momentarily stunned by Gu Feng's skills, he broke the silence, saying, "I say, esteemed teachers, is it not time to administer my exam?" Wang Haoi, jolted from his reverie, replied, "Ah, yes indeed. My apologies for wasting your time. Let me think. Given that you are currently at level 20, with a profession centered around buff skills as a destined support, I have made a decision. Your exam question is to defeat 10 level 10 mutated lions within a time limit of 10. No, half an hour." Upon hearing the exam question, Gu Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Was this truly a question? It felt more like a jest. After all, he was a level 20 practitioner. While he lacked direct offensive skills, the physical damage of 10 from his prideful skills already placed his output above that of ordinary practitioners. Coupled with his equipment, which included premium items obtained from Bidaxianzi's weapon shop, including silver gear, facing a pack of level 10 mutated lions within a half-hour limit seemed to be an exercise in futility, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito or employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was almost laughably simplistic. However, at that moment, one of the 2 male teachers in the group, the most composed among them, Song Hongha, suddenly tugged at Wang Haoi's arm, whispering, "Come with me." Then turning to Gu Feng, he added, "Please hold off on the exam for now. We need to discuss your question further." Once outside, Song Hongha quietly admonished, "Wang Haoi, what kind of question did you formulate?" Wang Haoi scratched his head. "Do you think the question I posed is too simple?" Song Hongha could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Simple? Nonsense. You clearly made it too difficult." Wang Haoi was left dumbfounded. Chapter 48. We must enroll Gu Feng in our school. Wang Haoi appeared utterly bewildered. "Song Hongha, what are you saying? Are you suggesting I made the exam too difficult? Are you certain? The task I set was for Gu Feng to defeat 10 level 10 wild beasts. which are merely ordinary creatures with a time limit of half an hour. Given Gu Feng's level 20, it should be relatively straightforward for him to handle level 10 monsters. Don't you think? Not to mention, Gu Feng possesses skills that deal 10 points of damage. Song Honghe frowned and replied, Wang Howie, why can't you think a bit deeper? Yes, on paper, Gu Feng should have no trouble with the level 10 demonized lions. But consider his profession, he doesn't need to engage in combat. So his battle instincts may not be as developed. What if, hypothetically, his lack of combat awareness results in him failing to defeat the demonized lions? The principal would undoubtedly have your hide. Wang Howie quickly realized his oversight. You're right. How could I have overlooked the aspect of battle awareness? To ensure Gu Feng passes the assessment without fail, shall we lower the exam to 10 level 6 demonized rhinos? Song Honghe shook his head. That's still too high. I suggest we change it to 10 level 3 demonized pangolins. Wang Howie nodded in agreement. You are correct. Level 3 monsters are much safer. Thank you, my friend. If it weren't for your insight, I could have made a grave mistake. I'll treat you to a foot massage sometime. Song Honghe smiled. It's no trouble at all. I'm not just helping you, but also myself. If Gu Feng fails the assessment, I would also face repercussions. Let us head back to the gym and not keep Gu Feng waiting. At that moment, the entire Tianjin University needed to regard Gu Feng with utmost reverence. Upon returning to the gym, Wang Howie sat back down in his chair, cleared his throat, and addressed Gu Feng. Gu Feng, I just conferred with Teacher Song, and we feel it is necessary to revise your exam. Gu Feng had no objections, as the previous task was far too simple. Asking him to confront level 10 demonized lions was akin to requiring a PhD student to take a third-grade exam, utterly devoid of any evaluative significance. Wang Howie continued. We have decided to adjust your exam to 10 level 3 demonized pangolins, with the same half-hour time limit. For a moment, Gu Feng thought he had misheard. You mean to say I should confront level 3 demonized pangolins? Are you sure? Wang Howie cautiously replied. Is the level of the monsters still a bit high? If so, we can lower it further. How about facing 2 level 2 demonized bunny rabbits? Gu Feng rolled his eyes. It's not that the monsters are too high. They are far too low. Asking me to deal with level 3 demonized pangolins seems like overkill. Defeating level 3 monsters is exceedingly easy for me. Wang Howie chuckled. No worries. As your teacher, I believe level 3 demonized pangolins are perfectly suited for this assessment. Most appropriate indeed. Wouldn't you agree? He turned to the other 3 teachers, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Absolutely. This is the most fitting exam I have seen in my years of teaching. Gu Feng, please do not question our professional judgment. We have been teachers for many years and know precisely what type of questions suit each student. Gu Feng held his head in his hands, too weary to argue further. Given the simplicity of the exam set forth by Wang Howie and the others, he saw no reason to object. He retrieved his level 20 weapon, the Hurricane Longsword, from his inventory and stated, Fine, since you have established this exam, let it be so. Summon the wild beasts. Wang Howie hurriedly activated the magic circle in the center of the gym, and in an instant, 10 demonized pangolins appeared. Gu Feng hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and approached the demonized pangolins. Dealing with such level 3 creatures was almost too simple for him. He swiftly pierced the nearest pangolin with his sword, and with the 10-fold physical damage and the bonus of 50 free attribute points gained with each level, the damage displayed as 0, completely depleting its health. This particular pangolin had fulfilled its life's purpose as a level 3 monster, being instantaneously defeated with a damage output of 0. In the span of 2 to 3 minutes, Gu Feng had dispatched all the demonized pangolins. He turned to Wang Howie and the others and inquired, Have I now passed the assessment? He observed the expressions of the 4 teachers, who looked as if they had narrowly escaped a dire fate, their faces brimming with relief. They continuously congratulated him, exclaiming, Congratulations, Gu Feng. You have passed the assessment. You are now a member of Tianjin University. How wonderful. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Gu Feng was perplexed as to why his passing brought such jubilation to Wang Howie and the others, who appeared as if they were celebrating a festival. Were teachers nowadays so invested in their students' welfare? However, he chose not to dwell on it and simply said, I shall take my leave now. Wang Howie nodded. Take care. Don't forget to report to school tomorrow. As Gu Feng exited the gym, Lu Jianyi rushed up to him. Good brother. Good brother. How did the exam go? Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, I passed. Lu Jianyi grinned. I knew you would have no issues. If those teachers dared to deny you, I would have burned down the gym. Was the exam difficult? Gu Feng was at a loss for words. It felt more like play than an actual exam. Not difficult, quite simple, actually. Now that we've completed our assessments, let us leave Tianjin University. The trio departed from Tianjin University, enjoying a leisurely lunch, followed by a brief exploration of Tianjin City. They concluded their day with dinner before hailing a taxi back to their hotel. Bai Daxian led the way to their rooms. Let us rest well. We had a long day, and tomorrow we still need to report to Tianjin University. Lu Jiani chimed in. Yes, let us rest well. As she spoke, she trailed behind Gu Feng until they reached his room. Bai Ruoxue swiftly pulled Lu Jiani aside and asked, "What do you think you're doing? Are you planning to follow Gu Feng into his room?" Lu Jiani replied unabashedly, "Of course. Just think about it. After today's exam, he must be exhausted. I'm going to give him a back rub, wash his feet, and help him unwind. That way, he can enjoy a perfect night's sleep. Sleep is incredibly important. Poor sleep can lead to breakouts, and I cannot bear to see my good brother suffer from acne." Bai Ruoxue coldly retorted. "You always come up with the most absurd excuses. Does Gu Feng really need your back rubs? Gu Feng is indeed capable of taking care of himself and does not require your interference." In truth, Bai Daxianzi had another thought lingering in her heart. Even if Gu Feng needed assistance with his back, it should be her doing. Lu Jiani shot a glare at Bai Ruoxue, exclaiming, "Bai Ruoxue, you clearly lack the courage to lower your pride, yet you attempt to obstruct my closeness with my dear brother. How wicked of you." Bai Ruoxue sprang up as if her tail had been stepped on, retorting, "What did you say? I am not as shameless as you. In any case, as long as I am present, I shall not allow you to disturb Gu Feng." The farcical spectacle concluded as swiftly as it began. And upon realizing she truly could not enter Gu Feng's room, Lu Jiani begrudgingly returned to her side. Gu Feng quietly retreated to his room. Sitting on the bed in a daze, he felt no fatigue, having accomplished little throughout the day. With no other option, he turned on the television to watch a program. Now, let us return to Tianjin University. On the afternoon of the entrance examination, the 4 admission officers, Wang Haoyi, Song Honghe, Zhao Maya, and Zhang Ziding, gathered once more in the admissions office to deliberate on the examination matters. Wang Haoyi let out a long breath, stating, "The admissions process is nearly complete." Having served as an admissions officer multiple times before, Wang Haoyi had never experienced a year as thrilling as this one. In previous years, being an admissions officer merely entailed exhaustion, nothing more. However, this year was fraught with the risk of dismissal. Fortunately, Wang Haoyi successfully admitted Gu Feng to Tianjin University, thus preserving his own position. He felt a genuine sense of relief. This year's admission process has been exceptionally challenging. The 3 others nodded in agreement. While they were engaged in discussion, the office doors swung open once more, and the university president, Peng Yongde, entered. He began, "Thank you for your hard work, teachers. How has the admissions process been progressing?" Wang Haoyi responded with a smile. "It has not been burdensome. It is all for the sake of Tianjin University. The admissions affairs are nearly concluded." Peng Yongde nodded in approval. "That's good to hear. By the way, you haven't forgotten my previous instructions, have you? Was Gu Feng admitted successfully?" Wang Haoyi patted his chest, declaring, "How could we forget the president's instructions? Gu Feng has successfully become a member of Tianjin University. I must say, you have a keen eye for talent, President. Gu Feng is indeed an exceptional candidate." Wang Haoyi's tone was filled with admiration, tinged with envy. Peng Yongde astutely sensed Wang Haoyi's emotions and inquired, "Wang, it seems you harbor some envy towards Gu Feng." Wang Haoyi chuckled bitterly. "I wouldn't call it envy. Merely a reflection on the vast differences between professionals. I once believed myself a unique practitioner, surpassing the majority, and felt a sense of pride. Yet, compared to a true genius, I am but a novice." Song Honghe added, "My thoughts align with Wang's. President, as you know, my profession is a hidden one. But today I realize the disparities that exist even among those who share the same classification." Peng Yongde furrowed his brow. "Your tone suggests you've experienced some revelation. Have you encountered any challenges?" Wang Haoyi did not respond directly but handed Peng Yongde a document containing Gu Feng's skill list. "President, take a look for yourself. This is Gu Feng's skill inventory." Peng Yongde examined the skills thoroughly, then exclaimed in astonishment, "What? I anticipated that Gu Feng would gradually awaken numerous powerful skills, but these are simply extraordinary. In my 60-plus years, I have never encountered such incredible abilities. The prowess of the destiny support profession truly surpasses all my expectations. Had I known his skills were this remarkable, I would have flown to Tianjin City to personally recruit him for our university. Fortunately, he ultimately joined Tianjin University." Peng Yongde felt a twinge of fear. Had they failed to secure Gu Feng's admission, the university would have been left regretting their oversight. Contemplating this, he quickly added, "By the way, Wang Haoyi, tomorrow marks the day for new students to report, right? As per tradition, they will need to pay a certain amount for tuition, accommodation, and other fees. Please inform the staff handling these fees to waive all costs for Gu Feng. Not a single coin should be collected. We must ensure Gu Feng feels the university's commitment to him. Given his exceptional capabilities, other universities may desperately try to recruit him. I sense that once they discover the strength of Gu Feng's skills, they will undoubtedly attempt to poach him. We absolutely cannot allow that to happen. We must demonstrate to Gu Feng that Tianjin University is the institution that values him the most. We are the ideal stage for him to showcase his talents. You need to go speak to the fee-collecting staff. No, go now and speak to them. Immediately. Wang Hui nodded. Rest assured, President. I will take care of it right away. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to compete with Tianjin University for students. The next day, at the hotel, Gu Feng and his companions were enjoying breakfast in the lobby. Lu Jianyi picked the bacon out of her sandwich and placed it on Gu Feng's plate, saying, "Good brother, you should eat this." Before Gu Feng could respond, Bai Daxianzi interjected, "Lu Jianyi, just eat your own. Our team is well off. If Gu Feng desires bacon, he can purchase as much as he wants." As she spoke, Bai Daxianzi offered her bowl of oatmeal to Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, drink this. I just cooled it down. And it's at the perfect temperature now." Gu Feng looked at Bai, indicating that their team certainly had enough funds for oatmeal. Bai replied, "Well, Gu Feng, I haven't tasted this oatmeal. I merely cooled it for you, so please don't be picky. Or do you think what I've tasted is better? If that's your preference, then I can only." Bai Ruoxue took the oatmeal intended for Gu Feng and was about to imprint her lips on it. Thankfully, Gu Feng intercepted her, saying, "No need. I prefer something that hasn't been tasted by anyone." "Oh," Bai Daxianzi responded, her tone laced with disappointment. After breakfast, the trio hailed a taxi to Tianjin University, where Bai Ruoxue, serving as the team manager, had already gathered all necessary information. Today, there were 3 tasks to accomplish. Firstly, they needed to pay the fees. The annual tuition for each student at Tianjin University is 00 gold coins, with an additional 0 coins for miscellaneous fees and accommodation costs. Tianjin University offers single, double, and quadruple rooms. Single rooms at 00 per year, double rooms at 0, and quadruple rooms at 0. Since their team was financially secure, they decided to book 3 single rooms. Lu Jianyi pouted. "Wait, can't I share a double room with my good brother?" Bai Ruoxue shot her a glare. That arrangement simply doesn't exist. Which university would allow mixed-gender accommodations? Lu Jianyi huffed. Tianjin University is nothing extraordinary. Bai Shax, directly accompanied by 2 individuals, arrived at the payment counter. "You two wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly after settling a payment." Lu Jianyi, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "Mind your own business. I am destined to be with my dear brother, a perfect match for eternity. How could we ever tire of each other?" Bai Ruoxue, disinclined to engage further, understood that Lu Jianyi would not overstep boundaries in public. Within 10 minutes, Bai Ruoxue returned from the payment area, her expression somewhat peculiar. Lu Jianyi inquired, "You've completed the payment, right? Our team has spent around 80 to 90,000 gold coins this time." Bai Ruoxue, "Charge the 3,000 gold coins that my dear brother should have paid entirely to my account. From now on, I shall bear all his expenses. My wealth is his. My sword is his, and I am his sword," Lu Jianyi proclaimed, unabashedly playing the devoted admirer. Bai Ruoxue shook her head. "There is no need for you to cover for Gu Feng." Upon hearing his name, the official at the payment counter informed me that all of Gu Feng's tuition, miscellaneous fees, and accommodation costs have been waived under the directive of the university's higher-ups. It seems Tianjin University recognizes Gu Feng's exceptional potential and is attempting to curry favor with him. Is Tianjin University now also vying to be Gu Feng's devoted follower? Upon hearing this, Lu Jianyi immediately became anxious. "That won't do. My brother can only have one devoted admirer, me. Please, my dear brother, do not allow anyone else to take that role. I promise to be more devoted than anyone else." Gu Feng rolled his eyes and commented, "Lu Jianyi, don't be ridiculous. How could an entire university be my admirer? That's an exaggeration. However, I did showcase my skills to a few evaluators yesterday, which likely explains today's circumstances. Regardless, it's in line with my expectations. It's better that Tianjin University doesn't charge us, saving us a considerable sum. Let us go. Our next destination is the conference hall for the freshman welcome meeting." The trio made their way to the grand exhibition hall, where they settled into 3 seats toward the back. After about an hour, a teacher with slicked back hair approached the podium. "Welcome, new students. My name is Zhao. You may call me Teacher Zhao. Today, I am here to conduct your welcome meeting and elucidate the regulations at Tianjin University. Trust me, enrolling here is undoubtedly the wisest choice you have made. Special offers on books during Duanwu Festival. VIP points bonus. It was evident that regardless of the university, the welcome speeches were remarkably similar, extolling the virtues of their institution. Gu Feng felt compelled to voice his exasperation. I've already enrolled, so naturally. There's no turning back. Can we discuss something of substance? Fortunately, Teacher Zhao was pragmatic. After a brief introduction, he proceeded to address two critical matters. The first was the curriculum. The academy offers two types of courses. The first, theoretical courses, will feature instructors sharing career experiences pertinent to your professions. After the meeting, everyone should visit the university's official website to select courses based on their professions. The second type pertains to practical courses, which will become clearer in due time. The second point, which should be of utmost concern to you, is that our academy operates on a points system. Students can earn points by completing tasks issued by the school. These points are highly versatile within the university, allowing for exchanges of equipment, items, and even private concoctions from the university's blacksmiths or alchemists. Points essentially serve as currency within Tianjin University. Furthermore, they can be traded among students. Lastly, in addition to completing tasks, excelling in both theoretical and practical courses will also yield substantial points. Thus, do not neglect your studies. That's all for now. After the meeting, don't forget to select your courses online, and then you may move into the dormitories at Tianjin University. Exiting the exhibition hall, the trio returned to their hotel before gathering in Gu Feng's room. Gu Feng took out his laptop and handed it to Bai Ruxue, saying, "Let us select our courses first, and then we can pack our belongings to move to Tianjin University." Bai Ruxue nodded, powered on the laptop, and upon logging into the course selection page, murmured, "I will certainly choose courses related to the mage class." Lu Jiani, I presume you will select the warrior class? Lu Jiani tilted her head and queried, "Does Tianjin University offer a course in devoted admiration?" Bai Ruxue replied, "How could there be such a course? Besides, you are already quite the devoted admirer. Do you really need further education?" Lu Jiani proudly declared, "The path of devotion knows no bounds. My lifelong goal is to ensure my dear brother is thoroughly delighted." Bai Ruxue sighed, feeling at a disadvantage compared to such an unrestrained individual. In any case, without a course in devotion, you should dutifully pursue the warrior curriculum. Finally, Gu Feng interjected, "You should opt for support courses, right?" In truth, Gu Feng could choose any course. Although his class was support, his abilities were all passive team-enhancing skills that required no active engagement. Simply remaining in the team made him the greatest asset. Gu Feng nodded. "All right, support courses it is." After finalizing their course selections, the trio enjoyed a meal at the hotel before gathering their belongings and heading to Tianjin University. Next, they proceeded to their respective dormitories. The male and female dormitories were not adjacent, but separated by a small river. Given the need to settle into their dorms that afternoon, Gu Feng suggested, "Let us reconvene tomorrow at the small park on campus." Bai Ruxue nodded in agreement. Lu Jiani, with tearful eyes, implored, "My dear brother, why not allow me to help you unpack and clean your room? After all, you reside in a single dormitory. Cleaning is exhausting and tedious, and as your devoted admirer, how could I let you do such labor?" Gu Feng tapped Lu Jiani on the head. "Enough. I appreciate your sentiment, but you need to tidy your own space as well. By the time you finish helping me, it will likely be dark. I can manage this cleaning myself." Upon Gu Feng's refusal, Lu Jiani acquiesced. "Very well, but please do not overexert yourself. If you ever feel tired, do let me know immediately. I can offer to massage your legs." The following day, the three reconvened in the small park. Upon seeing Gu Feng, Lu Jiani leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Wah? I haven't seen my dear brother for 16 hours. This is undoubtedly the longest we have been apart, and I feel like I might perish. My dear brother, come let me recharge." Lu Jiani clung to Gu Feng like a koala. Bai Ruxue remarked, "Lu Jiani, you are being utterly dramatic. What does it mean to be dying after merely 16 hours without seeing Gu Feng? Why, in the 18 years before encountering him, did you not perish then?" Lu Jiani declared with conviction, "Before meeting my esteemed brother, my existence was but a mere struggle for survival. It was only upon meeting him that my life began to acquire purpose. Esteemed brother, please replenish my energy." Bai Ruxue frowned and retorted, "Replenish energy? Do you believe you are a power bank that requires charging?" Lu Jiani replied, "If I were a power bank, then my esteemed brother would be the data cable. Only when he connects with me do I truly feel the surge of energy." Bai Ruxue was at a loss for words regarding Lu Jiani's antics. All she could think was, a person devoid of shame is invincible. Thus, the Celestial Bai resorted to a rather abrupt change of subject, saying, Enough with your affections for Gu Feng. I have serious matters to discuss. After tidying up my room yesterday, I visited the treasure house of Tianjin University, where I discovered a skill scroll that is remarkably suited for Gu Feng. I shall share its description with you. Gu Feng soon received the message from Bairuoxue. The skill scroll was titled Temporary Copy. Its function was as follows. Upon using this skill, one could replicate all active skills of a teammate for a duration of 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 1 day. Bai remarked, if you learn this skill, Gu Feng, you will be able to utilize Lu Jianyi's active skills, effectively granting you a means of self-preservation. Given your high attributes, you might wield our skills even more effectively than we do. The only drawback was that temporary copy could only replicate active skills and not passive ones, as it seemed there was nothing in the world capable of duplicating passive skills. Lu Jianyi pondered for a moment and voiced her opinion. I feel temporary copy lacks significance. As long as I am alive, I shall ensure my esteemed brother remains unharmed. He has no need for self-defense. I countered. Having an additional skill is always beneficial for Gu Feng. Lu Jianyi was persuaded. You are right. How do we acquire this skill scroll? Shall we steal or rob it? Bairuoxue rolled her eyes. Can you not consider a more reasonable approach? All items in the treasure house can be exchanged using points. The skill scroll, temporary copy, is rather obscure, hence its price is not exorbitant. It can be obtained for 0 points. However, we currently possess no points and must earn some. Lu Jianyi thumped her chest, declaring, it is my duty to assist my esteemed brother. So how can we earn points? Bai replied, you haven't been paying attention, have you? Lu Jianyi confidently stated, at that time, I was completely absorbed in my esteemed brother's exquisite beauty. How could I possibly pay attention? Bairuoxue was almost inclined to give Lu Jianyi a thumbs up. It truly was remarkable how devoted one could be. Reluctantly, Bai explained, there are 2 ways to earn points. First, by achieving good results in theoretical or practical courses. Second, by completing tasks issued by Tianjin University. The first option is currently irrelevant as we have not yet begun classes, so we must resort to the second. Prior to my arrival today, I glanced at the bulletin board of Tianjin University and discovered a task perfectly suitable for our team to combat the level 30 hellhound and collect its teeth. Each tooth can be exchanged for 1 point. The drop rate for hellhound teeth is notoriously low. However, with Gu Feng around, drop rates are hardly a concern. At this point, Bairuoxue chuckled. Let us deliver a delightful shock to Tianjin University courtesy of Gu Feng. Chapter 54. Mind your attitude. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Daxianzi's role had subtly transformed into that of the team's overseer. Bairuoxue had taken charge of financial matters, and now she was also managing the battle plans. One must admit that aside from the occasional airs of a young lady, Bairuoxue was impeccable in her duties. Having established the target monsters for their expedition, the group made their way toward the school's entrance. However, as they reached the grand gate, they were confronted by a female student. This girl bore a countenance of indifference and was clad in a black suit that seemed ill-suited for her age. She obstructed Gu Feng's path and coolly stated, you must be Gu Feng. Unfazed by her rudeness, Gu Feng replied curtly, yes, that's me. What do you want? The girl in black continued, my lady wishes to speak with you. Please follow me. Gu Feng chuckled, if your lady wants to speak with me, let her come to me. Why should I go to her? If there is nothing else, kindly step aside. The expression on the girl's face soured as she furrowed her brow. Just as she was about to retort, a voice from behind her commanded, enough, Beishuang. Step aside. I shall handle this. The girl named Beishuang bowed respectfully, understood, my lady. Once she stepped aside, Gu Feng was able to see the woman behind her clearly. She was dressed extravagantly, adorned with gleaming gold earrings and necklaces, and towering in heels that elevated her stature. The heavy application of makeup rendered her complexion unnaturally pale, so pale that Gu Feng mused she appeared as if she had just risen from the grave. Yet, despite her ostentatious appearance, she paled in comparison to Bai Daxianzi or Lu Jianyi. Bairuoxue exuded an ethereal quality as though untouched by the mundane world, while Lu Jianyi embodied a purity akin to a lotus flower. Not only did she lack the beauty of Bairuoxue and Lu Jianyi, but the woman's almond-shaped eyes also reflected a sharp and unkind disposition. Without further ado, she addressed Gu Feng, greetings, I am Ning Yuqi, a freshman at Tianjin University. You are Gu Feng, correct? Gu Feng nodded but remained silent. Ning Yuqi continued, my time is precious, so I shall be direct. I am aware of your skill that grants a tenfold experience boost to your teammates, and I want you to join my team. My class is a slightly weaker variant of yours, the Holy Warrior. With my high output coupled with your experience boost, we shall undoubtedly achieve fame. Furthermore, I hail from the Ning family of Tianjing City. You may inquire about our family's reputation. It is renowned, if not legendary. By aligning with me, you will gain access to the resources of the Ning family. This is your opportunity to transcend social classes. And it is an honor for you to receive my personal invitation. Let us form a team. At this, Lu Jiani and Bai Ruoshui stood frozen in disbelief. Was Ning Yuqi out of her mind? The mere fact that Gu Feng possessed a known experience boost skill made him a coveted asset for any team worldwide. After all, no one would ever refuse an increase in experience points. How dare Ning Yuqi adopt such a condescending tone when addressing Gu Feng? It was utterly foolish. Unable to contain herself, Lu Jiani stepped in front of Gu Feng, brandishing her weapon at Ning Yuqi. Let me deal with this Ning Yuqi. She needs to learn what respect means. Disrespecting my dear brother is the gravest insult. Gu Feng gently placed a hand on Lu Jiani's shoulder. Do not worry. I will handle this. Turning to Ning Yuqi, he added, as for your offer, I must decline. Ning Yuqi's brows knitted together. Decline? On what grounds? This is a golden opportunity for you. How can you be so oblivious to your own interests? Are you truly willing to let such a chance slip through your fingers? Gu Feng scratched his head and replied, Ning Yuqi, you seem to be mistaken. I do not require your assistance to achieve success. My class alone suffices. To put it simply, you are unnecessary. Ning Yuqi's face flushed crimson with indignation. If anger could be quantified, hers would have been at its peak. However, she prided herself on her upbringing and did not explode outright. Instead, she spoke in a sardonic tone. Very well, since you are so ungrateful. It is clear you are unworthy of my team. You think your experience boost is so impressive? In reality, it merely elevates your level slightly. What every professional truly seeks is damage. Damage is the ultimate goal. Leveling up is merely a means to enhance damage. Thus, even without you, I would only be slightly slower in leveling up. With the equipment provided by my family, I can still deal substantial damage. At Ning Yuqi's words, both Bai Ruoshui and Lu Jiani struggled to suppress their laughter. To speak of damage in front of Gu Feng? How audacious. Oh, but Ning Yuqi likely remained unaware that Gu Feng possessed skills that could amplify physical, magical, and critical damage by 10. Otherwise, she would never have dared to speak so arrogantly. Lu Jiani leaned closer to Gu Feng and whispered, Shall I send Ning Yuqi a description of your other skills? With her attitude, I am eager to see how regretful she becomes upon learning of your true abilities. How dare she provoke you? She must be made to rue the day. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Feng nodded in agreement. He intended to leverage Ning Yuqi's influence to promote his skills throughout Tianjing University. After all, he still needed to recruit more members for his team. And the sooner he garnered attention, the sooner suitable candidates would approach him. With Gu Feng's approval, Lu Jiani approached Ning Yuqi, her tone impatient. Hey, let us add each other as friends. Ning Yuqi looked puzzled. What is the point of that? Do you wish to join my team? Lu Jiani scoffed. What a joke. I am forever loyal to my dear brother. No matter how he treats me, I shall never abandon him. There is no way I would join your team. The reason I want to add you as a friend is to send you the descriptions of my brother's other skills. Ning Yuqi furrowed her brow. Other skills? What other skills could Gu Feng possibly have? Surely nothing surpasses the experience boost? Lu Jiani merely replied, You'll find out soon enough. Hurry and add me as a friend. Once I send you the descriptions, I'll unfriend you immediately. I have no desire to keep you on my list. Out of curiosity, Ning Yuqi decided to add Lu Jiani as a friend. Lu Jiani promptly shared with her a detailed description of Gu Feng's skills: greed, arrogance, laziness, gluttony, and wrath. Upon reading it, Ning Yuqi's expression darkened abruptly, her hands trembling in disbelief. Physical damage of 10, magical damage of 10, critical damage of 10. What on earth is this? My paladin class is a dual cultivator of both magic and martial arts. With these enhancements, I would undoubtedly soar into the skies. And a loot drop rate of 10? This is utterly outrageous. With such skills, battling a boss would be as joyous as celebrating the new year. How could such an absurd skill even exist? Moreover, considering Gu Feng's existing experience points of 10, does this not imply that as long as I can team up with Gu Feng, even an ordinary class could undergo a transformation, let alone someone like me with a hybrid class? Gu Feng. No, Gu Feng classmate. I mean, Mr. Gu Feng. Can we talk again? I must admit, my mood was rather poor today, which led to my earlier reaction being somewhat excessive. I truly wish to discuss this with you in greater detail. Gu Feng smiled faintly and uttered a single word. Leave. Chapter 56. Gu Feng's life is flourishing. Upon discovering the extent of Gu Feng's remarkable skills, Ning Yuqi was engulfed by a wave of regret after being coldly rejected by him. Had she known that Gu Feng possessed such impressive abilities, she would have tempered her tone. How infuriating. Why must fortune elude me so? Ning Yuqi reached out to stop Gu Feng, her voice tinged with desperation. Mr. Gu Feng, please do not reject me so resolutely. I apologize for my earlier tone. I genuinely wish to have a sincere conversation with you. Gu Feng smiled faintly. So now you realize your previous tone was inappropriate? It is too late. As adults, we must learn to bear the consequences of our actions. Farewell, Miss Ning Yuqi. With that, he sidestepped her and exited the school gate, accompanied by Ruo Xue and Lu Jiani. At that moment, overwhelmed by the weight of her regrets, Ning Yuqi sank to the ground, her emotions crashing over her like relentless waves. After dealing with Ning Yuqi's affairs, Gu Feng and his companions resumed their pressing tasks. Their target for monster hunting was the level 30 Hellhound, which prowled the Forgotten Hills. Gu Feng found the name oddly reminiscent of a location from a game he played before his reincarnation, the Forgotten Crossroads. Upon reaching the Forgotten Hills, the trio did not immediately engage in monster hunting. Instead, they sought a safe haven devoid of wild beasts. Daxianzi nodded in approval. Yes, this will do. With that, she began rummaging through her backpack. The first item she produced was a tent. After carefully clearing the small stones from the ground, she set the tent down and continued. Gu Feng, I have given this some thought. While a combination of a sunshade and blanket is nice, a tent ultimately provides better protection against dust in the air. By the way, based on your snacking habits last time, I've brought you more potato chips, all cucumber flavored, as I recall you enjoy them. I also have a book for you, Don Quixote, as it seems you have a penchant for novels rich in irony and humor. Do you have any other requests? Ruo Xue turned to Gu Feng, her expression earnest. Gu Feng was at a loss for words. His treatment was indeed improving, and it was becoming increasingly personalized. He waved his hand dismissively. No, what you have prepared is more than sufficient. Ruo Xue smiled brightly. Gu Feng, do not be modest. Please feel free to express any needs you may have. I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Now, why don't you step inside the tent and check the temperature? Gu Feng climbed into the tent, followed closely by Ruo Xue and Lu Jiani. After surveying the interior, he nodded in approval. Although it was summer, the tent had been designed with excellent ventilation, and all 4 compartments had windows, preventing the interior from becoming stifling. Additionally, Ruo Xue had thoughtfully prepared 2 fans, anticipating that Gu Feng might find the weather too warm. Noticing Gu Feng examining the fans, Ruo Xue felt compelled to explain. I realize that the cooling effect of fans is rather limited. I initially intended to provide you with an air conditioner. However, installing an external unit and a generator in a tent is quite impractical. So, please grant me a little more time to devise a solution. There was a hint of apology in her tone, seemingly for her inadequate preparations. Yet, for someone like Gu Feng, who did not demand much from his living conditions, this was more than ample. In comparison to ordinary adventurers, Gu Feng's situation was akin to paradise. While others toiled under the sun, battling monsters for experience points, materials, and equipment, often cursing their luck for the lack of drops, Gu Feng relaxed in a tent, snacking on potato chips and singing, effortlessly gaining levels. What could be more delightful? Gu Feng remarked. Daxianzi, your preparations are truly thoughtful. Ruo Xue beamed with joy. I am glad you are satisfied. From now on, I shall maintain this standard for you. No, let me rephrase. Today marks the future's minimum standard. Chapter 57. This is quite bizarre. Ruo Xue observed Gu Feng's satisfaction with the items she had prepared, and she felt a surge of joy within herself. Proudly, she thought, even though I am not as overtly affectionate as Lu Jiani, I can still demonstrate my value to Gu Feng, having finally gained an upper hand. Daxianzi couldn't help but tease Lu Jiani. Lu Jiani, don't you think the things I prepared for Gu Feng are quite remarkable? Lu Jiani tilted her head, seemingly lost in thought. It's all right. But I too have something for my dear brother. Ruo Xue was taken aback. Oh, you prepared something as well? What is it? Lu Jiani retrieved a red ribbon from her backpack and elegantly wrapped it around herself. After winding it around her thighs and waist, she fashioned the remaining ribbon into a bow at her chest. Turning to Gu Feng, she said, Dear brother, I am my own gift to you. Please come and unwrap your present. This unexpected display left Gu Feng momentarily speechless. Why do I feel that my relationship with Lu Jiani is becoming increasingly peculiar? As Gu Feng was lost in thought, Lu Jiani muttered to herself, it seems that a ribbon isn't quite appropriate. Indeed. Considering myself a gift does not align with my identity. For my dear brother, I should embody only one role. With that, Lu Jiani freed herself from the ribbon and produced a collar from her backpack, adorned with a small bell. Indeed, The identity of a devoted admirer is the correct one. This time, I've proactively prepared a collar to signify my devotion to you, dear brother. Gu Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable with the direction his life was taking. The notion of having a girl wear a collar was far beyond his current limits. As Lu Jianyi was about to fasten the collar around her neck, Gu Feng swiftly intervened. No, Lu Jianyi, a collar is simply too much. Lu Jianyi silently set the collar down, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I understand. As a devoted admirer, how could I possibly put the collar on myself? While it may seem considerate, it is indeed an overstep. This privilege should belong to my dear brother, as the collar is a symbol of my devotion to you. Lu Jianyi placed the collar before Gu Feng. Dear brother, you should be the one to put it on me. Please mark me with your unique imprint. Gu Feng's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively retorted. And then you'll become a branded warrior, right? Lu Jianyi tilted her head in confusion. Branded warrior? What is that? Is it impressive? Gu Feng shrugged. It's merely the title of a work. In any case, a collar is simply too excessive. I am not that extreme. Lu Jianyi regretfully retrieved the collar. All right then. If you are unwilling, let us set that aside for now. At that moment, Bai Daxianzi, who had been silent, spoke up. All right. Let us not linger in the tent any longer. We must not forget that we have a mission today. Lu Jianyi, we still need to gather materials and earn points. Lu Jianyi nodded. You are right. Gathering materials and earning points to help dear brother acquire skill scrolls is indeed our priority. However, before we exit the tent, I have one more task to complete. Lu Jianyi scanned the tent and noticed a soft mat in the corner, clearly meant for Gu Feng to rest upon. She dove onto the mat, rolling back and forth, compressing it several times. Bai Daxianzi frowned and exclaimed, Hey, Lu Jianyi, what are you doing? With conviction, Lu Jianyi replied, I am merely ensuring that the spot where my dear brother will lie carries my scent. That way, when we venture out to hunt monsters, he will feel less lonely in the tent. By Ruoshi Wei, while we must attend to dear brother's material needs, we must not neglect his emotional requirements either. By the way, dear brother, I would like a piece of your clothing as a talisman. Could you possibly spare me one? Gu Feng was perplexed. My clothing can serve as a talisman? Lu Jianyi nodded earnestly, of course. For a devoted admirer like me, everything about you is perfect. Wearing your clothing will make me feel as though you are always with me, motivating me even more. Gu Feng glanced at his own attire. Being summer, he wore only a shirt and shorts, with nothing else to offer Lu Jianyi. He firmly stated, Lu Jianyi, I cannot give you my clothes. I still need to wear them. Lu Jianyi did not press further, but expressed a hint of regret. I see. Then there is nothing to be done. Perhaps next time. Finally, the three of them concluded their discussion inside the tent. Bai Ruoshi and Lu Jianyi stepped outside, weapons in hand, ready to hunt monsters. Gu Feng yawned and lay back on the mat, reading a book. As they approached the location of the hellhound, Lu Jianyi asked Bai Ruoshi, what is the typical drop rate for hellhound teeth? Bai Daxianzi, well-versed in such matters, replied, according to the strategy guide, generally, you need to defeat 4 or 5 hellhounds to obtain a tooth. However, it is possible for a single hellhound to drop 2 teeth. Ultimately, it depends on luck. Lu Jianyi chuckled. Luck? With my dear brother by my side, aren't we essentially invincible? Let me take a shot at the drop rate. With that, Lu Jianyi drew her weapon and executed a skill, crescent slash, against the nearest hellhound. Without a doubt, the sword struck the hellhound's head, dealing an impressive 0 damage, instantly depleting its health. The hellhound let out a wail and collapsed, fading into white light. Lu Jianyi squinted. With my dear brother's 10-fold physical damage bonus, this is extraordinary. Let me see how many teeth this hellhound drops. The results were gratifying, as the fallen hellhound yielded 2 teeth. Indeed, with my dear brother's 10-fold drop rate bonus, gathering materials is a breeze. Let us go again. Lu Jianyi unleashed another crescent slash towards 2 additional hellhounds, inflicting 0 damage once more. Such damage was indeed excessive for the hellhounds. Perhaps they would never comprehend why someone capable of dealing nearly 0 damage would seek out such insignificant foes. Bored? Well, truth be told, it was a matter of needing materials and points. However, compared to Lu Jianyi, it was clear that Bai Ruoshi, as a mage, had a higher efficiency in monster hunting. With a single cast of Icebound World, she could simultaneously deplete the health of several hellhounds. Lu Jianyi recognized her inferiority in this regard, but she bore no resentment, as it was merely a result of their respective professions. Thus, she willingly undertook the additional task of collecting equipment materials. After all, their primary purpose for confronting the hellhound was to earn points to assist Gu Feng in acquiring skills. Consequently, Lu Jianyi, who perceived herself as Gu Feng's devoted supporter, exerted herself diligently. The two engaged in their endeavor until noon, after which they returned to their tent for a simple lunch with Gu Feng, only to resume their efforts in the afternoon, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Bai Daxianzi and Lu Jiani had nearly amassed a complete set of hellhound teeth. This was largely due to the relatively slow respawn rate of the hellhounds. Otherwise, they would have completed their task much sooner. Bai suggested, after we collect the materials, let us take a brief respite of 20 minutes, allowing the hellhounds to respawn a few more. Lu Jiani nodded in agreement. I understand. Once they had gathered all the materials and equipment dropped by the hellhounds into their bags, Lu Jiani approached Bai Ruoxue and inquired, Bai Ruoxue, I feel as though we are endowed with a buff that grants us tenfold physical and magical damage. We could subsequently hunt higher-level monsters to gain experience. With our output, we could surely eliminate even level 37 or 38 creatures in a single strike. Chapter 59. I am his caretaker. As Bai Daxianzi sheathed her staff, she remarked, based on our current output, while it is indeed possible to grind level 40 monsters for experience, I would advise against it. Let us not forget, our high damage output does not equate to robust defenses. We are as vulnerable as any other adventurer of our level. In other words, although we may defeat level 40 monsters swiftly, they can just as easily eliminate us. This presents a considerable risk. Thus, I do not recommend engaging with such high-level foes. Lu Jiani nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. That is a valid consideration. During the subsequent break, Bai Daxianzi and Lu Jiani engaged in casual conversation, their discussions predominantly revolving around Gu Feng. At that moment, a party of adventurers, approximately level 30, approached the Forgotten Hills. Their leader, Wu Xiaoyu, quickly noticed the resting Lu Jiani and Bai Ruoxue. It is often said that beauty attracts attention wherever it goes, and the extraordinary allure of Lu Jiani and Bai Ruoxue was no exception. One of Wu Xiaoyu's companions approached him, exclaiming, Hey, Captain, have you seen those two beauties over there? They are stunning. I've never encountered such exquisite women in my life. Wu Xiaoyu chuckled. Of course, I noticed. It would be a shame not to approach and strike up a conversation. Who knows, we might even become friends. With his party in tow, Wu Xiaoyu approached the ladies. Greetings, fair maidens. I am Wu Xiaoyu. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Bai Daxianzi immediately furrowed her brow. Despite her ability to lower her guard around Gu Feng, she was not inclined to do so in the presence of others. In fact, she maintained her haughty demeanor, responding coldly, No, I am busy. Lu Jiani was even more direct, mimicking Gu Feng's earlier rebuke of Ning Yuqi, scram. Though taken aback, Wu Xiaoyu was not deterred. He understood that one must sometimes embrace shamelessness, and continued with a jovial expression, Ladies, please do not be so irritable. One might say that our meeting is fated. If I am not mistaken, you both are here to level up by slaying monsters, correct? How fortuitous. We could join forces. I assure you, my skills are quite commendable. And among adventurers of our level, I am certainly exceptional. Should you wish, I can guide you in your monster hunts, ensuring your levels soar like a rocket. Hearing Wu Xiaoyu's boastful claims, Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani nearly erupted in laughter. Wu Xiaoyu's assertion of being able to facilitate their leveling was utterly preposterous. What experience could he possibly provide? Gu Feng, with his tenfold experience buff, would easily overshadow Wu Xiaoyu's contributions. Just as Wu Xiaoyu was extolling his prowess, Gu Feng emerged from a nearby tent, inquiring, What is happening? I hear a commotion. Wu Xiaoyu regarded Gu Feng, questioning, Who are you? Why are you out here hunting monsters with a tent? Are you here to slay beasts or simply to enjoy yourself? Are you even a real adventurer? Before Gu Feng could respond, Bai Daxianzi interjected, This handsome gentleman is Gu Feng. As for me, I'm his caretaker. Wu Xiaoyu was taken aback, incredulous. Wait. You mean to say this stunning beauty is that man's caretaker? How is that even possible? Surely, such a beauty deserves to be adored, not relegated to the role of a caretaker for another man. This is utterly absurd. Am I hearing things, or has my mind betrayed me? Embarrassed, Wu Xiaoyu stammered. Are you joking, my lady? Bai Ruoxue raised an eyebrow. What jest? Look over there at the tent. I prepared that for Gu Feng so he can rest peacefully while I handle the monster slaying. Chapter 60, Limited Time Dungeon. Bai Ruoxue's arguments were so compelling that Wu Xiaoyu couldn't help but believe she was indeed Gu Feng's steward. However, Wu Xiaoyu still felt somewhat bewildered. What kind of fortune must a man possess to have such an ethereal beauty as his housekeeper? Yet, with no prospects with Bai Ruoxue, Wu Xiaoyu shifted his attention to Lu Jiani. May we become acquainted? Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Jiani firmly rejected him. Of course not. I have no interest in individuals like you. The only person I wish to know is my dear brother. As she spoke, Lu Jiani promptly embraced Gu Feng. If Wu Xiaoyu was astonished before, he was now utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? This man named Gu Feng was entangled with two beautiful women simultaneously. What incredible fortune and sin! Moreover, astonishingly, these two beauties seemed to coexist harmoniously. What was this? Was he hallucinating? How could such a blissful man exist? Could it be that this man had saved the world in a past life? Wu Xiaoyu, now completely dazed, struggled to articulate a coherent thought, his mind a jumble. Yet it was evident he was not ready to give up, eager to continue his attempts at conversation. Just then, Lu Jianyi, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Hey, why do you persist in bothering me? Are you not aware of how much of my time you are wasting? This is precious time I could be using to gather materials for my dear brother." Lu Jianyi's frustration escalated, and in a fit of anger, she brandished her weapon and declared, "For wasting my time, you shall face dire consequences. Back to the city with you." With that, Lu Jianyi unleashed a crescent moon slash upon Wu Xiaoyu, dealing an astounding 0 damage and instantly depleting his health. Wu Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, transforming into white light as he gradually vanished. Simultaneously, 3 pieces of equipment dropped from him. It must be said, Wu Xiaoyu had just suffered a significant loss. On the other side, seeing their captain swiftly defeated, Wu Xiaoyu's teammates lost all courage and fled in a panic. At that moment, Bai Daxianzi also took action, casting Icebound Miles, which, under Gu Feng's magical enhancement of 10, obliterated the health of the fleeing soldiers. Almost every fallen individual dropped 3 pieces of equipment. Dozens of items glittered across a small area, radiating an inexplicable brilliance. It was noteworthy that Wu Xiaoyu's team had lost 30 pieces of equipment, not to mention the experience points. This single wave of loss was sufficient to weaken Wu Xiaoyu's team considerably. Lu Jianyi scoffed, "This is the fate that befalls those who approach recklessly." Bai Daxianzi remained remarkably composed, suggesting, "Let us gather the equipment dropped by these individuals. We might still sell some for a profit. Then we shall resume hunting hellhounds, and today we must ensure we collect 0 hellhound teeth." Lu Jianyi nodded in agreement. After collecting the equipment, the two beauties resumed their efforts against the now plentiful hellhounds. Thanks to the gluttony skill, acquiring hellhound teeth was a straightforward task. Almost every hellhound yielded 2 teeth, just as Bai Daxianzi and Lu Jianyi were nearing completion in their hunt. An unusual occurrence caught their attention. The number of adventurers in the Forgotten Hills was typically scarce, but suddenly, a throng of them surged into the area, seemingly with no intention of leveling up, instead rushing toward a specific location. This blatant anomaly piqued Bai Ruoshue's curiosity. She intercepted a female priest among the crowd and inquired, "Hello, may I ask what is happening? Why are so many adventurers flocking to the Forgotten Hills? And where are you headed?" The priest appeared reluctant to divulge the details. Bai Ruoshue, understanding the unspoken, casually produced an unnecessary piece of equipment from her bag and offered it. The priest's demeanor shifted significantly upon seeing the item. She accepted it graciously and then said, "Haven't you heard? A limited-time dungeon has appeared in the southern part of the Forgotten Hills." Chapter 61, The Wall of Sighs. A time-limited instance. This phrase left Bai Ruoshue astounded. It is often said that even if one has never encountered a pig, one has at least seen one run. Although the Celestial Bai has never participated in a time-limited instance, she has heard a few tales about them. Time-limited instances are an exceedingly rare type of dungeon. Typically, the activation of such instances occurs at highly unpredictable intervals, akin to the whims of love. They may not manifest for decades or may appear multiple times in a single day. Not only is the timing random, but the locations are also varied, and generally, these instances exist for merely a few hours. However, one certainty remains. Every time-limited instance nearly always yields valuable rewards. If encountered, it is an opportunity that cannot be overlooked. Bai Ruoshue promptly returned to inform Gu Feng, who nodded in agreement. "All right, let us join the fray." Bai Ruoshue and Lu Jianyi hurriedly packed up their tents and other gear, and the group followed the larger crowd towards the location of the time-limited instance. After approximately half an hour, the trio arrived before the instance. They beheld a massive teleportation array standing solitary on the Forgotten Hills, surrounded by a throng of individuals. Strangely, no one seemed eager to step into the array. Gu Feng sensed something amiss. Bai Ruoshue, let us not rush into the teleportation array just yet. Something feels off. This time-limited instance appears to be a rare treasure, so why are these individuals not hurrying to enter? It was fortuitous that Bai Ruoshue spotted the female priest who had answered questions earlier. She approached her once more, presenting a piece of equipment as she inquired, "Fair lady, may I ask why the surrounding adventurers are not entering the instance?" The priest, honoring her word, accepted the equipment and elaborated, "You may be unaware, but the situation is as follows. The instance that has emerged is called the Gathering Place of Rock Spirits. It has been over a decade since its last appearance, making it quite a rarity. According to previous information, the overall difficulty of this instance is moderate, with the monsters around level 30. However, the most perplexing aspect is, within this instance lies a mechanism, a wall referred to by players as the Wall of Size. This wall stands in the middle of the instance, and unless it is breached, the boss cannot be encountered. Based on previous tests, breaking this wall requires a minimum of above 0 physical damage dealt in one hit. Yet, the level cap for this instance is set at 35. For physical classes at level 35, even a critical hit seldom results in 0 damage. Thus, if the party lacks a class capable of extreme physical damage, entering this instance would be futile. Gu Feng suddenly understood. This is why there is a crowd around the instance but no one is entering. They need to deal above 0 physical damage, which is indeed a rarity. At that moment, Lu Jianyi tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve, her expression radiating confidence. It is worth noting that Lu Jianyi possessed a buff that granted her tenfold physical damage enhancement. Coupled with her hidden class, if she failed to deal above 0 physical damage, she could never again claim to be Gu Feng's devoted follower. This instance seemed tailor-made for Gu Feng's team. Bai Ruoxue, having fought alongside Lu Jianyi against wild monsters, was well aware of her prowess. Despite Lu Jianyi's level being only 20, with Gu Feng's buff, breaching the Wall of Size would undoubtedly be within reach. Excellent, this instance is ours. However, even with such assurance, the trio did not hastily rush into the instance. Gu Feng continued to question the priest. What equipment or items does the boss in this instance drop? I suspect the loot must be remarkable, or else so many would not be gathered here. The priest held up 2 fingers. There are 2 known drops. The first is a golden quality longsword, Earth Sword. The second is a consumable accessory, Blessing Necklace. The Blessing Necklace grants the wearer immunity from death once. Chapter 62. I believe we should improve our titles. The 2 items yielded from the limited time dungeon are quite suitable for Gu Feng's team. The golden quality longsword can be given to the devoted Lu Jianyi, enhancing her combat prowess. As for the Blessing Necklace, it warrants further discussion. This piece of equipment grants immunity to death once, making it formidable in anyone's hands. Just as Gu Feng thought he had gleaned all the information he could. The female priest added, by the way, there is a particularly unique aspect to this limited time dungeon. Once a team successfully clears it, the dungeon will immediately close, and we cannot know when it will reopen. Therefore, the professionals here are frantically utilizing their resources to find a sufficiently powerful physical damage dealer to confront the sighing wall within the dungeon. Gu Feng nodded. I see. Then it seems we cannot afford to hesitate. Let us go, Lu Jianyi. We are counting on you this time. Lu Jianyi nodded vigorously. Rest assured, good brother. Whatever you command, I shall accomplish without fail. By the way, good brother, I have a request. After we finish this dungeon, as a reward, could you call me Jianyi from now on? Being addressed by my full name feels rather distant between us. It's like having a little dog. One wouldn't always call it little dog, right? It certainly deserves a more endearing name. Gu Feng replied, certainly. After we complete this dungeon, I shall change how I address you. Lu Jianyi giggled. Then it settled. Good brother. With your promise, I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy. Now, let us delve into the dungeon. Meanwhile, Bai Daxianzi observed the interaction between Gu Feng and Lu Jianyi, feeling a twinge of jealousy. How infuriating. She had arrived first, yet Lu Jianyi, unrestrained by decorum, had been relentlessly raising Gu Feng's favorability to the extent of using nicknames. I must seize an opportunity to improve my own title with Gu Feng. Thus, the 3 of them stepped into the teleportation array, each harboring distinct emotions. Gu Feng remained composed. Lu Jianyi was exuberant, while Bai Daxianzi felt anxious. On the other side, the surrounding professionals began to murmur upon seeing the trio enter the dungeon. What? These folks are entering the dungeon? Do they not know about the sighing wall inside? Surely not. Don't tell me one among them can deal 0 damage. Everyone, fret not. Look, their team consists of only 3 individuals. It's exceedingly unlikely they can clear a limited time dungeon with such numbers. Just sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and the others felt the scenery morphing rapidly before their eyes. Soon, they found themselves in a narrow valley, and the system's voice echoed. Ding. Players have arrived at the gathering place of the rock spirits in the limited time dungeon. The average level of the monsters in this dungeon is around level 30. Players are advised to exercise caution. Ignoring the system's voice, Gu Feng surveyed the surroundings. Not far ahead, numerous monsters wandered about. These creatures were humanoid in shape, yet their bodies and limbs were composed of rock, standing approximately 1 6 meters tall. Bai Daxianzi immediately cast a detection spell. Low-tier rock spirit. Level 29. Health 0. Skill rock throw. Bai Daxianzi smiled. Monsters of level 28. Hardly a threat. With that, she unleashed a frost storm. The damage numbers floated above the low-tier rock spirits, all displaying 0. Their health bars were entirely depleted, thanks to the high density of monsters. Bai Ruoxue obliterated nearly 20 low-tier rock spirits with a single skill. Lu Jianyi, not to be outdone, brandished her weapon and charged forth. Gu Feng, however, stood behind the ladies, calmly engrossed in a book. At that moment, he felt oddly reminiscent of V from Devil May Cry 5, reading while others engaged in combat. It was an exhilarating sensation. As the trio continued to dispatch the low-tier rock spirits, they soon encountered the second type of monster in this dungeon. The second beast, rather plainly named the high-tier rock spirit, was substantially larger than its low-tier counterpart, towering over 2 meters. Its rocky exterior had transformed from ordinary stone to marble, evoking a sense of evolution akin to that of a Digimon. High-tier rock spirit, level 31, health 0, skill, rockfall. In summary, although the high-tier rock spirits were slightly stronger than the previous low-tier ones, they remained utterly defenseless against Gu Feng's team. Gu Feng turned to Lu Jianyi, directing. Lu Jianyi, go? Lu Jianyi replied, woof. This response was somewhat absurd. However, before Gu Feng could comment, Lu Jianyi had already dashed forward with her weapon. Energized by Gu Feng's command, she annihilated one high-tier rock spirit before swiftly targeting another. Bai Ruoxue followed suit, unleashing a blizzard that decimated a group of high-tier rock spirits. For Gu Feng's team, these slow-moving rock spirits posed no threat. Their strength lay in overwhelming damage output, albeit with insufficient defense. Thus, facing such weak monsters was a breeze. Sensing no danger, Gu Feng directed his full attention back to his book. The novel he held, Don Quixote de la Mancha, bore a striking resemblance to the one he had read in his previous life, recounting the tale of an innocent, foolish yet kind-hearted knight. Just as Gu Feng was engrossed in the narrative, Lu Jianyi's voice broke through. Good brother, ahead lies the Sighing Wall. Gu Feng lifted his gaze to see a formidable wall obstructing their path. Its surface was remarkably smooth, towering several dozen meters high. Climbing over it was out of the question. They could only shatter the wall to progress. Gu Feng closed his book. It's you, Lu Jianyi. Without hesitation, Lu Jianyi approached the Sighing Wall, raising her sword to unleash her most potent single-target skill, the Crescent Slash. In an instant, 0 damage numbers erupted from the Sighing Wall. This exceeded the wall's threshold for endurance. The Sighing Wall crumbled. In that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind. Who dares to shatter the barrier of my kin? Following the sound, Gu Feng beheld a stone giant seated upon a rocky throne. This creature's appearance inexplicably reminded him of Malphite from League of Legends, possessing a diminutive head atop an enormous body. Furthermore, the stones comprising this giant were not ordinary. They were infused with flowing lava. Bai Ruoxue swiftly cast a detection spell. Lava King, level 35, health 0, skills, earthquake, rock armor, earth spike, at level 35, boasting 5-digit health. This boss was the most formidable adversary Gu Feng's team had ever encountered. To be honest, had Gu Feng not been present, any 3 professionals of merely level 20 would have been utterly incapable of contending with the Lava King. However, with Gu Feng present, everything changed. Gu Feng had no leisure to engage in idle chatter with the Lava King. He promptly commanded, Bai Ruoxue, deploy Eternal Freeze immediately. It was evident from the boss's abilities that it possessed extensive AoE skills. We must subdue it before it strikes, leaving it no opportunity to attack. Otherwise, our vitality would be insufficient to withstand its onslaught. Bai Daxianzi comprehended this and unleashed her most formidable single-target control skill, Eternal Freeze. A tempest of snow and wind materialized, encasing the Lava King in ice, followed by the appearance of the damage numbers, 0, above its head. From this figure, one could surmise that the Lava King boasted formidable defenses. For otherwise, Bai Daxianzi would not have inflicted such minimal damage. Nevertheless, despite the modest damage, the Lava King was successfully immobilized. Next, it was Lu Jianyi's turn to strike. Lu Jianyi executed a Crescent Slash, followed by a Half-Moon Slash. The 2 skills registered damage numbers of 0 and 0 respectively. The once mighty Lava King had its health bar completely depleted, tumbling from its throne to the ground. Chapter 64, Extraordinary Items. As the Lava King met his demise, Gu Feng and his companions simultaneously ascended from level 20 to level 21, much to Bai Ruoxue's delight. The sensation of leveling up felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst, leaving her utterly captivated. Gu Feng, however, paid little heed to the significance of the upgrade, directing his gaze towards the corpse of the Lava King. Fortunately, they had dispatched it before it could launch an attack. Now, it was time for the much-anticipated gathering of spoils. The trio moved forward to the spot where the Lava King had vanished, and soon, they beheld 3 items lying upon the ground. The first was a golden quality longsword, Earth Rock Longsword. Earth Rock Longsword, required level, 28, attributes, strength 40, constitution 20. Agility 10, attached skill, Rock Roar, inflicts damage equal to 1 times strength to enemies within a certain radius and inflicts a 1-second stun effect. Gu Feng nodded appreciatively. This is indeed a commendable piece of equipment, with substantial base attributes. Particularly impressive is the attached skill, Rock Roar, which serves as a crowd control ability. The sole drawback is its level requirement of 28. Lu Jianyi, you will need some time before you can wield it. Best to store it for now. Lu Jianyi accepted the sword without hesitation. With this weapon, I will be able to protect my brother even better. The second item was the Blessed Necklace. Blessed Necklace, grade, gold, required level, none, attributes, none, attached skill, grants the wearer immunity from death once. Upon activation, the item disappears. The Blessed Necklace serves as a one-time resurrection item. Given the severe penalties associated with a character's death, the Blessed Necklace is undoubtedly highly sought after. Gu Feng glanced at Lu Jianyi and Bai Ruoxue, inquiring, "Who among you desires this item?" Bai Daxianzi tilted her head. "It is certainly meant for you, Gu Feng. We agreed that any valuable items you could utilize would be promptly given to you." Gu Feng rolled his eyes. "When did we ever agree on that? Nonetheless, it holds little use for me, as I typically do not engage in combat directly." Lu Jianyi urged, "Dear brother, please accept it. The more life-saving skills you possess, the more at ease I can be while hunting monsters." Gu Feng relented and accepted the necklace, equipping it without further ado. The final item was a diamond-shaped crystal, Earth Element Crystal. Earth Element Crystal, grade, extraordinary, description. There is a minuscule chance of obtaining this upon defeating the Lava King. A consumable item that permanently grants 50 points to Constitution and 10 resistance to Earth elements. At this, Gu Feng was taken aback. A consumable item of extraordinary quality that grants a permanent attribute increase. Such rarity is indeed remarkable. Bai Daxianzi, upon reading the description of the Earth Element Crystal, mused aloud. There is a minuscule chance of obtaining this by slaying the Lava King. Gu Feng, your voracious skill is at work again. Wow, truly. The voracious skill is perfectly suited for battling bosses. It is the legendary hidden champion. This extraordinary consumable would certainly incite fierce competition if revealed to the outside world. Gu Feng, to avert such chaos, you must consume it at once. Me. Gu Feng, observing the resolute expressions of Bai Daxianzi and Lu Jianyi, shrugged. All right, I shall partake. He placed the Earth Element Crystal in his mouth, and it dissolved into a surge of power coursing through his limbs. Ding. You have consumed the Earth Element Crystal, permanently gaining 50 Constitution and 10 Earth resistance. Once he had finished consuming the Earth Element Crystal, Gu Feng declared, "Well then, we have gathered our spoils. It's time to return." A flash of white light enveloped the group, transporting them back to the vicinity of the dungeon entrance. The crowd that had gathered around the dungeon gasped in disbelief upon seeing Gu Feng and his companions. It is well known that there are only 2 methods of exiting a dungeon. The first is to die and return, and the second is to clear the dungeon and be teleported. Since Gu Feng and his companions appeared at the dungeon entrance, it was evident that they had successfully completed the time dungeon. Chapter 65's greatest reliance is Gu Feng. The return of Gu Feng and his companions signifies that they have successfully cleared the time-limited dungeon. The defining characteristic of this dungeon, the gathering place of rock spirits, is that once someone completes it, the dungeon immediately shuts down. As for when it will reopen, in Gu Feng's words, it will probably be around the time the 6th installment of the Ancient Scroll is released. Upon seeing the triumphant return of Gu Feng and his companions, some could not suppress their jealousy and curiosity, approaching them with questions. "I say, brothers, did you really manage to clear the time-limited dungeon?" Gu Feng replied nonchalantly. "Can't you tell by our return position?" The individual frowned. "But there are only 3 of you. Moreover, there is an incredibly formidable wall of size within the dungeon. How on earth did you clear it?" Gu Feng patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Just because you couldn't do it doesn't mean we couldn't. Perhaps you should practice a bit more." Disregarding the onlookers, Gu Feng and his companions hailed a ride back to Tianjin University. Upon arriving, Gu Feng immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Earlier that morning, as he left Tianjin University, hardly anyone paid him any attention. Yet now, many students whispered among themselves upon spotting him. Gu Feng quickly deduced the reason. It was undoubtedly because Ning Yuqi had spread word of his skills, leading to the current buzz among the students. With a smile, Gu Feng realized that everything was unfolding as he had planned. He desired nothing more than for his reputation to circulate within Tianjin University, for only then could he attract capable teammates. Gu Feng estimated that by tomorrow at the latest, someone would surely come forward to offer their services. Let us first exchange the hellhound teeth for points, Gu Feng instructed by Daxian. He was not in a hurry to recruit new members. He preferred that others beseech to join his team rather than the other way around. Why should he rush? Finding the instructor responsible for managing points, Bai Daxian and Lu Jianyi produced the hellhound teeth from their bags. The instructor counted them and remarked, with 2 hellhound teeth, "You can exchange for 2 points. Wow, you are impressive indeed, managing to acquire so many hellhound teeth. I recall that their drop rate is quite low on average. One can expect to obtain a single tooth after defeating 4 or 5 hellhounds. Collecting over 1,000 teeth means you must have slain at least 4 or 5,000 hellhounds. That is quite a significant number. Do you possess such tenacity?" Bai Daxian chuckled. In truth, she and Lu Jianyi had only defeated a little over 500 hellhounds, relying heavily on Gu Feng's gluttony skill to boost the drop rate. However, Bai Daxian was not inclined to elaborate, simply stating, "We have indeed slain a considerable number of hellhounds, so can we have our points now?" The instructor nodded. "Very well. Please hold on." The instructor retreated to the back room and soon returned with an object resembling a bank card. Placing it on the table, "This is the points card, containing 2 points. Who will keep it?" To be honest, points hold greater significance than money for students at Tianjin University. After all, the myriad of valuable items that points can be exchanged for far surpasses what money can buy. Consequently, the instructor had witnessed many disputes over the custody of points cards. Some teams even opted to create multiple cards, dividing the points among themselves. In this era, trust is a scarce commodity. However, the dynamic of the team before her was unexpectedly harmonious. Bai Daxian picked up the points card and handed it to Gu Feng. "Gu Feng, you hold on to it. From now on, any points our team earns will be stored on this card." Lu Jianyi nodded in agreement. Yes. It's best for our good brother to keep it. Should he ever wish to exchange for something, having the points card on hand would be quite convenient." Gu Feng nodded. "All right, I shall take it." The camaraderie within Gu Feng's team completely exceeded the instructor's expectations. Yet, upon reflection, it was not difficult to understand. For Bai Daxian, Gu Feng's importance far outweighed that of any mere points. As long as Gu Feng was present, they would stand to gain tremendous advantages. As for the points, they could simply let Gu Feng spend them as he pleased. In Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jianyi's eyes, points were insignificant compared to Gu Feng himself. Chapter 66. His combat abilities are unmatched. After acquiring the points card, Gu Feng and his companions made their way toward the treasure hall. This marked Gu Feng's inaugural visit to the treasure hall, but it was likely that he would frequently find himself here in the future. The treasure hall's layout resembled that of a museum, albeit less refined. Various equipment and items were displayed within individual glass cases, each accompanied by a small card indicating the points required to exchange for the items contained within. The trio arrived before the skill scroll, temporary copy, and summoned a staff member from the treasure hall. "Please assist us in exchanging for temporary copy." The staff member cast a curious glance at Gu Tian. This temporary copy could replicate a teammate's active skills, appearing impressive at first glance. Yet its utility was rather limited. The replication lasted merely 1 hour per day, and since everyone possessed their own unique skills, utilizing another's might not be as effective. Consequently, temporary copy had long remained unexchanged. The staff member wondered if someone was simply bored to consider spending 0 points on such an item. Unfamiliar with the composition of Gu Feng's team, the staff member maintained his professional demeanor. He picked up a card reader, stating, "Please hand me your points card. I will deduct 0 points, and you shall receive temporary copy." Gu Feng submitted his points card. The staff member processed the transaction, removing the magical barrier from the glass case and presenting the skill scroll to Gu Feng. Without hesitation, Gu Feng accepted the skill scroll and chose to learn it. The system's voice resonated in his ear. "Ding. You have learned the skill, temporary copy." A smile spread across Gu Feng's face. "Excellent. I've acquired a new skill. Now, let us head to the arena to test its power." The arena was the very site where Gu Feng and his companions had undertaken their examinations. Due to its magical formations capable of generating monsters, it served as a testing ground during the exams and a training base at other times, accessible to all for practice. Naturally, this required points, 10 points for an hour. Fortunately, Gu Feng's points card still held 22 points, so spending 10 was not an issue. Upon entering the arena, Gu Feng observed by Daxianzi and Lu Jiani for a moment before ultimately deciding to replicate Lu Jiani's skill. Given that Gu Feng's attribute points were predominantly allocated toward the warrior class, with significant investments in strength and constitution, it made sense. After all, with his lack of offensive skills, enhancing his spirit would be futile. Increasing strength would at least bolster his basic attack damage. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a level 25 fire beetle within the magical formation and, wielding a silver-quality longsword, approached the creature. Before the beetle could strike, Gu Feng executed a crescent slash. The fire beetle lay belly up, lifeless. By Daxianzi and Lu Jiani, who were observing, gasped in astonishment. Although they had anticipated that Gu Feng, now equipped with an offensive skill, would be formidable. After all, his attribute gains per level were 50 points, significantly surpassing their own 20 points. They had not expected his damage output to be so extraordinary. A single crescent slash dealt damage far exceeding their expectations, especially since Lu Jiani, with her own crescent slash, and under Gu Feng's tenfold physical damage boost, could only manage around 0 damage. Gu Feng, however, had dealt more than double that amount. This was indeed astonishing. Lu Jiani's emotions were transparent. "Good brother, you are incredible. Your output surpasses mine by a great margin." Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she lowered her head. "If your damage output is so high, does that not diminish my role significantly? I might even be deemed unnecessary and expelled from the team. Good brother, please do not abandon me. Your little admirer will always remain your little admirer. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Lu Jiani rushed forward and embraced Gu Feng. He gently patted her head, saying, "What are you thinking? While my output is substantial, it can only be maintained for 1 hour daily. Ultimately, you will still need to engage the monsters. Besides, if I can delegate the work, why would I need to take action myself?" Lu Jiani nodded vigorously. "Good brother, your perspective is absolutely correct. I appreciate how you think. Leave the arduous tasks to me, and you can remain comfortable." Chapter 67. Recruitment for the team. After experimenting briefly with the skilled temporary copy and confirming its impressive self-defense capabilities, Gu Feng and his companions were ready to take action. During this time, Lu Jiani had been closely following Gu Feng like a timid puppy afraid of abandonment, only reluctantly parting ways when it was time to return to their respective dormitories. Gu Feng yawned as he opened the door to his dormitory, took a quick shower, and fell asleep. Although he hadn't done much that day, Gu Feng felt he had exerted himself and deserved a good rest. The following day, as Gu Feng awoke, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices outside his door. If he were not mistaken, it was undoubtedly those who wanted to join the team after learning about his skills. Gu Feng leisurely washed up and dressed, only opening the door once he was ready. The sight that greeted him was rather astonishing, a throng of people, densely packed like hairs on a sweaty skin. The moment Gu Feng appeared, they immediately recognized him and erupted in a chorus of shouts. "Gu Feng, please let me join your team. Gu Feng, I should be the one joining your team. My damage output is phenomenal. Gu Feng, don't listen to their nonsense. I am your most loyal and reliable teammate. Gu Feng, choose me. I can carry your bags." Pfft. Do you think Gu Feng cares about your bag carrying? Gu Feng, pick me. I can do anything a human can do. Gu Feng covered his ears, overwhelmed by their noise. All right, everyone. Please don't argue. What are the benefits of Jean Kala? Whoever can answer correctly will. Wait. What I meant to say is that we are indeed recruiting new members. But our criteria are quite high. Moreover, I have 2 teammates, and their opinions will also be taken into account for selecting new members. I must first find them. The students responded in unison, "No problem, we understand. We will escort Gu Feng to find his teammates." Gu Feng didn't refuse, but added, "By the way, everyone. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, there is a prerequisite for joining our team. You must possess a hidden profession. To avoid wasting your time, I wanted to clarify this beforehand." Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, a chorus of discontent arose among the students. Why is it like this? Did ordinary professions eat your rice? How infuriating. Why am I not a hidden profession? Can't we lower the requirements a bit? How about variant professions? I am a hidden profession. It seems I have a bright future ahead. Despite their dissatisfaction, Gu Feng maintained an air of calm. It was better to be straightforward. Fortunately, those without hidden professions did not cause a ruckus but merely grumbled as they left. Around 50 students remained, not all of whom were hidden professions. Some had ordinary or variant professions and hoped to try their luck. Gu Feng, feeling no need to elaborate further, led the way while others acted as his escort. Making their way to the small park at Tianjin University, where he was to meet his two teammates. Lu Jianyi spotted Gu Feng immediately, along with the crowd of students behind him. Although she was unaware of the situation, her instincts as a devoted admirer compelled her to prioritize Gu Feng's safety. She swiftly pulled Gu Feng behind her and brandished her weapon at the students trailing him. "What are you lot doing following my good brother?" Gu Feng quickly clarified. "They are individuals who wish to join our team." Lu Jianyi nodded and lowered her sword, though she kept it at the ready in case of unforeseen events. Bai Daxianzi approached and remarked, "So many people want to join our team. This will be a challenge. How about this, Gu Feng? We should hold an interview. Let them each present their profession, level, and skills, and we three can serve as judges to determine their eligibility." Gu Feng nodded in agreement. That's a splendid idea. However, to ascertain an individual's skill information, we must first add them as friends, making it somewhat cumbersome to check each one's information. Bai replied, "About that. I happened to see an item called Revealing Stone in the Tianjin University shop yesterday. After using it, one's skill attributes can be displayed in visual form, and it can be reused multiple times. Plus, it can be purchased with money. Let us have each interviewee prepare one." Gu Feng's eyes lit up with understanding. "That is indeed a clever solution. Please get one for me as well. I anticipate needing it when recruiting teammates in the future." Lu Jianyi immediately volunteered. "I'll go buy it for my good brother. Just wait here, all right?" Gu Feng then announced the details of the interview to the gathered students, instructing them to prepare their revealing stones. Many of the upperclassmen present had revealing stones, and they promptly retrieved them from their bags. Gu Feng waved his hand. "All right then. Those with revealing stones can come forward for the interview. Just a moment. I need to find a chair to sit on as the interviewer. Special discounts on Duanwu books. VIP vouchers available." Gu Feng took a seat while Bai Daxianzi stood behind him, offering advice. Thus, the interview session for recruiting new teammates commenced. Admittedly, hosting an interview for the sake of finding a single teammate seemed somewhat excessive. Yet, with Gu Feng's skills, it all appeared quite reasonable. The first to step forward was a short, stout man who used the revealing stone to display his attribute list. Gu Feng muttered, "Level 16, profession, hidden profession, groundbreaker warrior. Attributes are." As he examined the man's data, he inquired, "Tell me, brother, what is your goal in joining our team?" The stout man promptly replied, "Of course, I aim to contribute to the team." Gu Feng gestured dismissively, "You may leave. If you cannot be honest from the start, how can I trust you? Furthermore, although you are a hidden profession, your attributes and skills are underwhelming. Hidden professions have their disparities." Next, the stout man walked away dejectedly. Next, a woman, whose weight was almost equal to her waist circumference, stepped forward. She showcased her attributes, revealing her profession as a radiant mage, a hidden profession specializing in light magic. As Gu Feng scrutinized her skills, the plump woman cast a flirtatious glance at him. "Hey there, handsome. My profession isn't too shabby, right? Let me tell you. If you allow me to join your team, you can do whatever you wish with my beautiful body. I want to oppose anything you desire." She giggled, her flesh quivering with laughter. Gu Feng instinctively took a step back. He certainly did not wish to become a tank driver. The story of Beta was enough. He had no desire for it to unfold in his life. Moreover, considering the weight of the rotund woman before him, one might surmise that she could easily crack her pelvis if she sat down too forcefully. With her multitude of folds, it was difficult to discern where one began and another ended. Gu Feng cleared his throat and remarked, Your profession does not align with our requirements. So please take your leave." The plump woman widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh no, handsome. Is it that you find my sincerity lacking? If that is the case, we could establish some rapport before discussing the possibility of joining." Gu Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that engaging in such relations would certainly not be in his favor. Not to mention, her skin felt as if it were slick with oil. He firmly rejected her, stating, "I kindly ask you to leave." The woman was about to utter another word when Bai Daxianzi interjected, positioning her staff before the woman. "My dear Gu Feng has already dismissed you. Do you not understand human speech?" The hefty woman shot a glare at Bai Daxianzi and retorted angrily, "So handsome. You prefer those who are dry and withered. Very well, I shall take my leave. However, let me remind you, fortunes change, and one should never underestimate the impoverished." With that, she swayed her ample hips and departed. Gu Feng shrugged, presuming that he would likely never encounter her again. Redirecting his focus to the interview process, he instinctively stated, "All right, let's bring in the next batch." Bai Daxianzi behind him questioned, "Next batch? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Gu Feng quickly corrected himself. I meant the next candidate. While Gu Feng was conducting the interviews, a teacher reported the situation to the principal. Principal, it seems someone has organized an interview session at the school. This might be disrupting the order of the institution. Shouldn't you intervene? The principal furrowed his brow and inquired. Teacher Feng, who is responsible for this interview session? Teacher Feng replied. It appears to be a student named Gu Feng. I recall he possesses a skill that grants his teammates a tenfold experience boost. While this skill is indeed impressive, hosting an interview session seems rather excessive, especially with a large crowd gathered around, some students even skipping classes. Should I step in to halt this? Upon hearing Gu Feng's name, Principal Peng Yongda nearly dropped his teacup. When informed of Teacher Feng's intention to intervene, he shattered the teacup on the floor in exasperation, exclaiming, Intervene. How dare you? You must not understand the magnitude of Gu Feng's skill. His willingness to recruit new team members is a tremendous opportunity for us. Each new recruit he attracts signifies the emergence of a brilliant new star at Tianjin University. Just being on the same team as Gu Feng could elevate anyone, even a grasshopper, to greatness. Chapter 69. The teachers eagerly competing to join the team. The principal gave Mr. Feng a stern reprimand. In passing, he also handed him a copy of Gu Feng's skills. Tell me, have you not seen Gu Feng's complete abilities? I recall this being the talk of Tianjin University just yesterday. Mr. Feng felt a bit embarrassed. I was preoccupied with inspecting the local shops around the school and didn't pay attention to the news within the institution. However, Gu Feng's skills seem exceedingly extraordinary. Physical damage 10, magical damage 10, critical damage 10. Is this a matter of life and death? In all my years, I have never encountered such an outrageous skill. No, I haven't even seen a skill a tenth as abnormal as this. Could it be that Gu Feng is the offspring of the goddess of fortune, blessed with such an exceptional vocation? The principal snorted coldly. That is precisely why I am giving him such special attention. Mr. Feng nodded. Understood. I will make sure not to interfere with the interview process. The principal slammed his hand on the table. Simply refraining from interference is not enough. You. Find an empty classroom to serve as Gu Feng's exclusive interview space. After all, Gu Feng is our most valuable asset at Tianjin University. How could we allow him to be interviewed outdoors? That would be a disgrace to our institution. Furthermore, let that classroom be reserved for Gu Feng in the future to ensure he has a suitable place for any subsequent recruitment. Mr. Feng scratched his head. Principal, you are being exceedingly attentive to Gu Feng. However, considering his skills, it is only fitting that he receives such consideration. I will take care of it right away. Oh, by the way, Principal, there is one more thing. I noticed many teachers are eager to participate in Gu Feng's team interview. The principal's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth are they thinking? Do they not realize that the level difference among team members cannot exceed 10 levels? Their presence would be futile. Mr. Feng awkwardly replied. They said they are willing to wait. The principal slammed the table again. This is sheer nonsense. If they all join Gu Feng's team, how will the school function? Well, upon further reflection, if Gu Feng were to accept them, it might not be a bad idea. After all, the combat power of a genius far outweighs that of a mere teacher. Let them be. In any case, Mr. Feng, you must promptly arrange a classroom for Gu Feng. Mr. Feng immediately set to work. When Gu Feng was halfway through his interviews, Mr. Feng had already arrived. He wasted no time on pleasantries and stated directly, Gu Feng, I am a teacher at the school, Mr. Feng. You may address me as such. The situation is this. The principal believes the outdoor interviews are too strenuous for you, so he has tasked me with arranging a classroom for you. The room is ready. Shall we? Gu Feng paused briefly before agreeing. He understood that the school was attempting to curry favor with him, but he did not mind. Upon entering a clean classroom, Mr. Feng handed the key to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, this room is now yours to use at your discretion. It is your exclusive classroom. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I hope you find suitable teammates. With the classroom secured, Gu Feng felt more at ease during the interviews. He sat at the center of the room, welcoming candidates one by one. This one-on-one format proved to be quite efficient. However, despite interviewing dozens of individuals, Gu Feng had yet to find a teammate who met his criteria. After all, his standards were rather high. A hidden profession was merely the baseline. Other aspects also had to align with his expectations. After finishing with another candidate, Gu Feng instinctively called out, Next candidate, please enter. By the way, Jianni, how many more candidates are there? Lu Jianni stepped outside to check. Only one remains. Gu Feng sighed. It seems there are indeed few who meet the requirements. Well, please let the next candidate in. At that moment, A woman clad in a deep purple gown entered. She stood at least 7 meters tall, reaching 75 meters with the aid of high heels. Her shapely legs were adorned with black stockings, and her long black hair fell casually over her shoulders. The woman possessed striking features, delicate brows that arched like crescent moons, eyes filled with a subtle allure, and lips as red as cherries. Unlike the ethereal presence of Bai Ruoxue or the innocence of Lu Jianyi, this woman exuded a mature and gentle beauty. In short, she radiated an elder sister's charm. Chapter 70. Your conversations have surpassed humanity. A splendidly dressed, gentle-looking older sister gracefully entered the interview room. Gu Feng glanced at her. While he found her quite beautiful, he remained undistracted and formally stated, "Please reveal your skills and attributes." To his surprise, the gentle older sister suddenly approached Gu Feng, her voice filled with heartfelt emotion. "Brother, do you not recognize me? I am your long-lost sister." Gu Feng, taken aback, thought, "I have been an only child for 2 lifetimes. How could I possibly have a sister? Did you emerge from a crack in a rock? If you truly did come from a stone, I might as well call you sister." However, this was clearly not the case. Gu Feng sensed that the woman was simply joking, perhaps attempting to bridge the gap between them. Nonetheless, he had little time for such frivolities. "Please, have some decorum. To call yourself my sister is utterly absurd. Why not claim to be my mother instead?" The gentle older sister blushed slightly. "If you insist, you may call me mother." With no one else around, Gu Feng boldly declared, "Mother, I am hungry and wish for milk." This time, it was the gentle older sister who was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift retort from Gu Feng. Can we really do that here? It seems rather inappropriate since this is a classroom." Seizing the advantage, Gu Feng adeptly pressed on, "Let us do so right here. I am so hungry that I can barely move. Hurry, lest I become a character from an anime." The gentle older sister's cheeks flushed. "All right, enough of the jokes. I am here for the interview." With that, she presented her profession and skills. "Here, take a look." Gu Feng scoffed lightly before slowly examining the gentle older sister's profile. Name, Yin Zihan. Level, 31. Profession, Celestial Archer, indeed a hidden class. Her skills included Basic Elemental Enchantment, Advanced Elemental Enchantment, Spatial Enchantment, Dark Enchantment, and Physical Enchantment. At that moment, Yin Zihan explained, "My skills may be somewhat complex. Allow me to elucidate. Basic Elemental Enchantment enables me to imbue arrows with one of the 4 elements, earth, water, wind, or fire. For instance, an arrow enchanted with fire can ignite the enemy. Advanced Elemental Enchantment allows me to attach higher-tier elemental powers to arrows. For example, an arrow imbued with advanced fire elements can cause an explosive conflagration at the target location. Spatial Enchantment can be applied both to enemies and allies, allowing a target struck by an arrow to be shifted to an alternate space for 5 seconds, during which they cannot attack or be attacked. Dark Enchantment attaches dark powers to arrows, inflicting various curses on enemies, such as a weakening curse. Lastly, Physical Enchantment can grant arrows attributes such as penetration, power strike, and tracking. Once Yin Zihan had thoroughly explained her skills, Gu Feng gained a fundamental understanding of her profession. She was indeed a versatile class, possessing offensive, control, and protective capabilities. However, the drawback lay in the fact that none of her attributes were particularly exceptional. She was a multifaceted character. Frankly, this hidden class was rather impressive, and since Gu Feng's team lacked an archer, allowing Yin Zihan to join could be beneficial. As Gu Feng pondered this, Yin Zihan interjected, "All right, enough of the contemplation. I am undoubtedly the best choice for your team. If you permit me to join, you shall henceforth be my dear brother." Gu Feng calmly replied, "That's unhygienic." Yin Zihan, somewhat perplexed, responded, "What is unhygienic? What are you talking about?" "I mean the term brother is not hygienic," Gu Feng clarified. Finally, Yin Zihan grasped the implication, her expression shifting to one of shyness, though she quickly regained her composure. "You are incorrigible, making such risky jokes. You little rascal, drooling, I ought to poke your mouth." Gu Feng rolled his eyes. "Who told you to call me brother the moment you walked in, and now you wish to be my sister? If I do not teach you a lesson, you might think me easy to bully. Well then, your profession and attributes are generally satisfactory. Now, a question arises. What is your purpose in joining our team?" Yin Zihan proudly declared, "I aim to become the world's foremost archer." Chapter 71. Exercise restraint. To Gu Feng's astonishment, Yin Zihan's ambitions were indeed grand. She aspired to become the world's foremost archer, a formidable challenge. Yet, with Gu Feng's assistance, it seemed less daunting. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Your goal is quite noble, perfectly aligning with our team's ethos. We are a group of idealistic, ambitious youths, imbued with culture and moral integrity. You certainly meet our criteria. So we shall welcome you into our ranks. Gu Feng's words were tinged with a hint of self-aggrandizement. His invitation stemmed from the recognition that Yin Zihan's profession could fortify the team's weaknesses. Overjoyed, Yin Zihan exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. I always knew I could do it. Say, could you allow me to witness your skills firsthand? My previous knowledge was merely hearsay and screenshots. I long to see it with my own eyes." Without further ado, Gu Feng, now equipped with the revealing stone, showcased his skills. He laid before her the descriptions of his abilities, including greed, fury, gluttony, and pride. Upon reading them, Yin Zihan's breath momentarily faltered. Although she had anticipated such prowess, witnessing it firsthand was still a breathtaking experience. Experience points: 10, critical damage, 10, physical damage, 10, magical damage, 10. What were these? These could hardly be termed mere skills. They were more akin to divine blessings. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yin Zihan grasped Gu Feng's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, your skills are astonishing. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Now that we've both seen each other's abilities, you must take responsibility for your sister." With a playful gesture, she lightly touched the exposed skin at Gu Feng's collar, her gaze sultry and enticing. However, Gu Feng remained unfazed. He appreciated beauty but maintained his composure. He brushed her hand away, responding, "Enough with the brother business. You are not my sister." Yin Zihan pouted, feigning sorrow. "Then I shall call you Junior, since you are a freshman and I am a sophomore. Such a cool junior. How I adore you." Gu Feng dismissed her flirtation, resolutely stating, "Yin Zihan, let us head to the gym and observe your skills in action. After all, knowledge gained from books pales in comparison to practical experience." Sure. I'll follow your lead, Junior. By the way, where does that phrase you mentioned come from? I've never heard it before," she inquired. Without looking up, Gu Feng replied, "I coined it myself." "Created by you? Your literary talent is impressive, Junior. I adore you even more now. Is this your way of enchanting me?" Yin Zihan exclaimed. Gu Feng remained silent, leading the way to the gym, followed closely by Daxianzi and Lu Jianyi. As they passed Yin Zihan, both shot her a glance filled with unspoken rivalry. While they understood Gu Feng's rationale for inviting her and acknowledged her qualifications, a sense of displeasure lingered in their hearts. Yin Zihan noticed their animosity but merely smiled to herself, whispering, "It seems I've been cast as the villain. But doesn't that indicate my formidable presence? Hiki. With such an impressive profession and a calm demeanor, my junior is truly perfect. I feel an overwhelming urge to devour him whole. No, I mustn't think that way. After all, I am but a pure maiden who has yet to experience love. I must exercise restraint." The four made their way to the gym, where Gu Feng spent 10 points to gain access to a monster growth array. He summoned 10 level 30 hellhounds from the array and declared, "Yin Zihan, let us first assess the power of your skills. Chapter 72. Is your team quite normal?" Yin Zihan, without any hesitation, retrieved a resplendent longbow from her backpack. Its appearance alone suggested that it was of golden quality, for nothing less could possess such elegance. Drawing the bow and nocking an arrow, she employed an advanced elemental enchantment, infusing the arrow with the essence of fire, and released it towards the heart of the hellhound swarm. In an instant, the arrow detonated like a landmine, inflicting 0 damage upon the surrounding hellhounds and extinguishing their life force entirely. Gu Feng remained silent, summoning 10 hellhounds using a magical array. This time, Yin Zihan applied a high-tier water-based physical enchantment to her arrow, resulting in 0 damage, yet failing to obliterate the hellhounds, leaving them with some residual health. However, the advantage lay in freezing the hellhounds solid. Subsequently, Yin Zihan followed up with a wind element arrow, sending the hellhounds tumbling and depleting their last vestiges of health. Following this, she showcased a dark enchantment, causing the hellhounds struck by her dark arrows to gradually lose health, alongside a decline in their various attributes. When demonstrating the physical enchantment, Gu Feng noticed something noteworthy. Yin Zihan had inscribed piercing onto her arrows, resulting in a critical hit. She then inscribed tracking onto another arrow, also achieving a critical hit. Gu Feng remarked, "Yin Zihan, your critical hit rate is remarkably high." Yin Zihan chuckled. "Typically, archers possess a low critical hit rate. I am somewhat unique. My critical hit rate diminishes with elemental enchantments, but soars with physical ones. It pairs perfectly with your fury skill, Junior. We are truly a match made in heaven." Gu Feng shot her a glance, uninterested in engaging further, and deftly shifted the topic. "You've essentially tested all your skills, and they align with my expectations. Now, you can officially join the team." Gu Feng sent a party invitation to Yin Zihan, who promptly accepted. Gu Feng continued. Our next course of action is to elevate our levels and enhance our equipment. Let us depart the gymnasium and seek a shaded area to peruse the current tasks available on the Academy's official website. We shall select a suitable task that allows us to earn points while also advancing our levels. As Gu Feng spoke, he exited the gymnasium and made his way towards a small park. During their walk, Yin Zihan kept the conversation alive, inquiring of Baida. I'm curious. How did you two lovely ladies become teammates of the junior? Bai Ruoxue's expression was quite stern. Gu Feng and I have been classmates for several years. It was only natural for us to become teammates, unlike some who joined midway. Lu Jinyi pondered briefly before responding. As for me, I was initially drawn in by my dear brother's skills. Now, I simply wish to be his devoted admirer. Yin Zihan's expression froze. Admirer? So direct? She turned to Gu Feng, Jr. Doesn't our team atmosphere seem a bit unusual? How could Lu Jinyi consider herself an admirer? Gu Feng ruffled Lu Jinyi's hair. Jinyi merely expresses her feelings candidly. Our internal dynamics are perfectly normal. Yin Zihan, you're a normal person too, right? Yin Zihan proudly declared, of course. I'm exceedingly normal. I diligently hunt monsters daily, abstaining from smoking and drinking, ensuring 8 hours of sleep each night. And I must be in bed before 11, always enjoying a cup of warm milk before sleep. Even doctors commend my normalcy. Gu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in her words. Nevertheless, he arrived at a bench in the park, seated himself in the center, and retrieved his phone, opening the Tianjin University official website to search for suitable tasks in the bounty section. Bai Daxian and Lu Jinyi sat on either side of him, both intently gazing at the screen. Seeing there was no space for herself, Yin Zihan did not express frustration, instead positioning herself behind Gu Feng. Grasping the top of the bench and leaning down, Gu Feng immediately exclaimed, Hey. Yin Zihan, what are you placing on my head? Chapter 73, The Abyss Dungeon. Yin Zihan chuckled mischievously. Junior, how is the treatment of your shampoo? Gu Feng frowned. Go away, I am currently occupied with serious matters. Unperturbed, Yin Zihan obediently shifted the heavy object resting on Gu Feng's head and positioned herself beside him, peering intently at his phone. Within the bounty task interface, Gu Feng's eyes were drawn to a particularly striking task, highlighted in crimson. Bounty task, clear the Abyss Dungeon. Reward points, 0. Note 1. The level restriction for practitioners in the Abyss Dungeon is level 32 and below. Note 2. 2 teams of adventurers have already perished within this dungeon. Note 3. Adventurer teams lacking strength should refrain from accepting this task. Upon reading this task, Gu Feng exclaimed in realization, so it is the Abyss Dungeon. The Abyss Dungeon is a rather unique type of dungeon. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that the monsters within are solely composed of creatures from the Abyss. The monsters that Gu Feng's team had previously encountered were primarily those infected and formed by the abyssal miasma, which differ significantly from the authentic denizens of the Abyss. The most notable distinction is that practitioners typically do not truly perish when their health is depleted by ordinary monsters. Most common monsters do not inflict additional damage upon a practitioner's fallen body. However, abyssal creatures are merciless in their pursuit. Regardless of their level, these creatures will deliver a fatal blow. This results in numerous practitioners meeting their demise at the hands of abyssal beings each year. Thus, the Abyss Dungeon, comprised entirely of these creatures, is undoubtedly perilous. Moreover, the Abyss Dungeon possesses another characteristic that sets it apart from regular dungeons. Once the abyssal creatures within have been eradicated, the dungeon will permanently close. Conversely, if the dungeon remains unvanquished for an extended period, it will transform into a teleportation point for the Abyss, automatically funneling these creatures into the realm of humans, causing immense chaos. From the perspective of practitioners, the Abyss Dungeon resembles a pestilence that must be exterminated at the first opportunity upon its emergence. Gu Feng contemplated the task, muttering to himself. The points awarded for this task are quite substantial. Bai spoke up, the points are indeed generous, but this is the Abyss Dungeon. Failure to conquer it can lead to death. Gu Feng replied calmly, yet we cannot perpetually evade combat with abyssal creatures, can we? We may currently avoid confrontation, but as our levels rise, we shall inevitably face these beings. Continuing, Gu Feng added, the level requirement for this Abyss Dungeon is 32 and below, which aligns perfectly with our team's configuration. Yin Zihan is level 31, not exceeding the limit, and as for us, we are well within the requirement. Additionally, with my skill enhancements, we can certainly obliterate monsters around level 30. Moreover, I possess skills to ensure my survival. Therefore, I believe we can accept this task. Gu Feng's deduction was astute. Given their team's composition, successfully navigating the Abyss dungeon posed no insurmountable challenge. Indeed, even if the abyssal creatures within were a few levels higher, perhaps even 10 levels above, they would still stand a good chance of prevailing. After all, Gu Feng's buff skills are no trifling matter. By Roash Yue's side in resignation, since it is your decision, Gu Feng, I shall support it. In truth, I believe there will be no issues. Having determined to undertake the task, Gu Feng selected Accept Task on his phone before leading the group toward the location of the Abyss dungeon. Throughout the journey, Yan Zihan was brimming with excitement. Eager to experience the thrill of tenfold experience and damage bonuses, she even contemplated alighting midway to practice on a wild monster. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Tianjin University, as President Peng Yongda leisurely sipped tea, Teacher Feng entered, saying, "President, I have arranged the interview classroom for Gu Feng." Peng Yongda nodded in approval. "Good. You have done well." Teacher Feng continued, "By the way, I just noticed that the task to clear the Abyss dungeon has been accepted." Peng Yongda expressed surprise. "I recall that 2 teams had already perished within that dungeon. It is no trivial matter. Who accepted this task?" Teacher Feng replied honestly. "It was Gu Feng and his team." Chapter 74. I can no longer return to the past upon hearing that the task was assigned to Gu Feng's team. Peng Yongda immediately spat out the tea he had just consumed. "What? You mean Gu Feng's team took on this task? How could they accept such a perilous mission? Isn't that courting disaster?" Teacher Feng, perplexed by Peng Yongda's outrage, replied earnestly, "I believe this is quite normal. I am familiar with the composition of Gu Feng's team. Aside from him, they all possess hidden professions. With Gu Feng's buffs, they should have no trouble dealing with level 40 monsters. A mere level 32 dungeon should be a piece of cake." Peng Yongda slammed the table in frustration. "You simply do not understand. The Abyss dungeon is a place teeming with abyssal creatures. These beings are notoriously vicious and have claimed countless lives. What if Gu Feng were to perish in this dungeon?" Teacher Feng chuckled softly. "How could anyone die in a dungeon? I estimate that unless the dungeon is filled entirely with level 50 monsters, Gu Feng's team is in no danger of being killed." Peng Yongda continued to express his anxiety. "But what if Gu Feng is injured? You must realize that while he is the rising star of Tianjin University, he is also poised to become a crucial force in humanity's battle against the Abyss. No, it would not be an exaggeration to say the most vital force. What if? What if Gu Feng becomes traumatized by the abyssal creatures in the dungeon, leaving him with psychological scars that prevent him from facing them in the future? These are all factors that must be considered." Teacher Feng, slightly speechless, replied, "Principal, you are overthinking this." The principal, with a tone of earnestness, urged, "It is not that I am overthinking. It is simply that Gu Feng's significance is too great. There can be no margin for error. With a profession like Gu Feng's, his mere presence elevates his teammates' combat prowess exponentially. How could our university not treasure him as a precious asset? It's akin to having a money-printing machine at home. Wouldn't you ensure it is well taken care of?" Teacher Feng conceded that the principal had a point. "So what should we do now? Should I go retrieve Gu Feng and his team?" The principal promptly rose from his chair. "No need for you to go. I shall handle it. It's a perfect opportunity for me to get to know this young man." With that, the principal hurriedly drove off to catch up with Gu Feng. However, by the time the principal arrived at the abyssal dungeon, Gu Feng and his companions had already entered. The principal, in a state of agitation, could only anxiously wait for Gu Feng and the others to emerge. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Gu Feng and his team encountered their first adversaries, the level 30 abyssal creatures known as cavern spiders. Unlike ordinary spider monsters, these cavern spiders boasted 12 legs, creating a densely packed appearance reminiscent of Cthulhu. Bai Dao declared, "Leave it to me. I shall test my damage output." With that, Yan Zihan once again infused her arrows with flame burst, igniting an explosion at the center of the cavern spiders. The damage numbers soared above the spiders' heads, and all spiders caught in the blast were annihilated. While Yan Zihan had anticipated a significant increase in her damage output, witnessing the dramatic rise firsthand left her utterly entranced. Not only that, but the experience gained from the fallen cavern spiders astonished her as well. She could visibly see her experience bar rising. Tears nearly welled up in Yan Zihan's eyes. Since surpassing level 10, when leveling up had been relatively easy, she had not witnessed such a tangible increase in experience. Even as a hidden profession, she was no exception. At that moment, Yan Zihan truly understood the disparity between individuals. With Gu Feng's presence, leveling up and defeating monsters had become astonishingly effortless. She instinctively embraced Gu Feng, exclaiming, "Junior, I truly cannot live without you. I cannot return to the time before you. My soul has taken on your shape. You must take responsibility for me. I shall remain in your team for life." Gu Feng pushed her face away. "Get off me. It's suffocating." While resisting Gu Feng's hands, Yin Zihan giggled, "Your hands are fragrant and soft. Get away, you weirdo. Weren't you the one who claimed to be perfectly normal?" Chapter 75. How can you make me work? Gu Feng, with great effort, managed to push away Yin Zihan, who had been clinging to him. This was only possible with the assistance of Lu Jianyi and Bai Ruoxue. Yin Zihan wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and complained, "Honestly, you're so ruthless, Junior. I'm not a pervert. I just wanted to get closer to you." Gu Feng chuckled, "Could you at least wipe your mouth before speaking?" Yin Zihan laughed awkwardly and fell silent. Next came the usual monster hunting period. Although the cave spiders appeared fearsome, their combat ability was quite average. The three of them, Yin Zihan, Bai Ruoxue, and Lu Jianyi, each took charge of a section, swiftly eliminating the cave spiders. After clearing the cave spiders, the group ventured deeper into the abyssal cavern. However, challenges soon arose. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, so thick it felt as though one could not see their own hand. This environment was extremely unsuitable for adventurers. While most abyssal creatures could see in the dark, adventurers could not. Fortunately, Bai Ruoxue was well prepared. She retrieved a lantern from her backpack. Illuminating the surroundings. "This is something I prepared earlier. It's perfect for the occasion." One could only commend Bai Ruoxue's thorough preparations. Gu Feng extended his hand. "I can hold the lantern. After all, you three need to focus on combat while I have no pressing tasks." But Bai Ruoxue insisted, "No way." Gu Feng scratched his head in confusion. "Why not?" Bai Ruoxue explained, "Gu Feng, this lantern is a bit heavy and hot. How could we let you carry it?" Lu Jianyi chimed in, "Exactly. Our team isn't completely out of commission. We can't make our dear brother do all the work." Yin Zihan felt a bit embarrassed, as she had intended to voice her agreement but was preempted by Lu Jianyi and Bai Ruoxue. Eventually, she could only say, "They're right." Ultimately, Bai Ruoxue handed the lantern to Lu Jianyi. "Lu Jianyi, you hold the lantern. You one team need to fight. Just focus on lighting the way and protecting Gu Feng." Lu Jianyi eagerly accepted the lantern and moved closer to Gu Feng. "Dear brother, I'm here to protect you. By the way, do you need a leg massage? Or perhaps a shoulder rub? Just let me know what you need. I'm here to serve you." Although the overall efficiency of monster hunting declined slightly without Lu Jianyi's assistance, thanks to Bai Ruoxue and Yin Zihan possessing area of effect skills, they still progressed quite swiftly. Soon, they encountered the second type of monster in the dungeon, the Abyssal Crawler. Abyssal Crawler, level 33, health 0, skill, Dark Assault. The Abyssal Crawler resembled a large lizard but was distinct in having two heads. To be honest, its 0 health was quite impressive. Just to illustrate, Yin Zihan's AoE skill, Fire Blast Enchantment, could not eliminate them in a single strike. However, with Gu Feng's tenfold damage boost, this was hardly a concern. No matter the Abyssal Crawlers, they would perish. The process of clearing the monsters was uneventful. The Abyssal Crawlers were swiftly dispatched by Bai Ruoxue and Yin Zihan before they could even cast their skills. As the number of monsters dwindled, the trio gradually ventured deeper into the abyssal cavern until they encountered a narrow tunnel. A sense of imminent danger emanated from the other end of the tunnel. It was the presence of a boss. Gu Feng remarked calmly, "It seems we just need to deal with the creature at the end of the tunnel to complete this dungeon." Lu Jianyi nodded in agreement. This abyssal dungeon feels quite simple. It's not as terrifying as the legends suggest." However, Gu Feng shook his head. "We should remain cautious. Though the monsters we've encountered thus far have been rather ordinary, let us not forget that this dungeon has claimed 2 teams of adventurers. If it were truly that simple, those teams would not have perished." Thus, he speculated that the final boss would possess considerable strength. Gu Feng anticipated that this boss would not be easily defeated. Otherwise, 2 teams would not have fallen in this dungeon. He cautioned, "Prepare for battle, as the upcoming fight may require our utmost diligence." Bai Ruoxue and the others nodded in agreement. With that, they traversed through the tunnel and entered a stone-carved hall. At the center of the hall stood a stone platform, upon which sat a massive beetle. This beetle was at least twice the height of an adult. It sported several long black horns on its head, and beneath its glossy black shell lay 4 pairs of wings. Its small head, encased in thick armor, surveyed the intruders with blood-red eyes before it suddenly chuckled. "How delightful. Another group of oblivious humans come to meet their demise." It was evident that this beetle possessed intelligence. Generally, abyssal creatures of higher levels, particularly those of boss caliber, exhibited intellect comparable to that of humans, which explained their long-standing rivalry. Bairuashua wasted no time and cast a detection spell. Abyssal Lord, level 36, health 00, skills, thick skin, ground piercing, sharp horn strike, Bairuashua remarked. It's merely a 36-level boss with 0 health. Hardly a concern. After all, not long ago, Bairuashua and her companions had effortlessly defeated the 35-level boss. The Lava King, with Yin Zihan's assistance, facing this 36-level boss should pose no problem. However, upon hearing Bairuashua's words, the Abyssal Lord erupted into laughter. Underestimating me? You truly know nothing of your own insignificance. The previous 2 teams that reached this far felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing my level. Yet they all met their end. Do you know how they perished? Without waiting for a response, the Abyssal Lord answered itself. It was because of this. As it spoke, the Abyssal Lord retrieved a shimmering mineral from near its rear with its bristly claws. This mineral was bestowed upon me by Lord Manus, the Abyssal Lord. Its purpose is to double my base attributes for a brief period. This is my ultimate move. Had I been merely an ordinary 36-level boss, you may have had a chance of defeating me. But now my base attributes are doubled. How could you possibly hope to defeat me? Thanks to the great Abyssal Lord, I can slaughter you humans with impunity. With that, the Abyssal Lord crushed the mineral in its mouth. Immediately, its aura surged, and its size seemed to increase. Relishing the power granted by the mineral, the Abyssal Lord exclaimed, "This is the sensation of doubled attributes. It feels utterly magnificent. With this enhancement, how could you humans ever hope to defeat me? You all seem rather unfazed, do you not?" The Dungeon Lord gazed curiously at Bairuashua and her companions, only to discern a hint of disdain etched upon their faces. In truth, it was not surprising that Bairuashua and her allies held such contempt. Had they not encountered Gu Feng, they might have been impressed by the doubling of basic attributes. However, with Gu Feng present, their output had skyrocketed tenfold, not to mention the buffs of experience points, critical damage, and loot drop rates, each elevated by 10. This entire suite of enhancements had fostered in Bairuashua and her companions an exceedingly high regard for auxiliary skills. A mere base attribute of 2? What significance does that hold? Such an enhancement pales in comparison to even a single toe of Gu Feng. Out of humanitarian concern, or perhaps due to the anticipation of the Dungeon Lord's imminent demise, Gu Feng feigned agreement. With a tone of mock admiration, he remarked, "Wow, a base attribute of 2. What a remarkable enhancement indeed. It's truly unexpected, shocking, and utterly unbelievable." Although the Dungeon Lord possessed a reasonable intellect, he seemed unable to discern genuine praise from mere flattery. Upon hearing Gu Feng's insincere commendation, the Dungeon Lord mistakenly believed he had genuinely intimidated Gu Feng, feeling a swell of pride within. Clearly, there were discerning individuals among these humans. Elated, he continued, "Young man, you possess a discerning eye. You recognize the might of a base attribute of 2. Understand that in this vast world, items boasting such a base attribute are exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix feather. Even temporary ones are scarce. The ore in my possession was obtained through a fortuitous encounter with the esteemed Abyss Lord, who immediately recognized its potential. Regrettably, such ore is only usable by individuals below level 40, which is why it was bestowed upon me. Without it, my status would never allow me to acquire such ore. Yet, having fortuitously obtained it, I must achieve great deeds. Utilizing this dungeon, I shall eradicate as many of you humans as possible. I shall return to the Abyss Lord with good news. Perhaps, in his joy, he might even promote me. What a delightful turn of events. Not only can I slay, but I can also rise in rank. Is there such a fortunate circumstance in this world? And most importantly, with this ore, I am invincible below level 40. No, I should say below level 36. You mere adventurers stand only to meet your demise before me. Submit to the power of the ore." Gu Feng casually cleared his ears and replied, "So, was that your final statement? Quite lengthy, I must say. With such an extensive farewell, I suppose I should carve it onto a monument for you." The Dungeon Lord's tone shifted to one of menace. "What do you mean, human? You do not truly believe you can win, do you?" "Surely not. My level exceeds yours, and with the aid of my ore, my attributes are bolstered by 2. With such a disparity in power, how could you possibly triumph? If I were in your position, I wouldn't even know how to win." Gu Feng smiled, regrettably. "We are destined to win this battle." Gu Feng's unwavering confidence caused the Dungeon Lord's heart to pound anxiously. What could provoke such confidence in this individual? Unsettled, The Dungeon Lord immediately employed a detection skill. Even boss-level monsters possess their own detection abilities, though these are more instinctual than skillful. Their detection is feeble, revealing only the levels and names of adventurers. Upon discerning the levels of Gu Feng and his companions, the Dungeon Lord was rendered speechless. What is this? How can there be 3 level 21s and 1 level 31 in this party? How did such a party manage to reach me? Surely they cannot even best the minions in front of me. Initially, the Dungeon Lord thought that since they had defeated the minions to reach him, their average level must be around 30. However, the actual situation far exceeded his expectations. Gu Feng's team relied heavily on surprise. Trembling, the Dungeon Lord pointed at Gu Feng. There must be something wrong with your levels. How dare you, level 21s, seek me out? Are you mad? Gu Feng remained composed, madness or sanity. It is strength that speaks volumes. It is time for battle. As soon as Gu Feng's words fell, Yin Zihan sprang into action. She enchanted her arrow with a high-tier water elemental spell and shot it towards the Dungeon Lord. The arrow struck precisely beside the Dungeon Lord's foot, unleashing a torrent of frigid air that radiated outward. The Dungeon Lord, caught in the blast, was met with a shocking 0 damage displayed above his head. The Dungeon Lord was utterly bewildered. 0 damage. A level 31 archer dealt 0 damage? And this was with my thick skin, defensive skill active. What sorcery is this? If it weren't for the prior consumption of the ore that granted a base attribute of 2, Yin Zihan's arrow alone would have taken away 3/4 of his health. This damage is utterly absurd. After Yin Zihan's attack, Bai Ruoxue wasted no time following suit. She raised her hand and cast Eternal Freeze. Although this skill was single target, its long control duration made it exceptionally useful against bosses. A massive ice block materialized mid-air, plummeting violently towards the Dungeon Lord. The icy aura emanating from it instilled fear in the Dungeon Lord. Should he be struck by this skill, he would likely be controlled to death. He had to evade it at all costs. Thus, despite being significantly slowed by the frozen domain created by the high-tier water elemental arrow, he stubbornly spread his wings and fled from the impending icy projectile. However, the Dungeon Lord, having narrowly escaped one calamity, was not granted a moment's respite. Seeing that single-target skills were ineffective, Daxian immediately switched to an area of effect skill, Ice Enclosure. The howling snowflakes coldly struck the Dungeon Lord's face. His health plummeted to 0. Yet, the shock within the Dungeon Lord's heart was far greater than the loss of health. How is this possible? How can this level 21 mage deal 0 damage? Even if she were to multiply her original damage by 4 or 5 times, it would be impossible to achieve such an absurd result. No wonder these individuals could traverse here at such low levels. Their output is indeed extraordinary. But, wait. With my many years of experience in the Abyss, I know that no level 21 profession could deal 0 damage, especially with my damage reduction skills active. Even the Abyss Lord, at around level 21, could only inflict negligible damage. What kind of celestial adventurers have I encountered? Their output defies all conventions. Seeing Bai Daxian's attack yield such effectiveness, Yin Zihan immediately unleashed a tracking arrow, which accurately pierced the Dungeon Lord's wing. Once again, the assault resulted in a meager 0 damage, leaving the Dungeon Lord with a mere sliver of life, a final 0. At this moment, the Dungeon Lord finally grasped the gravity of the situation. These 2 formidable sisters wielding bows and staves were not to be trifled with. Their damage output was utterly extraordinary. It was baffling. Their output soared to astonishing heights. No, she could not continue engaging them. With her current 0 health, a single skill from them could spell her doom. One must choose the softest persimmon to squeeze, or rather, before her demise. She must at least take one down with her. The Dungeon Lord's gaze abruptly shifted towards Gu Feng. There was no alternative. Gu Feng stood out the most. While others brandished weapons, he leisurely perused a book, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied any sense of combat prowess. Perhaps she could eliminate him. With a plan firmly in mind, the Dungeon Lord unleashed her skill, Underground Piercing. She burrowed into the earth, propelling herself at breakneck speed towards Gu Feng. In truth, the threat she posed to Gu Feng was non-existent. Firstly, he wore the blessed necklace around his neck, capable of absorbing a fatal blow. Secondly, with the skill Temporary Duplication at his disposal, Gu Feng was far from defenseless. To be precise, if he wished, his combat power could temporarily soar to the pinnacle of the team. Yet, Gu Feng displayed no inclination to engage. After all, Lu Jianyi stood beside him. Lu Jianyi's brows furrowed. Dare you attack my dear brother in my presence? Have you a death wish? No one could breach her sword's perimeter. Behold, Crescent Moon Slash. Lu Jianyi's long sword cleaved through the earth, striking the dungeon lord's head. 0. The final vestige of the dungeon lord's health was obliterated. In disbelief, she stared at the damage number that appeared above her, and before her life ebbed away, she hoarsely exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why is your damage so outrageous?" This is simply beyond the realm of a level 21 practitioner, Lu Jianyi proudly declared, with my dear brother by my side. Such high damage is only to be expected. How could a mere wild creature comprehend my brother's might? The dungeon lord cast one last glance at Gu Feng. Could it be that all of this was due to this man? Was he the catalyst for her allies' unprecedented damage output? Yet, the magnitude of the increase was utterly absurd. It must have been a tenfold rise in damage. Was such a feat humanly achievable? In bitterness, the dungeon lord closed her eyes, surrendering to fate as she erupted with a shower of equipment and items. Chapter 79. The generosity of the dungeon lord. One cannot help but exclaim, the dungeon lord has been exceedingly generous. Despite his loquacious nature, he has indeed bestowed an abundance of equipment and items upon us. As the spoils lay before Gu Feng, he decided to kneel down and collect them one by one. The first two pieces of equipment he picked up radiated a golden glow, unmistakably of golden quality. Light Abyss Helmet, grade, gold, required level, 30, additional attributes, Constitution 30, Agility 30, Strength 20, Gu Feng nodded in approval. Remarkable attributes for a helmet, indeed rare and versatile. This one shall be given to Yan Zihan. After all, the helmet's required level is 30, making it suitable for her. Gu Feng handed the helmet to Yan Zihan, who gleefully accepted it. Just what I needed. How fortuitous. Thank you, Junior, for gifting me this golden piece. May I receive a kiss from my senior in gratitude? Gu Feng playfully pushed her away. Enough of that. Let us inspect the gear. Yan Zihan chuckled. Oh, how shy you are, Junior. I find your demeanor quite endearing. You may be bashful now, but once you open your heart to your seniors, you'll undoubtedly be remarkable. Gu Feng, uninterested in further banter, turned his attention to the second piece of golden equipment. Light Abyss Boots, grade, gold, required level, 30, attributes, Agility 30, Strength 20, Spirit 20, Constitution 10, Gu Feng shrugged. Another piece restricted to level 30. Here, take it. Yan Zihan. This time, she appeared somewhat embarrassed. Are you sure it's all right for me to take this? Am I not receiving too much? I have just joined the team. Gu Feng remained calm. Take it. You are the only one who can use it now. Besides, when we reach level 30, we shall undoubtedly find even better equipment. With this reassurance, Yan Zihan decided not to hesitate any longer. Then I shall accept it. But rest assured, I will contribute greatly to our team. There are many benefits to being with me, Junior, which you will gradually discover. Gu Feng, uninterested in her teasing, picked up a long sword and a necklace. The long sword was a 25-level silver sword with decent attributes, suitable for Lu Jianyi, who would automatically equip it upon reaching level 25. The necklace was for Bai Daxianzi, as it significantly enhanced spirit attributes. Thus concluded Gu Feng's collection of the dungeon lord's treasures. Next, he gathered various items and materials. He picked up a shell and a wing, both of which had dropped from the dungeon lord. Dungeon lord's shell, grade, gold. Description, can be used for crafting equipment. Typically, equipment crafted from golden materials is of golden quality as well. This means that upon returning to Tianjin University, Gu Feng's team could forge yet another piece of golden equipment. The other item was Dungeon Lord's Wing, grade, gold. Description, can be used for crafting equipment. Another golden quality material. Gu Feng could hardly believe the Dungeon Lord's generosity. In total, they had acquired 4 pieces of golden equipment and 2 pieces of silver. It was truly a windfall. Moreover, in addition to the aforementioned materials and equipment, the Dungeon Lord had also dropped numerous high-grade health and mana potions. The health potions were largely unnecessary for Gu Feng's team, as under the buff provided by Gu Feng, Bai Daxianzi and her companions could dispatch wild monsters before they even had a chance to strike. The high-grade mana potions, however, would prove useful, especially for Bai Daxianzi, a mage, and Lu Jianyi, a warrior with a high skill activation frequency. While Gu Feng was busy sorting through these treasures, Yan Zihan stood beside him in a state of astonishment. It was her first time witnessing a boss drop such an abundance of valuable items. Is this the power of Gu Feng's devouring skill? How astonishing! Utilizing the devouring skill against a boss is akin to opening a treasure chest. With this skill in play, no member of Gu Feng's team would ever lack for equipment. With this thought, Yan Zihan exclaimed, "Junior, your skill is truly extraordinarily powerful. Allow me to embrace you." She lunged toward Gu Feng, but he deftly intercepted her with his foot. Your exuberance is rather excessive, don't you think? While I understand your joy, expressions of it should be gradual. Let us not leap directly into extremes. Yin Zihan, with a silly grin, replied, Your feet are so soft and fragrant, Junior. That's ridiculous. What nonsense about feet. Chapter 80. We archers are truly versatile. After tidying up the scattered items, Gu Feng and his companions prepared to return. However, before departing, Yin Zihan, possessing keen eyesight as an archer, suddenly exclaimed, Junior, wait. There seems to be a spatial rift over there. Gu Feng turned to look, and indeed, on the wall of the cave, there was a narrow spatial fissure, about half the width of an average person's palm. Previously, engulfed in darkness and engaged in combat with the dungeon lord, they had overlooked it. Now, with some leisure, Yin Zihan had noticed the rift. Curiously, Gu Feng approached the spatial fissure, leaning closer to peer inside, and was met with a startling sight. A corpulent, demon-like creature reclined on a throne, deep in slumber, exuding an aura of danger. Gu Feng instantly grasped the situation. This rift connected to the abyss. The creature behind it was likely a boss from the abyss, perhaps even the abyss lord referenced by the dungeon lord. This being must be at least level 60. A formidable boss that was beyond their current capabilities to defeat. Bai Ruoxue and the others nodded in agreement. Although Gu Feng's presence had significantly boosted their output, they were self-aware. Challenging a level 60 abyss boss at their level 21 would be tantamount to courting death. Gu Feng shook his head. Let us not bother with this creature. It is beyond our reach at the moment. Just as Gu Feng was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly noticed a gemstone resting on a stone table beside the boss. The gem emitted a mesmerizing glow. Gu Feng pointed and said, Look. There's a gemstone over there that seems quite valuable. Bai Ruoxue and the others glanced over and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it appears to be an extraordinary item. However, it seems beyond our grasp for now. This spatial rift is far too small for us to pass through. Besides, if we attempted to, we might awaken the boss. And that would be perilous. One could not help but admire Bai Daxianzi's calm demeanor as she swiftly assessed the pros and cons. However, Yin Zihan proudly proclaimed, You want to take that gemstone, right? Leave it to me. I can manage it. Bai Ruoxue frowned. How do you plan to do that? Yin Zihan smiled mysteriously. Just watch. I am the most versatile archer. With that, Yin Zihan retrieved a new arrow from her pack. Unlike the arrows she had previously used, this one bore a glowing tip. Yin Zihan explained, This arrow is called a sticky arrow. As the name implies, upon striking its target, it adheres directly to it. It is typically employed in conjunction with curse or poison skills to inflict prolonged debuffs. However, its damage enhancement is relatively low. Yet, it is perfect for this situation. It can attach to that gemstone. Additionally, I possess an enchantment called Free Manipulation, which allows me to control the arrow's flight trajectory freely. Combining it with the sticky arrow can achieve the effect of obtaining an item from afar. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng couldn't help but praise. Your profession can be utilized in such a manner. Puffing with pride from Gu Feng's compliment, Yin Zihan replied, Of course. My class is all about versatility. Junior. Once I retrieve the gemstone, how will you reward me? Or, I could reward you instead. As she said this, Yin Zihan licked her lips. Gu Feng remained unperturbed. As a member of our team, contributing to the group is expected. I have no reservations about directly sharing the golden gear with you. Hurry, before the boss awakens. Things will get complicated. Yin Zihan pouted. Honestly, Junior, you act as if you're afraid I'll devour you. Although I must admit, I would love to take a bite out of you. Just wait, I will retrieve the gemstone. With a special offer for a reading discount and VIP points. Yin Zihan knocked the sticky arrow and enchanted it with free manipulation, launching it into the spatial rift. Under the influence of free manipulation, the arrow moved like a fish gliding through the air, freely navigating towards its target. Yin Zihan carefully directed the arrow, allowing it to settle atop the gemstone. With a gentle command, the arrow adhered to the gem, and with a swift motion, it soared back, landing gently in Gu Feng's hands. Yin Zihan beamed. How is that? Junior? Isn't this trick impressive? Hee, don't be too envious of me. By the way, when do you plan to do your laundry? As Gu Feng detached the gemstone from the sticky arrow, he queried, Why do you care when I do my laundry? Yin Zihan replied candidly, I just realized that with a sticky arrow and the free manipulation enchantment, I could easily steal your laundry. When you finish washing and hanging it out, I could conveniently snag a couple of pieces for my own research. Gu Feng rolled his eyes. Research? What nonsense. Your behavior borders on obsession. He then exclaimed, Wait. This gemstone's quality is rather remarkable. Immediately, he shared the gemstone's attributes with the group. Thorn gem, quality, epic, description, can be used in equipment crafting. Grants reflection damage properties. By exclaimed, an epic gem? This is truly extraordinary. I've never encountered anything of epic caliber before. Yin Zihan's eyes sparkled. Oh my heavens. I can't believe I managed to acquire an epic gem. Could it be that I have a talent for thievery? Lu Jianyi interjected. With this epic gem, wouldn't it be possible to forge an epic-grade equipment for our dear brother? Moreover, this gem grants reflection damage properties, perfectly suited for him. Gu Feng acknowledged the gem's exceptional nature but maintained his composure. Indeed, acquiring an epic gem is fortunate. However, crafting it into epic equipment will likely pose challenges. Additional materials will undoubtedly be required. Bai Ruoxue reassured, no worries. As long as we have the main material, the auxiliary materials should not be a problem. The Academy has specialized blacksmiths. We can simply inquire about their assistance if we can afford the points. Let us ask when we return to the Academy. Gu Feng nodded. That makes sense. Let us exit this dungeon for now. The group agreed, and Gu Feng promptly opted to leave the dungeon. Just as they departed, the Abyss Lord behind the spatial rift slowly opened its eyes. That was a most refreshing slumber. I wonder how the Dungeon Lord is faring? I bestowed upon it such remarkable ores, it must not disappoint my expectations. Wait, what has happened to the Dungeon Lord's presence? Could it be that it has been slain? That shouldn't be possible. Isn't the dungeon restricted to adventurers below level 32? With those ores in its possession, it should be nearly impossible for a level 32 adventurer to defeat it. Curse that creature. Could it be that it let its guard down? How infuriating. I truly wasted those ores on it. Nevertheless, it is merely a worthless being. If it is dead, so be it. The Abyssal Lord stretched lazily, swiftly dismissing the death of the Dungeon Lord from his mind. Although the denizens of the Abyss possess intellect akin to that of humans, they are generally devoid of compassion. The death of a kin is of little concern to them. In fact, some abyssal creatures even have a habit of devouring their own kind. Truly, they fear not the virus of decay. The Abyssal Lord rose slowly from his throne. Given the time, the one-eyed old ghost should have returned by now. Perfect. I shall take the thorn gem to him for the crafting of an exquisite piece of equipment. Hee hee. The potential of the thorn gem makes it suitable to serve as the main material for an epic-grade item. Once I acquire this epic equipment, my standing within the abyss will surely ascend to new heights. As he spoke, the Abyssal Lord reached for the stone platform, intending to grasp the thorn gem that had long been placed there. However, he seized only air. The Abyssal Lord glanced over, only to discover that the platform was entirely empty. He was momentarily taken aback. Where's my thorn gem? The Abyssal Lord confirmed repeatedly. Realizing that the thorn gem was indeed missing, confusion was swiftly followed by rage. Who dares to steal from me? Aya! The Abyssal Lord roared in fury, smashing the stone platform to smithereens. Scoundrels! Should I discover who has pilfered my possession, I will grind them into a pulp. That was an epic-grade material. Scoundrels! Meanwhile, Gu Feng and his companions, having acquired a trove of treasures, had already exited the dungeon, returning to its entrance. Behind them, the cleared abyssal dungeon was rapidly sealing itself. Such is the nature of abyssal dungeons. Once cleared, they vanish. At that moment, waiting outside was the president of Tianjin University, Pang Yongda, who felt an immense weight lift from his heart upon seeing Gu Feng return unscathed. Oh, my little ancestor, you have finally returned. He hurriedly approached Gu Feng. Little ancestor. No, Gu Feng. Are you uninjured? Good heavens, how could you choose such a perilous task? You could have easily achieved invincibility through steady progression. Why take such risks? Do you not realize how precious your life is? Even ancient princes might not possess a life as valuable as yours. Should a prince perish, there are substitutes, but should you die, there will be no second chance at destiny. Gu Feng regarded the elderly man before him, puzzled. May I ask who you are? Pang Yongda quickly clarified. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Pang Yongda, the president of Tianjin University. It was I who arranged for your interview classroom. Gu Feng suddenly understood. So you are the president. Greetings, president. Thank you for the arrangements regarding the interview classroom. Pang Yongda waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, no need. In fact, I am grateful that you chose to attend Tianjin University. You must understand the rarity of your profession. Wherever you go, you will be treated as a treasure. Our Tianjin University is no exception. Gu Feng, we are all intelligent individuals here, so I shall speak plainly. With your skill set, it won't be long before other universities attempt to recruit you. However, remember, Tianjin University is the foremost institution in the Dragon Kingdom. Whatever other universities can offer you, we can provide as well. And what they cannot offer, we can also provide. In fact, I have a granddaughter, renowned for her beauty, and if you do not mind, Before Pang Yongda could finish, Gu Feng's companions behind him began to cough vigorously. Having lived for many years, Pang Yongda quickly grasped the situation. Gu Feng, it seems you are not currently in need of new allies. No matter, we can discuss my granddaughter's matters later. I shall take this opportunity to prepare her dowry. However, I must criticize you on one point. You should refrain from involving yourself in such lethal dungeon tasks. Cannot you simply relax? Your very existence is the greatest contribution to Tianjin University and humanity. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, so does this mean I am officially permitted to be lazy? However, I accepted this task with full confidence in my ability to conquer the abyssal dungeon. I would never seek danger recklessly. I value my life highly. Pang Yongda nodded repeatedly. Very well, it is wise of you to cherish your life. You are a clever individual, and I trust in your ability to assess danger. Just as Pang Yongda spoke, his phone suddenly rang. He flashed an apologetic smile at Gu Feng. Excuse me, I must take this call. As he answered, a voice on the other end said, Old Pang, we have a situation. Our people and those from Sakura country are clashing over territory at Surge Beach. You have many capable students, hurry and Sinsamade. Pang Yongda frowned. These Japanese dare to compete with us for our resources. Please hold, I will summon assistance immediately. After ending the call, just as Pang Yongda was about to contact the academy, Gu Feng inquired, President, I believe I heard a term just now. Japanese. Could you elaborate on this matter? I believe I may be interested in lending a hand. Observing Gu Feng's curiosity, Pang Yongda laid everything bare. Gu Feng, you have studied history, so you must be somewhat aware of the long-standing enmity between our Dragon Kingdom and Sakura country. It has a long history. Even before the advent of the profession system, our two nations were at odds. With the arrival of the profession system, tensions escalated further. Currently, our people are clashing at Surge Beach over territory. The wild creatures there drop a material known as large pearls, which can be used to craft blue potions and blood potions. Hence, it has always been regarded as a sacred site for wealth accumulation. Our nations have been vying for control over this territory, and it seems they have clashed once more. They just called me to request assistance. Gu Feng pondered for a moment and asked, President, why don't you go yourself? The president chuckled. Among practitioners, there exists an unwritten rule. When conflicts arise in the wild, no participant may exceed the level of the local wild creatures. For instance, the highest level of wild creatures at Surge Beach is 35. Thus, no combatant may exceed level 35. Otherwise, if individuals like us from the older generation engage in a confrontation, it is highly likely that the entire area will be flattened. At that point, no one will reap any benefits. Gu Feng nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. Just right, all the members of my team are below level 35. Which means we are all eligible to participate. Moreover, Gu Feng smiled. Without any professionals above level 35, I believe my team shall be invincible. Pang Yongda's eyes instantly sparkled with realization. Indeed, with Gu Feng as such a formidable asset on their side, their team would not only be unmatched at the same level, but could also easily engage in battles across a 10-level gap. After all, Gu Feng's team buff enhancement is exceedingly high. Pang Yongda now felt an urge to slap himself. How could he have overlooked the potential Gu Feng could unleash in this regard, especially under the established norm that the older generation should refrain from taking action? Gu Feng and his companions taking on the forces of Sakura Nation compelled Pang Yongda to reassess Gu Feng's value. Gu Feng was not only capable of contributing against the abyss, but would also prove particularly useful against the nefarious elements of other nations. Heaven has truly bestowed a treasure upon our Dragon Nation. Pang Yongda nodded fervently. All right, splendid. Gu Feng, your willingness to take action is simply marvelous. With you on board, we can undoubtedly deliver a substantial lesson to the rascals of Sakura Nation. You should go ahead first, and I will immediately rally the troops. Not to mention, with my connections, your absolute safety is at least guaranteed. Pang Yongda's face was brimming with excitement, while Gu Feng remained composed. Principal, please hold on. I have another matter to clarify. In situations such as this territorial dispute, is killing permitted? It is well known that there are two types of deaths for professionals. The first occurs when one's health is entirely depleted, yet the body remains intact, allowing for resurrection at a revival point. The second occurs when the body is not only depleted but also destroyed, resulting in a permanent loss. Upon hearing Gu Feng's inquiry, Pang Yongda understood that he had murderous intent. Pang Yongda weighed his words carefully. In principle, killing is not permitted during territorial disputes. Gu Feng nodded. Understood. So it means killing is indeed permissible. Pang Yongda coughed lightly and chuckled. Your comprehension skills are truly exceptional. Yes, in principle, killing is not allowed, but during actual combat, it is quite normal for accidental deaths to occur. However, Gu Feng, the aftermath of killing can be rather troublesome, especially in large-scale incidents. Gu Feng continued, understood. So it's about targeting the hidden professionals or variant professionals among the Sakura Nation's ranks. This way, it wouldn't be considered large-scale killing, and it would genuinely weaken the strength of the Sakura Nation. Pang Yonda gave a thumbs up. Honestly, I would love to meet the teacher who taught you literature. Your comprehension skills are off the charts. My sentiments align closely with what you articulated. However, Gu Feng, given your youth, do you truly have no qualms about the act of killing? Chapter 84. He will return defeated. In the era of professionals, many concepts have diverged significantly from the past, particularly regarding human life. Each year, multitudes perish due to the assaults of abyssal creatures, rendering death a commonplace occurrence. Gu Feng, having lived 2 lives, was blessed with a nurturing family and upbringing. Thus, he was neither a callous sociopath who regarded human life as inconsequential nor a heartless executioner. However, this did not extend to the people of Sakura country. A cursory glance at history reveals that their existence is often deemed worse than that of beasts. In response to Pang Yonda's concerns, Gu Feng calmly stated, "There is no need for alarm. I might hesitate in the face of ordinary killings, but when it comes to the people of Sakura country, I shall not." Pang Yonda nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "It's splendid that you possess such clarity of thought. I never anticipated that Gu Feng would not only excel in his profession, but also exhibit such high moral awakening. I can only say from now on, you may traverse Tianjin University with ease. However, once you arrive at Surge Beach, your safety is paramount. Your well-being is worth more than the combined lives of all those from Sakura country. As for the hidden professionals from Sakura, feel free to eliminate them if you can. If not, do not dwell too much on it. Just ensure you remain unharmed." Gu Feng assured him, "I understand. I will do my utmost to eliminate them. However, not only the hidden professionals, but the ordinary professionals from Sakura Island will likely endure considerable suffering. They may escape death, but their fates will not be much better." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxue and the others instantly grasped Gu Feng's implication. Gu Feng's devouring skill could indeed affect professional individuals. This meant that any professional vanquished by Gu Feng's team would invariably drop at least 2 pieces of equipment, with a high probability of 3. For many professionals, the loss of 3 valuable items would be tantamount to a significant decline in their capabilities. Pang Yonda, perplexed, inquired, "Gu Feng, what do you mean by that?" Gu Feng elaborated, "Principal, you must have witnessed my skills, correct?" The principal nodded. "Of course, I have observed them. Your greed skill enhances experience points, while your devour skill increases drop rates, and your fury skill amplifies critical damage." Before he could finish, Gu Feng interjected, "My devour skill is also effective against professionals." Pang Yonda was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe his ears. "You mean to say, your devour skill affects professionals too? Are you certain?" Lu Jenny quickly affirmed, "Rest assured, our dear brother would never deceive us. We have already conducted tests. Any professional defeated by our team invariably drops 3 pieces of equipment." Upon hearing this, Pang Yonda inhaled sharply. This is somewhat overwhelming. Professionals defeated by Gu Feng's team drop 3 pieces of equipment? Who would dare confront them henceforth? With Gu Feng present, defeating his team becomes an arduous task. It necessitates both a level and equipment superiority to have even a sliver of success. Furthermore, should one lose to Gu Feng, they would be left with nothing, especially for professionals like Pang Yonda, who, after their 3rd transition, might spend an entire year acquiring suitable equipment. If word got out, it would render a year's efforts futile. If 3 pieces were to drop, that would equate to 3 years wasted. Pang Yonda could hardly fathom such a scenario. Fortunately, Gu Feng hailed from Long Country, and he harbored a disdain for the people of Sakura country. One could only say, misfortune had befallen Sakura. May heaven protect Long Country. At that moment, Pang Yonda was so exhilarated he could hardly contain himself. "Excellent, excellent. Gu Feng, your skills are remarkable. With your assistance, we shall ensure Sakura country suffers a great defeat. Come, let us return to the city. There is a teleportation array there that will take us to Surge Beach. Gu Feng, we are truly counting on you. Once this endeavor concludes, Tianjin University will reward you handsomely. Speak up, how many points do you desire?" Gu Feng smiled. "To engage with Sakura country is a task I would undertake regardless of points." Pang Yonda, furrowing his brow and slapping his thigh, responded, "Oh dear, Gu Feng, you must not say such things. Whether or not you desire points is one matter, But Tianjin University must not neglect your contributions. Let me think. How about 0 points for this occasion? Chapter 85. Outrageous Damage. The 0 points at Tianjin University are no trivial matter. Take Yin Zihan as an example. She is currently a sophomore at Tianjin University, and throughout her entire freshman year, she did not earn a single 0 point. This is under the premise that she has a hidden profession. As for those with ordinary professions, their situation is even less promising. Upon hearing that Pang Yongda intended to reward Gu Feng with 0 points directly, Yin Zihan was utterly bewildered. When did earning points become so effortless? Just how extraordinary is my junior's profession? Even the president of Tianjin University is eager to bestow points upon him. Joining my junior's team seems to be an incredibly lucrative decision. This might just be the wisest choice I have ever made. Now, within my junior S team, there is a gluttony buff in effect, and equipment is no longer a concern. And now, points are also secure. These points can be exchanged for various materials and consumables at Tianjin University. Does this mean, as long as my junior is around, I will have nothing to worry about in the future? This is simply exhilarating. On the very first day of joining the team, Yin Zihan deeply felt the immense power of the Destiny Support profession. Destiny Support is no longer merely a profession. It is, in fact, an infinite money-making machine. Yin Zihan silently resolved to herself. Even if Gu Feng kicks, hits, or scolds her, she will not leave. For the rest of her life, she intends to cling tightly to her junior-S leg. Which leg she clings to is of no consequence. As long as she can hold on. Merely holding on is not enough. She must also take a few bites to absorb some of that celestial aura. At this moment, several individuals had already boarded Pang Yongda's vehicle. Pang Yongda instructed, I will take you directly to the teleportation array near Xiangyong Beach. This way, you can reach there sooner. Then I will seek additional support. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Upon returning to the city, the car stopped around a circle of teleportation arrays. Pang Yongda pointed to the second teleportation array on the left and said, that one is the teleportation array to Xiangyong Beach. You may proceed first. Gu Feng and the others got out of the car, and Gu Feng boldly stepped into the teleportation array, followed closely by Lu Jianyi and the other three. Upon emerging from the array, Gu Feng discovered he had arrived on a large island, seemingly endless in size. The ground beneath him was soft sand, and crabs wielding pincers often rushed out of the sea. Not far away, two groups of people were already engaged in battle. One group was a chaotic mix of various professions, fighting valiantly, but lacking in coordination. The other group all wore white cloth strips tied around their heads, displaying a disciplined combat style, clearly well prepared. Just by their attire, Gu Feng knew immediately who they were. Gu Feng waved to Bai Daxianzi and the others. Let us go. It's time for us to make our move. Bai Ruoxue and the others obediently followed Gu Feng, each drawing their weapons. As Gu Feng stepped onto the battlefield, he heard a warrior exclaim, why hasn't our reinforcements arrived yet? These individuals from Sakura country are well coordinated. They must have rehearsed beforehand. Though our brothers fight bravely, it's also chaotic. If this continues, we might not hold out. A nearby mage, while battling, responded, I heard they've already called the principal of Tianjin University for reinforcements. They should arrive soon. Let us hold on a little longer. At that moment, Gu Feng announced loudly, reinforcements have arrived. You all step back. The Dragon Kingdom's practitioners instinctively looked towards Gu Feng, their feet obediently taking a large step back, creating a barrier between themselves and the practitioners from Sakura country. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Daxianzi struck. She unleashed the AoE skill, Frozen World. The Sakura country practitioners struck by this skill saw numbers floating above their heads indicating 0 damage. Their health bars were instantly depleted. In the next moment, they all collapsed to the ground, their bodies beginning to transform into light points and drift skyward. At this moment, the battlefield fell silent. Both sides stared incredulously at the damage numbers, their minds buzzing. The earlier warrior nudged the nearby mage with his elbow and said, pinch me, will you? I need to know if I'm dreaming. How could I possibly see 0 damage? And it's from a group attack skill. This ISNT reinforcements. It's a divine being. Which practitioner below level 35 can withstand such damage? Even a giant shield warrior with all attributes and constitution wouldn't survive. Bai Daxianzi's high output astonished everyone on the scene. The morale of the Dragon Kingdom's practitioners surged. They had a formidable weapon by their side. The previously disadvantageous situation for the Dragon Kingdom was instantly turned around with Bai Ruoxue's assistance. Naturally, the other members of Gu Feng's team would not let Bai Ruoxue steal the spotlight alone. Yin Zihan readied her bow, infusing her arrows with high-level fire elemental energy. The arrow flew forth, striking the ground and igniting a massive fire explosion in the vicinity. The Sakura country practitioners affected by the fire explosion saw damage numbers of around 00 appearing above their heads. The Sakura country practitioners were thrown into chaos. Many wore expressions of fear on their faces. Damage of 00. What on earth is this? Who can inflict such high damage? This is utterly outrageous. What kind of divine being has the Dragon Kingdom summoned? Meanwhile, the warrior and mage who had just been chatting exchanged glances, both astonished by what they saw. The warrior stammered, "Brother, did you see that? That female archer dealt 00 damage. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Her output is several times higher than mine." The mage, still shaken, replied, "Your eyes are fine. I also saw damage close to 00. Goodness, the principal of Tianjin University truly delivered. He didn't send reinforcements. He sent a harbinger of death. With such a level of combat power, I can't fathom how we could lose." While the warrior and mage discussed the situation, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once again. This time, it was Lu Jian's turn to enter the fray. Unlike by Ruoxue and Yin Zihan's widespread AoE bombardments, Lu Jian's attacks were far simpler. It could be summed up in 2 words: mowing grass. Anyone struck by Lu Jian's longsword, regardless of their profession, found their health bars instantly emptied. For each of Lu Jian's strikes dealt damage exceeding 0. Moreover, Lu Jian occasionally delivered critical hits that reached around 00 damage. Just the sight of these damage numbers was enough to send the Sakura country practitioners retreating in fear. After all, most practitioners present were below level 35. Who had ever witnessed critical damage before? With the addition of Ruoxue and her companions, the situation for the Dragon Kingdom dramatically improved. Meanwhile, the practitioners from Sakura country began to falter. Although they had not completely collapsed, it was evident that the practitioners from Sakura country were starting to retreat. After all, those at the front were being met with the fierce offensive of Ruoxue and her team, who would dare to stay put. At this moment, behind the practitioners from Sakura country, a figure clad in black ninja attire glared coldly at the front lines, furiously shouting, "Can someone explain to me what is happening here? Why are our people retreating? Were we not at an advantage before? What on earth is going on?" The individual clad in a black ninja outfit is named Kai Ta, the leader of the Sakura Nation's professional fighters at Surging Beach. It is evident that the Sakura Nation has come well prepared for this territorial dispute. Moreover, Kai Ta's profession is not an ordinary one. He is a ninja, a unique hidden class exclusive to the Sakura Nation, endowed with remarkable mobility, stealth capabilities, and explosive power. It is precisely due to his profession that he has risen to lead this group of Sakura Nation fighters. Upon hearing Kai Ta's furious roar, a subordinate hurriedly approached to report, "Lord Ta, the situation is dire. 3 exceptionally powerful women have suddenly appeared from the Dragon Kingdom. Their damage output is astonishingly high, with many of their skills inflicting area of effect damage. Our brothers cannot withstand such onslaughts. We can only retreat." Kai furrowed his brow, glaring. "What? You were defeated by 3 women? What were you doing? Do you wish to be fed to the fish in the sea?" After a moment of silence, the subordinate sighed, "My lord, it's not that we are incapable. It's just that we often see critical hits in the range of hundreds of thousands. This damage is simply beyond what we can endure." Kai Ta kicked his subordinate in frustration. "What nonsense are you spouting? By our customary rules, the fighters coming to Surging Beach for territorial disputes should not exceed level 35. How could a fighter below level 35 deal nearly 10,000 damage? And critical hits in the hundreds of thousands? Why not claim they can fly and teleport as well?" The subordinate dared not retort, merely stating, "My lord, I truly would not deceive you. If you do not believe me, you can ask others. Moreover, I remember someone recorded the footage. You may wish to see it." Soon, a mobile phone was placed before Kai Ta, displaying footage of the fierce confrontation between the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Nation fighters. From the video, it was evident that the battlefield was divided into 2 sections. On the left, the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Nation fighters seemed evenly matched, while on the right, the 3 women were causing the Sakura Nation fighters to retreat in disarray. Witnessing the damage output of Ruoxue and her companions in the video, Kai Ta's disbelief turned to apprehension. Is this the reinforcement sent by the Dragon Kingdom? How can this be? Their output is impossibly high. This is not damage that fighters below level 35 could inflict. They must be at least level 45. How despicable! The Dragon Kingdom has broken the rules by sending high-level fighters here. Shameless. Utterly shameless. As Kai Ta fumed, another subordinate rushed towards him. "My lord, Things have worsened. Grabbing the subordinate by the collar, Kai Keita demanded, "What now? What else could possibly be wrong?" The subordinate trembled. "Many of our defeated brothers dropped 3 pieces of equipment upon their fall. Our brothers are suffering tremendous losses. Some even say it would have been better not to contest for territory at all." Kai Keita could hardly believe the news. "What did you say? Many brothers dropped 3 pieces of equipment upon defeat? How can this be?" Typically, when a fighter falls, the probability of dropping just 1 piece of equipment is high. 2 pieces are rare, let alone 3. Do you think I lack common knowledge? Do not deceive me. The subordinate looked pained. "My lord, I swear I am not lying. The situation is indeed peculiar. Those defeated by other Dragon Kingdom fighters dropped equipment at a normal rate, mostly just 1 piece. However, the majority of those taken down by those 3 women dropped 3 pieces of equipment. It is rare for anyone to drop even 2. Now, our brothers see those 3 women as harbingers of doom, fearing to engage them. No one wishes to see their hard-earned equipment lost." Kai Keita was genuinely astonished. While he could rationalize the high damage output of Bai Ruoxue and her companions by their levels, he could not comprehend the anomaly of the drop rates. What is happening? Has the drop rate upon a fighter's death not remained consistent? Why do those 3 women yield such an extraordinary amount of equipment upon killing? As Kai Keita wrestled with his confusion, he noticed the Sakura Nation fighters were retreating frantically, particularly those on the right, facing Bai Ruoxue and her companions, moving as swiftly as rabbits. After all, the Sakura Nation fighters realized that losing 3 pieces of equipment to Bai Ruoxue and her companions was equivalent to being defeated 3 times by other Dragon Kingdom fighters. This was far too costly. Thus, the Sakura Nation fighters began to evade the trio, leading to a chaotic stampede within their ranks. The Dragon Kingdom fighters seized this opportunity for a counteroffensive, inflicting devastating losses on the Sakura Nation fighters. This situation left Kai Keita in a state of frantic urgency. He was responsible for this operation, and failure would lead to numerous complications upon his return. Therefore, it was time for him to take action. He needed to stabilize the situation. "Someone," Kai Keita bellowed, "calm the troops, reorganize our formation, and I shall confront those 3 women. I refuse to believe that I, a distinguished hidden class fighter, cannot best mere women." On the battlefield, as Bai Ruoxue and her companions continued to reap the heads and equipment of the Sakura Nation fighters, the latter suddenly parted to create a path. A figure clad in black swiftly approached. The vigilant Bai Daxianzi, possessing the keenest battle instincts, cautioned her companions. "Lu Jianyi and Yinzi Han, be alert. It appears a formidable opponent approaches." Kai Keita, utilizing his superior speed, quickly reached the forefront of the battlefield. Glaring at Bai Ruoxue and her companions, growling, "You Dragon Kingdom scoundrels are utterly shameless. You dare to disregard established conventions by allowing fighters above level 35 to participate in this battle. How disgraceful. My warrior spirit shall forever scorn you." Thanks to the built-in translation function among fighters, Bai Ruoxue and her companions understood Kai Keita's words. Bai Ruoxue frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did we allow fighters above level 35 to join the battle? Is it that you need no evidence for your slander?" Kai Keita pointed accusingly at Bai Ruoxue. "You 3 are undoubtedly above level 35. How else could your output be so absurd? Stop feigning ignorance. I see through your ruse." Bai Ruoxue chuckled disdainfully. "So this is what you refer to? Very well, allow me to clarify." With that, she produced a revealing stone, adjusting its power to display only her level. Level 21. Upon seeing Bai Ruoxue's level, Kai Keita was incredulous. You are only level 21. How can this be? How can you deal such damage at level 21? Are you truly gifted beyond comprehension? Even if you possess extraordinary talent. What about the 2 individuals beside you? Their output is remarkably excessive as well. It cannot be that all 3 of you are exceptionally gifted. Their levels must certainly exceed 35. Lu Jianyi and Yinzi Han, however, were too disinterested to speak. They mimicked Bai Ruoxue, displaying their levels with the revealing stone. One was 21, the other 31. Neither surpassed the threshold of 35. At this moment, Kai Keita's expression was an exquisite tapestry of disbelief, his features contorted, his mind buzzing with confusion. He could hardly fathom, nor did he wish to accept, what he had witnessed. If Bai Ruoxue and her companions had indeed exceeded level 35, he could have vociferously condemned the Dragon Kingdom for its lack of integrity and adherence to customary norms. Simultaneously, he would have breathed a sigh of relief, for it was evident to all that with the prowess of Bai Ruoxue and her companions, victory for the Dragon Kingdom was assured. As the commander of the Sakura Kingdom's practitioners, a defeat would subject Kai-H-Ta to severe repercussions upon his return. Yet, if the Dragon Kingdom had dispatched individuals of level 35 or higher, he could deflect the blame for this defeat onto their breach of trust and established protocols, even casting himself as the victim. However, the reality remained that Bai Ruoxue and her companions were all below level 35, indeed far beneath it. This left Kai-H-Ta without any means of evading responsibility. Trembling with fear, he stammered, "Why? Why are your levels so low? No, I should ask. How can you inflict such terrifying damage with such low levels? What is the reason behind this?" Bai Ruoxue proudly declared, "That is because our team possesses the finest and most powerful support in the world, and indeed the most handsome support. The finest, most powerful, and most handsome support she referred to was, of course, Gu Feng." Lu Jiani and Yan Zihan instinctively nodded in agreement. If Gu Feng were not the finest, most powerful, and most handsome support in the world, then who else could claim that title? Kai-H-Ta was utterly perplexed as to why Bai Ruoxue and her companions had such low levels yet dealt such high damage. However, one thing was clear. If they continued their rampage, the Sakura Kingdom would suffer greatly. Thus, regardless of success or failure, Kai-H-Ta felt compelled to intervene and halt Bai Ruoxue and her companions. He swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his backpack, intending to leverage his agility to attack them. Bai Ruoxue, having anticipated his underhanded assault, retaliated with a frigid blast of ice. A tempest of hail rained down upon Kai-H-Ta, reminiscent of fiery rains from a volcanic eruption. He sensed that should this assault find its mark, his already meager health would be obliterated in an instant. Reluctantly, he activated his defensive skill, godly concealment, rendering himself intangible and impervious to harm for a brief period. Yet, the drawback lay in his inability to attack or move. Bai Ruoxue regarded Kai-H-Ta with a bemused expression, thinking, "This fool has rooted himself in place to evade my attack. Is he seeking his own demise? My area of effect skills are not limited to one, and I stand beside Lu Jiani and Yan Zihan. Does he truly wish for a more gruesome end?" If Bai Ruoxue had played League of Legends like Gu Feng, she would have aptly described Kai-H-Ta's current actions as waiting to die in a godly form. When the effects of his concealment wore off, it would mark his end. Meanwhile, Gu Feng stood at the rear of the Dragon Kingdom's practitioners, quietly surveying the battlefield. He was awaiting reinforcements. Just then, a cacophony of voices erupted from behind him. The other reinforcements, led by Pang Yongda, had finally arrived. The leader was a slightly older, composed young man, perhaps 2 or 3 years senior to Gu Feng. This man evidently recognized Gu Feng. Upon seeing him, he swiftly approached, exclaiming, "Hello, Gu Feng. I am here to assist in the name of the principal. I am also a student at Tianjin University, just a junior. My name is Yu Hongyang, and I am a variant warrior known as the Indomitable Iron Wall." Gu Feng replied courteously, "Greetings, Senior Yu." Yu Hongyang waved his hands dismissively. No. You calling me senior is quite embarrassing. Who in Tianjin University doesn't know your illustrious name? The principal speaks of you with such admiration. I cannot afford to act aloof in your presence. If you don't mind, just call me Xiaoyu." Gu Feng, feeling awkward to address someone older than him as Xiaoyu, hesitated. Yu Hongliang noticed Gu Feng's discomfort and quickly offered, "Why not just call me Yu Hongliang?" He continued, "Before I came, the principal informed me that you would lead this operation and specifically instructed us to protect you. Gu Feng, what do you propose we do? Shall we charge in and confront those scoundrels?" Gu Feng pondered for a moment. "Confront them we must. But before that, could you lend me a bow? My current level is 21. Just any bow suitable for my level will suffice." Yu Hongliang, unsure of Gu Feng's intentions for the bow, did not pry further. Instead, he retrieved a bow and several arrows from his backpack, saying, "This is a level 15 silver class weapon, swift longbow. I initially intended to sell it, but you may use it for now, Gu Feng. The arrows possess a slight attack power enhancement." Gu Feng accepted the bow with gratitude, nodding, "Thank you. I will return it once I'm finished." Equipping the bow and arrows, Gu Feng activated his skill, Temporary Copy. This time, he chose to replicate Yan Zihan's class, the Azure Spirit Archer. A plethora of skills appeared in Gu Feng's skill bar. He selected the physical enchantment and imbued the tracking property onto the arrows, aiming at Kai-H-Ta on the battlefield. At that moment, the effects of Kai-H-Ta's godly concealment finally expired, rendering him vulnerable once more. Lu Jiani, the swiftest among Gu Feng's team, surged forward, delivering a sweeping crescent slash that struck Kai-H-Ta. 0. Kai-H-Ta's health bar was instantaneously depleted. In disbelief, He stared as his health vanished as if by magic, finally grasping the reason for the Sakura Kingdom's collapse. The Dragon Kingdom had a giant mech. What kind of output was this? An area of effect skill delivering 0 damage? Who could withstand such a blow? Moreover, in his dying moments, Kai-H-Ta noticed 3 pieces of equipment drop from his body, one of which was his main weapon, the shuriken. In that instant, Kai-H-Ta's gaze towards Lu Jiani and her companions was filled with resentment. Once I revive, I will find a chance to eliminate you. Yet, Lu Jiani, seeing Kai-H-Ta lying on the ground, prepared to deliver a finishing blow. Although she appeared dazed, she remembered Gu Feng's words. If they encountered hidden practitioners or variant classes from the Sakura Kingdom on the battlefield, they must ensure their demise. Attacking their corpses would effectively eliminate them. Uncertain whether Kai-H-Ta was a hidden practitioner, she nonetheless resolved that killing him was undoubtedly the right choice. Just as Lu Jiani was about to take action, Gu Feng struck first from behind the crowd. He set his tracking arrow's target on the lifeless body of Kai-H-Ta, silently reciting, "Though I am aged, my arrows remain sharp." This move was aptly named Unmatched, the general's decapitation. With that, Gu Feng released the bowstring, and the arrow soared through the air, deftly navigating several turns before precisely hitting Kai-H-Ta's corpse. The body, destined to transform into light and return to the resurrection point in Sakura country, suddenly became motionless. The attack rendered the corpse truly dead, an irreversible demise. Gu Feng had claimed this kill. In the matter of slaying the little ones, Gu Feng exhibited an unusual enthusiasm. His arrow had hit Kai-H-Ta's body with unerring accuracy, ensuring he could not be revived. Deprived of the kill, Lu Jiani instinctively glanced in the direction of the arrow. There, she spotted Gu Feng at the back of the crowd, bow in hand, waving at her. In that instant, Lu Jiani understood. Her dear brother had made his move. Her heart melted at the realization. Oh, the splendid coordination in battle with my dear brother was simply magnificent. He must have been watching over me all along. To execute such a clever synergy, I depleted the enemy's health, while he obliterated their corpses. I addressed the symptoms, and he tackled the root cause. Together, we rendered the enemy into specimens, and he was even giving me a thumbs up. This indicated that he thought I performed well. He holds me dear in his heart. Buoyed by Gu Feng's encouragement, Lu Jiani's fighting spirit soared as she grasped her long sword and resumed her relentless assault. Meanwhile, Yu Hongliang gazed in astonishment at Gu Feng's prowess. Gu Feng, did you just kill that person from Sakura country? Gu Feng remained composed. I understand your surprise. However, this was necessary. Kai-H-Ta is a hidden class player from Sakura country, and eliminating him significantly weakens their forces. Rest assured, there will be no repercussions. Principal Pang Yongda will assist in covering this up. Yu Hongliang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "That is not what I meant. What I meant was, if you had mentioned earlier that your weapon was intended for slaying the scions of Sakura country, I would have procured an even more formidable weapon for you. Hey, you, hand over that level 20 golden longbow for Gu Feng to use. Hurry up, and you can have it back after he's done. Gu Feng wouldn't dare to pilfer your belongings. If he did, you could report it to the principal for reimbursement." In less than a minute, Yu Hongliang scampered back with a gleaming golden longbow. Gu Feng, take this one. It has more power and will allow you to dispatch foes more swiftly. Gu Feng sighed softly. You've really gone off track. Very well, I shall temporarily borrow it. He exchanged his silver bow for the level 20 golden bow and continued searching for targets to hunt in Sakura country. Yu Hongliang cautiously inquired, Gu Feng, you intend to target the hidden class players and variant class players within the Sakura country team, correct? I may not be talented, but I have had numerous encounters with their players and possess some knowledge regarding their hidden and variant classes. If you don't mind, I could offer some advice. Gu Feng nodded. To slay the people of Sakura country is a shared duty. Feel free to speak. Yu Hongliang pointed at a cloaked figure within the Sakura country team. Gu Feng, do you see that masked individual over there? If I'm not mistaken, he is a hidden class shadow warrior from Sakura country. Eliminate him. Gu Feng acknowledged, and just then, Bai Daxianzi unleashed an area of effect skill that defeated the shadow warrior along with the surrounding Sakura country players. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Feng fired another tracking arrow. The arrow accurately pierced the corpse of the fallen shadow warrior, ensuring his true demise. Bai Daxianzi glanced at the incoming arrow and then at the smiling Gu Feng, instantly comprehending his strategy. The three of them would handle the visible defeat of the Sakura country players, while Gu Feng would fundamentally eliminate the hidden class players among those defeated. Their roles were clearly defined, making the task less burdensome. Bai Daxianzi understood perfectly. After dispatching the shadow warrior, Yu Hongliang spoke again. Gu Feng, that individual wielding the spear, is a variant class foot soldier general from Sakura country. Gu Feng acknowledged this. And after Yan Zihan depleted the foot soldier general's health with a fiery arrow, he swiftly followed up with an arrow to the general's corpse, bringing an end to his nefarious existence. As the battle continued, the players from Sakura country were finally overwhelmed by fear. Losing their fighting spirit, they began to scatter, desperately fleeing towards the teleportation array in hopes of returning to their homeland. The players from Dragon country pursued them, taking down many of the fleeing Sakura country players before ceasing their assault. Gu Feng meticulously ensured that every variant and hidden class player's corpse received an arrow, sending them off to their next life. After the battle concluded, Yu Hongliang surveyed the numerous pieces of equipment dropped by the Sakura country players and sensed something amiss. What is going on? The equipment dropped by the Sakura country players seems excessive. While it is true that they deserve divine retribution, this is an unusual amount of loot. He turned to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, don't you think the equipment dropped by the Sakura country players is a bit too much? I just checked the data. We defeated about 1,000 of them, yet there are at least over 2,000 pieces of equipment dropped. This doesn't seem right. When did the penalties for player deaths become so severe? Gu Feng calmly replied, "Oh, this is actually due to me." Yu Hongliang was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Related to you? How so? Gu Feng explained. You should have seen my skills. Among them, I possess a skill called Devour, which increases our team's loot drop rate by 10. However, this skill is effective not only against monsters, but also against players. Hence, the Sakura country players dropped so much equipment. Yu Hongliang was utterly stunned. The increased loot drop rate also applies when facing players. This implies that once a player is slain by Gu Feng or his teammates, they would almost certainly drop 3 pieces of equipment. That has quite a significant loss. Just hearing Gu Feng say this made Yu Hongliang feel a chill. He took a cautious step back. Gu Feng, your skill is astonishingly powerful. I'm fortunate to not be your enemy. With you around, Sakura country will undoubtedly suffer greatly from this conflict. As Gu Feng and his companions busily gathered their spoils, the defeated players from Sakura country gradually regrouped. Some had escaped through the teleportation array, while many others had resurrected at their resurrection point. Among those revived, their expressions varied. The first group looked utterly devastated. This group was primarily defeated by Ruo Xue and her companions, resulting in their equipment dropping nearly 3 pieces each. The weight of their loss felt like the sky was collapsing upon them. The second group, however, appeared relatively unfazed. Such individuals were defeated by ordinary practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in the loss of merely a single piece of equipment. While they might lament their misfortune, in comparison to those around them, they suddenly felt a sense of happiness. After all, they had only lost 1 piece of equipment, while others were in a far worse predicament. This undoubtedly echoed the sentiment that happiness is often derived from comparison. The reason this group reconvened was due to the instigation of one person, the initiator of this land-grabbing operation, President Yu Tue of Ingqing University. Yu Tue gazed at the downcast Sakura Kingdom practitioners before him and bellowed, "Have you all failed?" From the crowd, someone shouted, "Lord Yu Tue, this cannot be blamed on me. The Dragon Kingdom has someone like a humanoid Gundam. They are incredibly powerful. The Dragon Kingdom even summoned reinforcements capable of dealing over 10,000 damage." Yu Tue spat in disdain. Nonsense. Practitioners below level 35 cannot inflict over 10,000 damage. Besides, they disregard the rules by sending out certain veteran practitioners to battle. Where is Kai Keita? Isn't he the battlefield commander for this operation? Bring him to me. Yu Tue called repeatedly, but no one responded. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Has anyone seen Kai Keita? A subordinate of Kai Keita replied. I saw him before Lord Kai engaged in battle, but I haven't seen him since. He must have just resurrected at the revival point. Yu Tue scanned the crowd. So, has anyone among you, who has just resurrected, seen Kai Keita? Unsurprisingly, everyone shook their heads. Now, Yu Tue truly began to feel anxious. Kai Keita was a ninja, one of the most formidable hidden professions in the Sakura Kingdom, which was why he entrusted the battlefield command to him. One of the purposes was to train Kai Keita. Now, while training, he had vanished entirely. What could this possibly mean? Yu Tue quickly thought of a solution. Does anyone here have Kai Keita as a friend? Send him a message and inquire about his whereabouts. Many turned to the subordinate of Kai Keita, who had just spoken. Surely, he must have Kai Keita as a friend. Indeed, this subordinate did. However, upon attempting to message Kai Keita, he discovered a horrifying truth. The name of Kai Keita in the friends list was grayed out. This could only mean one thing. Kai Keita was dead. The subordinate let out a wail of despair. Lord Kai is dead. Lord Kai is dead. His name has turned gray. He is truly gone. Yu Tsue's face displayed disbelief. Kai Keita dead? How is this possible? He is a hidden profession ninja. If he has perished, then this operation is a monumental loss. Damn it. Wasn't it agreed that in conflicts over territory, killing was prohibited? The Dragon Kingdom people are untrustworthy. Is Ishida Jin here? Come forth and explain what transpired on the battlefield. Why did we lose? Why did Kai Keita die? Where are you, Ishida Jin? Ishida Jin was the shadow warrior who had been shot dead by Gu Feng. Soon, others discovered through their friends' list that he too was dead. Lord Yutsu. Ishida Jin. He is also dead. Yutsu's complexion turned ashen. What? Dead as well? How could this be? Is Kuni Utachi here? Surely you are not dead, given your profession as a defensive foot soldier general. Come forth, I have questions for you. Before long, Yutsu received an unexpected answer. Kuni Utachi is also dead. Yutsu trembled in shock. This operation was orchestrated by him, and losing so many hidden and variant practitioners. He could not report this to his superiors. If they were to blame him, his position as president could very well be at stake. What troubled Yutsu the most was that he still had no idea what had transpired at Surge Beach. The individuals he wished to question were all deceased. Desperately, Yutsu racked his brain for anyone else he might know among the combatants. Is Katayama Waisei present? He is a variant profession alchemist, possessing numerous defensive potions. Surely he must still be alive. Someone immediately replied, Katayama is dead. What about Kentar? He has mastery over a portion of the Tengu. He should have survived. Yutsu's tone grew increasingly frantic, his expression contorted with rage. Lord Kentar didn't even have time to transform before being caught in an AoE attack, and is now dead. The relentless stream of bad news drove Yutsu to the brink of madness. These individuals were the future stars of his university. Now they were all gone, leaving Yutsu in utter disbelief. The future standing of Engqin University in the Sakura Kingdom would undoubtedly plummet, dragging his own reputation down with it. Consumed by rage, Yutsu roared, I will ensure the Dragon Kingdom pays for this. Someone, give me the official number for Tianjin University. According to my information, the reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom were summoned by President Pang Yongda of Tianjin University. It is highly likely they are Tianjin University students. I must demand an explanation. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and his companions, having collected the spoils, namely the equipment dropped by the Sakura Kingdom practitioners, returned to the city. Despite the practitioners from the Sakura Kingdom being despicable, their equipment was innocent. It could still fetch a decent price. Gu Feng's group, along with the reinforcements led by Yu Hongyang, made their way back to Tianjin University. At that moment, President Pang Yongda was already waiting at the entrance. Spotting the triumphant return of the group, he approached Gu Feng and inquired, Gu Feng, how did it go? Did we win or lose? Surely we won. Gu Feng responded succinctly, a resounding victory. Pang Yongda clapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming thrice, excellent, excellent, excellent. You have truly enhanced the prestige of our Dragon Kingdom. Just today's victory alone is worthy of celebration. Yu Hongliang, you performed splendidly as well. Ultimately, victory is what matters. Pang Yongda expressed his gratitude, yet Yu Hongyang did not dare overstep his bounds. Although Pang Yongda appeared affable, one must not forget his status as the president of Tianjin University. It takes considerable strength to hold the position of president at the foremost institution in the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Hongyang humbly replied, You flatter me, President. This is all thanks to you and the efforts of Gu Feng's team. I merely assisted. The fact that Yu Hongyang could utter such words hinted at his potential for greatness in the future. Pang Yongda laughed heartily. All right, no need for false modesty. Every student who participated in the reinforcement from Tianjin University will receive points. You can collect them yourself. I've already made the necessary arrangements in advance. Now, you all return home to rest. We can discuss other matters later. Gu Feng and his companions disbanded at the entrance of Tianjin University, each heading their separate ways. Meanwhile, Yin Zihan turned to Gu Feng and asked, So what shall we do next? Are we to return home to rest as well? Gu Feng pondered for a moment and suggested, Let us first submit today's task, which involves clearing the abyssal cave, and perhaps accumulate some points along the way. Once we have accrued some points, we can visit the forging department within the academy to seek assistance from the blacksmiths and crafting gear from the materials dropped by the dungeon lord, as well as the epic Thorn Gem. By Ruashu nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment as Gu Feng. Let us first tend to these trivial matters. Lu Jenny's response was even more straightforward. You're right, dear brother. given Lu Jianyi's current level of loyalty to Gu Feng. One could surmise that if Gu Feng suggested the number 113, she would eagerly concur, exclaiming how correct he was. The essence of her response was to trust first and then trust again. Upon locating the instructor responsible for task submissions and point distribution, Gu Feng directly stated, "Hello. We are here to submit our task of clearing the abyssal cave. Is there any specific material required as proof? I possess the Dungeon Lord's Wing, which should suffice as evidence of our completion." The instructor glanced at Gu Feng, astonished. You are Gu Feng, aren't you? Gu Feng nodded affirmatively. The instructor slapped the table in excitement. "Oh my goodness, it truly is you. Your skills have become the talk of the school. People say that to team up with you is akin to having accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune. To be honest, I have a daughter who is quite the beauty." Before the instructor could continue, Gu Feng interjected, "We are here to submit our task. Can we expedite that process?" The instructor chuckled, "Right. The matter at hand is indeed urgent. You are submitting the task for clearing the abyssal cave, correct? My word, you managed to conquer such a perilous dungeon." Gu Feng responded calmly, "It was generally hazardous. I have the proof of completion." However, the instructor paid no heed to the evidence Gu Feng held, insisting, Take it back. Why would I need to see any evidence? How could I ever doubt Gu Feng? If you say you cleared it, then it must be true. There is no reason to believe otherwise. Now let me see. The reward for clearing the abyssal cave is 0 points. Please hand me your points card, and I will transfer it to you right away." Gu Feng's expression darkened. The instructor didn't even glance at his proof. Was he not concerned about false reporting? Nonetheless, Gu Feng considered himself an honest and reliable young man, brave and upright, who helps elderly ladies cross the street by day and assists lovely ladies into their beds by night. Such deception would never befall him. Reluctantly, Gu Feng handed over his points card. The instructor retreated to a room behind him, and after a few beeping sounds, emerged once more holding the card. "I have transferred 0 points to you, and I recall the principal instructed to grant you an additional 0 points as a reward for your efforts against the Sakura country. I will transfer that as well. By the way, how did your confrontation with the practitioners from Sakura country turn out?" Gu Feng collected his points card and replied coolly, "We left them in utter disarray." The instructor laughed heartily. "Excellent. Well done. If I were younger, I would have insisted on joining you. By the way, Gu Feng, have you ever considered meeting my daughter?" Gu Feng employed a delaying tactic. "I will surely consider it next time." After bidding farewell to the points management instructor, Gu Feng and his companions made their way to the forging department of Tianjin University. Within the forging department, numerous blacksmiths could be hired with points to assist in crafting equipment, which was precisely why Gu Feng sought to exchange points before heading there. As they walked toward the forging department, Yan Zihan suddenly moved closer to Gu Feng, slipping a card into his hand. Gu Feng did not immediately accept it, instinctively asking, "What kind of card is this that you're giving me?" Yan Zihan smiled alluringly. "Oh, come on. Must I spell it out? It's my dormitory key card. Tonight, I will wear a complete set of lingerie and await the junior in my room, striking a seductive pose." Gu Feng rolled his eyes. "What nonsense are you spouting? Our university dorms don't use key cards. We use keys and locks. Where would a key card come from?" Yan Zihan stuck out her tongue and chuckled. "Just kidding. It's actually my points card." Gu Feng looked at the points card in his hand and asked, "Yan Zihan, what do you intend for me to do with your points card?" Yan Zihan asserted, "Of course, it's a matter of centralizing finances. Since I plan to remain in our team indefinitely, my points must be submitted. I'll find a moment tomorrow to transfer the points from my card to yours. I should have just under 0 points." Gu Feng frowned. "While our team values unified management of resources, your points are considered personal property." Yan Zihan became displeased. "What do you mean yours and mine? I am entirely yours, Junior. What does a mere few points matter? Not only am I yours, but every part of me belongs to you as well. You may do as you please with your possessions, whether that be a little twist, a lick, or a soak. It's all acceptable. The senior is open to it. I should say, Junior, please feel free to do whatever you desire with me." Gu Feng rolled his eyes and accepted the points card. "I will take the points card. But you must clarify what you mean by what I want to do. I am quite the gentleman, you know." Yan Zihan poked Gu Feng's cheek. "You're lying, Junior. The moment you saw me, your eyes wandered down to my stockings. Is that what a gentleman does? In truth, I can understand your thoughts. You're a normal boy in his youth, so wanting to engage in some naughty activities with me is entirely reasonable. If you wish to act, be bold. I won't turn you away. If you don't, then I shall take the initiative. Though I lack experience, I promise to be gentle." Hee hee. Gu Feng pushed Yan Zihan's face away. "Yan Zihan, you've quickly revealed your perverse nature." Yan Zihan protested. The senior is not perverse. Even if she were, it would only be because of you. By the way, it seems you really enjoy my legs. Would you like to choose different stockings for me to wear just for you? Truth be told, despite Yin Zihan's somewhat eccentric personality, she was undeniably flawless in both looks and physique. Her legs, akin to white jade, even reminded Gu Feng of a game he played before his transmigration, Atelier Ryza. The sight of her voluptuous thighs gently encased in stockings was simply breathtaking. Yin Zihan, aware of her own allure, clung to Gu Feng's arm and cooed, "Junior, what color of stockings would you like to see me wear? I've heard that boys enjoy being stepped on. Do you share that sentiment? If it's your request, I can certainly oblige." Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I am not perverse and do not enjoy being stepped on." Yin Zihan, what a pity. It seems I will have to cultivate my junior's interest in this area in the future. Yin Zihan smiled slightly. "Junior, you cannot outwit me." Just as Gu Feng was about to continue their banter, Lu Jinni tugged at his sleeve. "Good brother, we have arrived at the forging department." Gu Feng nodded. "Let's attend to business first." Upon entering the forging department, they encountered a man in his 40s sitting at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Feng and the others, he wearily inquired, "This is the manufacturing department. I am Ning Yushan, the vice minister of the forging department. Is there anything you wish to forge? Forging requires points, so please prepare them in advance." Gu Feng produced 3 materials from his pocket: Cave Lord's carapace, Cave Lord's wings, and Thorn Gem. Placing them on the table, "I have 3 items that need to be forged into equipment." Upon seeing the materials, Ning Yushan immediately stood up. "Oh my! These gleam with the luster of golden-level materials. Young man, you possess quite the treasures. Let me examine them one by one." Cave Lord's wings. "This is splendid. Wing materials are quite rare. I can forge it into a cloak for you. Would you like that?" Cloaks are remarkable pieces of equipment, ranking among the 3 rarest types alongside badges and brooches. The prevalence of cloaks is extraordinarily low. Typically, only 1 in 100 possesses such an item. Hence, the price of cloak equipment remains perpetually high. Possessing one is akin to a windfall. Initially, Gu Feng had no particular thoughts about cloak equipment. But upon hearing it could be forged into a cloak, he readily agreed. "Yes, let us forge it into a cloak." Ning Yushan added, "However, to forge it into a cloak, I will need to charge you 0 points. This price is quite reasonable, considering the difficulty of forging a cloak." Gu Feng had no objections regarding the cost, understanding the rarity of cloak equipment and the corresponding expenses. Next, Ning Yushan picked up the Cave Lord's carapace. "This is also a golden-level material. I can forge it into armor. The point requirement for forging armor is minimal. Just 0 will suffice." Gu Feng nodded, acknowledging the price. Finally, Ning Yushan grasped the thorn gem on the table, mumbling absent-mindedly, "What is this material? I have never seen such luster before. Impossible. I can forge even extraordinary materials into equipment. A mere piece of material." After examining the quality of the thorn gem, Ning Yushan froze. His hands trembled. His legs shook, his whole body quivered. He cautiously placed the thorn gem back on the table, his demeanor transformed. Epic-level forging material. I can't believe I have encountered epic-level forging material. How can this be possible? Surely, I must be seeing things. But wait. I didn't even go for a massage yesterday. There is no reason for me to be seeing things. Could it truly be epic-level material? My life has been worth it. Ning Yushan excitedly danced around the thorn gem. Gu Feng, slightly irritated, interjected, "Vice Minister Ning, what kind of equipment can you forge with this thorn gem?" Ning Yushan sheepishly scratched his head and replied slowly, "Well, this thorn gem is of epic-level material, which in theory can be forged into epic-level equipment. However, I lack the ability to forge epic equipment. Not just me, but no one in the entire forging department of Tianjin University can forge epic equipment." Gu Feng furrowed his brow. "So, does that mean this thorn gem is useless?" Ning Yushan immediately waved his hands. "How can it be useless? Just because we at Tianjin University cannot forge it doesn't mean others can't. There are indeed a few individuals in the world capable of forging epic equipment, but they are exceedingly rare. This classmate, please keep that gem safe until you encounter a forger who can utilize it. Remember, do not disclose the existence of the thorn gem. After all, a common man is innocent. Holding precious things can lead to trouble." Gu Feng nodded. "I understand. I will keep the thorn gem for now and leave the other 2 materials with you for forging. I will transfer the points to you now." Ning Yushan nodded. "That's no problem. We in the forging department will take about a week to forge these 2 pieces of equipment. Please come back in a week to collect them." Gu Feng acknowledged this. After leaving the forging department, the day's tasks were nearly complete. As they walked, Gu Feng suggested, "Let's head back to rest for today. We've all been busy. We can regroup in the park tomorrow. Just then, Lu Jianyi piped up, "Good brother. May I make a request? I would like to take a photo of you." Gu Feng, puzzled, asked, "What do you want a photo of me for?" Lu Jianyi asserted, "As a talisman." Gu Feng chuckled, "What use is my photo as a talisman? I lack any divine power to protect others." Lu Jianyi insisted, "A good brother is my deity. With your photo, I will feel protected." Since Lu Jianyi was so adamant, Gu Feng relented. "All right then. Let's south go to the park for a photo. It's bright there." As they made their way to the park, Bai remarked, "Gu Feng, I also want a photo of you." Gu Feng tilted his head. "What do you need my photo for?" Bai Rushue replied, "As a phone wallpaper." "Fine. Suit yourself." Yan Zihan would not be outdone. "Junior, I also want a photo of you." Gu Feng squinted. "And what will you use it for?" Yan Zihan candidly admitted, "For my personal use at night." Gu Feng shot her a middle finger. "Nonsense. No way. And please, refrain from being so forward at all times. The most absurd part is that I can keep up with your pace." Yan Zihan retorted, visibly displeased. "Why can't I use it? Lu Jianyi can use your photo as a talisman, and Bai Rushue can use it as a wallpaper. Why can't I use it to relax?" "That is the best use, after all." Gu Feng, uninterested in arguing, declared, "It's simply not allowed." Yan Zihan pouted, sulking. Upon arriving at the park, Gu Feng found a secluded spot and said, "Jianyi, if you want to take a photo, hurry up." As Lu Jianyi took out her phone, she cautiously asked Gu Feng, "Good brother, can I request a specific pose for the photo?" Gu Feng, having a high level of trust in Lu Jianyi, replied, "Sure. What pose do you want me to do?" Lu Jianyi's spirits lifted. "I knew good brother would indulge me. Such a difficult request, and you agreed. My request is simple. Face me, place both hands on your chest, and make a circular gesture." Lu Jianyi's request was hardly a challenge. Gu Feng effortlessly performed the gesture. "So, Jianyi, does this action hold any significance?" Lu Jianyi replied, "This is the gesture I envision my dear brother making when he places a collar around my neck." Gu Feng found himself at a loss for words. Next, Bai Daxianzi took out her camera, and Bai Ruoxue requested a pose specifically for Gu Feng to make a heart sign. This was exceedingly simple, and Gu Feng complied with ease. Bai Daxianzi joyfully captured the moment, setting the photo as her phone's wallpaper, her heart brimming with delight. Finally, it was Yan Zihan's turn. Initially, Gu Feng was reluctant to let her take a photo, but after Yan Zihan assured him she would not use it later that evening, he acquiesced. "Junior, can you strike a kissing pose? Can you do that?" "If you can't, I can help you practice," Yan Zihan requested, waving her phone. Gu Feng, feeling unmotivated to engage further, merely pouted his lips dismissively. Though Yan Zihan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his lack of enthusiasm, she ultimately pressed the shutter. After the photo shoot, everyone returned to their respective dormitories to rest. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Pang Yongda reclined in his executive chair, humming a cheerful tune. The recent victory of the Dragon Nation's practitioners over those from the Cherry Blossom Nation had filled him with joy. In simple terms, witnessing the misfortunes of the little son was rather satisfying. His exhilaration only grew as he reviewed battlefield reports, noting the abundant loot claimed from the Cherry Blossom practitioners slain by Gu Feng's team. With such a formidable force at his disposal, the Cherry Blossom Nation was in for a rough time. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and a sharply dressed instructor entered, stating, "Principal, the president of Inqing University. Yu Chui Shu just called our official line, seeking to discuss a matter with you." Pang Yongda scoffed. "Discuss? It's merely a matter of him being disgruntled over today's defeat. If he seeks humiliation, I shall oblige. Transfer the call to me." The call from Yu Chui Shu was connected to the principal's office. Pang Yongda picked up the receiver, feigning warmth. "Ah, is this President Yu Chu from Inqing University? What brings you to call us? My apologies for the wait. We were in the midst of a celebration for our recent triumph. I can't divulge the specifics of our festivities, but what can I do for you, President Yu?" Pang Yongda wasted no time in laying bare his disdain, for their positions were inherently adversarial, necessitating no pretense of civility. Yu Chui Shu's voice crackled with fury through the phone. "Pang Yongda, don't let your pride cloud your judgment. First, let me ask you, during the territorial conflict between our nations today, you were the one who organized the reinforcements, correct?" Pang Yongda admitted without hesitation, "Indeed, that was me." Yu Chui Shu's frustration was palpable as he slammed his hand on the table. "Fine. That means you acknowledge responsibility. We have a long-standing agreement to avoid fatalities in such low-level conflicts. Why, then, did we suffer so many casualties? You must provide an explanation." Feigning surprise, Pang Yongda responded, "Oh, you lost people? I was unaware." Yu Shu, exasperated with Pang Yongda's feigned ignorance, exclaimed, "How could you not know? This matter undoubtedly involves you." Pang Yongda chuckled, "President Yu, please calm down. While it is customary to avoid fatalities and conflicts among low-level practitioners, you must understand that chaos can lead to unintended casualties. It's an unfortunate reality." Yu Shu, almost beside himself with anger, retorted, "I can accept a few deaths in a conflict. But the majority of our losses were elite and variant practitioners. What are the odds? Their inherent strength should guarantee a lower casualty rate. Today alone, we lost nearly 15 elite and variant practitioners. Even my rising star, Kai Tai, has perished. This is undoubtedly your doing." Feigning shock, Pang Yongda replied, "Kai Tai is dead? How utterly tragic. But isn't there still a formidable shadow warrior in your university?" Yu Shu replied, "You mean Ishida Waitu? He is dead too." Pang Yongda widened his eyes, choked to death. "That is not our fault. He simply wants to be careful while eating." Yu Shu was nearing his breaking point from Pang Yongda's obstinate behavior. Despite their lengthy exchange, they had yet to address the heart of the matter. Yu Shu seethed, "Pang Yongda, this matter cannot simply be swept under the rug. We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, will reclaim what we have lost." Pang Yongda's tone turned icy. "Reclaim? By all means, send someone to challenge us again. I promise you. I want to rest until every last drop of your blood has been squeezed out." Yu Shu, exasperated, realized he had no choice but to abandon the discussion. "Pang Yongda, just you wait. We will seek our vengeance." Pang Yongda, uninterested in further dialogue, hung up the phone, exhaling deeply as he reclined in his chair. His mockery of Yu Shu had clarified much. The Cherry Blossom Nation was not devoid of redeeming qualities, particularly their penchant for seeking confrontation. Just as Pang Yongda was about to seek out a meal, the office door burst open again, and a frantic individual rushed in, exclaiming, "Principal, urgent news. Someone reported sighting the fortune beast." Pang Yongda's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" The following day, after Gu Feng had completed his morning routine, he opened his front door, intending to meet by Ruoxue and the others at the park. Outside his door, a crowd awaited him, all eager to join his team. Gu Feng, however, was resolute, turning them all down without hesitation. He deemed their potential unworthy of his ambitions to craft a professional team. Upon arriving at the park, Gu Feng spotted by Ruoxue and her companions engaged in conversation, and they noticed him as well. Yan Zihan was the first to greet him with open arms. "Junior, why are you so late? I missed you terribly. Last night, I was thinking of you to the point of heartache. If you don't believe me, feel free to check." Yan Zihan's words left by Ruoxue in a state of shock. This woman was even bolder than Lu Jiani. Lu Jiani then wrapped her arms around Gu Feng's, inquiring, "Good brother, have you had breakfast? If not, I have prepared a feast for you. There are steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, sandwiches. Please indulge in whatever you desire. If there is anything else you wish to eat, do let me know, and I shall dash to procure it for you." Upon seeing the spread of breakfast Lu Jiani had laid out, Gu Feng felt reluctant to decline her kindness. "I am indeed a bit hungry. I shall start with some soy milk." As he reached for the soy milk, Lu Jiani swiftly intercepted it, saying, "Wait, good brother, the soy milk might be a bit hot. Let me cool it for you. Also, the bowl is quite heavy. I will place it in front of you. You may drink it with a spoon." Gu Feng quickly consumed some of the breakfast she had prepared before declaring himself full. Baida, who had been sitting beside them, interjected, "Now that we have finished our meal, it is time to determine our plans for today. Shall we focus on leveling up, or perhaps farming for equipment and materials, or something else?" Just as Gu Feng was about to respond, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller was President Pang Yongda of Tianjin University. Gu Feng answered, "President, is there something you need?" Without any preamble, the president replied, "There is a matter of great importance concerning the legendary creature known as the Wealth Beast. Please come to my office to discuss it." Gu Feng tilted his head. "Wealth Beast? What is that? I have not heard much about it." He then informed Lu Jiani and the others, "The president wishes to discuss the Wealth Beast with me. Please wait here. I will return shortly." Bai Ruoxue nodded. "Go ahead. We will wait for you." Upon arriving at the president's office, Gu Feng knocked on the door and entered after being invited in. Pang Yongda gestured towards the sofa opposite him. "Please take a seat, and I will explain this matter to you. Would you like some tea?" Gu Feng waved his hand. "Oh, perhaps some fruit instead." Pang Yongda retrieved several fruit that resembled both apples and pears from the cabinet, placing them in a bowl before beginning to speak slowly. "I believe you understand that I called you here regarding the Wealth Beast. This Wealth Beast." Before Pang Yongda could finish, Gu Feng interrupted. "Hold on, President. Could you first explain what this Wealth Beast actually is?" Pang Yonda suddenly realized, ah, indeed, I have yet to inform you. The wealth beast is an exceedingly rare and precious wild creature. It resembles neither cat nor tiger and is about the size of a palm. According to legend, the wealth beast can bring immense fortune to its owner. Gu Feng inquired at that moment, how does it bring fortune? Is it by defeating the wealth beast to obtain vast amounts of money, equipment, and materials? Pang Yonda shook his head. No, it is not about defeating it. The wealth beast possesses incredible speed and unique defensive abilities, making it extremely difficult to kill. Historically, no one has succeeded in slaying a wealth beast. Observations have revealed that this creature is exceptionally adept at locating treasures, such as precious herbs and ores. Therefore, a bold hypothesis has been proposed. The wealth beast may be suited as a pet. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, that is merely a hypothesis. It suggests that no one has yet succeeded in domesticating a wealth beast. Pang Yonda nodded. Indeed, no one has been successful. Many have attempted throughout history, but all have failed. The primary reason being the wealth beast's extraordinary speed, surpassing even level 80 assassins. It is simply beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Gu Feng was puzzled. President, are you suggesting that you hope I will capture this wealth beast? Pang Yonda chuckled. Indeed, given your professional prowess. Should you manage to acquire the wealth beast's assistance, your future achievements would be staggering. Moreover, Tianjin University would also reap considerable benefits alongside your success. Gu Feng, you must heed my advice. Capturing the wealth beast would be advantageous for you. It has been estimated that a wealth beast as a pet could provide its owner with value equivalent to a legendary piece of equipment. You cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Gu Feng raised a hand, urging Pang Yonda to pause. President, I understand your perspective. I share a common fate with Tianjin University. Our successes and failures are intertwined, so I grasp your intentions to see me achieve great things for the university. I acknowledge the wealth beast's potential and believe in its significance. However, the fact remains that for many years, no one has managed to capture a wealth beast. And now you want me, a level 21 professional, to attempt it. Is that not placing excessive faith in my abilities? Pang Yonda slapped his forehead. My apologies. I neglected to mention a crucial detail. Observations indicate that the wealth beast possesses a unique trait. It favors those with high potential. In other words, the wealth beast is inclined to approach those with great promise. Historical records indicate that a female magician once managed to touch the tail of a wealth beast, marking the closest recorded encounter between humanity and the creature. That female magician is none other than the famed Storm Princess, Li Lizzie. At that moment, Gu Feng finally understood the president's implication. Are you suggesting that my professional potential is high enough to attract the wealth beast's affinity, even leading to its capture as a pet? Pang Yonda nodded. Precisely. To speak somewhat irreverently of the Storm Princess, I believe your professional strength surpasses hers entirely. Thus, while the Storm Princess was unable to tame the wealth beast, you might just succeed. Furthermore, you are fortunate that the wealth beast recently spotted is a cub, significantly lowering the difficulty of capturing it. This is truly a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. If you do not seize this chance, you will undoubtedly regret it. Gu Feng began to ponder. The professional system includes a pet system, allowing each individual to possess up to 2 pets and 1 mount. However, pets are not entirely beneficial, as they also share the professional's experience points. In other words, if a professional chooses a weak pet, it could diminish their combat effectiveness. The reason Gu Feng's team members do not raise pets is partly due to concerns about them hindering the group, and also because Bai Daxianzi and Lu Jiani are not particularly fond of having pets. Moreover, the team's output is sufficiently robust, negating the need for pets to enhance their efforts. However, the wealth beast Pang Yonda speaks of appears to be quite formidable. Gu Feng deliberated on whether to pursue this endeavor. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately decided to seek out the wealth beast. Should it truly possess the legendary capabilities as described, capturing it as a pet would undoubtedly be advantageous, provided he could succeed in the attempt. Upon reaching this point, Gu Feng spoke. Principal, I intend to seek out the wealth beast. Pang Yonda nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should pursue this. Given your profession, you possess a high likelihood of capturing the wealth beast. According to my information, it has recently been sighted around Linhai City. You might find fortune there. Gu Feng acknowledged the advice and prepared to bid farewell to the principal. However, just before he departed, Pang Yonda suddenly called out, Gu Feng, wait a moment. Your journey to Linhai City falls outside the protective influence of Tianjin City, and you may encounter dangers. Allow me to provide you with some life-saving tools. As he spoke, Pang Yonda rummaged through his belongings and ultimately produced 10 scrolls. Pang Yonda explained, among these 10 scrolls, 5 are teleportation scrolls, which can transport you and your nearby team members back to the nearest city. These are the only ones I possess, so do not dismiss them, accept them. Gu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, fully aware of the immense value of the teleportation scrolls. These were divine tools for survival. In the face of danger, they could whisk him away to safety. What could be more invincible than this ability to preserve one's life? Furthermore, the true worth of these scrolls lay in their group teleportation capability. Not only could he teleport himself, but also his companions. Gu Feng was certain that if these were placed on the market, they would be snatched up in an instant. After all, no one would ever complain about having too much ability to stay alive. As for the remaining 5 scrolls, Pang Yongda elaborated, these are storm scrolls, which, when thrown, can summon a thunderstorm at any location. The damage inflicted is formidable, equivalent to a full force strike from a level 60 lightning mage, and it carries a paralysis effect, which you can use to teach some unwary foes a lesson. I have nothing else of value, so these 10 scrolls are yours. Gu Feng, gazing at the precious scrolls in his hand, felt a sense of unease. These items are far too valuable. As the saying goes, one should not receive rewards without merit. I have made no significant contributions to Tianjin University, so taking such a bounty feels inappropriate. Pang Yongda thumped the table in protest. What do you mean no contribution? Your ability to level up safely is the greatest contribution to Tianjin University. After all, you are aware of the overwhelming strength of your destiny-assisted profession. It is so remarkable that you need not do anything to achieve great results. Tianjin University is bound to benefit from your presence. Moreover, thanks to your profession, yesterday's losses in Sakura country were considerable. You have no idea how the principal of Inqing University, Yuchu Iju, sounded when he called to inquire. His tone was as if he had lost his parents. It is all you're doing. Therefore, you need not be modest about these scrolls. Just accept them. I have no other treasures to spare. Otherwise, I would offer you more. Gu Feng was not one to be overly sentimental. He graciously accepted the scrolls. In that case, I shall accept them. Principal, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. I will handle the matter of the wealth beast myself. After exiting the principal's office, Gu Feng headed towards the small park while checking his phone for information regarding the wealth beast's appearances, specifically around Linhai City. This city was quite a distance from Tianjin City, and lacking a direct teleportation array, he would have to fly there. Gu Feng estimated that since the wealth beast was notoriously difficult to capture, it would likely take more than a day or two. He would need to stay in Linhai City for about a week. He casually searched for leveling spots around Linhai City. As it turned out, being a second-tier city, Linhai boasted numerous leveling areas, with wild monsters ranging from level 25 to level 40. Gu Feng's team could level up while simultaneously gathering information about the wealth beast. After all, Pang Yongda had mentioned that the wealth beast was elusive, and encountering it required considerable luck. Until then, Gu Feng's team could pass the time leveling up. Upon returning to the park, he spoke with Bai Daxianzi, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, pursuing the wealth beast is worth a shot. Moreover, with leveling spots nearby, our progression will not be hindered. I support the idea of capturing the wealth beast. Yin Zihan and Lu Jiani also nodded in assent. However, Lu Jiani added, actually, I believe that more than a pet, our dear brother currently needs a mount. Walking can be quite exhausting. What if our dear brother's legs give out? The matter of acquiring a mount must be prioritized. I commented, we can certainly inquire about mounts. While ordinary mounts can be purchased, their quality tends to be subpar, sometimes. It would be better to simply buy a horse. To secure a mount for Gu Feng, we must aim for something exceptional. I will keep an eye out for information in this regard. Lu Jiani nodded in agreement. Then I shall leave this matter to you, Bai Ruoxue. By the way, dear brother, she turned to Gu Feng. Before Bai Ruoxue finds a good mount, why not let me be your mount? I can carry you around. I am incredibly strong and will not sway at all. Gu Feng, being fully capable, felt it unnecessary to accept such an offer, just as he was about to decline. Yin Zihan interjected, actually, if you're willing, I could also serve as your mount. Hearing this, Lu Jiani immediately shot a glare at Yin Zihan. Yin Zihan, are you trying to compete with me for the position of mount? Yin Zihan giggled, of course not. We can collaborate. You can be his daytime mount, and I shall be his nighttime mount. Gu Feng pushed Yin Zihan's face away. What nonsense are you talking about? Daytime and nighttime mounts? I don't need either. Yin Zihan chuckled. Oh dear, don't be shy. If you were reluctant to let me be your mount, I could simply ride along on top. Although I lack experience, I will do my utmost to keep steady. Gu Feng, weary of Yin Zihan's chatter, realized that if he continued the conversation, he might be subjected to more astonishing remarks. What irked him most was that he could keep pace with all of Yin Zihan's banter. How infuriating. Am I truly as shameless as Yin Zihan? Gu Feng forcibly shifted the topic to a more serious note. Let us each return to gather our belongings, and then fly to Linhai City. Bai Ruoxue concurred. All right. I will arrange the flight tickets and hotel accommodations in advance. It must be noted that Bai Daxianzi had always been the most reliable member of their team. The four of them returned to their dormitories to pack their bags. Bai Ruoxue found a smaller suitcase and began to fill it with clothes. Although professionals receive a backpack upon job change, which can hold anything, Bai Daxianzi had filled her backpack with many of Gu Feng's items, leaving little room for extra clothing. In truth, even if there were space, Bai Ruoxue would not place ordinary clothes in her backpack. This was a matter of a professional's organizational skills. Generally, a professional's backpack would only contain weapons, equipment, items, and materials related to combat, allowing for quick access when needed. Unrelated items to the battle are stored separately. Bai Ruoxue understood that this trip to Linhai City would require an extended stay, so she packed extra clothes into her suitcase. As she was finishing her packing, her gaze inadvertently shifted to a white qipao hanging in the wardrobe. Though the qipao was exquisite, it was not practical for combat, and logically, Bai Ruoxue should not take it. However, she reasoned that there would be moments of respite during her time in Linhai City, and when that time came, she could don the qipao. Gu Feng would surely be captivated. After all, she possessed a model's physique, perfectly suited for the elegant garment. With a silly grin, Bai Ruoxue placed the qipao into her suitcase. While the primary objective of her trip was to capture the fortune beast, that did not preclude her from enhancing Gu Feng's affection for her during the journey. After all, what harm is there in a little strategy on the part of a girl? Having completed her packing, Bai Ruoxue strutted out of the dormitory. Yet, before she could exit the female dormitory area, she spotted Lu Jiani approaching from behind, shouldering two large bags. Bai Ruoxue furrowed her brow. Lu Jiani, are you bringing a bit too much? We're only going for about a week. You only need to pack some clothes. Are you moving house? Lu Jiani retorted confidently. These are all items I've prepared for my dear brother. Bai Ruoxue exclaimed. What on earth have you prepared? Let me see. She grabbed one of Lu Jiani's bags, unzipped it, and began rummaging through it. Apples? Oranges? What are you bringing these for? Lu Jiani replied matter-of-factly, to feed my dear brother. We're flying soon. And what if he gets hungry on the plane? There's no food sold on board. Bai Ruoxue held her forehead. If Gu Feng is truly hungry, he can eat at the airport. And what about these picture books? Lu Jiani answered. They're for my brother to pass the time. They're quite lovely. I often read them myself. At Gu Feng's age, he shouldn't be reading picture books. He generally prefers novels. And what about these slippers? Lu Jiani explained earnestly. We'll be staying in a hotel in Linhai City. The slippers there are bound to be uncomfortable, so I prepared a nice pair for my brother in advance. If he is comfortable, he'll be in a good mood. And if he is happy, I'll be happy too. Bai Ruoxue was at a loss for words. She set the slippers aside, rummaged a bit more, and then pulled out a circular object. And what is this collar for? Lu Jiani replied, this is for me. What if my dear brother whimsically wants to put a collar on me? I must be prepared. Bai Ruoxue silently returned the collar, giving a thumbs up. You really are quite the devoted admirer. Lu Jiani smiled slightly, but I have indeed won over my dear brother. Look how naturally he can touch my hair. When I hug him, he doesn't mind, and he even calls me Jiani. Unlike certain individuals, who are always addressed by their full name. How distant that is, considering I was the first to know him. Lu Jiani's words nearly sent Bai Ruoxue into a fury. Aren't you just relying on your lack of principles to cling to Gu Feng? If I were a bit more flexible in my principles, my relationship with Gu Feng would surely surpass yours. Just as Bai Ruoxue simmered with irritation, Yin Zihan emerged from her dormitory. Her luggage was of a size between Bai Ruoxue's and Lu Jiani's, featuring a large, bulging package. Bai Ruoxue frowned. Yin Zihan, why are you bringing so much stuff? Is this entire bag filled with clothes? Yin Zihan admitted, indeed, it is all clothing. Bai Ruoxue questioned, then why on earth are you bringing so many clothes? Can you even wear them all? Yin Zihan smiled mysteriously. Actually, I may have overpacked on the stockings, perhaps a few dozen. Bai Ruoxue's eyes widened. Dozens of stockings? Will you even wear them all? Yin Zihan chuckled. Bai Ruoxue, you don't understand. Not all of these are for wearing. Some are for the younger students to see, and others are for them to tear apart for fun. The three women fell silent, each gathering their belongings as they headed to the park to meet Gu Feng. Upon seeing the three of them, Gu Feng remarked, you all made it. Great. Let's head to the airport. Earlier, I booked the car. Off we go. The four of them climbed into the vehicle, arriving at the airport in due time, checking in and boarding the plane. Unsurprisingly, they found themselves in first class. After all, Gu Feng's group was financially well off, and they naturally opted for a more comfortable area. Why suffer when there's no need to? In the first-class cabin, only Gu Feng and his 3 companions occupied the space. Gu Feng leaned back in his seat, stretching lazily, just as the flight attendant announced the imminent departure. Lu Jianyi nudged Gu Feng's sleeve. "Dear brother, could you please rise for a moment? I brought a cushion for you to place on your seat." Gu Feng tilted his head. "There's no need for a cushion on a plane." Lu Jianyi insisted. "There will be turbulence upon takeoff. It wouldn't be good if it jolted you. Just stand for a few seconds." Gu Feng, being somewhat indulgent towards Lu Jianyi, stood up, allowing her to place a blue cushion beneath him. Surprisingly, the cushion was soft and breathable, quite comfortable indeed. Yin Zihan chimed in. "If you feel scared when we take off, you can hold on to my hand. Or you could bury your head in my arms. I wouldn't mind at all. With my curvaceous figure, I can certainly serve as a cushion for you. The only downside might be that my figure could be a bit overwhelming. But I doubt you'd mind." Gu Feng rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. The plane swiftly took off smoothly, and at that moment, Lu Jianyi's preparations came into play. She retrieved an orange from her backpack, carefully peeled it, removed the white pith, and then held it to Gu Feng's mouth. "Dear brother, have some fruit. Replenish your vitamins." Gu Feng was not one to refuse, taking a bite of the orange. Lu Jianyi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Is it sweet, dear brother?" Gu Feng nodded. "Sweet." Lu Jianyi beamed. "As long as you find it sweet, that's all that matters. From now on, I'll buy this brand of oranges for you. I'll peel a few more." In truth, no orange could compare to the sweetness of her dear brother's smile. As the plane landed, the 4 of them had finally arrived in Linghai City. While collecting their luggage, Yin Zihan extended her hand to Gu Feng. "Dear brother, let me help you with your bags this time. Don't underestimate me. I'm an archer and quite strong." Gu Feng waved his hand. "I can manage on my own, really." Yin Zihan unceremoniously snatched the luggage from Gu Feng's hands, exclaiming, "Really, there's no need for politeness between juniors and seniors. Just leave it to your senior sister. I am your helping hand." After hailing a taxi, the 4 of them arrived at the pre-booked hotel, each receiving their room key cards. However, instead of heading straight to their rooms, they opted to dine at the hotel restaurant first, subsequently agreeing to reconvene there the following day. The next day, they were set to begin leveling up and investigating clues regarding the elusive wealth beast. Upon returning to his room after dinner, Gu Feng intended to organize his belongings, hanging up the clothes that needed to prevent them from wrinkling. However, he soon discovered something peculiar. He distinctly remembered packing 3 shirts, yet only 2 remained. No matter how he searched, he could only account for 2. Given that they had spent the entirety of their journey either on the plane or in the car, there had been no opportunity for a thief to strike. Thus, it could only mean one of his companions had taken it. Aside from himself, the only others who had touched his luggage were Lu Jianyi and Yin Zihan. If Lu Jianyi had taken a shirt, she would have surely informed him beforehand. Therefore, it could only have been Yin Zihan. However, as the hour was late, Gu Feng chose not to confront Yin Zihan about it, harboring an inkling that he might not retrieve his shirt. Yin Zihan was not one to be trifled with. The following day, the 4 gathered at a secluded corner of the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Before the meal arrived, Gu Feng led Yin Zihan to a quiet, unoccupied nook. Fixing her with a piercing gaze as he inquired, "Yin Zihan, one of my shirts is missing. Did you take it?" "There is no one else who could have." After a moment of contemplation, Yin Zihan recognized the futility of denial and confessed openly, "Indeed, I took it." Gu Feng sighed, remarking, "At least you were honest. But why did you take my shirt?" A faint blush crept onto Yin Zihan's face as she replied, "When I helped you with your luggage yesterday, I caught a whiff of your scent on the shirt. I couldn't resist the temptation to take it." Gu Feng extended his hand, saying, "I want to hold it against you for taking it. Could you return it to me now?" Yin Zihan shook her head. "I cannot. I washed the shirt yesterday, and it's still damp." Gu Feng was perplexed. "Why did you wash my shirt?" "It was clean and didn't need washing." Yin Zihan, somewhat embarrassed, explained. "When I took it, it was indeed clean. But last night, it accidentally got wet. It needs to be washed." Gu Feng stepped back, his tone laced with complexity. "This outcome is quite unexpected, yet it does not surprise me coming from you. So, the water on my shirt last night was likely saliva, wasn't it?" Yin Zihan mumbled, "Perhaps." Hearing this, Gu Feng lost all desire to reclaim his shirt, wondering what else might be on it. He waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Consider it a gift. I can always buy another one." However, Yin Zihan firmly insisted, "No, I must return the shirt to you." Gu Feng, bewildered, questioned, "Why the insistence on returning it?" Yin Zihan replied earnestly, Because if I don't return it, I would feel guilty for stealing again. I mean, it would weigh on my conscience. Gu Feng rolled his eyes, asserting, please, just keep it. I'm hungry and need to eat. With that, he returned to the restaurant. Yin Zihan chuckled, following closely behind him. Why are you still so shy, Junior? After the four of them finished breakfast and organized their gear, they hailed a taxi to the outskirts of Linhai City. Gu Feng had observed the distribution of nearby wild monsters and noted that the level 33 Shriekstone demons in the Rocky Plains were perfect for their team to level up. Since encountering the Wealth Beast relied heavily on chance, it was prudent to focus on leveling first. Upon arriving at the Rocky Plains, Gu Feng was taken aback by the sheer number of players farming monsters. The crowd was far greater than he had seen in the level 33 monster zones around Tianjing City. There had to be a reason behind the influx of players farming the Shriekstone demons. Gu Feng approached a resting player by the roadside and inquired, Hey, brother, could you enlighten me? Why are there so many people farming the Shriekstone demons? Do they offer particularly high experience? The roadside player glanced at Gu Feng and replied, Brother, you must be from out of town. Locals would know the reason. Anyway, I'll share with you since it's not a secret. The level 33 Shriekstone demons drop a material called Flowing Crystal. This material is essential for crafting life potions. You know, the kind that instantly restores 0 health. It's something every player desires. In the realm of players, the penalty for death was a terrifying ordeal. Dying could result in losing 1 to 3 pieces of equipment and all experience accumulated at their current level. There was even the real risk of losing one's life. Hence, no one wished to meet their demise. This made life potions a necessity. Every player's inventory would be filled with various life potions. Even Gu Feng's team, which rarely required them, had a stock for emergencies. Typically, life potions provided gradual health restoration, recovering a certain amount of health per second for a specified duration. However, this potion was different. It could restore the user's health from 0 instantly. This effect was invaluable. Often, the difference between life and death for a player hinged on that last bit of health. Just imagine the peace of mind a single use could provide when a player was on the brink of death. Thus, it was no wonder so many were farming these monsters. Gu Feng nodded and asked, So, brother, what is the drop rate for Flowing Crystal? The player held up a finger, 1%. Gu Feng realized, I see. 10% is indeed quite low. The player waved his hand. Brother, you must have misheard. It's 1%, not 10. If it were 10%, the Rocky Plains would be overrun. Gu Feng casually replied, Right, it's 1%. My mistake. Thank you for the information. After bidding farewell to the roadside player, Gu Feng informed his team, Let us farm Shriekstone demons today. With my Devour skill, we can boost the drop rate of Flowing Crystal to about 10%. Coupled with your AoE skills, we should be able to clear them quickly. Let us gather as many Flowing Crystals as we can to replenish our team's funds. After all, this trip to Linhai City has cost us quite a bit. Bai Ruxiue and the others nodded in agreement. A group of individuals first sought out a secluded area for leveling up. And then Bai Ruxiue pulled a tent from her backpack and began to set it up. Yin Zihan, bewildered by such an arrangement, queried, What is this? We are here to slay monsters, not to camp. Bai Ruxiue explained, This is for Gu Feng. After all, he doesn't need to grind monsters. So we must prepare a resting place for him. Lu Jianyi nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's sweltering if we don't set up a tent for our dear brother. What if he gets sunburned? I would rather suffer the sun's wrath myself than see him scorched. Yin Zihan glanced at Gu Feng, playfully suggested, Junior. I have a brilliant idea. If you lay your head on my belly, my figure will shield you from the sun. Gu Feng rolled his eyes. Please refrain from making inappropriate comments. Do you think I'm unaware that you're referring to shampoo? Yin Zihan chuckled. You're quite clever, Junior. Soon, Bai Ruxiue completed the tent, and Gu Feng was the first to enter, followed closely by Bai Ruxiue and the others. They then began to retrieve an assortment of snacks, fruits, books, and toys from their backpacks. Lu Jianyi even produced a large watermelon. Brother, enjoy these for now. If they aren't enough, I'll go fetch more. Bai Ruxiue chimed in. Yes. Gu Feng, just tell us what you fancy, and I'll prepare it in advance. Watching Bai Ruxiue and Lu Jianyi fervently offer items to Gu Feng, Yin Zihan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These two were indeed relentless in their attempts to please him. I cannot be outdone by them. What can I offer to the junior? After searching her backpack with no success, she suddenly noticed her stockings on her legs. Perhaps he might desire this. Well, truthfully, I want to give it to him. But it feels a bit awkward now, so I shall wait until we return. Just you wait, Junior. After ensuring Gu Feng was comfortably settled, Bai Ruoxue and the others ventured out of the tent to slay monsters. The level 33 Screaming Stone Demons had minuscule health, easily vanquished with a single skill. Bai Ruoxue, ever the reliable one, struck first with her icebound 1,000 miles, inflicting 0 damage and depleting the health of several Screaming Stone Demons. As they fell, numerous pieces of equipment dropped. Among the plethora of loot, Bai Ruoxue discovered 2 sparkling crystals. She picked them up and examined their attributes. Flowing crystal, grade, silver, description, can be used for potion crafting. Oh, so this is the flowing crystal. I've acquired 2 at once. Indeed. With Gu Feng's greed skill, gathering materials is remarkably effortless. While others toil for a single flowing crystal, I've effortlessly secured 2 with 1 skill. My Gu Feng is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Lu Jiani and Yin Zihan began their own monster-slaying ventures, and unsurprisingly, they too amassed several flowing crystals. Observing these, Yin Zihan, who had teamed with Gu Feng for the shortest time, once more felt the potency of his skills. Just his greed skill alone, which boasted a 10 drop rate, made him a coveted asset for any team. Not to mention, he possessed even more terrifying skills such as pride, sloth, and greed. Gu Feng was truly a walking treasure trove. Yin Zihan tucked the flowing crystals away and instinctively glanced towards the tent, her gaze tinged with heat. Such a charming, powerful, and invincible junior. How she wished to devour him whole. As Bai Ruoxue and her companions continued to slay monsters and collect flowing crystals, their experience bars steadily rose. This adventure, rife with experience and abundant materials, brought the girls immense joy, rendering the grind far from tedious. Just as the trio diligently hunted, a commotion erupted nearby. A boss had emerged. Enraged Stone Demon, level 36, health 0, skills, Earthly Roar, Rolling Rocks. Such wild bosses are unclaimed entities. The one who defeats the boss shall claim its loot. Naturally, Bai Ruoxue and her companions would not miss the chance to tackle this boss. Bai Ruoxue quickly alerted the others. A boss has appeared. Prepare to claim it. Lu Jiani nodded, while Yin Zihan, without uttering a word, aimed her bow at the enraged Stone Demon. As the archer of the group, she enjoyed the advantage of long-range attacks, making her ideal for this task. This time, Yin Zihan utilized her skill, physical enchantment, strong strike, significantly enhancing her arrow's damage and critical hit rate. The drawback was that the arrow could only target one entity. But that was hardly a concern with the solitary boss. Yin Zihan released her arrow, which shot through the air like a meteor, striking the enraged Stone Demon squarely in the head. A yellow critical damage number instantly appeared above it. The health of the enraged Stone Demon was obliterated in an instant, collapsing to the ground and exploding into a myriad of equipment and items. Onlookers surrounding the enraged Stone Demon were left dumbfounded. Critical damage. What in the world? This damage seems excessive. Why would someone capable of such damage appear in this desolate area, vying for a level 36 boss? Yin Zihan calmly retrieved her bow. With the buff from my junior, this critical damage is simply astonishing. I never imagined I could inflict such damage. Bai Ruoxue interjected. Yin Zihan, enough lamenting. Quickly gather the loot from the boss. If I'm not mistaken, this boss dropped a piece of golden equipment. For a wild boss, dropping golden gear is quite commendable. After collecting the gear, let us return to slaying monsters. Yin Zihan acknowledged and promptly strode to the boss's corpse to gather the equipment. Those who believed their boss had been stolen watched in disbelief as Yin Zihan shamelessly collected the loot, feeling a mix of indignation. How dare she steal our boss? Yet, recalling Yin Zihan's astounding critical damage, they fell silent. Anyone capable of inflicting such damage was not to be trifled with. Provoking her could very well result in that critical hit being directed at them next time. Yin Zihan swiftly gathered the equipment, giving no heed to those around her, and returned to slaying monsters. For her, only Gu Feng held her interest. As for everyone else, who were they? The group continued their monster slaying until after 4 p.m. When Gu Feng emerged from the tent and declared, "All right, everyone, let us pause for now. That will suffice for today. It's getting late. As we tidy up, let's return to the city," Bai Ruoxue said with a nod, following Gu Feng's lead. "I believe, based on our experience bar, that if all goes well, we shall reach level 22 by tomorrow." Bai Ruoxue was brimming with confidence. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she, Gu Feng, and Lu Jiani would indeed ascend to level 22 by tomorrow. It is noteworthy that this is scarcely 2 days since she reached level 21. The speed of this progression is akin to riding a rocket. Beside them, Yin Zihan expressed her envy. With Gu Feng around, your leveling pace is astonishingly rapid. I recall taking an entire year to ascend from level 17 to level 31. This was while I was in a hidden profession. The journey from level 21 to 22 alone took me over 20 days. Now, you are poised to leap from level 21 to 22 in just over 2 days. It is truly enviable. If only I had met a junior like you sooner. Yin Zihan tugged at Gu Feng's hand, playfully pouting. Oh dear junior. Why didn't you meet your seniors sooner? If you had known me a year earlier, perhaps I would already be expecting. Gu Feng rolled his eyes. Too indifferent to respond, merely stating, let us go. We should head back to the city. Once back in the city, the group did not immediately return to the hotel for rest, but decided to visit the item shop first to sell all the materials and equipment they had acquired throughout the day. Selling the day's loot on the same day is a commendable habit, akin to clearing one's browsing history after visiting a website. Upon entering the item shop and selling various miscellaneous items, Bai Ruoxue produced a substantial material, the flowing crystal, and placed it on the counter. The flowing crystals completely covered the counter. The shopkeeper was left astounded upon seeing such a bounty. My heavens! Are these all flowing crystals? How on earth did you manage to acquire so many? 1, 2, 3, a total of 57 flowing crystals. Given the 1 drop rate for flowing crystals, does that mean you defeated 500 of the Howling Stone demons? Your perseverance is remarkable. In truth, the trio of Bai Ruoxue had only slain a handful of Howling Stone demons. Relying solely on Gu Feng's impressive loot drop rate to gather such a wealth of flowing crystals, Bai Ruoxue replied, never mind how we obtained these flowing crystals. Just name your price. And do not attempt to deceive us. Although we are not locals, it is quite easy to investigate the market value of flowing crystals. The shopkeeper, genuinely apprehensive of deceiving Gu Feng and his companions, knew that a team capable of amassing such a quantity of flowing crystals was not to be trifled with. After careful consideration, the shopkeeper stated, the market price for a single flowing crystal is approximately 10 gold coins. Since you are selling such a sizable quantity, I can offer you 570 gold coins. That is 570 gold coins. The amount earned in a single day is sufficient to cover travel, accommodation, and dining expenses in Haicheng, with plenty left over. This exemplifies the potency of Gu Feng's skill, gluttony. With this skill, he effectively possesses a moving treasury. As long as Gu Feng's team does not squander their resources, financial hardship is an impossibility. Bai Ruoxue nodded. Very well, 570 gold coins it is. Hand over the payment. The shopkeeper trembled slightly. Please hold on. I currently lack sufficient cash on hand. Allow me a moment to arrange funds. It will only take a few minutes. Please be patient. While the shopkeeper was busy arranging the funds, Gu Feng and his companions idly perused the shop's merchandise. Suddenly, Gu Feng's eyes landed on an intriguing item, a skill scroll for basic gathering skill. Upon use, it grants the basic gathering skill, allowing one to gather ores or herbs, among other things. Typically, those who learn such skills are alchemists or blacksmiths, as combat professions seldom pursue such knowledge. It is merely a casual skill for occasional use. However, Gu Feng was different. He had no need for combat and could learn it for amusement. Just then, the shopkeeper returned with the funds, and Gu Feng pointed to the gathering skill scroll. Shopkeeper, I'd like to purchase this as well. The shopkeeper, eager to please. No need to buy. This one is on the house. After all, you just sold me such a substantial amount of flowing crystals. Consider this scroll as a token of gratitude. Gu Feng nodded. Then I shall accept your generosity. With that, Gu Feng took the gathering skill scroll into his possession. Lu Jianyi then remarked, Brother, why would you want to learn such a skill? Gathering can be quite laborious. Don't overexert yourself. Gu Feng casually replied, It's nothing serious. I'm merely learning for fun, to pass the time. Lu Jianyi fell silent. After selling their items, the group returned to the hotel. Bai Ruoxue suggested, Let us each go change our clothes first. We'll gather in the dining area after we're ready. Being a boy, Gu Feng changed the quickest and was the first to arrive at the dining area. Shortly after, Yin Zihan arrived. At this moment, Yin Zihan had swapped her daytime black stockings for a pair of nude tights. Gu Feng glanced over, momentarily captivated, before averting his gaze. Yin Zihan giggled, Junior, if you like what you see, feel free to look a while longer. I don't mind at all. In fact, I'd be quite pleased that you are admiring me. Feeling your eager gaze warms my heart. If you wish, you can come a little closer to take a better look. Gu Feng waved his hand. No need. I'm afraid your feet might smell. Yin Zihan retorted playfully. They don't smell. I wash my feet several times a day and apply shower gel repeatedly. I assure you, my feet could meet food-grade standards. Before long, Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani joined them in the dining area. The four ordered a private room and selected 5 dishes to enjoy while chatting. After their meal, the tired group decided to retire for the night. Although Gu Feng did nothing, he still felt he had truly exerted himself. Simply being part of the team was his greatest contribution. The rooms of Gu Feng and his companions were adjacent. As Gu Feng unlocked his door with the room card and was about to step inside, Yin Zihan suddenly approached and pressed something into his hand. "Junior, this is a gift from your senior. After all, while Bai Ruoxue and the others prepared the tent and snacks today, I contributed nothing. I felt somewhat guilty. So I prepared this for you. Please use it wisely." With a flirtatious wink, Yin Zihan turned and walked away. Gu Feng looked at the dark object in his hand. A sense of familiarity washing over him. This object seemed reminiscent of something he had seen before, perhaps on Yin Zihan's leg. It couldn't possibly be. Gu Feng hesitated to open the gift in the hallway, opting to wait until he returned to his room. Once inside, he closed the door and unfolded his hand, revealing 2 black stockings. Gu Feng fell into deep thought. These were undoubtedly the very stockings Yin Zihan wore earlier. Dreadful. Why did she give me this thing? And told me to use it properly? Am I really that twisted? I am an honest and upright person. Staring at the 2 pairs of stockings in his hands, Gu Feng pondered how to deal with them. Using them was out of the question. Despite the lingering scent of Yin Zihan's perfume and her warmth on the stockings, Gu Feng truly was not a pervert. Discarding them was also not an option. After much contemplation, Gu Feng could only think of a common solution: burn them. He cut the stockings into small pieces, then retrieved a lighter and set them ablaze, reducing them to ashes before flushing them down the toilet. Only then did he feel he had obliterated this wicked item. Afterward, Gu Feng went to sleep. The following morning, 4 individuals were still expected to gather in the dining room. Having gone to bed early the previous night, Gu Feng awoke early and was the first to arrive at the dining area. The second to come was Yin Zihan. Noticing Gu Feng sitting alone, she suddenly flashed a charming smile and approached him, taking his hand and leading him to a private room. After carefully closing the door, Yin Zihan mischievously inquired, "Junior, did you use it?" Gu Feng rolled his eyes. "No, as I said, I am not a pervert. I burned them." Yin Zihan exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you really didn't use them? Why not? Was it the color or thickness that didn't suit your taste? Just tell me, and I can change it." She continued. "Or you could specify the color and style. I could buy some, wear them, and then give them to you." Gu Feng emphasized, "This is not about color or style. Although I like tights. I mean, I am not a pervert and wouldn't engage in such perverse behavior." Yin Zihan pouted. "Really, you wasted my sincere effort. I only do this for you. However, since you don't want to use mine, can I use your clothes instead? The shirt I borrowed last time has lost your scent after washing." Gu Feng glanced at the sulking Yin Zihan and sighed. "Have you become overly proud lately? We are alone in a private room, and I am a young man going through puberty. Do you not comprehend what that implies?" He decided he could not let her continue in this audacious manner. It was time to teach her a lesson. With that, Gu Feng stepped forward and abruptly pulled Yin Zihan into his embrace, firmly securing her waist so that their bodies were completely pressed together. Yin Zihan was initially taken aback by this sudden shift in his demeanor, leaving her somewhat dazed. However, the next moment, feeling their bodies close, a flame ignited within her, and she instinctively murmured, "Junior." But the words that followed could not escape her lips, as they were silenced. 20 minutes later, Gu Feng released his lips from hers, gently wiping away the lipstick smudge as he calmly remarked, "Not much." Meanwhile, Yin Zihan could hardly stand, relying on Gu Feng's chest for support as she gasped for breath. Gu Feng asked, "So, do you now know who is in charge? If you concede, just nod, and we can go have breakfast. Bai Ruoxue is likely waiting for us." Yet, Yin Zihan gazed at him with an almost pleading expression, her tone thick with desire. "Junior, that is not enough. 20 minutes, and still not satisfied. Are you insatiable?" Yin Zihan tightened her embrace around Gu Feng's waist, declaring, "If you say so, then I am your one and only devotee. Don't speak, just kiss me. If I say stop, then you must not stop." Gu Feng chuckled, "All right. If you're willing to perish, then I shall oblige. One of us must succumb to oxygen deprivation today." Half an hour later, Gu Feng and Lu Jiani finally emerged from the private room, with Gu Feng's lips slightly swollen. Lu Jiani leaned against him, murmuring, "I didn't expect your lung capacity to be so impressive." She added, "Now that you've done so much for me, you must take responsibility." Just as Gu Feng was about to respond, Yin Zihan abruptly wrapped her arms around his neck, declaring, "Regardless of your answer, I'm sticking with you for life. I can't live without you anymore. I say, Junior, let us find a day to go out together. Just the two of us. Yan Zihan's eyes sparkled like a mischievous sprite, utterly captivating. Gu Feng returned to the dining room first, while Yan Zihan went to the restroom to touch up her makeup, as she was quite concerned about her appearance. When Gu Feng arrived, Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani were already waiting. Bai Ruoxue had even bought breakfast. Seeing the tardy Gu Feng, Bai Ruoxue fretted. Gu Feng, why did you wake up so late today? Were you tired from yesterday? Lu Jiani chimed in. Is it because the cushions in the tent were uncomfortable? I could buy you a new one. Gu Feng waved his hand. No need, I just overslept. Bai Ruoxue sighed in relief. As long as you're not exhausted. Gu Feng, you're young. It's natural to sleep more. If you can sleep, then why not? At that moment, Yan Zihan returned from the restroom, casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Feng before exclaiming, wow, breakfast is all set. I can just dig in. Bai Ruoxue shot her a glare. You woke up quite late today. At your age, how can you afford to sleep in? You can't be late like this again. It will delay our team's work. Yan Zihan smiled and said nothing. Feeling good about having taken a significant step forward this morning and unwilling to bicker with Bai Ruoxue. Suddenly, Lu Jiani, always observant, exclaimed, oh dear, your lips seem a bit swollen. Are you feeling unwell? Should I get you some medicine? Gu Feng touched his lips and shook his head. No, it's just. I accidentally bumped into something this morning. It'll be fine shortly. Meanwhile, Yan Zihan giggled, playfully brushing against Gu Feng's leg beneath the table. As the four of them enjoyed breakfast, Yan Zihan posed a question. Bai Ruoxue, Lu Jiani, do you know which brand of lipstick tastes the best? Bai Ruoxue frowned in confusion. Tasty lipstick? What do you need that for? Generally, lipstick is for applying, not for eating. Yan Zihan proudly asserted. You just don't understand. Only mature women know why lipstick should taste good. Just answer my question. Bai Ruoxue shrugged. I really don't know. Since Bai Ruoxue was unaware, Lu Jiani was even more clueless. Being naturally beautiful, she rarely wore lipstick. Yan Zihan sighed. All right then, I'll just have to buy some and experiment myself. Bai Dao remarked that the matter of the lipstick could be postponed, emphasizing that their immediate focus should be on today's plans. He had researched online the previous day and discovered a dungeon near Linhai City known as the Ice Cave. The level requirement for this dungeon was below 34, with the average level of the monsters also hovering around 34, making it quite suitable for their current leveling needs. Given that they were not short on funds, farming in dungeons seemed to be a favorable option, as it offered greater experience points without the threat of monster interference. Lu Jiani and Yan Zihan both agreed without hesitation. After enjoying breakfast, the group took a taxi to the entrance of the Ice Cave dungeon. Upon arrival, they noticed a line forming, but fortunately, it was short, and they quickly found themselves next in line. As they entered the dungeon, a chilling breeze enveloped them. Lu Jiani instinctively positioned herself in front of Gu Feng, inquiring, Are you feeling cold, dear brother? Just as Gu Feng was about to shake his head and deny any discomfort, Yan Zihan wrapped her arms around him, suggesting, If you're cold, let me warm you with my body, dear junior. My body, like my heart, is ablaze with warmth. Gu Feng rolled his eyes, insisting, I am not cold. Let go of me and focus on fighting. We came here to level up. Reluctantly, Yan Zihan released her hold, teasing, You truly are indifferent, junior. Yet, I find this side of you rather endearing. Before long, Bai Ruoxue and the others entered a combat state. Their first encounter was with the 33-level monsters known as Ice Wolves. These creatures were not particularly resilient, possessing only slightly elevated attack power. However, under the barrage of AoE skills unleashed by Bai Ruoxue and Yan Zihan, the Ice Wolves barely had a chance to retaliate, collapsing like straw. After dispatching the Ice Wolves, they next faced the 35-level Ice Falcons. These creatures were characterized by their swiftness, but their melee attacks posed no threat to Gu Feng's team, who swiftly eliminated them before they could strike. Once they had vanquished a considerable number of Ice Falcons, Gu Feng, Bai Ruoxue, and Lu Jiani all advanced to level 22. Progressing further, they anticipated encountering the boss. According to online sources, the boss of the Ice Cave was a creature known as the Giant Frozen Boar, said to possess formidable strength infused with the power of ice, boasting a level of 37. However, with Gu Feng in their midst, such a formidable foe was not a cause for concern. Gu Feng could hear the boss's heavy breathing around the corner and cautioned his companions. We are about to encounter the boss, so let us proceed with caution. Bai Ruoxue and the others nodded in understanding. As they turned the corner, they were met with the sight of a massive blue-haired boar, towering like a two-story building before them. Giant Frozen Boar, level 37, health 00, skills, earthquake, ice arrow. Frigid wind, The moment Yin Zihan laid eyes on the boss, she sprang into action. Drawing her bow, she unleashed her strongest single-target skill, Physical Enchantment Strike. The arrow, imbued with immense physical damage, flew true and struck the boss squarely in the neck. With a critical hit, the boss fell instantly. Yin Zihan's devastating blow wiped out the boss's health entirely, a feat made possible by her skill's tenfold damage multiplier coupled with an additional tenfold critical damage boost. As the fallen boss lay before them, Yin Zihan proudly stowed her bow, declaring, "A mere boss, utterly pathetic. With my dear junior's support, no boss stands a chance." The defeated, giant frozen boar generously dropped a plethora of loot. In addition to various materials and health potions, it yielded a 35-level golden grade armor, a 35-level golden grade pair of boots, and 2 pieces of 30-level silver equipment. The silver gear was perfect for Yin Zihan, so she claimed it, while the golden items were set aside for future use or potential sale. Bai Dao suggested, "Let us return after defeating the boss and farm this dungeon a few more times." However, Gu Feng suddenly interjected, "Wait, something feels amiss. Why hasn't this boss's corpse disappeared? And it seems to be swelling." Bai Ruxiue and the others quickly turned to the boss's remains, which indeed showed no signs of vanishing. Instead, it was expanding like a balloon. They quickly deduced that the boss was about to explode. In the next instant, they rushed towards Gu Feng. Yin Zihan cradled his head against her chest, assuring him, "Do not fear, dear junior. I will protect you. Just bear with me for a moment." Bai Ruxiue tightly wrapped her arms around Gu Feng's waist, exclaiming, "I've promised you. As long as I am here, I will shield you from harm." Finally, Lu Jianyi embraced Gu Feng's legs, declaring, "Do not be afraid, dear brother. Jianyi will protect you, even at the cost of her life." Gu Feng felt a surge of gratitude for the swift protection offered by Bai Ruxiue and the others. Yet, he still covered his face and gently pushed them away, saying, "I appreciate your intentions, but I do not require your protection. I possess a resurrection necklace. Additionally, given the speed at which this boss is swelling, it will take at least 2 minutes before it explodes. We can simply distance ourselves during this time. Are you all trying to become doomed lovebirds by keeping me restrained?" Upon hearing Gu Feng's words, Bai Ruxiue and the others hastily released him. After confirming that the boss would not explode imminently, Bai Dao remarked, "That startled me. Why would the boss suddenly explode? It's quite peculiar. None of the guides I reviewed mentioned this." Gu Feng suggested, "Let us not leave just yet. The unusual circumstances surrounding this boss's impending explosion may signify something more. If we retreat to where we first entered the dungeon, we should be safe. We can return afterward to see what the boss has left behind." Everyone in the group agreed with Gu Feng's proposal, and they swiftly made their way back to the entrance of the dungeon. Just then, a deafening explosion reverberated through the ice cave, causing it to tremble twice before everything returned to normal. Gu Feng remarked, "Let us proceed. Now that the boss has exploded, we should investigate what remains." The group returned to the site of the boss's explosion, where they observed the surrounding stone walls had collapsed significantly, giving the impression of a landslide. Most notably, behind the fallen stones, a blue teleportation magic circle manifested itself. Gu Feng's gaze sharpened, reminiscent of a keen rabbit. "I knew this boss explosion would be extraordinary. What is this teleportation array?" As he approached the circle, the system's voice echoed, "Ding. You are about to enter the teleportation array area. This array will transport you to the hidden dungeon, the Frigid Ice Cave. The Frigid Ice Cave is extremely perilous. Additionally, this dungeon is a one-time instance. Once completed, it will be permanently closed. Do you wish to enter the Frigid Ice Cave?" Gu Feng remained silent for a moment, then conferred with Bai Ruoxue and the others. "You heard the system explain the function of this teleportation array, correct? It will take us into the Frigid Ice Cave, an exceedingly rare one-time dungeon. The fact that we can enter indicates that no one has discovered this dungeon before. The system has also cautioned us about its dangers. So the question arises, should we venture into this dungeon?" Lu Jianyi was the first to voice her opinion. "I believe it is wiser not to enter this dungeon. Since the system warned us of its dangers, I fear for your safety." Gu Feng chuckled. "There is no need to worry about injuries. I possess this." He produced a teleportation scroll given to him by the principal of Tianjin University, Peng Yongda. "This scroll can transport us all to the nearest city. Thus, with the scroll, we will at least be shielded from immediate peril. Now, let me share my perspective. A one-time dungeon is a rare opportunity, and since we are assured of our safety, I propose we investigate further." Gu Feng held significant esteem within the group, and his words swayed the others to agree. He stepped into the teleportation array first, and the scenery before him transformed into a cave adorned with ice-laden walls. The system's voice resonated once more, "Ding. You have arrived at the one-time dungeon, the Frigid Ice Cave." Hearing the system's announcement confirmed to Gu Feng that he had indeed entered a unique dungeon. Shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed again. The environment within the frigid ice cave is exceedingly harsh. All adventurers within this dungeon will lose 0.1 of their health per second. This meant that standing still would result in the complete depletion of health in approximately 16 minutes. Fortunately, adventurers possessed health potions. Bai Ruoxue handed Gu Feng several health potions. Gu Feng, you are aware that health will continuously deplete here, correct? Take these potions. Let me know when you need more. As I have plenty. Gu Feng accepted them without hesitation. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us proceed further. As they advanced, the conversation continued. Bai Ruoxue furrowed her brow. Honestly, what transpired in the frigid ice cave earlier was rather peculiar. The defeated boss inexplicably exploded, causing the rock walls to collapse and revealing the teleportation array to the frigid ice cave. Gu Feng pondered for a moment and responded, I believe this is not mere coincidence, but rather a sequence of cause and effect. Bai Daxianzi appeared puzzled. Why do you say that, Gu Feng? I've seen other teams online encountering no such phenomena. Gu Feng smiled and countered, consider this carefully. In the frigid ice cave, we possess a significant distinction from the other teams attempting this dungeon. I noted, the only difference between us and the other team seems to be the speed at which we defeated the boss. Gu Feng nodded. Precisely. In my analysis, the speed of defeating the boss is the crucial factor. The boss of the frigid ice cave, the gigantic frozen wild boar, was vanquished in a single strike by Yin Zihan. This is something no other team could achieve. Let us not forget, the level restriction for this dungeon is 34, while we are at level B, a level 34 adventurer. Even with the finest golden equipment and hidden class, could not possibly defeat the boss in such a manner. Yet, we accomplished it. I suspect that our rapid defeat of the boss triggered a hidden mechanism within the dungeon. The boss's corpse, which should have vanished, instead exploded, collapsing the walls and revealing the teleportation array to the frigid ice cave. By this point, Bai Ruoxue fully comprehended the situation. She murmured, so everything is interconnected. It appears that the frigid ice cave, as a one-time dungeon, serves as a reward for those capable of defeating the boss swiftly. However, due to the dungeon's level restrictions, no one has managed to achieve this for years, until we arrived. Yin Zihan, under Gu Feng's damage buff, had accomplished this nearly impossible feat. She then realized, so it was all thanks to you, my junior. In truth, triggering the teleportation array to the frigid ice cave requires defeating the gigantic frozen wild boar in one hit. This is an unattainable task for adventurers below level 34. Only with your tenfold damage buff could our team accomplish this mechanism. Wow, Junior, you are truly remarkable. I adore you. Come here for a hug. Saying this, Yin Zihan leapt onto Gu Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck and swaying playfully. Gu Feng expressed his disdain. That's enough. The ground is coated in ice. One misstep could lead to a fall. Are you not afraid? Yin Zihan replied nonchalantly. It's fine. If I fall, I'll be a cushion for you, ensuring you remain unscathed. If you wish, you could even try to push me down. Gu Feng gently pinched Yin Zihan's cheek. No need to test it. You should get down. It seems we've reached a fork in the path. Although Yin Zihan was playful, she did not impede the team's progress. She gracefully jumped down from Gu Feng. The group soon discovered they had reached a junction with 3 paths, one to the left, one to the right, and one in the center. Bai Ruoxue inquired, Gu Feng, which path should we take? Gu Feng smiled. There is a saying, in storytelling and singing, it is advisable to take the central path. Therefore, we shall proceed down the middle route. Lu Jinni clapped her hands excitedly. Wow, how eloquent you are, dear brother. Truly impressive. To Lu Jinni, everything Gu Feng did seemed extraordinary. As they traversed the central path, the group encountered no wild creatures along the way. Upon reaching the end, a grand blue door materialized before them, adorned with 10 fist-sized small openings. Lu Jinni, the strongest member of the team, stepped forward and pushed against the door with all her might, only to shake her head in defeat. It won't budge. The door is completely sealed. Gu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. As anticipated, this door must be rigged with a mechanism. I suspect we need to find objects to fill the 10 small openings to unlock it. However, considering we haven't encountered anything circular along this path, it is likely we will find the necessary items on the other 2 branches. Let us return and explore those paths. The group made their way back to the fork and first ventured down the left path. This time, they quickly encountered a wild creature, an ethereal being floating in the air. Frigid Phantom, level 39, health 0, skill, Ice Blast. The Frigid Phantom posed a significant challenge with its high level and health. Any ordinary adventurer would find it quite formidable. particularly as the prerequisite dungeon, Ice Cave, imposed a level cap of 34, meaning only those below level 34 could enter the frigid Ice Cave. For a level 34 adventurer to confront a level 39 creature was daunting. Fortunately, Gu Feng's party had arrived at the frigid Ice Cave. The moment Bai Daxianzi laid eyes on the frigid phantom, she activated her skill, Eternal Freeze, inflicting a staggering 0 damage and depleting the frigid phantom's health entirely. The slain, frigid phantom, transformed into experience points. Gu Feng spoke calmly. A level 39 creature, though we can dispatch it swiftly, it still poses a certain level of threat. Let us remain vigilant. They continued down the left fork, where the path was populated exclusively by frigid phantoms. Although these creatures were of a higher level, their density was low, typically appearing 1 or 2 at a time. After vanquishing the 4th frigid phantom, a blue orb was dropped. Water Spirit Crystal Orb, grade, bronze, description, may be used to activate a certain mechanism. Gu Feng examined the orb's description and remarked to the others, as I suspected. The 10 circular openings on the door in the central path are intended for these orbs. Once we gather all 10, we shall unlock the door. The frigid phantoms dropped these orbs, so let us keep up the effort. Bai Ruoxue and the others nodded in agreement. Upon defeating the 29th frigid phantom, they reached the end of the left path, which culminated in a wall devoid of anything. It appeared that this path existed solely for players to farm orbs to unlock the door. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us investigate the right path now. If all goes as expected, it too will be filled with frigid phantoms, just like the left. Having cleared the left path of frigid phantoms, they would need to wait a while for them to respawn. Bai Ruoxue and the others concurred. As they walked toward the right fork, Bai Ruoxue inquired, Gu Feng, how many water spirit crystal orbs have we obtained so far? Gu Feng indicated 6 with his fingers. Bai Ruoxue calculated, 6. We have slain approximately 30 frigid phantoms to yield 6 orbs, which means a drop rate of around 20. This drop rate is rather disheartening. Such a rate indicates that the frigid ice cave is not designed for players to succeed. In fact, it seems that the entire design of the frigid ice cave is to thwart players. Yin Zihan interjected, Bai Ruoxue, is it really that dire? Bai Ruoxue retorted, not difficult? What are you joking about? The only reason we managed to acquire 6 water spirit crystal orbs after slaying 29 frigid phantoms is due to Gu Feng's Devour skill. Thanks to the 10-fold drop rate boost from Devour, we have managed to elevate the drop rate of the water spirit crystal orbs to 20. If a regular party were to undertake this task, their drop rate for water spirit crystal orbs would be a pitiful 2. This means they would have to defeat at least 50 frigid phantoms to obtain just 2 orbs. They would need to eliminate a total of 100 frigid phantoms to gather the 10 orbs required to unlock the door. Upon hearing Bai Ruoxue's explanation, Yin Zihan realized, goodness, if what you say is true, this dungeon is indeed merciless. It demands a party of average level 34 to face level 39 frigid phantoms. Such a task is utterly impossible. It is only because we have a junior with us that we can navigate this with such ease. Junior, how do you manage to be so exceptional? Yin Zihan cast a flirtatious glance at Gu Feng. I remarked, Yin Zihan, do you think the real challenge of this dungeon lies in dealing with the frigid phantoms? You are gravely mistaken. The true difficulty of this dungeon is time. Remember, within the frigid ice cave, we lose 1 of our health every 10 seconds, while a regular party needs to farm enough orbs to unlock the door. Do not forget that in the left path alone, there were fewer than 30 frigid phantoms. It is likely that the right path has a similar number, meaning together they amount to fewer than 60 frigid phantoms. This implies that a typical party would need to farm both paths at least 9 times each. How much time would that require? And that doesn't even account for the respawn time of the frigid phantoms. A rough estimate suggests that a standard party would need several hours to defeat enough frigid phantoms. Several hours. The environmental damage alone would deplete each of their health by 60 points. After absorbing Bai Ruoxue's analysis, Yin Zihan was struck by realization. The entire frigid ice cave dungeon was entirely reliant on Gu Feng's prowess. With Gu Feng's damage enhancement, they could quickly eliminate the frigid phantoms. Simultaneously, with Gu Feng's treasure drop rate boost, they could amass so many water spirit crystal orbs in a short period without succumbing to the environmental damage. It was clear that without Gu Feng, even if the remaining members were powerful hidden classes, they would have no chance of clearing the frigid ice cave. The entire party not only discovered the frigid ice cave thanks to Gu Feng, but also depended entirely on him to successfully navigate it. Realizing this, Yin Zihan couldn't help but embrace Gu Feng's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Junior, you are truly a godsend. Gu Feng recognized the frigid ice cave's difficulty as well. It was evident that it was designed with no intention of allowing players to succeed. One could only marvel at the fact that it was a one-time dungeon, with a difficulty that soared to the heavens. Fortunately, with Gu Feng's presence, navigating the treacherous icy caverns posed little challenge. At the right fork, Gu Feng and his companions swiftly acquired the remaining 4 water spirit crystals. Alongside the 6 crystals obtained from the left fork, they now possessed a total of 10. With these 10 gems in hand, they returned to the entrance of the central passage. Just as Gu Feng was about to retrieve the crystals from his backpack to embed them into the door, Lu Jianyi snatched them away, exclaiming, "Let me handle this." "Dear brother, we wouldn't want any danger lurking behind the door, would we?" Gu Feng chuckled. "This isn't a soul-based game. There is no such thing as a door ambush." Lu Jianyi tilted her head in confusion. "What is a soul-based game?" "Regardless," she insisted, "if there is even the slightest hint of danger, I cannot allow my dear brother to face it. If you're busy, what use am I, your devoted follower? This would be my dereliction of duty. You just rest." Her resolute demeanor left Gu Feng with no choice but to relinquish the 10 water spirit crystals to her. With a goofy smile, Lu Jianyi affirmed that as the spirit, "Dear brother, you can rely on me for anything. I am your hands, your feet, your eyes." As she spoke, she deftly embedded the 10 crystals into the circular recesses of the grand door. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Behind it loomed a massive blue giant eagle, letting out a piercing roar. This colossal creature stood at least 4 to 5 meters tall, its feathers sharp as daggers, and a chilling frost clung to its wings, enhancing its intimidation factor. Behind the giant eagle, a resplendent blue crystalline object shimmered with a captivating brilliance. However, Gu Feng's party had no time to ponder. Their immediate concern was to confront this formidable giant eagle. Bairuoxue promptly cast a reconnaissance spell. Extreme Cold Falcon, level 43, health 00, skills, Freezing Roar, Snowstorm Flight. Claw Slaughter, Falcon Strike, special skill, Extreme Cold Physique. In the icy cavern, the Extreme Cold Falcon regains 10 of its maximum health per second. Undoubtedly, the statistics of the Extreme Cold Falcon were impressive. Particularly alarming was its special skill, Extreme Cold Physique, which could be described as terrifying. Bairuoxue murmured, "Extreme Cold Physique. What a slippery skill. Regaining 10 of maximum health every second means we cannot rely on a war of attrition against the Extreme Cold Falcon. Even if it is drained of health, it will recover fully within 10 seconds. Yin Zihan nodded. "Indeed, this boss is formidable. To defeat such a boss that is immune to attrition, we have but one tactical choice. We must deliver sufficiently high damage to eliminate it swiftly, preventing its extreme cold physique from taking effect. Coincidentally, our team has a junior." After Yin Zihan spoke, Bairuoxue and Lu Jianyi erupted in laughter. With Gu Feng in their ranks, their damage output was assured. Gu Feng provided them with a staggering 10-fold damage bonus. What an extraordinary figure. Moreover, if they landed a critical hit, the damage could increase further. Gu Feng was indeed the cornerstone upon which Bairuoxue and her companions could triumph over the Extreme Cold Falcon. Without wasting any time, Bairuoxue promptly devised a strategy. "I will do my utmost to control the boss, while you all focus on dealing damage." As she spoke, she unleashed Eternal Freeze once more. A massive block of ice crashed onto the wings of the Extreme Cold Falcon, dealing 0 magical damage. Clearly, compared to the prior level 39 common monster, the Extreme Cold Spectre, the Extreme Cold Falcon had significantly higher damage reduction. Nevertheless, Bairuoxue's skill still managed to reduce the Extreme Cold Falcon's health by over 1/5, successfully freezing it in place. Lu Jianyi seized this precious opportunity for damage, launching a flurry of attacks with the New Moon Slash, Half Moon Slash, and Full Moon Slash. Just then, Yin Zihan's arrows arrived. Physical Enchantment, Strong Strike, 0. Although this time the Physical Enchantment, Strong Strike, did not yield a critical hit, it nonetheless obliterated the remaining health of the Extreme Cold Falcon. The boss, unable to unleash a single attack, collapsed to the ground, dropping a dazzling array of equipment. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in Gu Feng and his companions' ears. "Ding. You have successfully cleared the one-time dungeon, Extreme Cold Cavern, and may choose to leave at any time." Bairuoxue clenched her fists triumphantly. "Yes, we did it. We cleared this dungeon." Yin Zihan chuckled. "A one-time dungeon. I never thought I would experience such a thing in my lifetime." Lu Jianyi then embraced Gu Feng's waist, declaring, "All of this is thanks to you, dear brother. Bai Ruoxue and Yin Zihan readily agreed. Without Gu Feng, they wouldn't even have entered the extreme cold cavern. Without him, they could not have swiftly collected the 10 water spirit crystals, let alone defeat the level 43 extreme cold falcon, which regained 10 of its health every second. It could be said that although Gu Feng appeared to have done nothing throughout the dungeon, he was the one carrying the team. His contribution far surpassed that of Bai Ruoxue and her companions combined. What is this? This is what we call an invisible champion. Gu Feng himself remained composed, displaying a humble demeanor. He approached the lifeless body of the extreme cold falcon, inspecting the equipment scattered on the ground. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" The extreme cold falcon dropped a piece of extraordinary equipment. This is quite a windfall. Upon hearing the term extraordinary equipment, Bai Ruoxue and the others hurried to Gu Feng's side. Extraordinary equipment was no trivial matter. Although equipment was categorized into 7 grades: pale, bronze, silver, gold, extraordinary, epic, and legendary, the differences between each grade were vast. Gold and the grades below it, while containing some decent items, could be replicated. In other words, there could exist 2 identical pieces of gold equipment in the world. However, starting from extraordinary equipment, each piece becomes unique in the world. Its attributes completely surpass those of gold equipment. The name itself, extraordinary, signifies something beyond the ordinary. The rarity of extraordinary equipment is such that many professionals at levels 50 and 60 struggle to obtain even one piece. In the eyes of many professionals, extraordinary equipment is already considered top tier. As for epic equipment, it is a realm beyond imagination. This was also the first time Gu Feng's team had acquired extraordinary equipment, which is why Bai Ruoxue and the others were so thrilled. "Gu Feng, where is the extraordinary equipment? Let me see its attributes." "Junior, senior sisters want to see too." Gu Feng pushed back the 3 eager individuals. "Don't crowd me. I'll share the equipment's attributes with you soon. And you, Yin Zihan, keep your 2 lumps of flesh off my head." Yin Zihan pouted. "Honestly, I just wanted to give the junior a little benefit. Besides, my shoulders are sore due to their size. I thought I might rest them on the junior's head for a bit." "Oh, how I envy Bai Ruoxue. She surely doesn't suffer from shoulder pain." Bai Ruoxue glared fiercely at Yin Zihan. To be honest, Bai Daxianzi possessed a slender, supermodel figure. Her bosom perfectly proportioned, neither too large nor too small. However, when compared to the likes of Lu Jiani and Yin Zihan, she paled in comparison. Under different circumstances, Bai Ruoxue would have relished the idea of a confrontation with Yin Zihan. Yet, with Gu Feng present, she refrained from revealing her more aggressive side. "May your shoulders ache." "Yin Zihan," Bai Ruoxue cursed under her breath. Just then, Gu Feng shared the properties of the extraordinary equipment with everyone. Extreme cold feather garb, rank, extraordinary, level requirement, 35, attributes, constitution, agility, spirit, accompanying skills, extreme cold eruption, frost armor. Upon reviewing the attributes of the extreme cold feather garb, Bai Ruoxue and the others were momentarily speechless. This is simply astonishing. The additional attributes alone surpassed those of equivalent golden equipment by a staggering 9 times. Moreover, it boasted 2 skills. Was this the might of extraordinary gear? It was on a completely different level from golden equipment. Bai Ruoxue murmured, "What a tremendous gain. The value of this extraordinary equipment must be at least in the 8-digit range. This one-time dungeon is truly a windfall." Yin Zihan discreetly grasped Gu Feng's hand, exclaiming, "Good junior, this must be due to your increased drop rate. It's the only reason we could acquire extraordinary equipment. I'm simply ecstatic." Conversely, Lu Jiani remained the calmest of the group. She pouted and remarked, "Is such astonishment necessary? With a good brother around, acquiring extraordinary equipment is merely a matter of time. My brother is unparalleled in the world. So, dear brother, do hurry and stow this piece of equipment away. You'll be able to use it once you reach level 35. Gu Feng paused momentarily before responding. "Is this equipment meant for me?" Bai Ruoxue and the others looked at him incredulously. "Who else could it be for if not you?" "Exactly, Junior. This extraordinary equipment is undoubtedly yours, as you're the only one who can utilize it. I can't think of anyone else in our team who deserves this extraordinary gear as much as you do. Your contributions in this dungeon were paramount." Thus, Gu Feng accepted the extraordinary equipment without hesitation. In addition, there were a few pieces of silver equipment, along with various materials and health potions. Among the materials, there were 2 of gold grade, which could be forged into golden gear once they returned to Tianjin University. After distributing the remaining items among Bai Ruoxue and her companions, Everyone left the dungeon with their hands full. Bai Ruoxue inquired, now that we have defeated the boss, shall we depart? Gu Feng shook his head, not yet. While you were battling the boss, I discovered something. Follow me. At the cave's rocky wall behind the boss, Gu Feng pointed to a protruding blue crystal, saying, I have been observing this object. Its presence in the extreme cold falcon's boss chamber suggests it is quite extraordinary. As he spoke, Gu Feng reached towards the blue crystal. The system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding. You have discovered the extreme cold chalcedony vein. Would you like to collect it? Indeed, it was a remarkable find. Although Gu Feng had never heard of the name extreme cold chalcedony, he decided to collect it anyway, especially since he had just learned the collection skill. Using the collection skill on the extreme cold chalcedony vein, the system's notifications rang out repeatedly. Ding. You collected 10 extreme cold chalcedony. Ding. You collected 10 extreme cold chalcedony. Ding. You collected 10 extreme cold chalcedony. Only after collecting 50 pieces of extreme cold chalcedony did the vein finally yield all its resources. Gu Feng pulled one from his bag and examined its attributes. Extreme cold chalcedony. Rank, extraordinary. Description, a treasure that can only be found in places of extreme cold, containing terrifying water power. However, its utilization is exceedingly difficult. Use unknown. A material with an unknown purpose? How intriguing. This was the first time he had encountered something with an undefined use. Gu Feng shared the attributes of the extreme cold chalcedony with Bai Ruoxue and the others, asking, have any of you seen this before? Upon seeing the attributes, Bai Ruoxue and her companions were both astonished and perplexed. Bai Ruoxue stated, I have never encountered such a peculiar extraordinary grade material. Yin Zihan and Lu Jiani echoed similar sentiments. Gu Feng placed the extreme cold chalcedony back into his bag. All right then, when we return to Tianjin University, we can check the library for any information on this item. For now, let's leave. After exiting the dungeon, Gu Feng and his friends arrived at the teleportation array beside the ice cave dungeon. At that moment, a queue still formed before the array. Gu Feng shrugged, not intending to continue farming the ice cave today. The team had already reaped sufficient rewards. It was time for a brief respite. Let us not hunt any monsters for now. Let us head back and rest, Gu Feng suggested, leading Bai Ruoxue and her companions toward the road where they could catch a taxi back to Lehigh City. After ordering a ride on his phone, Gu Feng and the others awaited by the roadside. At this time, the area was sparse, as it was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, prime hours for adventurers busy hunting monsters. Just before the taxi arrived, a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat and riding a donkey approached Gu Feng slowly. Gu Feng regarded him with suspicion. May I ask what you need? The straw hat man smiled. Friend, I sense the energy fluctuations of extreme cold chalcedony emanating from you. Would you be interested in purchasing some items? I have only the finest goods. Gu Feng immediately became alert. How do you know I possess extreme cold chalcedony? Who are you? Bai Ruoxue and the others swiftly drew their weapons, forming a protective barrier around Gu Feng. The straw hat man quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. Don't be rash. I'm not a bad person. I'm merely a traveling merchant. My life's passion is collecting extreme cold chalcedony and flame chalcedony. I detected the energy fluctuations from you, so I thought to exchange some of my goods. Young brother, let us strike a deal. At that moment, Gu Feng recalled a legend he had heard. It spoke of a being known as the Hidden Merchant, one who possessed rare items that could not be found elsewhere. This enigmatic figure was elusive, and most people never encountered him. Even those who did found it challenging to make a purchase, as he did not trade in currency. The straw hat man before him matched the description of the Hidden Merchant perfectly. Gu Feng frowned. So, you are the Hidden Merchant. The straw hat man chuckled. Indeed. Someone bestowed that nickname upon me. However, I do have a name as Shu'er Hen. Gu Feng laughed. Shu'er Hen, your name is rather intriguing. So, what exactly do you harbor resentment towards? Without elaborating, Shu'er Hen shifted the conversation. In life, one must be cautious when discussing deep matters with casual acquaintances. Friend, let us return to the topic of trade. I assure you, you will find my wares irresistible. Now, instead of merely talking, let me show you my goods. On this occasion, I did not bring an abundance of goods, yet it was still quite a considerable amount. As he spoke, the mysterious merchant, 12 Hatred, presented a shop interface before Gu Feng and his companions. Mysterious Merchant's Shop, large experience potion, grants a terrifying 3 experience points within 3 hours of use. Price, 1 ice-cold jade, available quantity, 20. Universal healing pill, instantly restores 30 of maximum health. Price, 1 ice-cold jade, available quantity, 20. Body strengthening pill, instantly restores 30 of maximum mana. Price: 1 ice-cold jade. Available quantity: 20. Merely these 3 consumables were extraordinarily formidable. The first potion was unheard of in the market, capable of granting a staggering 3 experience points. The latter 2, astonishingly, restored health based on a percentage of maximum health. Moreover, this restoration occurred instantaneously. Who wouldn't desire to have such a potion when their health and mana were depleted? This is undoubtedly a life-saving potion. Additionally, due to its percentage-based recovery, it is suitable for practitioners of any level. In fact, the higher the level of the practitioner, the more advantageous this potion becomes. If these potions were placed on the market, they would undoubtedly be fiercely contested by various guilds. The subsequent items, however, were no less impressive than the aforementioned consumables. Spirit Shield, level 20 Extraordinary Shield, price: 30 ice-cold jade. Available quantity: 1. Holy Spirit Staff, level 20 Extraordinary Staff, price: 30 ice-cold jade. Available quantity: 1. And finally, Reincarnation Killing Sword, level 50 Epic Longsword, price: 1 ice-cold jade. Available quantity: 1. Gu Feng's eyes flickered. You also sell epic-level equipment here? 12 Hatred proudly huffed. Of course. Otherwise, how would I distinguish myself from other merchants? In fact, I have more epic equipment to sell. But I did not bring it with me. Brother, if you fancy anything, do let me know swiftly. After concluding this transaction, I must seek other customers. By the way, I've adjusted the prices of all items to ice-cold jade for your convenience. But if you possess flame jade, it is interchangeable at a 1-to-1 ratio. So, what catches your eye? Gu Feng pondered for a moment. Given the current team dynamics, the value of consumables was minimal. With Gu Feng present, experience potions were utterly inconsequential. Health and mana recovery were unnecessary. They annihilated enemies in an instant. So who needed healing? Therefore, the most valuable assets were undoubtedly the equipment. Gu Feng promptly produced 30 ice-cold jade. I shall take that level 20 Holy Spirit Staff. 12 Hatred gleefully accepted the ice-cold jade from Gu Feng and retrieved the Holy Spirit Staff from a golden chest, presenting it to him. Brother, you truly have an eye for quality. Level 20 extraordinary equipment is exceedingly rare. You've made a splendid deal this time. The merchant's habit was to boast about his own wares, and 12 Hatred was no exception. It almost seemed as if Gu Feng's purchase was a loss for him. After handing over the Holy Spirit Staff, 12 Hatred inquired, Friend, are you interested in anything else? At present, Gu Feng had 20 ice-cold jade remaining. Barely enough to purchase a few consumables, which held no value for him. He shook his head. No, I do not require anything else. 12 Hatred expressed some regret, but did not press further. Very well. If you choose not to buy, then so be it. I can see you possess more ice-cold jade. However, aggressive salesmanship is not my style. I must take my leave now. As he spoke, 12 Hatred donned his straw hat once more and rode away on his small donkey. Strangely, the speed of his donkey was comparable to that of a sports car. In mere seconds, 12 Hatred's figure vanished from sight. Gu Feng shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter of 12 Hatred. He then took out the Holy Spirit Staff and handed it to Bai Ruoxue. The exquisite Bai Daxian appeared momentarily flustered. Gu Feng, can you truly give this to me? It seems far too precious. The level 20 extraordinary weapon was perfectly suited for Bai Ruoxue's current level, undoubtedly representing a significant power boost. It would greatly enhance her output. However, extraordinary weapons of such a low required level were exceedingly rare. Bai Ruoxue was certain that if this Holy Spirit Staff were to be cast into the market, it would incite a frenzy among all mage-class practitioners. Its price would certainly be in the tens of millions of gold coins. Such a valuable item made Bai Ruoxue hesitant to accept. Gu Feng, however, remained unperturbed. It was specifically purchased for you. Bai Daxian, you have been the one orchestrating our team's strategies and managing various tasks. Your contributions to the team are immeasurable. This extraordinary weapon is rightfully yours. Furthermore, with your increased output, our team's leveling efficiency will also rise. Bai Ruoxue found herself speechless. Indeed, she had undertaken numerous team responsibilities, yet she had done so willingly, as long as Gu Feng was present. As long as Gu Feng was there, Bai Ruoxue could reap unimaginable benefits in terms of level and output. Compared to these gains, the minor team tasks were insignificant. Bai Ruoxue felt she had hit the jackpot. Engaging in trivial tasks allowed her to remain beside Gu Feng without qualms. She felt she had truly struck gold. Now, with Gu Feng acknowledging her efforts, it stirred a tempest of emotions within Bai Ruoxue. Gu Feng had always been attentive to her. In comparison to the extraordinary Holy Spirit Staff, Gu Feng's consideration for her overwhelmed Bai Ruoxue. Truth be told, Bai Ruoxue desperately wished to rush into Gu Feng's embrace at that moment. However, given that they were still outdoors, her reserved nature prevented her from doing so. Trembling slightly, she accepted the Holy Spirit staff and said, her voice quivering, "I understand. Gu Feng, I will not disappoint your expectations. Let us return now." They took a vehicle back to the hotel, where they had agreed to change clothes before gathering again. As Gu Feng was changing in his room, a knock echoed at his door. Curiously, he opened it to find Bai Ruoxue standing there, looking enchanting in a white qipao. Coupled with her inherently classical and graceful appearance, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gu Feng jested, "Oh, which heavenly maiden do we have here? How do you look so stunning? Am I in heaven now to behold a fairy?" Yet, Bai Ruoxue remained unfazed. With a firm shove, she pushed Gu Feng back into the room and deftly closed the door. Just as Gu Feng was about to speak, Bai Ruoxue exclaimed, "Gu Feng, I cannot hold back any longer. You are simply too alluring. This is your fault. Do not blame me." As she spoke, Bai Ruoxue suddenly enveloped Gu Feng's head in her arms, leaning in to kiss him. As it was her first kiss, Bai Ruoxue was still rather naive, knowing not what to do, merely expressing her fervor. The fervent demeanor she exhibited was as if she intended to offer herself entirely to Gu Feng. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Bai Ruoxue's cheeks were as enchanting as peach blossoms. At that moment, she had regained a modicum of her composure. Subsequently, the enchanting Bai fairy became shy. She stammered, "Gu Feng, it's just that when I realized you've been paying attention to my contributions to the team, I felt overwhelmed with excitement and joy. I couldn't help but want to kiss you." Gu Feng, don't overthink it. I was just momentarily exhilarated. No, wait. You actually need to think a little more. Gu Feng couldn't help but chuckle and teased. So should I think more or less? Bai Ruoxue desired for Gu Feng to ponder more. However, being utterly bashful, she found it difficult to voice her wishes. Ultimately, she resorted to a more circuitous method. She feigned a fierce expression and playfully nipped Gu Feng's shoulder. Yet, as her heart ached, she softened her grip, resulting in a gesture akin to a kiss. Nevertheless, she feigned indignation. "Don't play dumb with me. You're so clever. Remember back in Tianyang High School, despite my efforts, I could never surpass you. You surely know everything. You mustn't tease me." Gu Feng gently caressed Bai Ruoxue's hair, responding, "All right, I understand." At his words, Bai Ruoxue's spirits lifted. She once again embraced Gu Feng's shoulder and softly inquired, "Gu Feng, do I look good in this qipao?" Gu Feng gave a thumbs up. "It's stunning. Absolutely breathtaking." Bai Ruoxue giggled, "Then I'll wear it more often for you to see, just for you." As Gu Feng and the Bai fairy indulged in their intimate moment, a knock at the door interrupted, accompanied by Yin Zihan's voice. "Junior, why aren't you down for dinner yet? Didn't we agree to change and meet at the restaurant? I've been waiting." The senior girl lamented, "I'm starving." Upon hearing Yin Zihan's voice, Bai Ruoxue was taken aback, feeling inexplicably like an illicit partner. But in the next instant, she collected herself. No, she had arrived first. If anyone were to be deemed an interloper, it was Yin Zihan. No, even worse, she was the fourth. There was still Lu Jiani in between. After processing Yin Zihan's words, Bai Ruoxue became furious. Yin Zihan was so shameless, always attempting to flirt with her Gu Feng. In a fit of rage, Bai Ruoxue flung open the door and glared at Yin Zihan. "Hey, Yin Zihan, don't you dare flirt with my Gu Feng." Yin Zihan was utterly astonished at the sight of Bai Ruoxue. "Bai Ruoxue, what are you doing in Gu Feng's room?" Bai Ruoxue, who had come to be close to Gu Feng, could only change her narrative. "I came to discuss leveling strategies with Gu Feng. After all, you were all focused on fighting monsters. Many leveling strategies are my responsibility. If I'm uncertain, I naturally need to consult Gu Feng." Yin Zihan squinted suspiciously. "So have you finished discussing? Can we eat now?" Bai Ruoxue proudly lifted her chin. "We just finished discussing. Let us head to the restaurant now. Come on, Gu Feng. Let us go." With that, Bai Ruoxue grasped Gu Feng's hand and led him towards the dining hall. Yin Zihan trailed behind, murmuring to herself, "It seems Bai Ruoxue is finally getting the hang of things. How infuriating. The competition is growing. I can't let this drag on. Today, I must make it clear to the junior who truly cares for him." As they arrived at the restaurant, Lu Jiani was already waiting. Upon seeing Gu Feng, she hurried over and asked, "Good brother, why did you take so long to come down? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need Jiani to give you a massage?" Yin Zihan interjected, "No need, Lu Jiani. Gu Feng is perfectly fine, and he will be even better soon." Gu Feng, noticing Yin Zihan's smirk, sensed she was scheming something. However, he dismissed the thought, knowing she wouldn't do anything to harm him. They reserved a private room and ordered 5 dishes. Yet during the meal, Yin Zihan was decidedly mischievous. Her foot kept brushing against Gu Feng's leg beneath the table, her delicate foot clad in stockings gliding over his calf like a playful kitten. Gu Feng shot her a glare, murmuring, "Just eat properly. Don't cause unnecessary trouble." Yin Zihan chuckled. "All right, since you said so. But since it's you, I'll have to obey. Junior, could you please pass me that piece of meat?" Gu Feng silently slid the entire plate of meat in her direction. Yin Zihan cheerfully exclaimed, "Wow, I only wanted 1 piece, and you've given me the whole plate. You truly care for me. I'll take good care of you in return." After dinner, they all returned to their rooms. Yin Zihan entered her room, changing into the terrible stockings she had brought, meticulously touching up her makeup. She also tucked a few extra pairs of stockings in her pocket, just in case Gu Feng didn't tear enough. Finishing her preparations, Yin Zihan opened the door and cautiously peered out, ensuring that Lu Jiani and Bai Ruoxue wouldn't notice her before striding confidently towards Gu Feng's room. This was Yin Zihan's nature. Once she set her mind on something, she would passionately pursue it without hesitation. Meanwhile, Gu Feng lay on his bed engrossed in a book when a knock at the door disturbed his concentration. "Who is it? Who is knocking at this late hour?" Yin Zihan's serious voice came from outside. "Junior, it's your senior. I have something important to discuss." Her tone conveyed urgency, prompting Gu Feng to hastily open the door. "What is going on?" But in the next moment, Yin Zihan pushed him into the room and followed suit, shutting the door behind her. Gu Feng, perceptive as he was, could easily tell that Yin Zihan was not being truthful. He raised his hands in exasperation. "Yin Zihan, what are you up to?" Yin Zihan approached, grasping his sleeve, feigning anger. "Junior, I'm very upset. How could you be alone with Bai Ruoxue in a room today? I'm practically fuming." Just as Gu Feng was about to respond, Yin Zihan interrupted. "All right, don't speak yet. Let me finish. After our kiss this morning, I've decided I'm going to cling to you for life. You can hit me or scold me, but I want to leave. Despite my penchant for jesting with you, I reserve such playful banter solely for you. Beneath my exterior, dear senior, lies a core of pride and conservatism." Gu Feng chuckled and teased. "Your embrace suggests a lack of that pride." Yin Zihan buried her head against Gu Feng's chest, confessing, "I told you, it's only for you." She whispered conspiratorially, "Let me reveal a little secret, my dear junior. The socks I'm wearing are quite terrible. So what are you hesitating for?" This was no mere suggestion. Her intentions were unmistakably clear. Gu Feng, not one to shrink back, replied calmly, "At this point, I cannot be held responsible for what follows." With a swift tear, Yin Zihuan's socks succumbed. She gazed at Gu Feng with an alluring look, drawing closer and wrapping her arms around his neck. "Be gentle, dear junior. This is my first time. I implore you to cherish this moment." 2 hours later, Gu Feng emerged from beneath the covers, his remarkable physique rendering him utterly unwearied. He surveyed the disarray of stockings scattered about the bed and murmured, perhaps that was a bit excessive. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a pair of legs encircle his waist from behind. "Do not fret so much, dear junior. I desire more." Gu Feng smiled. "As long as you do not say stop, I shall not rest." Thanks to his superior physical condition, their vigor only intensified. Despite his lower level compared to Yin Zihuan, Gu Feng's ability to accumulate significant attribute points with each advancement gave him an edge. With his exceptional endurance, he emerged victorious in their spirited encounter. Yin Zihuan, reclining against his back, pouted, "Curse Junior, I did not foresee your victory. Next time, I shall reclaim my dignity. For now, carry me to the shower. I need to cleanse myself." After their bath, they embraced and fell asleep. The following day, they awoke at their usual time. For the attributes of a professional not only bestowed strength but also remarkable recuperative abilities. A brief slumber sufficed to dispel their fatigue. Upon awakening, Yin Zihuan playfully pressed kisses upon Gu Feng's face until he finally rose. After a swift tidy-up, they made their way to the dining hall. Arriving as one of the earliest guests, a few minutes later, Lu Jiani arrived, followed shortly by Bai Ruoxue. Thanks to the composed demeanor of Gu Feng and Yin Zihuan, neither Bai Ruoxue nor Lu Jiani suspected anything amiss. As she munched on her xiaomai, Bai Ruoxue inquired, "So, where shall we level up today?" Gu Feng contemplated briefly. "I currently have no plans. Let us first gather some information. I'll check the official website of Linhai City." He retrieved his phone, accessed the site, and began searching for nearby leveling points. However, a particular announcement soon caught his attention. "The wealth beast has appeared." Instantly, Bai Ruoxue and the others gathered around. "What? The wealth beast has made an appearance. Where? Where?" They had come precisely for this news. Gu Feng placed his phone on the table, pointing at the announcement. According to the information on the official site, the wealth beast is spotted in the desolate area south of Linhai City. After we finish our meal, let us investigate. The three nodded in agreement, instinctively hastening their pace. Upon reaching the desolate area, they found it teeming with people. Adventurers swarmed like ants across the barren landscape. Gu Feng muttered, "There are too many people. It's impossible to discern the location of the wealth beast." Lu Jiani instinctively brandished her weapon. "Do you need me to clear a path for you?" Gu Feng quickly waved his hands. "No need for such bloodshed. Our team is not so ruthless. Let us wait here for a moment." Before long, the crowd erupted into excitement. They spotted a small creature darting across the rocks of the desolate area. The creature resembled a kitten, no larger than a palm, yet its fur bore a striking resemblance to that of a tiger, complete with a regal character on its forehead. Someone in the crowd shouted, "That's the wealth beast. That's it." Instantly, the throng surged toward the creature, which nimbly leaped from rock to rock, evading capture with ease. The wealth beast emitted a triumphant meow, reveling in its victory, its gaze filled with arrogance, as if to say, "Foolish humans, even given a century, you could never catch me." Standing at the back of the crowd, Gu Feng squinted, clicking his tongue. "We're too far back to see anything." Just then, Yan Zihuan handed him a brand new pair of binoculars. "Use this, dear junior." Gu Feng was taken aback. "Yan Zihuan, you carry this with you?" She replied nonchalantly. "I just bought it a few days ago, intending to use it to spy on you. I mean, it's a toy for you to pass the time." Gu Feng shot her a reproachful look but, captivated by her enchanting visage, dismissed his annoyance and took the binoculars to observe the wealth beast. Its speed was astonishing, evading the crowd with effortless grace. Not a single attack from the adventurers managed to land. Arrows and magical projectiles alike were easily dodged. At this pace, even a character from another world could not hope to match it. Gu Feng calculated that the chances of those in front capturing the wealth beast were akin to the probability of a cosmic explosion occurring tomorrow. At that moment, a high-level professional hidden among the crowd could no longer restrain himself. An elderly figure, reminiscent of a wizard, unleashed a sweeping wind magic attack toward the wealth beast. Yet, the already swift creature accelerated further, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Just as it caught its breath, a massive ice magic spell surged toward it. One of the largest area spells in existence. Even with its speed, evading this would be a challenge. However, as the icy tempest approached, the wealth beast's eyes gleamed with disdain. As the spell was about to engulf it, the creature emitted a triumphant meow. Suddenly, a luminous barrier enveloped it, rendering the ice magic ineffective. The wealth beast boldly pranced within its protective sphere, as if mocking the crowd. "Is this all you've got?" At that moment, the realization dawned upon everyone. This wealth beast possessed a skill that rendered it immune to damage. Such a power was indeed terrifying. It is well known that damage immunity skills represent the ultimate pursuit for all defensive classes, yet, at best, they can only achieve damage reduction. The notion of true immunity seemed almost unattainable. However, it is astonishing that they have witnessed such immunity skills embodied in the elusive wealth beast, which undeniably affirms its formidable prowess. Gu Feng suddenly realized, no wonder no one has managed to capture the wealth beast over the years. This creature not only possesses astonishing speed, but also wields immunity skills. Who could possibly catch it? The wealth beast is acutely aware of the potency of its immunity skills, deliberately flaunting them as it weaves through the crowd. The practitioners present are utterly helpless. They cannot grasp it, and any attempt to strike at it is futile due to its immunity. This feels somewhat invincible. Just as it seemed that its immunity was nearing its end, the wealth beast turned and made a swift retreat. The crowd immediately surged forward. Yet, with the wealth beast's extraordinary speed, they were quickly left in the dust. Just as it was about to vanish from sight, it abruptly halted, casting a glance in Gu Feng's direction. However, in the next moment, it resumed its hurried escape. This confrontation between the practitioners and the wealth beast concluded with the latter's overwhelming victory. The practitioners barely grazed a hair on it, instead feeling quite vexed by its presence. Gu Feng shook his head. "TSK, tisk. Capturing the wealth beast seems impossible in the near future. This fellow runs faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, it has vanished." By Daxianzi inquired, "Gu Feng, now that the wealth beast has escaped, what shall we do?" Gu Feng shrugged. "What else? We continue leveling up. With the wealth beast's speed, we certainly cannot forcibly capture it. We can only hope for a stroke of luck. Nonetheless, regardless of whether we manage to capture the wealth beast or not, our journey to Lehigh City has already been worthwhile." Gu Feng's assertion held merit. The single-use dungeon, the extreme cold ice cavern, had provided immense benefits to Gu Feng's team, not merely a worthwhile endeavor. It was akin to Qin Shi Huang savoring Sichuan pepper while unwittingly winning a jackpot. The disappearance of the wealth beast caused the practitioners in the desolate land to disperse, many of whom wore grim expressions. The wealth beast certainly had a knack for provocation. Gu Feng and his companions followed the throng out of the barren area, seeking a new leveling location in the cruel Gobi Desert. The wild monsters in the cruel Gobi were level 35 ruined wolfhounds, perfectly suited for Gu Feng and his party. Bai Ruoxue and the others did not rush to combat the monsters. Instead, they first assisted Gu Feng in setting up a tent. After all, the heat was intense enough to make Gu Feng uncomfortable. Once Bai Ruoxue and her companions had erected the tent, they all crawled inside, retrieving various snacks and books from their bags. It must be noted that aside from the necessary weapons and health potions, Bai Daxianzi's backpack was filled with provisions for Gu Feng. Lu Jiani was no different. This time, she even pulled out several fruits and a juicer from her bag. Good brother, I thought eating fruit all the time might become tiresome for you, so I brought a juicer so you can make juice from the fruits, she said. By the way, there's also a recipe for juice making here. You can take a look. For thrilling novels, visit Feilu Novel Network. Perhaps I won't hunt monsters, and will just help you make juice here. Gu Feng waved his hand. No need, no need. I can manage juice making myself. Lu Jiani nodded. All right then, just be careful not to get hurt by the juicer. This time, Yan Zihan produced an item, an emotionless cloth doll. She placed the doll in Gu Feng's hands, and then took out a photo of herself to attach to the doll's face. Before Gu Feng could inquire, Yan Zihan stated, Junior, I worry you might feel lonely in the tent, so I simply stitched this doll to keep you company. You can think of it as a stand-in for me. However, Yan Zihan's tone turned serious. You mustn't do anything inappropriate with this doll, because I would get jealous. Anything you want to do must be with me. Gu Feng retorted with feigned indignation. So, what do you think of me? Am I that depraved? I wouldn't develop feelings for a doll. I am a paragon of virtue. Yan Zihan chuckled. You certainly have a knack for humor, Junior. There's no way you could possibly be a paragon of virtue. As she spoke, her eyes bore a peculiar glint, hinting at a memory. When you lunged at me last night, you certainly did not resemble a paragon of virtue. Gu Feng shot back unrepentantly, his gaze suggesting, and you, how could you say that? Last night, you lunged at me more times than I did at you. Under Gu Feng's piercing gaze, Yan Zihan quickly surrendered, pouting. All right. Let us just say you are a paragon of virtue. Now, you stay put in the tent. I shall go out to hunt monsters and level up. With that, Yan Zihan, Bai Ruoxue, and Lu Jiani exited the tent to commence their monster hunting. Gu Feng casually picked up a book titled Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, an intriguing novel. After reading for a while, feeling his eyes grow weary, he set the book down and decided to take a stroll. Stepping out of the tent, he surveyed his surroundings, a stony expanse of the Gobi Desert. Bai Ruoxue and her companions were engaged in battling monsters, and Gu Feng greeted them to indicate his intention to wander. Bai Ruoxue advised him to be cautious. Gu Feng smiled and remained silent. With the skill, temporary replication, at his disposal, he could transform into the team's most formidable force for an hour. The level 35 wild monsters in the Gobi posed no threat to Gu Feng. Besides, he was merely wandering, not intending to engage in any activities. As he meandered, he arrived near the roadside and noticed a few practitioners squatting nearby, engaged in conversation. From their chatter, Gu Feng caught snippets about the wealth beast, likely discussing its appearance earlier that morning. With nothing better to do, he approached. Hey, brothers, what are you chatting about? Mind if I join? In casual conversation. The more the merrier. One man, appearing to be in his 30s, replied, Everyone's welcome, brother. Feel free to join us. We're discussing the wealth beast. You heard about it, right? It appeared in the desolate area this morning, and countless practitioners flocked to catch a glimpse, only to be thoroughly mocked by the wealth beast. Even many high-level practitioners tried their luck. Another person chimed in. I also joined in the fun this morning. Goodness, that wealth beast is incredibly formidable. Not only does it run like the wind, but it also possesses invincible skills. Unbelievable. Moreover, even the president of the largest guild in Lehigh City, the Vortex Guild, a level 58 mutant-class wind mage, personally tried to capture the wealth beast but failed. Gu Feng pondered for a moment. He indeed witnessed a powerful wind mage attempting to confront the wealth beast this morning. However, it seemed that the wind magic attack was effortlessly evaded by the fortune beast. At that moment, someone remarked, I have heard about it as well. The president of the Vortex Guild, Yang Jiuxiao, is exceedingly domineering. He has declared that the fortune beast is theirs. Anyone who dares to compete with their guild will become their eternal enemy. They will find it impossible to survive in Linhai City. Tisk, truly outrageous. Does he think Linhai City is his private garden? The earlier speaker snorted. What you do not know is that Yang Jiuxiao became the president of the Vortex Guild largely due to his ruthlessness. It is his cold-hearted tenacity that has brought him to this position, and he has certainly caused the loss of many lives under his command. Many who outwardly respect him as president secretly call him a mad dog. Now that the fortune beast is in his sights, others will find it difficult to snatch it away. But then again, capturing the fortune beast is no simple task. For years, countless individuals have sought to capture it as a pet, yet none have succeeded. I suspect Yang Jiuxiao will be left with nothing but futile efforts. Let us simply await the spectacle. Gu Feng silently recorded the information revealed during their conversation, thinking it might prove useful. After chatting a little longer, Gu Feng felt his eyes were no longer fatigued and returned to his reading. Bai Ruoxue and the others continued to grind monsters until the afternoon. After collecting their spoils, they returned to the city to rest. That evening, Yin Zihan knocked on Gu Feng's door once more. This time, she was dressed in white silk. Familiar with the routine, Gu Feng let Yin Zihan in and played a harmonious melody within the room. The next day, once again in the dining hall, Gu Feng munched on fried dough sticks while perusing the news of the day. One headline captured his attention. For thrilling novels, visit Feilu Novel Network. Oh. The Vortex Guild has issued a statement that anyone who dares to seize the fortune beast will be considered an enemy, while those who can capture the fortune beast and present it to them will receive substantial rewards. What a jest. The value of the fortune beast cannot be measured by mere rewards. Bai remarked, the Vortex Guild truly operates with an iron fist. If this were in Tianyang City, just wait and see how my Bai family would dismantle them. Gu Feng chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the Bai family is unrivaled. Bai Ruoxue glanced at Gu Feng and teased. The Bai family is unrivaled. Yet here I am, as the sole daughter of the Bai family, dutifully following you, fearful that a single misstep might invoke your wrath. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, I have neither struck nor scolded you. Do not place unjust accusations upon me. Bai Ruoxue poked Gu Feng's shoulder and whispered, I know you can't bear to. As Gu Feng continued to scroll through his phone, a fresh piece of news popped up. Major event. The fortune beast has reappeared. This time, it is sighted at. Honestly, if Gu Feng knew the writer of this headline, he would certainly dunk their head in a toilet. What a half-finished title. Surely, this cannot be mere clickbait. Fortunately, despite the writer's questionable integrity, they provided the crucial detail that the fortune beast was spotted in the thorny wilderness. Bai Ruoxue inquired, the thorny wilderness? That is not far from here. Shall we join in the excitement? Gu Feng contemplated for a moment before nodding. Let us go take a look. Perhaps we might encounter a stroke of fortune. Bai Daxianzi concurred. Very well, let us depart after breakfast. This time, Gu Feng and his companions arrived early, yet upon reaching the thorny wilderness, they found numerous others already waiting there. Among the foremost group were members of the Vortex Guild, led by their president, an elderly mage who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Meanwhile, the fortune beast was frolicking in the wilderness, pursued by a throng of people. Yang Jiuxiao commanded, do not merely chase the fortune beast from behind. Such a tactic will surely lead to failure. We must encircle and trap it. Reinforcements continue to increase the encirclement. After observing the Vortex Guild's capture attempts, Gu Feng acknowledged that Yang Jiuxiao indeed possessed considerable skill. Though the guild members could not physically touch the fortune beast, they were gradually forcing it towards a rocky outcrop with their impenetrable blockade. If the fortune beast were to retreat to the rock wall, it would diminish its escape routes significantly. At that point, the Vortex Guild would have an excellent opportunity to act. Nevertheless, Gu Feng remained convinced that the Vortex Guild could not capture the fortune beast. The rationale was simple. Previous adventurers were not inept. They too had considered encirclement as a means to capture the fortune beast. Their failure indicated that this method was far from foolproof. Gu Feng's assessment of the situation was largely accurate. The members of the Vortex Guild managed to drive the fortune beast to the rock wall. At that moment, the fortune beast found itself cornered, with the rock wall behind and the Vortex Guild ahead, creating a sense of being trapped with no escape. Yang Jiuxi was now exhilarated. Excellent. At last, this little rascal cannot flee. Stay alert and seize it. Brothers, there will be substantial rewards. I have invested a considerable sum for this capture. To bolster this operation, Yang Jiuxiao had not only relied on his guild members but had also employed many others as hired hands. Many of the onlookers had been arranged by him as well, all in hopes of increasing the odds of capturing the fortune beast. In essence, Yang Jiuxiao had nearly exhausted half his fortune to secure this capture. With success seemingly within reach, how could he not be elated? He even approached the rock wall, gazing at the fortune beast nearby and laughing. "Little one, do not struggle. Submit obediently, and I assure you a life of luxury." The fortune beast regarded Yang Jiuxiao with a look of scorn and disdain, almost as if the expression could solidify. Yang Jiuxiao frowned. "What? Are you still unconvinced? I advise you not to be obstinate. You have nowhere to escape now. Do not force us to beat you into submission." Yang Jiuxiao's confidence was not unfounded. He believed the fortune beast was akin to a fish in a barrel, with no escape routes available. Firstly, the area was swarming with people, effectively sealing off the fortune beast's avenues of escape. Secondly, Yang Jiuxiao knew that the fortune beast possessed injury immunity skills. However, such skills only rendered the fortune beast impervious to damage. They did not bestow it with teleportation capabilities. Yang Jiuxiao and his comrades could simply wait at the blockade until the duration of the fortune beast's immunity expired and then proceed to capture it. Therefore, Yang Jiuxiao was convinced that the current situation was foolproof. Yet, ultimately, Yang Jiuxiao had miscalculated. The fortune beast cast a disdainful glance at Yang Jiuxiao and his subordinates, and then, with a wide gaping mouth, released a piercing cry. Meow. Following this cry, everyone surrounding the fortune beast fell into a state of dizziness, including Yang Jiuxiao. The level 58 mutant professional. The onlooking adventurers were equally taken aback. This fortune beast possesses a wide area control skill. How does it have it all? This is simply outrageous. No wonder it has evaded capture for so many years. With its astonishing speed, damage immunity, and extensive control abilities, it would be a miracle to catch it. At this moment, the wealth beast cast a disdainful glance at the dazed Yang Jiuxiao and others, then brazenly slipped between them, effortlessly breaking free from their encirclement. Yang Jiuxiao's meticulously planned strategy had failed. By the time Yang Jiuxiao and his companions regained their senses, the wealth beast was already standing mockingly at the periphery of their blockade. Yang Jiuxiao felt as though he might faint from frustration. How could this be possible? After expending a fortune to hire countless aides, he still allowed the wealth beast to escape. This should not have happened. In a fit of rage, Yang Jiuxiao frantically commanded his subordinates, "Pursue. Chase that wealth beast. Do not stop until it is captured. I refuse to believe that we cannot catch this creature with so many of us." With their leader's orders ringing in their ears, his subordinates had no choice but to comply. Yet, they were acutely aware that merely chasing the wealth beast would yield no results, for its speed far surpassed theirs. Nonetheless, they pressed on, following Yang Jiuxiao's lead once more. The wealth beast, however, was even more at ease this time. It trotted along at a leisurely pace, relishing the sight of its pursuers' futile efforts. Soon, the distance between them widened, and Yang Jiuxiao sank to the ground, unable to accept the failure of his capture plan. Their guild had invested too much in this endeavor. If they failed, their financial standing would plummet, and they would become the laughingstock of Linhai City. This was utterly unacceptable to Yang Jiuxiao. Just as the wealth beast seemed to vanish from sight, it suddenly halted and turned its gaze back, as if sensing something. Its eyes scanned the crowd, ultimately locking onto the direction of Gu Feng. It sniffed the air, seemingly confirming something. Finally, it appeared to have made a determination and dashed toward Gu Feng. Yang Jiuxiao, who had been disheartened, felt a flicker of hope reignite as he witnessed the wealth beast returning. He wildly directed his subordinates, "Quickly! This wealth beast has lost its mind and is coming back. Seize it now. This is your last chance. We cannot let it escape." Upon hearing the command, Yang Jiuxiao's subordinates rushed to capture the wealth beast, but their efforts were in vain. The wealth beast evaded them with a speed even greater than before, darting like lightning straight toward Gu Feng. At this moment, Gu Feng was also puzzled. Observing the direction in which the wealth beast was headed, he muttered, "It seems to be coming toward me." After confirming several times, he realized that the wealth beast was indeed approaching him. It then dawned on him that the president of Tianjin University, Pang Yongda, had once mentioned that the wealth beast favored the affluent and was drawn to high-potential practitioners. Gu Feng pondered seriously and concluded that his profession certainly qualified as high potential. Thus, it was highly likely that the wealth beast was indeed coming for him. While Gu Feng was deep in thought, the wealth beast employed its lightning-fast movements and whirlwind techniques to shake off its pursuers. In less than a minute, it closed the distance to within 10 meters of Gu Feng. At that moment, the wealth beast let out a loud meow, leaping high into the air with its back legs, as if to pounce on Gu Feng's face. This instinctively triggered Gu Feng's self-defense mechanism. He reflexively raised his hand and slapped the wealth beast on the forehead, sending it crashing to the ground. The once mighty wealth beast now lay on the ground in a most undignified manner. At this instant, all onlookers were left in utter disbelief. The once bustling and brutal desolation had fallen silent. Observers stared in shock at the wealth beast sprawled on the ground, then glanced at the nonchalant Gu Feng, their minds racing with a singular thought. What is happening here? The wealth beast, which others would revere, had been treated like a mere plaything by this man? Did he not appreciate its worth? It took several seconds for the agile wealth beast to rise again. This time, however, it refrained from lunging at Gu Feng's face. Instead, it mimicked a domestic cat, gently rubbing against Gu Feng's pant leg, even emitting soft meow sounds. It was a display of utter subservience. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What was happening? The once proud wealth beast, which looked down upon humans, was now acting like a desperate stray cat seeking adoption. Who was this man truly? The wealth beast, which Yang Jiuxiao, the president of the Vortex Guild, had desperately tried to catch, was now actively seeking his favor? Was this man some sort of all-race dominating male succubus? At that moment, Gu Feng heard the system notification ringing in his ears. Ding. The wealth beast requests to become your pet. Do you accept? Ding. The wealth beast requests to become your pet. Do you accept? Ding. The wealth beast requests to become your pet. Do you accept? The persistent notifications underscored the wealth beast's eagerness to become Gu Feng's companion. Gu Feng could not help but recall the description of the wealth beast's character. It is drawn to high potential practitioners. Following this line of reasoning, did it mean that his profession's potential had reached a level that prompted the wealth beast to come and grovel? This made a certain amount of sense. Gu Feng had never doubted the strength and potential of his destined supporting role. As Gu Feng pondered, the wealth beast grew anxious. Seeing that Gu Feng had not accepted its request to become a pet, it assumed he might be displeased. It immediately adopted a pitiful expression, its meow sounding despondent, as if it had not eaten for days. The transition from playful to woeful occurred in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Gu Feng swiftly acquiesced to the creature's request to become his pet. He was well aware of the extraordinary potential possessed by this wealth-attracting beast and saw no reason to refuse. The system's voice then chimed, announcing, Ding. The wealth-attracting beast has now become your pet. It was evident that the creature had realized its successful transition into Gu Feng's companion. Overjoyed, it let out a joyous cry and began to ascend Gu Feng's pant leg, eventually perching itself on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its head against his neck. During its climb, the beast carefully controlled the extension of its claws, mindful not to damage Gu Feng's attire. In response, Gu Feng gently tapped the creature's head with his finger before summoning it into his pet space. Thus, the purpose of Gu Feng and his companion's visit to Linghai City was effortlessly accomplished. However, Gu Feng was acutely aware that while capturing the wealth-attracting beast had been a simple task, the ensuing complications were likely to be troublesome. As anticipated, once Gu Feng had stored the beast in his pet space, Yang Jiuxiao approached angrily, his tone brusque. Hey, brother, you have gone too far. This creature, which our Vortex Guild has tirelessly pursued, has now fallen into your lap. Are you deliberately targeting our guild? At Yang Jiuxiao's words, Gu Feng could hardly suppress a laugh. If he had not been present, the wealth-attracting beast would never have returned. It would have long since fled. In simpler terms, although the Vortex Guild had expended considerable effort, it was ultimately futile. Gu Feng had merely relied on his professional potential to gain the creature's allegiance. Although he recognized that Yang Jiuxiao was a level 58 practitioner, Gu Feng did not feel intimidated. Quietly, he extracted a longbow from his bag and activated the skill, Temporary Copy, mirroring Yan Zihan's professional abilities. Yan Zihan's celestial archer specialization was renowned for its versatility. In addition to impressive damage output, its most significant feature lay in its plethora of control skills. Among them, the space enchantment skill could banish targets struck by arrows, be they foes or allies, into an alternate dimension for 2 seconds. During this time, the banished target would be immune to damage yet unable to inflict harm. Undoubtedly, this skill was a formidable means of control and self-preservation, instilling Gu Feng with confidence to confront Yang Jiuxiao. Simultaneously, Gu Feng's other hand was not idle. He retrieved a teleportation scroll acquired from Pang Yongda, prepared for any eventuality. With these 2 preparations complete, Gu Feng felt a surge of assurance. Meanwhile, Bai Ruxue and her companions encircled him, their eyes fixed intently on Yang Jiuxiao. Although it would be somewhat challenging for them to contend with Yang Jiuxiao given their levels, they felt unafraid with Gu Feng at their side. Having made the necessary preparations, Gu Feng entered into a verbal sparring mode. He scoffed and remarked, "Yang Jiuxiao, at your age, your words are quite amusing. Yes, you made significant preparations to capture the wealth-attracting beast. But did it yield any results? Utterly futile. What difference does it make from having no preparation at all? Do you really believe that without my presence, you could have captured the creature? How laughable. You couldn't even catch a glimpse of its tail lights. With such foolishness, how dare you accuse me of taking advantage? I have never encountered someone so brazenly shameless." Gu Feng's verbal prowess was unparalleled. His arguments were logical and well-founded, interspersed with mockery and satire, even employing metaphors. His final statement, "I have never encountered someone so brazenly shameless," was particularly striking. If there were a manual for quarrels, Gu Feng's retort would undoubtedly serve as an exemplary preface. Yang Jiushi was so incensed that steam seemed to emanate from his head. "You sharp-tongued brat. I just witnessed our hard-caught wealth-attracting beast being tamed by you. What about all the effort and resources our guild has expended? Who will compensate us?" Gu Feng chuckled derisively. "Your efforts amounted to nothing. They could easily be deemed a waste of resources. Compensation? I can't fathom how you dare utter that word. Truly, you are a thief who refuses to die." Yin Zihan chimed in, applauding Gu Feng's boldness. "Well said, Junior. I detest those who rely on their age and status to bully others." Lu Jiani simply added, "My dear brother, you are absolutely right." Yang Jiuxiao's expression darkened, resembling a vulture circling overhead. "Ha ha ha, brother, from your tone, it seems you have no intention of negotiating. Or to be more precise, you intend to stand against our Vortex Guild? Let me remind you, this is Linghai City, the territory of our Vortex Guild. Even if you were a dragon, you must comply." He sighed, stating, "There's no need to beat around the bush with someone so ungrateful. Hand over the wealth-attracting beast, and you may leave. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end here. When I speak of death, I do not mean the kind from which one can respawn at a resurrection point, but rather, true, physical demise. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. It is not worth sacrificing your life over a moment of anger. Am I right?" Yang Jiuxiao chuckled with an air of triumph. In his eyes, Gu Feng had no chance of escaping. The area was teeming with his Vortex Guild members. And even within the guild's headquarters in Linghai City, numerous practitioners remained stationed. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, how could Gu Feng possibly flee? Gu Feng smiled. "Yang Jiuxiao, you are mistaken. Is a young person not allowed to be impetuous? If I were young and not impetuous, I might as well grow a white beard and call you father." Yang Jiuxiao's tone turned icy. "It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. How can your mere four-person team withstand the might of the many members of my Vortex Guild? Little brother, even if you are unafraid of death, think of your companions." As he spoke, Yang Jiuxiao's hand stealthily tightened around his staff. Gu Feng, ever vigilant, quickly grasped the implication. This old rascal intended to launch a sneak attack without honor. How disgraceful. He dared to ambush practitioners in their 20s. Sure enough, in the next moment, Yang Jiuxiu swung his staff, aiming to strike Gu Feng's head. To ensure the success of his ambush, he opted for a direct, primitive mage attack rather than a lengthy incantation. However, with Yang Jiuxiao's formidable level 58, his strike would be far beyond what an ordinary level 20 practitioner could withstand. Even Gu Feng would suffer grievous injury if struck. Fortunately, Gu Feng had anticipated this. Instinctively, he prepared to unleash a space-enchanted arrow at Yang Jiuxiao. However, before Gu Feng could act, Bai Ruxue sprang into action. With the highest damage output and the longest control duration, she instantly executed her single-target skill, Eternal Freeze. A massive block of ice struck Yang Jiuxiao on the head, dealing 0 damage. Due to Yang Jiuxiao's elevated level and superior equipment, Bai Daxianzi's skills inflicted minimal damage upon him. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that Yang Jiuxiu was momentarily incapacitated. Simultaneously, Bai Ruoxue's voice resonated. "My skill can only restrain him for a maximum of 2 seconds. Gu Feng, what shall we do next?" What was the next course of action? To fight or to flee? If the latter was chosen, it would be quite simple. Gu Feng merely needed to shatter the teleportation scroll in his grasp, transporting everyone back to Lehigh City, where they could then escape via the teleportation array or other means of transportation, ensuring that Yang Jiuxiao could not pursue them. After all, Yang Jiuxiao's influence was confined to Lehigh City, and outside of it, his words would carry little weight. However, why should they flee? Gu Feng had committed no wrongdoing. Yang Jiuxiu was incapable of capturing the Fortune Beast, which had willingly acknowledged Gu Feng as its master. Even if today's events were dissected thoroughly, Gu Feng saw no fault in his actions. Thus, if he had done nothing wrong, why should he run? Therefore, Gu Feng resolved to fight. Yet, given the current level and configuration of his team, a direct confrontation with the formidable Vortex Guild was out of the question. Gu Feng could only seek external assistance. For instance, the Thunderstorm Scrolls that Pang Yongda had previously provided for his protection. One Thunderstorm Scroll equated to the full force strike of a level 60 Lightning Mage. With an accompanying paralysis effect, it was a wide-area high-damage attack. Remarkably, Gu Feng possessed 5 such Thunderstorm Scrolls in his inventory. Furthermore, the Vortex Guild's members had encircled Gu Feng, applying pressure to his team. If he did not unleash a Thunderstorm Scroll now, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. Without hesitation, he drew forth all 5 Thunderstorm Scrolls and instructed Yin Zihan. Yin Zihan, it's your task to eliminate Yang Jiuxiu. Leave the rest to the others. In such a critical moment, Gu Feng's thoughts were remarkably clear. Yin Zihan was the most capable individual in the team to take down Yang Jiuxiu, primarily due to her high critical hit rate. In light of Yang Jiuxiu's significant advantages in level and equipment, Gu Feng's side would need to rely not only on the fundamental tenfold damage increase from Pride and Sloth, but also on the tenfold critical damage boost from Rage. This way, if Yin Zihan landed a critical hit, she could inflict damage equivalent to multiples of her original skill damage. Moreover, Yin Zihan was the highest level member in the team, standing at level 31. Therefore, entrusting the task of dealing with Yang Jiuxiu to her was most fitting. Yin Zihan instantly grasped Gu Feng's plan and nodded. I shall not fail in my mission. As she spoke, Yin Zihan focused her arrow on Yang Jiuxiu's head. At that moment, Gu Feng hurled the first Thunderstorm Scroll. The advantage of a magic scroll over a direct casting by a spellcaster is its instantaneous effect. In the sky, heavy dark clouds materialized, and lightning bolts, as thick as water columns, rained down, creating a veritable thunderstorm. Most of the Vortex Guild members struck by the thunderstorm magic could not withstand its might. Only a few higher-level or defensive-oriented individuals managed to endure. However, even those fortunate enough to survive the onslaught found themselves ensnared in a state of paralysis. Bai Ruoxue seized the opportunity to begin dealing finishing blows with her skills. Meanwhile, Lu Jiani bravely charged into the storm. After all, in this world, there was no team damage. She feared not the thunderstorm. And whenever she encountered a practitioner who had not been completely drained of health, she swiftly struck with her sword. Gu Feng, however, did not forget about Yang Jiuxiu. The thunderstorm's area naturally encompassed him. Although Yang Jiuxiu relied on his superior equipment and level, as well as his hidden profession, he still suffered minimal damage from the thunderstorm. Yet, he could not evade the paralysis effect. Observing Yang Jiuxiu incapacitated, Yin Zihan loosed her arrow, invoking physical enchantment. Strong strike. Ah. You truly believe you can live long after provoking my junior? In her mind, if her junior was unhappy, she would be even more displeased, and if she were unhappy, she would ensure his demise. Yin Zihan's luck was fortuitous. The arrow imbued with physical enchantment, strong strike, successfully landed a critical hit. Although Yang Jiuxiu's equipment mitigated a portion of the damage, the resultant impact still depleted his already meager health pool. After dispatching Yang Jiuxiu, Yin Zihan did not linger. Joining Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jiani to assault the remaining Vortex Guild members who had survived the thunderstorm. By the time Gu Feng utilized his 4th Thunderstorm Scroll, the Vortex Guild members had been completely vanquished. The dead lay scattered, while others fled in haste. The Gobi was strewn with the equipment they had dropped. Onlookers gazed longingly at the trove of gear, yet none dared to approach. The reason was clear. Gu Feng's team had unleashed a terrifying display of power in such a brief span. They feared that they, too, would fall victim to the enemies present. After the battle, Gu Feng commanded, Bai Ruoxue, you and the others collect the equipment. I shall deal with Yang Jiuxiu. Essentially, Gu Feng was not a bloodthirsty killer, nor was he timid. Yang Jiuxiu had clearly harbored murderous intent towards him, even initiating a surprise attack. If Gu Feng did not eliminate him, it would be an affront to reason. Gu Feng switched his weapon from the longbow to a sword and approached Yang Jiuxiu's corpse. At that moment, Yang Jiuxiu's body was gradually dissolving into light points, preparing to resurrect in the city, but midway, Gu Feng severed his neck, ensuring his physical demise. The distant practitioners watched in horror. This young man showed no mercy when it came to killing. He had slain the president of the Vortex Guild. With such a ruthless disposition, this individual would undoubtedly become formidable in the future. As Gu Feng dispatched Yang Jiuxiu, Yin Zihan and the others swiftly gathered the scattered equipment. Thanks to Gu Feng's voracious loot drop rate enhancement, the Vortex Guild members had dropped at least 200 to 300 pieces of gear. In fact, Bai Ruoxue and her companions found their bags overflowing. They could only claim a selection of the finest, leaving the rest behind. Elated, Yin Zihan exclaimed, "Junior, we have collected the best equipment. This time, we stand to gain immensely." Gu Feng calmly nodded, "Very well, as long as we have collected it all. If there is nothing else, let us return to the city." After confirming Gu Feng and his companion's departure, the onlooking practitioners surged forward to the remaining equipment, eager to lay claim to it. As Gu Feng and his team made their way towards Lehigh City, they fortuitously encountered a taxi, which they hailed and boarded, heading towards their hotel. Truth be told, with a total of 4 members in Gu Feng's team, they perfectly filled a taxi. Should Gu Feng's team recruit more members in the future, they might need to hire 2 taxis or drive themselves. Gu Feng contemplated whether to include a driving requirement in their next recruitment criteria. Upon arriving at the hotel's restaurant, Gu Feng reserved a private room, ordered some food, and then summoned the Fortune Beast. Emerging from the pet space, the Fortune Beast eagerly leaped onto Gu Feng's shoulder, affectionately licking his cheek with its tiny tongue, exuding innocence. However, when the Fortune Beast cast its gaze upon Bai Ruoxue and the others, a hint of arrogance flickered in its eyes. In summary, it was quite adept at changing its demeanor. Gu Feng held the creature's head firmly to prevent it from moving erratically, then began to examine the attributes and skills of the Wealth Beast. Juvenile Wealth Beast, Pet, Grade, Epic, Level, 21. The pet's level cannot exceed the owner's level. Any excess is automatically reduced. Attributes: Constitution 30, Spirit 10, Strength 10, Agility. The Wealth Beast, classified as an epic grade pet, undoubtedly reflects its preciousness. Furthermore, this is merely the juvenile stage of the Wealth Beast. No one can guarantee that its grade won't enhance as it matures. The mere fact of its epic grade is astonishing. Additionally, its remarkable agility at level 21 surpasses that of Lu Jianyi, a hidden class character of the same level. However, aside from agility, the Wealth Beast's other attributes appear rather lackluster. It seems to specialize in evasion. Nevertheless, these attributes are merely supplementary. Its true power lies in its skills. Fortune Shield. Upon activation, both the Wealth Beast and its owner receive a damage immune shield for 10 seconds, during which no harm can befall them. The Fortune Shield skill is utterly outrageous. A 10-second damage immunity that benefits not just the Wealth Beast but also Gu Feng himself. This undoubtedly provides Gu Feng with a formidable life-saving skill. Just this Fortune Shield skill alone attests to the Wealth Beast's epic classification. However, besides Fortune Shield, the Wealth Beast possesses 3 additional skills, each more astonishing than the last. Fortune Roar. The Wealth Beast emits a furious roar, stunning all enemies within a wide area for 3 seconds. This was the skill the Wealth Beast employed to incapacitate Yang Jiuxiao and others. A 3-second area stun is quite formidable. This skill effectively grants Gu Feng's team a powerful crowd control ability. Next is the 3rd skill, Wealth Intuition. The Wealth Beast has a remarkable sense for celestial treasures, allowing it to autonomously seek herbs, ores, and other items with grades ranging between gold and epic. Upon seeing this skill, Gu Feng was momentarily astounded. This is rather impressive. The ability to autonomously locate herbs and ores of gold to epic quality. Does this mean that Gu Feng's team will no longer lack herbs and ores in the future? With Gu Feng's gluttony skill, his team already has an abundance of equipment and items. Now, the Wealth Beast directly compensates for the scarcity of herbs and ores, ensuring that Gu Feng's team is never in want. The skills of this Wealth Beast are truly delightful. Moreover, this is yet to mention its 4th skill, Wealth Devour. The Wealth Beast can consume equipment, materials, herbs, and ores of any grade and store the energy contained within. Once the energy reaches a certain level, the Wealth Beast can condense it into gems, which can be used for crafting equipment or directly embedded into equipment to enhance attributes. Upon witnessing this skill, Gu Feng fell silent. The synergy between the Wealth Beast's Wealth Devour and his Gluttony skill is impressive. Gu Feng's Gluttony skill allows for the conversion of unused items. After all, there are only 4 members in Gu Feng's team. Previously, Gu Feng sold unnecessary equipment and materials for gold. But now, these superfluous items have found a new purpose. They can be fed to the Wealth Beast, allowing it to transform them into gems. The gems derived from pure energy will undoubtedly be superior. This effectively grants Gu Feng's team a unique resource utilization method that others lack. Gu Feng patted the Wealth Beast's fluffy head and remarked, "You, little fellow, are quite impressive. It's no wonder so many desire to capture you." The Wealth Beast extended its front paw, tightly embracing Gu Feng's neck, meowing affectionately. It appeared utterly sycophantic. This prompted Lu Jianyi, standing nearby, to scoff in jealousy, exclaiming, "Pa, you're such a sycophant." Bai Ruxue, casting a sidelong glance, retorted, Lu Jiani, don't criticize others. Aren't you a sycophant as well? You both belong to the same category. Lu Jiani argued back, it's precisely because we're of the same category that I feel jealous. Clearly, I was the first to know our dear brother and the first to shower him with affection. How can this wealth beast, by virtue of being a pet, overshadow me? Dear brother, if you like pets, I can be your pet too. I promise to be better than this wealth beast. Gu Feng, bemused, reassured Lu Jiani. Why are you feeling jealous? Jiani, you have your strengths. Your combat ability is indispensable to the team. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiani's spirits lifted instantly. I am indeed important to dear brother. Rest assured, I will strive to defeat monsters and maximize my combat prowess. Gu Feng gazed at the wealth beast, which was persistently rubbing its head against his shoulder, and said, by the way, I should give you a name. Since you are so rare, I must bestow upon you a majestic and unique name. Let me think. Dragon Outyin. No, that is too old-fashioned. Yi Liangchen, also not suitable. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. Gu Feng lifted the wealth beast high into the air, speaking with solemnity, wealth beast, from the moment you first spoke. The forests of Linhai City whispered your name, Arthas. Your name shall be Arthas. Upon hearing this name, the wealth beast, though not fully comprehending human language, sensed that Arthas might not be a favorable name. It felt an inexplicable urge to confront its cheap old father upon hearing it, displaying a pitiful expression. The wealth beast mewed sorrowfully, shaking its head in discontent. Gu Feng remarked, are you dissatisfied with your name? I think Arthas sounds quite good. Perhaps you might even become the Meow King one day. But if you are unhappy, we can change it. Considering your appearance, which resembles both a cat and a tiger. How about the name Cat Tiger? It's settled then. Though the name Cat Tiger might be somewhat ordinary, it is certainly more reliable than Arthas. Thus, the wealth beast's name was established. Afterward, the group had a meal. Following their repast, those with no pressing matters in Linhai City boarded a plane back to Tianjing City. Notably, while everyone else's luggage remained largely unchanged, Yin Zihan's luggage underwent a significant reduction. The reason being, many of the stockings she brought had honorably fulfilled their purpose, some torn, others burned. The joy of this experience was not for outsiders to know. Upon returning to Tianjing University, Gu Feng first had by Ming confirmed the success of their mission and simultaneously requested Pang Yongda to handle the subsequent affairs in Linhai City. After all, Gu Feng had committed murder in Linhai City, and there would inevitably be some repercussions. However, with such a formidable figure as Pang Yongda, the president of Tianjing University, shielding him, it was unlikely that any issues would arise. Gu Feng arrived at the president's office, where Pang Yongda promptly poured him a cup of tea. Gu Feng, you have finally returned. How did things go in Linhai City? Did you encounter the wealth beast? To be honest, I only hoped you might get lucky. I never truly expected you to capture the wealth beast. After all, it has never been seized since its emergence. So, do not be disheartened if you fail to catch it. Gu Feng felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his face. Given Pang Yongda's words, he was hesitant to reveal that he had indeed captured the wealth beast, or rather, the cat tiger, as it was now referred to. That would certainly be a blow to Pang Yongda's pride. Nevertheless, Gu Feng finally spoke up, President Pang, I actually did capture the wealth beast. Pang Yongda stared at Gu Feng in disbelief. What? You truly caught it? You must be joking. How could you possibly capture something so elusive? Gu Feng, uninterested in elaborating, summoned the cat tiger. It appeared on Gu Feng's shoulder, gazing at Pang Yongda with an inherent air of arrogance. Pang Yongda nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. Is this truly the wealth beast? It resembles a cat, yet has the majesty of a tiger. Just as the legends described. Gu Feng, you really managed to catch it. How did you do that? Gu Feng replied candidly, it's quite simple. I named it Cat Tiger, and it willingly chose to become my pet. I merely stood there and did nothing. Pang Yongda murmured in disbelief. They say the wealth beast tends to befriend high-potential professionals. It seems the wealth beast recognized your potential, which is why it chose to acknowledge you as its master. Incredible, Gu Feng. The legendary professional, the Storm Princess Li Lizzie, was fortunate enough to touch the tail of a wealth beast just once. And now, this wealth beast has willingly become your pet. This indicates it perceives your professional potential to be immeasurable. The wealth beast has a discerning eye indeed. By the way, Gu Feng, could you share the wealth beast's skills with me? I would like to satisfy my curiosity. Gu Feng, not one to be stingy, readily shared the wealth beast's abilities with Pang Yongda. After reviewing them, Pang Yongda was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said, this is the first time I have seen such outrageous pet skills, especially that last one, Wealth Devour, which complements your Gluttony, skill perfectly. I suspect only your gluttony, skill could truly unlock the potential of Wealth Devourer. To be honest, with the Wealth Beast acknowledging you as its master, I am not sure who has truly gained from this. Initially, I thought it was you who benefited, but now it seems the Wealth Beast has come out ahead. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. From now on, the cat tiger is my pet. It matters not who gains more or less. Oh, right, President. There is something else I would like your assistance with. I have committed murder in Linhai City, and I suspect there may be some follow-up to address. I would appreciate your help in resolving this matter. As he spoke, Gu Feng recounted the conflict between himself and Yang Jiuxiao. Upon hearing this, Pang Yongda slammed his hand on the table, furiously exclaiming, "That scoundrel Yang Jiuxiao! How dare he make things difficult for someone from Tianjin University without any justification? And to shamelessly bully the weak. Well done, Gu Feng. Such a shameless professional deserves to pay the price. Rest assured, I will handle the remaining matters." After informing Pang Yongda about the situation in Linhai City, Gu Feng returned to rest. His trip to Linhai City had been exhausting. Although he spent most of his time either standing idly or lying down, the mental fatigue was still taxing, not to mention the weariness from travel. In summary, Gu Feng felt he had truly worked hard. Meanwhile, in Linhai City, the Vortex Guild, having lost its president Yang Jiuxiao at the hands of Gu Feng, fell into a state of chaos, resembling a headless chicken. A guild without a leader is akin to dumplings without filling. Something essential is missing. Fortunately, a new leader quickly emerged. The vice president, Xian Mingjie, gathered the remnants of the Vortex Guild and leveraged his respectable reputation to assume the role of the next president. Sitting at the desk formerly occupied by Yang Jiuxiao, he reflected on the stark contrast between the president and vice president. A subordinate approached and whispered, "Vice president." Xian Mingjie shot him a glare. "What did you call me?" The subordinate quickly corrected himself. "I meant president. I was accustomed to calling you vice president. Please forgive me." Xian Mingjie waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. I just took office today, so I won't hold it against you. Have you found out about the situation you were investigating?" The subordinate nodded eagerly. "Yes. The one who killed President Yang. The murderer is a person named Gu Feng. He is currently a student at Tianjin University. It is said that Gu Feng originally hailed from Tianong City, but acquired a powerful profession that allows him and his teammates to gain experience points at a rate of 10. It is likely due to this that he was able to enroll in Tianjin University. These details have been confirmed. But there are also some rumors. Some say he can increase the drop rate by 10, while others claim he can enhance critical hit damage by 10. Xian Mingjie stroked his chin thoughtfully. All of this information is probably true. Gu Feng is indeed fortunate to have obtained such a valuable profession. However, that does not justify him taking lives at will, does it? The subordinate nervously replied, "You are right, President. Should we seek revenge for President Yang?" Xian Mingjie slapped the subordinate across the face. "Revenge? What good will that do? If Gu Feng could eliminate Yang Jiuxiao among his many subordinates, then he could just as easily kill us. So forget about revenge. However, it is indeed necessary to make Gu Feng pay some price. The fact that he killed Yang Jiuxiao is minor. The real issue is that the brothers he killed during the revival dropped a significant amount of equipment. Nearly everyone lost 3 pieces. It appears his skill to increase drop rates played a role in this. Because of this, the strength of our guild has significantly diminished, along with our standing in the Vortex Guild. Now the brothers are urging me to confront Gu Feng for the equipment. As the newly appointed president, I must take this trip. If I can recover some equipment, I will solidify my position as president." The subordinate suddenly understood and complimented. "What a brilliant idea, President." Xian Mingjie beamed with pride. "This is why I am president, and you are merely working under me. Now, prepare a flight to Tianjin City for me. I intend to visit Tianjin University. Directly confronting Gu Feng for the equipment may prove challenging, but communicating through Tianjin University will undoubtedly enhance our chances of success." Even though Tianjin University places considerable emphasis on Gu Feng due to professional reasons, it must maintain its dignity. The subordinates nodded in agreement but suddenly seemed to remember something, saying, "President, what if Tianjin University truly goes to great lengths to protect Gu Feng? After all, his potential in this profession is immense." Xian Mingjie smiled. "What do I stand to lose? I was merely going to give it a try. If I cannot reclaim my equipment, then so be it. I can always return empty-handed. I have no grievances with Tianjin University. They wouldn't go so far as to harm me." One subordinate gave a thumbs up. "President, you are truly wise. I shall book a flight for you immediately. Wishing you swift success." That very evening, Xian Mingjie eagerly boarded a plane. By the next morning, he arrived at Tianjin University. At that moment, as the workday commenced, Pang De overheard a teacher reporting. Principal. A person claiming to be the new president of the Linhai City Vortex Guild, Xian Mingjie, has arrived. He alleges that Gu Feng killed someone in Linhai City and seized a significant amount of equipment belonging to the members of the Vortex Guild. He seeks an explanation from our university. At that moment, Pang Yongda was utterly stunned. How dare the Vortex Guild come here? He hadn't even had the chance to confront them, and they had come to him instead. Can one be so shameless? Pang Yongda instinctively shouted, "Get him out of here." The reporting teacher hurriedly replied, "Understood, I shall go now." However, before the teacher could leave, Pang Yongda suddenly changed his mind. "Wait, do not expel him just yet. This new president, Xian Mingjie, should leave something behind for Tianjin University. Bring him to the conference room and inform him that the matters in Linhai City will be addressed face-to-face with Gu Feng. As for the judges for this confrontation, summon Wang Howie, Song Honghe, Zhao Maya, and myself." Upon hearing this, the reporting teacher was taken aback. Wang Howie, Song Honghe, and Zhao Maya were the very examiners when Gu Feng first entered Tianjin University. They were among the earliest to recognize Gu Feng's potential and were his initial supporters. With the principal, Pang Yongda, present, having these judges would undoubtedly favor Gu Feng. This was not merely a confrontation between Gu Feng and Xian Mingjie. It was a collective interrogation of Xian Mingjie by Tianjin University. The principal is quite cunning. The reporting teacher promptly stated, "Understood, I will contact the teachers immediately. I will ensure this matter is handled properly." Gu Feng was dining in the cafeteria when he was summoned by Pang Yongda. Upon hearing of Xian Mingjie's arrival and the principal's arrangements regarding this matter, Gu Feng immediately understood. This was merely an opportunity for him to join forces with the university's professors to confront Xian Mingjie. Confrontation is something I excel at. Gu Feng confirmed. "All right. I will head to the conference room." When Gu Feng arrived, Wang Howie, Song Honghe, Pang Yongda, and others were already seated. Wang Howie politely remarked, "Gu Feng, it has been quite some time since the entrance exam. Rest assured, we are well aware of today's events. We will certainly ensure justice is served." Song Honghe added, "Indeed. Who does Xian Mingjie think he is, to come to our Tianjin University? If the Vortex Guild dares to bully you, they are not merely slapping your face, they are slapping the face of Tianjin University. Today, he will not escape unscathed." The other professors serving as judges nodded in agreement. On the surface, this seemed to be a confrontation between Gu Feng and Xian Mingjie, but it was evident whose side the judges were on. What qualifications does Xian Mingjie possess that would lead me to risk offending Gu Feng in support of him? Just then, Xian Mingjie arrived. He greeted everyone with a courteous demeanor. "Hello, principal and teachers. Thank you for granting me this opportunity for a face-to-face confrontation. Our Vortex Guild has suffered great injustice this time. You must stand up for me." Pang Yongda smiled. "You must be Xian Mingjie. I am Pang Yongda, the principal of Tianjin University, and this is Gu Feng. We have brought you here for a direct confrontation. Rest assured, we are professionals and will not favor either side. Please, have a seat." In the center of the conference room were two chairs, clearly designated for Gu Feng and Xian Mingjie. Once both were seated, Pang Yongda stated, "All right. Who would like to begin by explaining the circumstances of the matter?" Xian Mingjie immediately stood up. "I shall go first. The situation is..." Before he could finish, Wang Howie interrupted. "Silence. Do you not know what it means to let the host speak first? This is Tianjin University, and Gu Feng is the host. He should speak first." Xian Mingjie, interrupted, felt a surge of anger but could only suppress it, saying, "Fine, let Gu Feng speak first." Gu Feng recounted the events that transpired in Linhai City. He did not embellish the story, as he believed he was in the right, stating the facts was sufficient. After Gu Feng finished, Pang Yongda turned to Xian Mingjie, asking, "President Xian, is it true that the events transpired as Gu Feng described?" Finally able to speak, Xian Mingjie quickly responded, "The events are largely as Gu Feng stated." But, before he could continue, Zhao Maya interjected, "Be quiet. Since you have already acknowledged that Gu Feng's account is factual, what is there to add? Are you attempting to mislead us?" Xian Mingjie fell silent. At that moment, he began to sense something amiss. It seemed these professors were targeting him. Then, as one of the initial examiners, Song Honghe asked, "Gu Feng, I understand the sequence of events. Xian Mingjie has also acknowledged it. According to your account, the Vortex Guild has been unreasonable, attempting to seize your treasure beast and bullying the weaker. Surely, this must have left you with significant psychological trauma. In truth, Gu Feng bore no psychological scars from the conflict in Linhai City. He had emerged unscathed and had even physically defeated Yang Jiuxiao. What psychological trauma could he possibly have? However, since Song Honghe posed the question, Gu Feng replied, "It has left a heavy shadow on my tender heart." Song Honghe nodded, "I concur. Therefore, Xin Mingjie, you must provide compensation." At this moment, Xin Mingjie realized the truth. These teachers were not serving as judges, but were instead actively pressing him. Xin Mingjie shouted in fury, "You shameless lot! This so-called confrontation is nothing but a trick to play me. Does Tianjin University truly have no shame?" Pang Yao scoffed. "Shame? How dare you utter such words?" Yang Jiuxiao from the Vortex Guild attempted to seize Gu Feng's pet first, and even initiated an ambush. He is a level 58 professional. Ambushing a level 22 professional. Does he not have any sense of shame? Such actions are disgraceful. And Gu Feng was fortunate to have some protection, along with my Thunderstorm Scroll, which prevented you from bullying him. The members of the Vortex Guild, having failed in their attempt to pilfer, have suffered the consequences. And rightly so. The loss of equipment is also a deserved fate. Gu Feng's actions can be deemed as legitimate self-defense. In all honesty, the intention of the level 58 Yang Jiuxiao to ambush the level 22 Gu Feng is something even Xin Mingjie found excessive. However, he was equally taken aback by the blatant favoritism exhibited by Tianjin University, the foremost institution in Longhua. Their lack of subtlety was astonishing. Xin Mingjie growled, "Very well. If this is how you wish to play, I concede. I shall not demand compensation." As he spoke, Xin Mingjie made to exit the conference room, only to be intercepted by Wang Howie. "Xin Mingjie, do you think Tianjin University is a place where one can come and go as they please?" Xin Mingjie shot a cold glare at Wang Howie. "What more do you want?" Wang Howie nonchalantly replied, "Compensation. We demand compensation for the emotional distress caused to student Gu Feng. If you refuse to pay, you shall not leave today. There is ample space at Tianjin University to accommodate you." At that moment, Xin Mingjie truly regretted his decisions. He lamented his foolishness. He initially believed that even if he could not secure anything from Tianjin University, he could at least leave unscathed. Who could have anticipated that the university's protectionism surpassed his expectations? Not only would he fail to gain anything, but he would also have to pay. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Xin Mingjie understood he was in an unequivocally disadvantaged position. He murmured, "What exactly do you want in terms of compensation?" Pang Yongda pondered for a moment and said, "Your Vortex Guild lacks substantial resources, so let us not demand too much. One piece of extraordinary equipment will suffice." Upon hearing the compensation demanded by Tianjin University, Xin Mingjie was utterly bewildered. "One piece of extraordinary equipment? Are you attempting to exploit us?" Although the Vortex Guild had long been dominant in Linghai City and had managed to acquire a few pieces of extraordinary equipment, such items were certainly not to be squandered. With a face contorted in disbelief, Xin Mingjie exclaimed, "Esteemed teachers, one piece of extraordinary equipment is indeed excessive. Let us consider an alternative compensation plan." Pang Yongda retorted with a smirk, "No alternatives. One piece of extraordinary equipment is our absolute minimum requirement. If you cannot produce it, do not expect to leave." Xin Mingjie furrowed his brow, his mind racing for solutions. One piece of extraordinary equipment is feasible, but I must return to the guild to retrieve it. Pang Yongda, being a seasoned player, was not easily fooled by Xin Mingjie's ruse. No need to return. Simply have a subordinate deliver the equipment here. During this time, you may reside at Tianjin University. You may depart only when the extraordinary equipment arrives. Xin Mingjie was left speechless. The faculty at Tianjin University behaved like a band of ruffians. After much contemplation, and realizing he had no other options, Xin Mingjie sighed. "Fine. I will have the extraordinary equipment delivered." Pang Yongda huffed. "At least you are sensible. Now, Gu Feng, you may continue with your affairs. When the extraordinary equipment arrives, I will ensure it is delivered to you." Gu Feng nodded. "Very well, I shall take my leave." As Gu Feng exited the conference room, he marveled at his fortune. He had inadvertently acquired an extraordinary piece of equipment from this encounter. What a remarkable windfall. Upon leaving the conference room, Gu Feng first visited the forging department, where he collected two pieces of equipment he had commissioned, a level 20 golden grade cloak, wings of the beetle, and a level 20 golden grade armor, shell of the beetle. Both pieces were well suited to Gu Feng's level, and he promptly equipped them. Subsequently, Gu Feng rejoined by Ruoxue and the others, and they set off to grind levels in the wilderness. Their chosen locale was the rugged mountains, inhabited by a level 35 beast known as the Roaring Demon, which was ideal for their training. Upon arrival at the rugged mountains, Their first task was to set up a tent for Gu Feng. Bai Ruoxue found a clean patch of ground and quickly erected the tent, having done so numerous times before with great proficiency. In under 10 minutes, the tent was ready. The four of them then gathered inside, with Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jianyi retrieving items prepared for Gu Feng. This time, Yin Zihan had also come prepared. Calmly, she pulled out a set of clothes from her backpack and placed them before Gu Feng. Gu Feng, puzzled, asked, Yin Zihan, why are you giving me your clothes? Yin Zihan chuckled, of course, for you to smell. These are the clothes I just changed out of yesterday and haven't tea washed yet. Don't be shy. Gu Feng suppressed his urge to retaliate, stating firmly, Yin Zihan, I must once again declare that my preferences are not that peculiar. I'm a young man in his prime, but I am still a normal man, and I would never engage in such bizarre behavior as smelling a girl's clothes. Yin Zihan responded in surprise, Oh, you truly do not want them? I find it quite normal to want to smell the clothes of someone I like. For instance, right now, I am quite eager to catch a whiff of your scent. For thrilling novels, visit Feilu Novel Network. Ah, the scent of your shower gel is refreshing. Gu Feng rolled his eyes and admonished, Not here. This is outside. Can we be serious? Yin Zihan pouted, Fine. I will heed your wishes for now and refrain from smelling. But truly, do you not want my clothes? Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Take them away. I do not want them now or ever. Hurry, go grind levels. Bai Ruoxue and the others reluctantly exited the tent to diligently hunt monsters and level up. Meanwhile, Gu Feng remained inside, determined to study the skills of his financial beast, the cat tiger. He summoned the cat tiger from his pet space, and the moment it appeared, it wobbled towards him, its fluffy head nuzzling against Gu Feng's hand. Gu Feng gently held its head. Cat tiger, no time for cuddles. You need to put in some effort today. Let me see what treasures you can uncover with your skill, wealth instinct. Go, cat tiger. The task falls to you. With that, Gu Feng opened the tent flap. The cat tiger seemed to understand, immediately letting out an enthusiastic meow before dashing out of the tent. Its little nose twitched as it sniffed the air, seemingly detecting something. Moments later, the cat tiger darted towards a patch of muddy ground, digging furiously with its tiny paws. After getting its paws muddy, it unearthed a desired object, which it promptly picked up and scurried back towards Gu Feng's tent. At this moment, Gu Feng was inside reading a novel titled The Story of Doman's Official, which he had stumbled upon in the library. When the cat tiger returned, Gu Feng casually remarked, Ah, you're back. Did you bring anything? The cat tiger meowed and dropped the item into Gu Feng's hands. Gu Feng instinctively looked down. Heavy salt stone, grade, golden, description, can be used for forging equipment. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, a material of golden grade? Cat tiger, you have done remarkably well, swiftly uncovering items of golden caliber. It appears that your wealth intuition skill is indeed exceptional. Gu Feng gently patted Cat Tiger's head as a reward. Cat Tiger, proud and upright, meowed in affirmation, seemingly eager to showcase its abilities. Setting aside the heavy salt stone, Gu Feng continued, I have a good understanding of your wealth intuition prowess. Now, let us evaluate your wealth-devouring skill. To activate Cat Tiger's wealth-devouring skill, it first requires nourishment, whether it be equipment, herbs, or ores. However, Gu Feng did not possess much of these items, so he summoned Bai Ruoxue and the others back. As they entered the tent, Yin Zihan exclaimed, Junior, why have you called back the senior? Are you missing her? The senior has been longing for you, especially for your scent. The refreshing mint aroma of your shower gel mixed with your unique fragrance is utterly intoxicating. Come, let the senior indulge for a moment. Gu Feng blocked Yin Zihan's face, saying, We're on official business here. You shouldn't act out at every opportunity. Yin Zihan pouted, I only act out around you, Junior. Fine, we can discuss my longing later. Is there something important now? Gu Feng succinctly replied, I need to test Cat Tiger's wealth-devouring skill. You Haven Tea sold off all the equipment acquired from the Vortex Guild in Linhai City, have you? Please provide me with some so I can feed them to Cat Tiger. Bai Ruoxue nodded, we still have some left. I'll retrieve them at once. The trio emptied their backpacks onto the ground, revealing an array of equipment, all at least of silver grade. They had no interest in items below silver grade. It was a waste of time to collect them. Gu Feng sorted the equipment, creating two piles, one of silver and the other of gold. It was evident that the silver items vastly outnumbered the golden ones, given the drop rates. Gu Feng gestured towards the silver pile, saying to Cat Tiger, Go ahead. Eat without reservation. In truth, Cat Tiger had long been eager for the abundance of equipment before it. However, it dared not act out in Gu Feng's presence. Upon receiving the command, Cat Tiger lunged at the silver equipment. With a swift motion, it released a beam of light that transformed the silver items into luminous particles, which then floated into Cat Tiger's mouth. After consuming nearly 10 pieces of silver equipment, Cat Tiger ceased its feast and let out a hearty burp. Moments later, a stream of spiritual energy slowly emanated from its head, coalescing into a crystal-clear stone that fell to the ground. Cat Tiger picked up this stone and presented it to Gu Feng as if to showcase its accomplishment. Gu Feng examined the stone's attributes. Low-level pure spiritual stone. Agility. Grade. Silver. Description. Can be embedded into equipment, granting the wearer a 5 increase in agility. Gu Feng blinked in astonishment, and after confirming he was not mistaken, he exclaimed, Cat Tiger's wealth-devouring skill is indeed impressive. It has managed to produce such a remarkable item, a gem that enhances attributes by a percentage. Moreover, it can be embedded into equipment for immediate use. This is extraordinarily useful. It was no surprise that Gu Feng was taken aback, as items that enhance attributes by percentage are exceedingly rare. The reasoning is quite simple. Enhancements based on percentages are suitable for practitioners of all levels. The higher the practitioner's level, the greater their attributes, and thus, the higher the percentage boost they receive. All levels of practitioners would be eager to acquire such a treasure. Upon hearing Gu Feng's praise, Cat Tiger lifted its little head, exuding an air of pride and utility. Gu Feng gently tapped its head, stating, to be candid, your wealth-devouring skill has genuinely astonished me. In my experience, I have never encountered a gem that increases attributes by percentage. The value of this gem far exceeds that of the silver equipment you consumed. After all, silver equipment can be acquired with patience, but this gem, I am witnessing it for the first time. Cat Tiger, you have truly achieved something remarkable. Cat Tiger nuzzled against Gu Feng, conveying the sentiment that it owed all its success to its master. One must admit, the title of Licking Cat is well-deserved. Gu Feng then pointed to the pile of golden equipment, instructing, now, Cat Tiger, consume some golden equipment. I wish to see what you can produce. Obeying the command, Cat Tiger devoured 8 or 9 pieces of golden equipment before halting. It then manifested a larger gem. Gu Feng inspected it and found, mid-level pure spiritual stone, strength grade, gold, description, can be embedded into equipment, granting the wearer a 12 increase in strength. Goodness! This gold-grade pure spiritual stone boasts effects double that of the silver-grade counterpart. Gu Feng estimated that this mid-level pure spiritual stone, strength, could fetch several million in the market, far exceeding the value of the consumed golden equipment by 3-fold. No wonder this creature is dubbed the Wealth Beast. Its wealth-devouring skill alone has the potential to amass unimaginable riches for its owner. The name suits it perfectly. However, it must be noted that while this Wealth Beast skills are extraordinarily powerful, they are not something just anyone can afford to utilize. Only large guilds or teams like Gu Feng's, which are unburdened by equipment concerns, can withstand the demands of the Wealth Beast's consumption. Undoubtedly, Gu Feng and the Wealth Beast share a mutually beneficial relationship, reaping profits together in joyous harmony. Gu Feng stroked the Wealth Beast's head, saying, well done. Your wealth-devouring skill is incredibly useful. Soon, you will convert all this unused equipment into pure spiritual stones. Once we return, we shall embed the pure spiritual stones into our equipment. Baruashue, if you have any materials you no longer need, throw them here. Let Cat Tiger consume them as well, for it can devour both equipment and materials. You may continue to grind monsters while I keep watch here. Bai Daxian and the others nodded, emptying their backpacks of unnecessary items before heading out to level up. Gu Feng pointed to the heap on the ground and commanded, commence your feast, Cat Tiger. Cat Tiger responded gleefully and immediately entered its gluttonous mode. Gu Feng continued to peruse the story of Lord Dongmen with great enjoyment. Within an hour, the Wealth Beast had consumed all the materials and equipment. It gathered the transformed gems into a pile and gently tapped Gu Feng's hand with its paw. Meowing softly, Gu Feng diverted his attention from the book, asking, have you completed the transformation? Show me what you have produced. In total, Cat Tiger had transformed 8 gems, 3 gold-grade gems, mid-level pure spiritual stone, strength, mid-level pure spiritual stone, spirit, and 1 mid-level heavy gem. The first 2 could be embedded into equipment, while the latter was intended for crafting. Gu Feng recalled that the description of wealth-devouring indeed mentioned that the transformed gems could also be used for crafting equipment. Thus, the emergence of a mid-level heavy gem was hardly surprising. It is evident that the effects of the intermediate heavy gem are considerably less potent than those of the intermediate pure spirit stone. The remaining 5 stones consist of low-level pure spirit stone for agility, Low-level pure spirit stone for constitution. 2 pieces, low-level pure spirit stone for spirit. And 1, low-level shadow gem. The latter is also intended for crafting equipment. Gu Feng carefully stored these gems, intending to have them set into equipment upon his return to Tianjin University. The rules for gem setting stipulate that bronze equipment and below cannot be embedded. Silver equipment may accommodate 1 gem, gold equipment can hold 1 to 2 gems, typically 1, and extraordinary equipment can reliably house 3 gems. Given the configuration of Gu Feng's Team S equipment, the pure spirit stones produced by the Wealth Beast were still insufficient. However, it was fortunate that all members of Gu Feng's team could embed pure spirit stones into their gear. At this moment, Gu Feng, who was not well versed in the intricacies of setting gems into equipment, did not fully grasp the magnitude of the impact that these pure spirit stones would create. After all, they could enhance attributes by a certain percentage. Such power is enough to drive professionals into a frenzy. Gu Feng merely patted the head of the cat tiger and remarked, "Well done today. You may now roam freely. Feel free to seek treasures of heaven and earth, or rest if you prefer. I need to continue my reading." Gu Feng was keen to finish reading the book he had borrowed from the library, titled The Story of the Grand Official from the East Gate. As the due date for its return was fast approaching, the cat tiger chose to lie down beside Gu Feng's arm, closing its eyes in slumber. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Feng returned to Tianjin University with his companions and made his way to the forging department. Upon entering, he encountered a robust woman in her 40s, muscular and imposing, standing at the door. She glanced at Gu Feng and suddenly exclaimed, "You must be Gu Feng, right?" Gu Feng nodded. "Yes, and may I ask who you are?" The middle-aged woman laughed heartily. "I am Sun Lei, the head of the forging department. I was away on a business trip a few days ago, but I have heard much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You truly are a distinguished figure." Gu Feng modestly clasped his hands. "Thank you for your kind words. I am here to request the forging department to set gems into our equipment." Sun Lei replied with a smile, "Setting gems is no problem at all. However, you are aware of Tianjin University's regulations, right? We require points to assist with tasks at our forging department. Due to recent endeavors, Gu Feng had accumulated a fair amount of points. Points are a trivial matter as long as the work is executed splendidly." Sun Lei spoke with pride. "In my forging department, there is no task that isn't executed beautifully. To be frank, I have even successfully forged extraordinary equipment. Do you know what that signifies? The crafting requirements for you low-level professionals are trifles in my eyes. What kind of equipment do you wish to set gems into? Let me see." Gu Feng had previously obtained the equipment from Bai Ruosh Yue and her companions, along with 6 pieces of pure spirit stones, and placed them on the table. "These are the items." Sun Lei curiously picked up a piece of pure spirit stone, murmuring to herself, "What kind of gem is this? I have been a forger for many years and have never encountered it." Upon discerning the properties of the pure spirit stone, Sun Lei was momentarily stunned. Her eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. In a frenzy, she examined the other pure spirit stones. After scrutinizing all of them, she instinctively reached to grasp Gu Feng by the collar. However, Lu Jianyi swiftly drew her sword, pressing it against Sun Lei's neck, her gaze menacing as she questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Sun Lei hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I was just too excited." "Gu Feng, these pure spirit stones you possess are astonishing. When embedded in equipment, they can proportionally enhance the attributes of the wearer. This is quite absurd. Throughout my life, I have seen a few pieces of equipment that can enhance the wearer's attributes by a percentage, but they were all self-contained within the equipment. I have never encountered a gem that can enhance attributes by a percentage. This gem is extraordinary. Could you possibly tell me where you acquired it? If you do, I shall waive the fee for this gem setting." Gu Feng was taken aback by the rarity of the pure spirit stones produced by the cat tiger. Even the head of the forging department at Tianjin University was astounded. Gu Feng's estimation of the value of pure spirit stones surged significantly. Nevertheless, he did not intend to disclose the cat tiger's secret and evasively responded, "I am not in need of such points. It is unnecessary for you to waive the fee." Sun Lei anxiously proposed, "Then how about I gift you a few pieces of gold equipment?" Gu Feng shook his head. "I do not require such items at the moment. In any case, I prefer not to reveal the details about the pure spirit stones, and it would be best if you refrain from inquiring further." Seeing Gu Feng's resolute demeanor, Sun Lei sighed. "Very well, I shall refrain from asking. I will personally oversee the embedding of these gems for you. After all, gems of such caliber are rare indeed. I feel my forger's spirit igniting." Gu Feng suppressed the urge to scoff. "Sun Lei, despite her age, spoke with such youthful exuberance about her forger-esque spirit. Could it be that everyone harbors an indelible child within? However, out of courtesy, Gu Feng held back his retorts and merely stated, "Very well. I entrust these equipment and gems to you. When shall we return to collect them?" Sun Lei boisterously replied, "With my forging skills, I can have everything ready today. You may come to collect them tomorrow morning." Gu Feng acknowledged her words and departed with Bai Ruoxue and the others. The next day, after retrieving the equipment embedded with pure spirit stones from the forging department, Gu Feng and his companions continued their journey to level up. During this period, Gu Feng's team focused intently on leveling up, aiming to reach level 25. Upon achieving level 25, they would unlock new skills. After approximately 20 days, Gu Feng and his companions were merely a step away from level 25. During this time, Yin Zihan progressed from level 31 to level 32. Concurrently, the extraordinary equipment sent by the Vortex Guild arrived in Gu Feng's possession. It was a piece of extraordinary grade armor suitable for level 50. Though the equipment was commendable, its level was somewhat high. Gu Feng decided to store it for future use. If needed, he would employ it, and if not, he would sell it. After all, the team currently lacked for funds and did not require immediate liquidation of the equipment for cash. It would serve as a reserve hidden resource, a backup fund. One day, while Gu Feng and his companions were engaged in battling wild monsters, Yin Zihan casually inquired, "Bai Ruoxue, how much longer until you reach level 25? Bai Ruoxue replied with a proud smile, "We should reach level 25 by today." Yin Zihan expressed her admiration, "Your leveling pace is astonishing. It has taken less than a month to progress from level 20 to level 25, even factoring in our time spent in Linhai City. Had I possessed such an extraordinary rate of advancement back then, I would not merely be at level 32 now. Why must I encounter a junior a whole year later than you all?" Beside me, Lu Jianyi proudly proclaimed, "This indicates that my bond with our esteemed brother is deeper than yours." Yin Zihan scoffed. "Fate, you say? That is merely metaphysics. True affection must be pursued actively. However, it appears you all are rather excited today. Is it that you wish to reach level 25 sooner? Understandable, as at level 25, new skills await you. Along with a fresh set of equipment, your strength will experience a substantial enhancement." Bai Ruoxue gazed at Yin Zihan as if she were a simpleton. "Yin Zihan, you are completely mistaken. My excitement is not merely due to the prospect of acquiring new skills or equipment upon reaching level 25. Rather, it is because my leveling up is nearly in perfect synchrony with Lu Jianyi and Gu Feng. This means that when I achieve level 25, Gu Feng shall reach it as well. At that moment, Gu Feng will undoubtedly awaken new skills. Just think about it. What skills has Gu Feng awakened before? Greed with an experience value of 10, Gluttony with a loot drop rate of 10, Fury with a critical damage rate of 10, Pride with a physical damage rate of 10, and Laziness with a magical damage rate of 10. By this logic, the skill Gu Feng awakens this time must be a terrifying divine skill. For thrilling novels, visit Feilu Novel Network. Our team will gain yet another divine skill. How can I not be thrilled? In comparison, the skills I awaken will pale in comparison to his. Yin Zihan suddenly realized, "You are absolutely right. The skills you awaken upon reaching level 25 matter little. What truly matters is what skills our junior will awaken. I am already brimming with anticipation, given my junior's potential. The skills he awakens will undoubtedly be powerful and rare. Let us hasten our monster hunting to expedite our junior's leveling to 25. I can hardly contain my eagerness." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jianyi quickened their pace in hunting monsters. As they were engrossed in their task, Bai Ruoxue abruptly halted. Yin Zihan inquired, "Bai Ruoxue, what is the matter?" With a smile, Bai Ruoxue announced, "I have reached level 25. With that, she swiftly turned and dashed toward the tent where Gu Feng was situated. Yin Zihan gaped in astonishment. Goodness, Bai Ruoxue didn't even check what skill she awakened before rushing to find Gu Feng. She must be the most eager among us. However, Lu Jianyi sprinted even faster than Bai Ruoxue. Given that Lu Jianyi's primary attributes are strength and agility, her speed naturally outmatches Bai Ruoxue's. Witnessing this, Yin Zihan hesitated not and followed suit toward the tent. The three of them raced like competitors, bounding into the tent in unison. Inside, Gu Feng was engrossed in a book. He looked up just in time to see Lu Jianyi and the others burst into the tent like a stampede of rhinos. He instinctively asked, "What is going on with you all?" Before he could finish his sentence, the trio, having charged in too rapidly, collided with him, resulting in a pile-up that left Gu Feng at the bottom. Gu Feng exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Who is tackling me? I can feel it on my face." Yin Zihan and Lu Jianyi chorused, "It's definitely not Bai Ruoxue." Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Ruoxue nearly lost her composure. You two scoundrels, are you subtly mocking my figure? I am not flat. I possess a standard physique. You two are the ones who are out of bounds. What good are those two lumps of flesh? It's merely because Gu Feng likes to look at them. Beyond that, they serve no other purpose and only cause you shoulder pain. Honestly, had it been at any other time, Bai Ruoxue would have surely engaged in a fight with Lu Jiani and Yan Zihan. But now, there were more pressing matters at hand. Bai Ruoxue immediately asked Gu Feng, "You've reached level 25 too, right? What is your newly awakened skill?" To be frank, Gu Feng had only just heard the notification of his advancement to level 25. He intended to finish the chapter he was reading before checking his skills. Yet, before he could complete his reading, Bai Ruoxue and the others barreled in, even tackling him in the process. Gu Feng urged, "Could you all get off me? Let me check my new skill first, and then I'll tell you." The three of them nimbly climbed off Gu Feng. He glanced at his new skill and nodded. "This skill is quite good. You all should take a look." As he spoke, Gu Feng utilized the revealing stone to display his skill. Jealousy. The healing amount you and your teammates cause with healing skills is increased by 10. Moreover, if the healing amount exceeds the target's maximum health, the overflow will restore mana instead. After reading the description of the jealousy skill, Bai Ruoxue and the others were left in stunned silence. This jealousy skill is astonishing. A healing amount of 10. This means that with this buff, any priest teaming up with Gu Feng will undoubtedly shine. Under the buff of jealousy, even the most ordinary priest class will become incredibly powerful. What is even more terrifying is that the overflow healing will also restore mana. Traditional priest classes can only restore health. Mana restoration skills are typically the domain of mutated or hidden classes, with the jealousy skill significantly enhancing healing capacity while also restoring mana. It implies that a priest benefiting from the jealousy buff can fully replenish both health and mana with just one healing skill. The assistance this jealousy skill provides to priest classes is simply monumental. Bai Ruoxue could confidently assert that if Gu Feng disseminated the description of the jealousy skill, innumerable priests would immediately seek to join his team. They might even be willing to pay out of their own pockets to join. After all, this jealousy skill has the potential to transform any priest completely. At this moment, Gu Feng spoke up. "This jealousy skill is rather decent, isn't it?" Bai Ruoxue replied. "Decent? It is nothing short of incredible. It can only be described as invincible. Though I anticipated you would awaken some outrageous skill, I was still astonished upon seeing this jealousy skill." Lu Jiani let out a breath, as expected of our esteemed brother, always exceeding expectations. Yan Zihan gently placed her hand on Gu Feng's shoulder. "Junior, what should I say to you? You are so extraordinary that I find myself utterly captivated. I shall never be able to part from you, Junior. You must take responsibility for my infatuation." Gu Feng disregarded Yan Zihan's antics and continued. "In order to maximize the potential of the jealousy skill, I propose we recruit a priest to our team. After all, we currently lack a priest in our party." Gu Feng's suggestion was rational and appropriate. They indeed require a priest. However, Bai Ruoxue astutely realized something. The proportion of women in the priesthood is quite high. This implies that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a considerable number of priests would likely apply for the position. Careful scrutiny is essential. She cannot allow Gu Feng to be deceived by any alluring temptress among them. Bai Ruoxue clenched her fists, silently resolute in her commitment to protect Gu Feng. Gu Feng continued, "By the way, in addition to our usual recruitment criteria, I would like to add one more requirement, the ability to drive." Yan Zihan blinked. "Drive? I can drive. For enthralling novels, visit Feilu Novel Network." Gu Feng was taken aback. "Huh? Yan Zihan, you can drive? I never heard you mention that. You truly can drive?" Yan Zihan smiled proudly. "It's just driving, quite simple. I'll show you right now. Listen closely, Junior. What animal sometimes walks on 2 legs? Sometimes on 3, and sometimes on 4? What kind of riddle is this?" Gu Feng thought, recalling a similar riddle he had encountered before. That riddle posed the question, what creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The answer is man. In the morning, it refers to infancy, when one crawls on all 4s. At noon, it signifies adulthood, when one walks upright. And in the evening, it represents old age, when one requires a cane, hence 3 legs. Yet, it was evident that Yan Zihan's riddle did not pertain to man. Gu Feng, uninterested in guessing, stated directly, "I don't know the answer, just tell me." Yan Zihan giggled. "The answer is me, posed in various positions on the bed by the junior. See, I drive quite well." "Don't I?" Gu Feng held his forehead, exclaiming, "I meant driving a car." The kind where you shift gears and press the accelerator, not indecent jokes. Yin Zihan unabashedly laughed. Oh, I see. But I feel like they are quite similar. However, I truly cannot drive a car. Why does the junior require new members to drive? Gu Feng explained. With the addition of new members, our team would comprise 5 individuals, making it impossible to fit into a taxi. Therefore, we must purchase our own vehicle. This is why I hope the new members can drive. Yin Zihan suddenly understood. Ah, I see. The junior is quite thoughtful. Bai Ruoxue interjected, Gu Feng. I have noted this new requirement. Now, the next question is, where shall we recruit? Still within Tianjin University? Gu Feng contemplated and replied, previously. We held an interview session within Tianjin University, but I did not observe any strong support classes. Let's broaden our scope this time and recruit throughout the entire Tianjin city. A team intending to recruit across the vast expanse of Tianjin city? If anyone overheard, they would surely deem it madness. A mere 4-person team, how dare they? Tianjin city is teeming with talent. Who would pay them any mind? However, with Gu Feng's extraordinary buff skills, such an endeavor appeared entirely reasonable. What practitioner would not wish to benefit from Gu Feng's seemingly outrageous buffs? I remarked, I will post our recruitment information and requirements on Tianjin City's news website. This can be accomplished with a bit of funding. Gu Feng affirmed, let's double-check. For new members, we have the following criteria. First, they must possess a hidden priest class. Second, their level should be comparable to ours, capable of forming a party with us. Third, they must know how to drive. That's correct, isn't it? Gu Feng nodded. About right. Oh, and please include my skills in the recruitment advertisement. If not, I fear the turnout will be minimal. Also, let's schedule the interview for tomorrow. At the interview room prepared for us by Tianjin University. Bai Ruoxue nodded. All right, I will take care of this. Bai Ruoxue quickly contacted the head of Tianjin City's news website, and with the power of financial resources, the team's recruitment announcement was swiftly published. Now, they simply awaited the interviews the following day. Afterward, Gu Feng and the others did not continue leveling up. Having finally reached level 25, they deserved to celebrate with a feast. Hailing a cab to Tianjin City, Gu Feng also took the opportunity to observe Bai Ruoxue and Lu Jinyi's newly awakened skills. Bai Ruoxue's new skill was Ultimate Snowball. Its effect is to launch a snowball that enlarges while airborne. The larger the snowball, the greater the damage. And Bai Ruoxue can manipulate its flight to a certain extent. It resembles Nunu's, the biggest snowball, in League of Legends. But Bai Daxianzi's Ultimate Snowball does not require manual pushing. It can fly autonomously, after all, as she is a mage. Lu Jinyi's newly acquired skill is Blood Moon Frenzy Slash. It transforms the power of the moon into a great sword, striking enemies in a line. The damage is substantial. And it is an area of effect skill, making it quite impressive. After enjoying a meal at a restaurant, Gu Feng and the others returned home. At this moment, Bai Ruoxue's announcement on the news website had begun to gain traction. Discussions about this news buzzed throughout the streets of Tianjin City. In a bar, 2 practitioners, one tall and one short, were conversing about this matter. The taller one exclaimed, Hey, have you seen the news on the website? I heard there's a small team from Tianjin University recruiting. The shorter one scoffed, Oh, recruiting? Is any news worthy of being posted now? What significance does a small team's recruitment hold? You don't understand. One member of this team is named Gu Feng, and his skills, never mind. I'll send you a screenshot. His skills are simply outrageous. Even outrageous does not suffice. The taller individual shared Gu Feng's skill description with the shorter one. After reading it, the shorter one, trembling, accidentally knocked over the beer on the table, exclaiming, Oh my. This Gu Feng possesses skills that amplify damage, loot drop rates, and experience points by 10. How fortunate can one be? This can't be fake, can it? The taller one retorted, Fake? Nonsense. Other students from Tianjin University have confirmed its authenticity. And with evidence to boot, how could it possibly be false? The shorter one immediately stood. Then we should try our luck and see if we can join this team. The taller one finished the drink on the table. You better not go. Their requirements for new members are quite stringent. First, they must be a priest class, and specifically a hidden priest class. Additionally, the level must range between 21 and 35. Lastly, they must possess a driver's license and know how to drive. We barely meet the last requirement. The shorter one wore a look of regret. Are the conditions that harsh? How can they possibly find anyone? The taller one chuckled. How could they not find anyone? With Gu Feng around. Not to mention humans. Even spirits could be recruited. The shorter one remained unconvinced. When do they begin recruiting? Let us go take a look. In the event that fortune smiles upon us and we manage to join Gu Feng's team, It would be a delightful experience. If all else fails, we can merely enjoy the spectacle. The tall individual perused the news on his phone. Tomorrow is the day, since I have no other commitments. I shall go and test my luck, just as you suggested. The next day, Gu Feng, still groggy from sleep in his dormitory, was roused by the cacophony outside. Glancing at his phone, he muttered in irritation, "It's barely 7:30. I still have half an hour before I need to rise. Who dares disturb the peace at such an early hour?" Yet, with his slumber disrupted, Gu Feng decided against returning to sleep. After getting dressed and attending to his morning routine, he opened the door. To his astonishment, the vicinity of his dormitory was teeming with people, resembling a bustling tourist attraction during the May Day holiday. As soon as Gu Feng stepped out, someone exclaimed, "Gu Feng is here." He rolled his eyes in disbelief at the lack of decorum. Following the proclamation, a multitude of aspiring teammates called out, "Gu Feng, please allow me to be on your team. Gu Feng, don't just recruit priests, consider others as well. The more, the merrier. Mr. Gu Feng, there is no need to insist on hidden priest classes. We other professions are formidable too." One voice among the throng, belonging to a woman of moderate attractiveness, suggested, "If you let me join your team, I could be your girlfriend." The surrounding crowd gasped, muttering insults about her audacity in employing such tactics. Gu Feng, amidst the din, frowned and asserted, "Please, everyone, quiet down. I understand your intentions. You wish to join my team. But I must regretfully inform you that the criteria for new members is strictly hidden priest classes, levels ranging from 21 to 35, and possessing a driving license. We shall not consider any other applicants at this time. Those who do not meet these requirements, kindly take your leave. For those who do qualify, follow me for an interview." His resolute stance stirred discontent and envy among the crowd. What is so special about him? Just because he can boost damage by 10? Even without that buff, I'm still formidable. Others echoed similar sentiments, dismissing the importance of the benefits he brought. Gu Feng found their jealousy somewhat amusing, noting how aptly his skill of jealousy manifested in this moment. Regardless of their envy, they could not join his team. Ultimately, around 30 individuals decided to follow Gu Feng. Though only a handful truly met the criteria, the rest clung to hope. Indifferent to their persistence, Gu Feng led the group to the park at Tianjin University, their usual meeting point. Bai Ruoxue and her companions awaited in a small pavilion, with Lu Jiani holding breakfast for Gu Feng. Upon seeing him approach, Lu Jiani instinctively moved to greet him but paused upon noticing the throng behind him. Instead, she unsheathed her weapon and inquired, "Brother, what is the meaning of all these people?" Gu Feng explained, "They are here for interviews." Yan Zihan surveyed the crowd and shook her head, clearly identifying several who did not meet Gu Feng's standards, likely unwilling to concede defeat. Taking the breakfast from Lu Jiani, Gu Feng casually bit into a bun and addressed the interviewees, "Please follow me. We are heading to the interview room. There, I will assess your suitability for our team based on your profession, potential, and skills." With that, Gu Feng led the way to the interview room, which bore a similar setup to their previous encounter. He took a seat and instructed Bai Ruoxue and her friends to screen the applicants. "Those who do not meet our criteria should not be allowed entry. For those who do, let them come in one by one for evaluation. If anyone causes a disturbance, send them back to the revival point." Bai Ruoxue acknowledged his instructions. The trio positioned themselves like security at the door, announcing, "Please state your profession, level, and skills. Those who meet the criteria listed online may enter for an interview. Those who do not, please leave. Anyone causing trouble will be sent back to the revival point. Do you all understand? Step forward one at a time to present your profession." Seated in the interview room, Gu Feng soon encountered the first applicant, a woman who appeared to be a few years older than him. Her appearance was unremarkable, yet her face was heavily caked in makeup, making her look unnaturally pale, almost ghostly. Gu Feng quickly turned his head away to avoid nightmares. "Madam, please reveal your profession," he requested. She introduced herself as a storm priest, a practitioner of water magic with both healing and offensive capabilities, albeit barely qualifying as a hidden profession. Gu Feng scrutinized her skills, his brow furrowing. Her abilities did not align with his expectations. His team lacked a healer, while output was amply covered by Bai Ruoxue, Lu Jiani, and Yan Zihan. The woman, noticing his hesitation, leaned in and said, "Gu Feng, how does my profession suit your needs? I can assure you, if you accept me, you'll have the privilege of enjoying my company." As she spoke, the makeup began to flake off her face. Gu Feng, feeling a twinge of apprehension regarding the nature of her makeup, forced a smile and replied, "I'm afraid your hidden priest class, while notable, does not meet our team's requirements. Thank you for your time. Please take your leave." "Next, please." The heavily made-up woman glared at him, muttering about his lack of appreciation for talent as she departed, her towering heels clicking against the floor. The next candidate was also a woman, presenting herself as a healing knight, an amalgamation of healing abilities with decent durability and mobility. However, this profession belongs to a woman known as the healing knight, whose style is evidently unconventional, with hair dyed in a myriad of colors, resembling a duster. She immediately stated, "My defining traits are speed and resilience. Yet, no matter how swift I am, I cannot chase after the fleeting youth that has long since passed. Madam, you should pursue your youth. Next, please." After interviewing 7 or 8 candidates who failed to meet Gu Feng's criteria, a figure clad in white entered the interview room. This girl appeared to be about a year older than Gu Feng, likely around 19 or 20. Her beauty was striking. Her eyes shimmered like rippling water. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips were a vivid cherry red. Her long black hair was tied back into a low ponytail. The young woman was inherently attractive, but what truly captivated Gu Feng was the gentle aura that perpetually graced her face, reminiscent of the Westlake he had seen before his journey. Her voice was melodious, akin to the chime of silver bells. "Hello, may I proceed with the interview?" Gu Feng concealed his astonishment and nodded. "Certainly, please take a seat across from me and present your profession and skills." The young woman sat upright, legs together, exuding an air of refinement. Gu Feng focused on her profession, Angel Healer, a title that unmistakably indicated a healing vocation. Upon reviewing her skills, Gu Feng concluded that she was precisely the talent they required. Her profession could restore any team member from depleted health and mana to full capacity. Angel's Lament restored health to the entire group, maximizing the potential of jealousy. 1. Angel's Lament could instantly rejuvenate the entire party. The final skill, Angel's Compassion, allowed a gradual recovery of health every second. When enhanced by jealousy, this became a significant healing boost, and upon reaching full health, it would additionally restore mana. The healing efficacy of these 3 skills far surpassed that of an ordinary priest. Furthermore, Radiant Shield could provide protective barriers that absorb damage, while Courageous Inspiration temporarily boosted the agility and strength of all team members. This skill synergized remarkably with Gu Feng's Arrogance, which amplified physical damage based on the combatant's attributes. Battle Intent Inspiration was even more remarkable, reducing the cooldown time of teammate skills, effectively augmenting their output, which could be further enhanced by Gu Feng's damage buff. In summary, the Angel Healer profession meshed seamlessly with Gu Feng's team, fulfilling the need for a pure healing and support role. Gu Feng candidly remarked, "Madam." The woman in white smiled gently. "My name is Lin Yaxiang. I know your name, Gu Feng, correct?" Gu Feng nodded. "That is correct, Ms. Lin Yaxiang. I am not one for pleasantries, so I will be direct. Your profession aligns perfectly with our requirements. Based on this, I approve your inclusion. I would also like to inquire about your goals upon joining us." Lin Yaxiang pondered seriously before replying. "I wish to prove to my parents that I am a capable and independent professional." Gu Feng acknowledged. "I see. You are quite candid. Well then, you meet all our criteria. Welcome to our team." Lin Yaxiang smiled gracefully. "Thank you, Mr. Gu Feng. I am delighted to have your endorsement. It must be quite a hassle for you to interview so many candidates so early in the morning. I have brought some homemade cookies. Would you care for a bite to replenish your energy?" Lin Yaxiang produced a small transparent glass jar filled with chocolate-colored bear-shaped cookies from her pocket. She opened the jar and offered one to Gu Feng, taking one for herself as well. Though the cookies may be a bit cool, they are still quite enjoyable. Gu Feng, feeling a twinge of caution regarding Lin Yaxiang's hospitality, worried about the possibility of poison. However, seeing her eat a cookie first eased his apprehension. After all, they were strangers, and the likelihood of her harboring ill intentions was minimal. Moreover, Gu Feng had numerous protective measures at his disposal, such as the cat-tiger's damage reduction shield. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own wariness. He took a small bear cookie and bit into it, the rich chocolate flavor spreading across his palate, prompting an exclamation of delight. "This is delicious." Lin Yaxiang clapped her hands. "I am so glad you like it. I have a passion for cooking and baking, so I have some skill in making treats. If you enjoy them, I would be happy to prepare them for you regularly." Gu Feng shook his head. "No need to go to such trouble. By the way, our team does not endorse any form of intimidation towards newcomers or workplace oppression, so feel free to relax." Lin Yaxiang smiled shyly. "Did you notice I was nervous? This is my first time teaming up with individuals outside my family, so I feel a bit anxious. However, I genuinely wish to contribute to the team and enjoy cooking." Gu Feng chose not to dwell on this topic, simply stating, "If you have the time, you may prepare some." He then inquired, by the way, Lin Yaxiang, I presume you possess a driver's license. As one of our recruitment requirements is the ability to drive. Lin Yaxiang nodded. Yes, indeed. I came to apply only after confirming that I met all three of your criteria. Since Lin Yaxiang fully satisfied Gu Feng's requirements, he made the decision. He called out to Bai, who was acting as security at the door. By Daxian, we have finalized our new recruit, Lin Yaxiang. Please inform those waiting outside that they may leave, and kindly close the conference room door. We shall hold a brief welcome meeting to familiarize ourselves. Bai Ruoxue acknowledged and communicated with the remaining candidates, advising them that the new member had been confirmed and asking them to depart. The majority complied, leaving without hesitation. Only one woman, bearing a rather portly appearance, sat on the ground in a fit of tantrum, insisting on joining Gu Feng's team. Bai Ruoxue, known for her cool demeanor and impatience, displayed her authority by casting a spell that transported the unruly woman back to the resurrection point. With that, the interview room was cleared. Bai Ruoxue closed the door and, along with Yan Zihan, approached Gu Feng, casually taking a seat nearby. Gu Feng introduced each member in turn. This enchanting beauty clad in a mage's robe, resembling a celestial being, is Bai Ruoxue. She is a frost sorceress, level 25, and serves as our primary magical damage dealer. Bai Ruoxue greeted softly. Hello, new member. Gu Feng continued. This swordswoman is Lu Jiani, also at level 25, and a moonlit sword fairy. She is our main physical damage dealer. Lu Jiani wrapped her arm around Gu Feng's, whispering, What primary physical damage dealer? My true identity is merely your devoted little admirer. The role of a loyal companion far outweighs that of a mere damage dealer. Bai Ruoxue shot a cold glare at Lu Jiani, thinking to herself, this girl has become so accustomed to fawning over Gu Feng. There's no saving her. Finally, Gu Feng pointed to Yan Zihan, declaring, This is Yan Zihan, level 32, a celestial archer. She is our chief range damage dealer. Yan Zihan poked Gu Feng's cheek and said, Oh no, Junior. My role is not merely that of a primary range damage dealer. I am your devoted admirer, hee hee. Gu Feng gently tapped Yan Zihan's head, admonishing, No joking around. We have a new member present. He then introduced the newcomer. This is Lin Yaxiang, an angelic healer at level 28. From now on, she will be our primary healer. Let us all get acquainted. Bai Ruoxue and the others shook hands with Lin Yaxiang in turn. Bai Ruoxue, the most composed among them, welcomed her, saying, We are delighted to have you join our team. This will undoubtedly be one of the best decisions of your life. Lu Jiani, however, was more confrontational. So, Lin Yaxiang, welcome. But, you mustn't try to usurp my position as Gu Feng's devoted admirer. Despite Lu Jiani's bold words, Lin Yaxiang maintained a gentle smile, replying, I won't. I promise. Yan Zihan then shook hands with Lin Yaxiang, muttering softly, Another stunning girl has joined us. Soon there won't be enough of Junior to go around. After meeting Bai Ruoxue and the others, Lin Yaxiang couldn't help but express her admiration. Mr. Gu Feng, your team is truly harmonious and friendly. Everyone is so lively and enjoys joking around. Gu Feng rolled his eyes, thinking, how did she perceive their camaraderie? At that moment, he remembered there was still one member left to introduce, a pet. He summoned the cat tiger from its space, saying, We have another member. This is Ling Wu, the adorable cat tiger. Upon being released, the cat tiger arrogantly glanced at Lin Yaxiang before leaping onto Gu Feng's shoulder and licking his face enthusiastically. The cat tiger was typically disdainful of others but became exceedingly sycophantic towards Gu Feng. Lin Yaxiang examined the cat tiger with surprise, exclaiming, This pet. It resembles both a cat and a tiger. It looks just like the legendary fortune beast. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, Indeed, it is the fortune beast. Lin Yaxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Is this truly the fortune beast? Legend has it that no one has ever tamed one. How did you manage it, mister? Gu Feng, not inclined to elaborate, replied, In any case, it is now mine, and you'll come to understand the reasons in due time. But I am surprised you know of the fortune beast. Lin Yaxiang blushed slightly, saying, I've read about the fortune beast in my family's collection, which is how I recognized it. Mr. Gu Feng, you are indeed impressive to have tamed a legendary pet. Her eyes sparkled with awe and admiration. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, It's just a minor feat, by the way. Lin Yaxiang, are you a student at Tianjin University? Lin Yaxiang shook her head. No, I'm not. I just moved to Tianjin City a couple of days ago and am currently renting a place alone. I happened to see your recruitment announcement online and thought I'd give it a shot. I never imagined I would actually succeed. Gu Feng refrained from prying into Lin Yaxiang's family circumstances, deeming it impolite. Instead, he shifted the conversation to business. Today, our first task is to purchase a vehicle. Lin Yaxiang, you will be responsible for driving. Yin Zihan chimed in. Yes, Lin Yaxiang, we will be driving together. Lin Yaxiang tilted her head in confusion. Ms. Yin Zihan, do you have a driver's license? Gu Feng removed Yin Zihan's hand from his lap, saying, don't mind her, Lin Yaxiang. The driving Yin Zihan refers to is quite different from your understanding. Her driving is rather frivolous. You will be assigned a dedicated vehicle for our team. Lin Yaxiang expressed concern. A dedicated vehicle? That seems a bit extravagant. Renting a car would be more economical. Gu Feng scratched his head. You may not grasp the financial power of our team. In any case, a car is merely a small expense for us. He reassured her, for now. Don't worry about the finances. Just tell me what kind of car you prefer. However, before Lin Yaxiang could respond, Yin Zihan raised her hand. Gu Feng, puzzled, asked, Yin Zihan, do you have something to say? With a serious expression, Yin Zihan declared, I also have a favorite car. Gu Feng, perplexed, replied, but you don't even have a driver's license. How can you have a favorite car? Yin Zihan pouted. Who says I can't like cars just because I don't have a license? My favorite car is the one you drive, Junior. It's got a great pushback feeling, built-in temperature control, and massage features, though sometimes it feels a bit bumpy. Before she could finish, Gu Feng covered her mouth, saying, Senior, let's keep the speed down. We're discussing important matters. Surprisingly, Yin Zihan ceased her chatter. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Feng swiftly withdrew his hand, revealing it was wet from Yin Zihan's saliva. Yin Zihan giggled. Junior, you're so delightful. Gu Feng realized he could not continue this conversation with Yin Zihan, lest the speed remain uncontrollable. He turned to Lin Yaxiang, resuming their previous topic. So, Lin Yaxiang, do you have a preferred car? Lin Yaxiang shook her head. I can drive any car. However, if we are to purchase one, I would prefer a budget-friendly and durable option that won't burden the team's finances. Gu Feng sighed. It seems you still do not fully comprehend our team's wealth. Very well, Bai Ruoxue, please demonstrate our financial situation to Lin Yaxiang. Bai Ruoxue nodded, revealing the total amount of gold coins in her backpack. Lin Yaxiang counted for a moment before exclaiming in disbelief, 20 million. You have a staggering 20 million. That is far too much. Although Lin Yaxiang had seen such a sum before, the notion of it belonging to a four-person team was astonishing. What sort of four-person team could possibly spend 20 million? The White Fairy quietly closed her backpack and placed her extraordinary weapon, the Holy Spirit Staff, on the table. This weapon is an exceedingly rare low-tier extraordinary weapon, estimated to be worth at least 100 million. Lin Yaxiang remained in a state of shock. A weapon worth 100 million? That seemed utterly absurd. The White Fairy retrieved the weapon and pointed at Gu Feng, saying, My Gu Feng has a level 50 extraordinary piece of equipment in his backpack, which is also valued around 200 million. Plus, he possesses an epic-grade gem worth at least 3 billion. This does not even account for the equipment and weapons we each carry. So, do you now comprehend the financial situation of our team? Lin Yaxiang was momentarily stunned. How could such sums of money exist in the hands of a mere four-person team? This was far too affluent. Such wealth could not be exhausted in a lifetime. With that much money, one could indeed buy a car without hesitation. After the initial shock, Lin Yaxiang regained her usual gentle demeanor and sincerely remarked, It is truly reassuring to see the team's financial standing so robust. However, having ample money does not mean one should spend it frivolously. I replied, Our team is already quite frugal. The only significant expense has been today's car purchase. Just then, Gu Feng placed his phone on the table. I just searched for a decent Porsche, and it costs just over 1 million gold coins. Let us not be picky. Let's go with that. The others, unfamiliar with cars, agreed since Gu Feng had spoken. Gu Feng put his phone away and was ready to take everyone to buy the car. However, Lin Yaxiang suddenly tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve, her expression slightly serious. Mr. Gu Feng, since everyone in the team is contributing equally, I currently do not have that much money on hand. Please keep track of my share, and I will repay you as soon as I earn it. Gu Feng paused. He had not intended to ask Lin Yaxiang to contribute. Nonetheless, seeing her determination, he said, All right, I will keep a record for you, but I expect you will repay it soon, considering how quickly our team generates income. Now, let us head to the dealership and buy the car. After completing the paperwork, we can go monster hunting. The group soon arrived at the dealership, where a reasonably attractive salesman approached them. Hello, handsome and beautiful. Are you here to buy a car? Gu Feng, uninterested in small talk, stated directly. I would like a Porsche, fully equipped. The salesman was momentarily taken aback. The fully equipped model costs over 1 million. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. We are aware of the price. We came prepared. We have the funds, so please show us the cars. The salesman quickly nodded, leading them to a vehicle. Gu Feng instructed Lin Yaxiang to sit in the driver's seat while he took the passenger seat. Give it a test drive and see how it feels. Lin Yaxiang drove briefly and nodded. It is indeed a fine vehicle. Gu Feng immediately called for the salesman. We'll take this car. Where do we pay? The salesman could hardly believe his ears. You've only driven for less than 3 minutes, and you're ready to purchase. Aren't you going to think it over? Gu Feng casually replied. What is there to think about? Hurry up. We have other matters to attend to. Besides, the sooner the deal is done, the better for you. You'll earn your commission. The salesman dared not say more and hastily led them to complete the payment. After acquiring the car, Gu Feng instructed Lin Yaxiang to handle the necessary paperwork. Inside the dealership, the salesman watched as Gu Feng and the others drove away, utterly dumbfounded. In less than 10 minutes, he had closed a significant deal. Was this a dream? After completing the paperwork for the license plates, Gu Feng and the others set off to hunt monsters. This time, they chose to train against level 43 snow spirits. Previously, they had been battling level 40 monsters, but with the new addition of Lin Yaxiang, the team's strength had significantly increased, warranting the choice of stronger foes. The snow spirits resided in the cold mountains. Despite it being summer, the presence of the snow spirits kept the area quite chilly. Upon arriving at the cold mountains, the group disembarked from the vehicle. The white fairy first found a clean spot, clearing away the accumulated snow before setting up a tent. Lin Yaxiang, having just joined the team, inquired with some confusion. By Ruoxue, what is the purpose of the tent? By Ruoxue explained, it's for Gu Feng. After all, he doesn't need to hunt monsters. His mere presence in the team is the greatest contribution. So, we prepared a tent for him to rest. Lin Yaxiang understood and offered. Then let me help set up the tent too. Once the tent was erected, everyone hurried inside, retrieving their supplies. Bai Ruoxue had brought snacks and toys. Lu Jinni had fruits, and Yan Zihan handed Gu Feng a pair of white stockings. Gu Feng rolled his eyes, exclaiming, What use do you think I have for these? Yan Zihan defended herself. These are the ones I wore for 2 days without washing. Don't you like them, senior? Gu Feng tossed the stockings back to Yan Zihan, retorting, 2 days without washing? That is disgusting. I bet they smell. Take them back. Yan Zihan pouted, insisting, My socks are not dirty. Senior, don't you know? Everything about a beautiful girl is fragrant. Of course, the stockings are fragrant too. Gu Feng quipped, Sure. Even your burps are sweet. But I really cannot tolerate this. Just go wash them. Meanwhile, Lin Yaxiang watched the playful banter among Gu Feng and the 3 ladies with a gentle expression, feeling a tinge of envy. Mr. Gu Feng and the 3 ladies have such a good rapport, able to joke so freely. Will I ever be able to joke like that too? Although, perhaps jokes like those of Ms. Yan Zihan are a bit too risque, quite embarrassing. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yaxiang, Yan Zihan was not joking at all. She genuinely wished to gift the stockings to Gu Feng and even hoped to reclaim them later for her collection after he used them. At that moment, observing the array of snacks and fruits scattered around, Lin Yaxiang suddenly had an idea. She hurriedly retrieved some biscuits from her backpack and placed them in front of Gu Feng. Mr. Gu Feng, please try some of my homemade biscuits. Oh, and you 3 should join in as well. Yan Zihan and the others each took a piece and began chewing. Lin Yaxiang remarked, These are my homemade biscuits. They may not be as delicious as store-bought ones, so please bear with me. However, Bai Ruoxue and the others fell silent as they savored the biscuits. They realized they were exceptionally tasty, better than any high-end biscuits sold outside. How infuriating. This newcomer, Lin Yaxiang, seemed to be quite the culinary expert. Would she capture Gu Feng's stomach first, then his heart? That would be dreadful. A sense of crisis immediately surged within Bai Ruoxue and her companions. After all, none of them possessed culinary skills, and in terms of domesticity, they were utterly overshadowed by Lin Yaxiang. Was this the legendary notion that newcomers are monsters? After producing some cookies, Lin Yaxiang retrieved a large jug of juice from her backpack. This juice is homemade. Do take a sip. The sense of crisis in Bai Ruoxue's heart intensified. Lin Yaxiang not only brought juice but had crafted it with her own hands. Her character was astonishingly nurturing. Although Lin Yaxiang made no overt gestures to curry favor with Gu Feng, Bai Ruoxue and her friends felt an overwhelming sense of threat from her. After all, no man could refuse a girl as gentle, kind, and beautiful as Lin Yaxiang. Once everyone had received their share of juice, Lin Yaxiang glanced at the weather outside and delicately wrapped a ribbon around Gu Feng's neck. Mr. Gu Feng, it's a bit chilly here. This ribbon was originally meant for decoration, but if you don't mind, I can turn it into a scarf for you. I washed it just yesterday, so it's clean. It must be said that in terms of care, Lin Yaxiang alone outshone by Ruosh Yue and her companions. Gu Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin Yaxiang. But you don't need to worry about me. Just focus on leveling up. We're not here for camping, but for training. Bai Daxian nodded. Gu Feng is right. Leveling up is the priority. Lin Yaxiang, let us go. Fearing to remain in the tent any longer, Bai Ruosh Yue and her friends could only stand by and watch as Lin Yaxiang fervently endeavored to win Gu Feng's favor. Lin Yaxiang stood up. All right, let us go hunt monsters. The four of them exited the tent. Meanwhile, Gu Feng munched on seeds while releasing Cat Tiger to scout for any spiritual treasures nearby. If they existed, that would be splendid. If not, it was of no consequence. With a meow, Cat Tiger dashed out of the tent. At that moment, Bai Ruosh Yue and the others drew their weapons. Lin Yaxiang gripped her small staff tightly, stating, "This is my first time teaming up with everyone to hunt monsters. I might struggle to keep pace, but I will do my best." Bai replied, "As long as you try, that's enough. Let us begin." Bai Ruosh Yue, Lu Jiani, and Yin Zihan aimed their weapons at the level 43 Snow Spirit and unleashed their skills in a barrage. Gradually, as the main healer of the team, Lin Yaxiang realized she seemed to have no room for effort whatsoever. The reason was simple. With Gu Feng's tenfold damage bonus, Bai Daxian and the others could eliminate these level 43 Snow Spirits with a single strike. There was absolutely no need for a second blow. This meant that Bai Ruosh Yue and her companions hardly took any damage at all. After all, they dispatched the monsters before they could inflict harm. Consequently, Lin Yaxiang had no opportunity to heal them. All she could do was utilize her jealousy skill to convert excess health recovery into mana restoration, continually replenishing Bai Ruosh Yue and the others' mana. As long as one joined the team, they could benefit from Gu Feng's team buff, allowing even an ant to soar. There was once a saying that even a pig could take flight in the wind. Many people spend their lives seeking such opportunities, and Gu Feng had become that very wind. Teaming up with Gu Feng was akin to standing in the eye of the storm. Observing the absurd damage numbers produced by Bai Ruosh Yue and her companions, Lin Yaxiang understood that they were thoroughly enchanted by Gu Feng's tenfold damage buff. Was she any different? Her skill, Angel S Lament, originally allowed each team member to recover a certain amount of health. With the enhancement from jealousy, it transformed into a recovery of an astonishing amount of health. With one application of Angel S Lament, Lin Yaxiang could not only restore Bai Ruosh Yue and her companions' health from 0 to full, but also replenish their mana from 0 to full effortlessly. Miraculously, there was even surplus healing. The jealousy skill was nothing short of divine for all healing classes. Joining the team, Lin Yaxiang felt she had struck gold. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of guilt washed over her. She had fortuitously joined such an invincible team, but her contributions seemed rather limited. No, this wouldn't he do. As a member of the team, she ought to contribute more, particularly to the greatest benefactor, Mr. Gu Feng. Subconsciously, Lin Yaxiang turned a glance at Gu Feng's tent. She felt an inexplicable sense of injustice. It seemed too unfair to have Gu Feng lying in the tent. He deserved a throne. Gu Feng was worth it. In her moment of leisure, Lin Yaxiang even had the time to assess her experience bar. To her astonishment, under Gu Feng's greed, skills tenfold experience bonus, her experience bar was visibly increasing. Lin Yaxiang could see her experience climbing steadily. For a professional, this was immense bliss. Faced with Gu Feng's remarkable skills, even a gentle and composed person like Lin Yaxiang felt a surge of exhilaration. It was no wonder Lin Yaxiang felt this way. Gu Feng's skills were extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, if nothing went awry, Lin Yaxiang would level up from 28 to 29 today. Originally, Lin Yaxiang estimated that although she was close to level 29, she would need to grind wild monsters for 7 or 8 days, undertaking constant efforts. However, now, just this afternoon could equate to 7 or 8 days of her toil. Anyone in her position would be astounded. Around 5 o'clock, Bai announced, "All right, let us call it a day for now. Time to head back." As they walked toward Gu Feng's tent, Lin Yaxiang couldn't help but ask, "Bai, are we heading to Feilu Novel Network?" Bai Ruosh Yue nodded yes. "Why? Do you feel tired and unable to keep up?" Lin Yaxiang hurriedly waved her hands. No. I'm not tired at all. In fact, I feel a bit too relaxed." Today, Lin Yaxiang's tasks were quite simple. First, she applied Radiant Shield, Battle Intent Encouragement, Encouragement, buffs to Bai Ruosh Yue and the others. Then, she used the group healing skill, Angel S Lament, approximately once every 1 or 2 minutes. There was little else to do. At most, she would reapply a buff once it wore off. Lin Yaxiang felt that at least 60% of the time she was idle. Ironically, this seemingly leisurely monster hunting allowed Lin Yaxiang to level up from 28 to 29. The entire team, benefiting from Gu Feng's greed skill, harvested a plethora of sellable equipment. This is precisely why Gu Feng's team was exceptionally wealthy. Lin Yaxiang candidly remarked, "I feel a bit too relaxed. I'm enjoying so many benefits from Mr. Gu Feng, but haven't been able to contribute much. Hence, I feel a bit ashamed." I reassured her. "There is no need to feel ashamed. It's normal for you to have a lighter workload. After all, Gu Feng is our sole main damage dealer. His powerful team buffs greatly assist us, which is why we can hunt monsters so easily. The most remarkable aspect is that Gu Feng, the main character, does not even need to lift a finger to fully exhibit his prowess." Lu Junyi chimed in, "Indeed, our esteemed brother is undoubtedly the foremost leader of our team. It is precisely because of him that our group is so formidable." Yin Zihan smiled, adding, "So, Junior, you are indeed our core. All of us revolve around you." Lin Yaxiang could clearly sense the joy, admiration, happiness, trust, and affection in the tone of the three as they spoke of Gu Feng. What does this signify? A man like Gu Feng, who commands such unwavering trust from Bai Ruoxue and the others, must undoubtedly be a paragon of virtue. Lin Yaxiang mentally bestowed upon Gu Feng the epithet of a virtuous gentleman, contemplating that as she spent more time within the team, she would likely come to trust him as they did. That feeling must be splendid. After all, Gu Feng is indeed a trustworthy individual. Upon returning to the tent, Lu Junyi immediately embraced Gu Feng, exclaiming, "I missed you so much this afternoon." Gu Feng gently patted Lu Junyi's head in comfort and turned to Bai, saying, "Once we finish off the monsters, we should prepare to head back. By the way, today, the cat tiger transformed another piece of low-level pure spiritual energy stone, mental. Who wants it?" Bai's profession was that of a mage, and the pure spiritual energy stone of the mental type would be quite beneficial for her. However, Bai replied, "Let us give it to Lin Yaxiang. After all, she is the newcomer who just joined us today. She deserves a little perk." The pure spiritual energy stone of the mental type was also well suited to Lin Yaxiang's angelic healer vocation. Gu Feng nodded, "Very well. We shall give this one to Lin Yaxiang. Lin Yaxiang, please hand me one of your pieces of equipment later so I can have this low-level pure spiritual energy stone, mental, embedded into it for you." Lin Yaxiang asked in confusion, "Is this low-level pure spiritual energy stone, mental, a gem meant to be embedded in equipment? I have never heard of such a name before. May I see it?" Gu Feng calmly handed the low-level pure spiritual energy stone, mental, to Lin Yaxiang. Upon observing the attributes of the stone, Lin Yaxiang stood frozen in disbelief. A gem that can increase mental attributes by a percentage. This is far too powerful. Is it truly appropriate to give such a valuable item to a newcomer like me? Perhaps it would be better for Bai Ruoxue to use it first, as she is also a mage and would certainly benefit greatly from it. Bai interjected, "I already have 6 low-level pure spiritual energy stones, mental, and 3 even more powerful mid-level pure spiritual energy stones, mental, embedded in my equipment. Thus, I am transferring this low-level pure spiritual energy stone, mental, to you. Please accept it." She added, "It is understandable that you haven't heard of this stone. After all, it was transformed by Gu Feng as pet cat tiger. It is truly unique among practitioners. These pure spiritual energy stones are a form of team welfare, a distinctive benefit of our team." Lin Yaxiang could hardly believe her ears. This was not merely joining a team. It felt akin to entering paradise. Just the existence of these pure spiritual energy stones as team welfare would attract countless individuals wishing to join. Was today truly the day fortune smiled upon her, allowing her to meet Gu Feng and become part of his team? Gu Feng patted Lin Yaxiang's shoulder, saying, "Don't dawdle. We need to pack up and head back. You'll also be driving." As they spoke, Gu Feng and the others stepped out of the tent, preparing to stow it away in their backpacks. At that moment, Lin Yaxiang said, Mr. Gu Feng, may I take care of the tent? And the blankets inside too. I'd like to wash them." Gu Feng shook his head. "There's no need. The esteemed Bai will take care of the washing in due time." Lin Yaxiang insisted, "I can wash them better than anyone else. I am rather confident in my household skills. Besides, our team welfare is exceptional. I want to contribute more to the team so that I can feel at ease." Gu Feng chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. "All right. If you insist on washing them, then take them." Lin Yaxiang happily placed the tent and some blankets into her backpack and then drove everyone towards Tianjin City. In the car, Gu Feng, seated in the passenger seat, said, Lin Yaxiang, could you please send me your equipment data? Lin Yaxiang nodded and sent all her data to Gu Feng. After reviewing it for a moment, Gu Feng remarked, you possess only one piece of golden equipment. The rest are silver. Your gear is somewhat lacking. In truth, the set of equipment Lin Yaxiang had was already quite good compared to ordinary practitioners. However, when compared to Gu Feng's team, it was indeed inferior. Lin Yaxiang said, a bit embarrassed, I apologize. I didn't mean to hold the team back with my equipment. Gu Feng shook his head, I'm not reproaching you. What I mean is, since your equipment is lacking, we should go help you acquire a full set of golden equipment tomorrow. I found out that there's a racing dungeon near Tianjin City. If we clear it within 20 minutes, we can obtain level 30 golden equipment. The available golden items include waterfall armor, surging helmet, flowing staff, and Inglua skirt. All suitable for your vocation. You're level 29 now, right? Once we clear it, you'll be able to use that level 30 equipment in no time. Lin Yaxiang felt a bit flustered. Is it really alright for you to dedicate time solely to getting me a full set of equipment? I wouldn't want to waste everyone's time. Gu Feng replied calmly, I've checked the rules of the racing dungeon. Completing it within 20 minutes rewards golden equipment. And if we break the record, we could potentially double the number of items received. If all goes well, we should be able to secure all your golden equipment within 2 to 3 hours, or even more. Lin Yaxiang, no longer hesitating, nodded, let us proceed as Mr. Gu Feng suggests. The team is doing so much for me, I must give back in return. Also, Mr. Gu Feng, I now understand why Bai Ruoxi and the others trust you so much. Though I've only known you for a day, I too have begun to place my trust in you. With a playful tone, she added, if this continues, perhaps I won't be able to be without you in the future. Lin Yaxiang drove Gu Feng and the others back to Tianjin University before returning home herself. Before parting, Gu Feng instructed Lin Yaxiang to gather at the park in Tianjin University the next day for their next adventure. Lin Yaxiang assured him that she would definitely not be late. The next morning, Gu Feng and the others gathered in the small park of Tianjin University. When Gu Feng arrived, Bai Ruoxi and the others were already waiting there. Lu Jianyi handed Gu Feng the breakfast she had bought, and he thanked her as he accepted it. While Gu Feng was eating, Lin Yaxiang approached him, saying, Mr. Gu Feng, I have something I wish to give to you. As she spoke, Lin Yaxiang retrieved a scarf and a pair of gloves from her backpack. Mr. Gu Feng, these gloves and scarf are hand-knit by me. If you don't mind, please accept them. Although the weather still feels like summer, we may venture into some colder areas for monster hunting and dungeons, just like yesterday. These gloves and scarf will provide you with a little warmth. Gu Feng did not take Lin Yaxiang's kindness for granted and accepted the gloves and scarf. Thank you. Lin Yaxiang, I didn't expect you to be skilled in needlework as well. Lin Yaxiang shook her head modestly. It's no trouble at all. I actually enjoy needlework quite a bit. By the way, I have also washed the tent and blankets for you. They are in the trunk of our car. I even sprayed a bit of insect-repelling fragrance on them, which should keep the mosquitoes at bay while you're outdoors. As she spoke, Lin Yaxiang's face radiated warmth and grace, as if her actions were merely a matter of course. Gu Feng felt a surge of gratitude and replied, Thank you, Yaxiang. Let's get in the car. Today, we'll first head to the racing dungeon to get you a set of golden equipment before moving on to other matters. Lin Yaxiang parked the vehicle at the entrance of Tianjin University, allowing them to board as soon as they exited the campus. As usual, Gu Feng took his seat in the passenger side. Before starting the car, Lin Yaxiang handed him a pack of cookies. Mr. Gu Feng, these are chocolate-flavored cookies. I noticed you seemed to enjoy them yesterday, so I baked some more for you. They are still warm from this morning's batch. Do enjoy them while they're fresh. Don't forget to share some with Bai Ruoxi and the others. Oh, and the drinks are on your left. I tried making some tomato juice. I'm not sure if you like it, but you can give it a try. In the back seat, Bai Ruoxi and her companions stared enviously at Gu Feng as he savored the cookies prepared by Lin Yaxiang, a sense of frustration welling up within them. How infuriating. Lin Yaxiang was far too attentive. She seemed to have taken on the responsibility of caring for Gu Feng's every need, sewing his scarf, baking his cookies, washing his tent, and even driving. Wasn't this a bit excessive in terms of domestic skills? What was this feeling of being overshadowed? At that moment, Gu Feng graciously shared the cookies with Bai Ruoxi and her friends, who, with heads bowed and faces darkened, nibbled on the treats. Although the cookies were delectable, the trio felt a lack of flavor, overshadowed by their own feelings of inadequacy. Fortunately, Bai Ruoxi and her companions quickly regained their composure. What good is mere household skill? This is a world for professionals. We can help Gu Feng fight monsters. That is our true worth. As everyone enjoyed their snacks, the car headed toward the racing dungeon. The dungeon Gu Feng had chosen was called Hound Valley, a level 33 dungeon that only permitted practitioners below level 33 to enter. In fact, Gu Feng was already well aware of the unique mechanics of such racing dungeons, but had been reluctant to engage. The monsters within these dungeons dropped only experience points and not equipment. Only after the team completed the dungeon would they receive equipment rewards based on their completion time. This equipment reward was not considered a drop and could not benefit from the greed, skill S loot rate enhancement. Thus, Gu Feng's team rarely participated in racing dungeons. This time, he suggested going solely to assist Lin Yaxiang in obtaining equipment. As they drove, the group arrived at the teleportation array for the dungeon. Above it was emblazoned a large number, 1835. This indicated that the record for completing this dungeon was 18 minutes and 35 seconds. If they could break this record, they would earn double rewards upon completion. Since completing the dungeon in under 20 minutes granted golden equipment, breaking the record would yield them 2 pieces of golden gear. Such rewards could be deemed exceedingly generous. At this time, many people were queued before the racing dungeon Hound Valley. Gu Feng, refusing to engage in the disgraceful act of cutting in line, joined the end of the queue. Soon, Gu Feng's team attracted considerable attention. Firstly, the presence of Bai Ruoxue and her 3 uniquely beautiful companions naturally drew attention. Beauty creates its own spotlight. Some in the crowd recognized Gu Feng but could not place him. However, the most striking aspect that garnered attention was the small size of Gu Feng's team. Generally, larger groups aim to speed through dungeons for golden equipment. Yet Gu Feng's team consisted of only 5 members. This left those around them bewildered. Were they looking down on the racing dungeon? Or did they hold an inflated sense of self-worth? Surely, they weren't here to joke around. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoxue was advising Lu Jiani and the others, once we enter the dungeon, be sure to take it slow. We don't want to break the record too quickly. Let us aim to break it incrementally so we can earn multiple rewards. Lu Jiani and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, they needed to be cautious not to overshoot the record right away. Soon, it was time for Gu Feng's team to enter the dungeon. Bai Ruoxue and the others promptly readied their weapons before stepping into the teleportation array. They found themselves in a valley surrounded by the howls of hounds. Gu Feng immediately took out a stopwatch to precisely track their completion time. Lin Yaxiang quickly cast buffs on Bai Ruoxue and her companions, including Radiant Shield, Battle Intent, and Courageous Motivation. As the glow of the buffs illuminated them, Bai Ruoxue sprang into action. She unleashed Frozen World, targeting the nearby level 31 bloodthirsty hounds. The life points of these creatures were minimal, unable to withstand the over 10,000 damage dealt by Bai Ruoxue, resulting in a significant number being swiftly eliminated. Lu Jiani, unwilling to be outdone, employed her newly acquired skill Blood Moon Frenzy Slash. A surge of moonlight gathered on her sword, extending its attack range significantly. With a decisive strike, yet another group of bloodthirsty hounds was vanquished. Yin Zihan followed suit with Advanced Elemental Enchantment, Fire Explosion, dealing massive damage to the foes. The trio's combined skills decimated the hounds, converting them into experience points. Following this, without any need for further direction, Bai Ruoxue and her companions fell into an automatic monster hunting rhythm, targeting any bloodthirsty hound that came into sight with their abilities. With Gu Feng's tenfold damage enhancement, any skill they unleashed resulted in an instant kill. As the healer Lin Yaxiang, she only utilized Gu Feng's Jealousy skill to convert health restoration into mana restoration when Bai Ruoxue and the others were on the brink of depletion, providing them with a much-needed boost. Beyond that, she occasionally supplemented with buffs. The entire team found monster slaying to be remarkably effortless. After defeating a horde of bloodthirsty hounds, the second type of monster, the Dark Hound, made its appearance in Hound Valley. Dark Hound, level 33, health 0, skill Dark Mist. Although the Dark Hound boasted a significantly higher health than the bloodthirsty hound, it posed no challenge for Bai. With Gu Feng's damage buff enhancement, the Dark Hound was also dispatched with a single strike. My Gu Feng's damage buff of 10 is truly remarkable. Outside the speedrun dungeon of Hound Valley, the waiting adventurers suddenly noticed the completion record above the dungeon beginning to shift. Someone exclaimed, "Quick, look! The completion record for Hound Valley is about to be refreshed. Wow! It has been ages since this record was last broken. Which formidable team has arrived today? How many seconds do you think the new record will be? I wager it will only be 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Are you joking? At most, 2 or 3 seconds. After all, the current record was set by the legendary Tianjiao Guild, the oldest guild in Long Kingdom. As the crowd debated, the new record finally settled. 18:03. That was a full 32 seconds faster than the previous time. Everyone was left in shock. A 32-second refresh. How is that even possible? What team could surpass the TNG Guild by such a margin? This cannot be. All eyes turned toward the side of the dungeon's teleportation array. According to convention, the team that completed the dungeon would return next to the array. In a flash of white light, Gu Feng and his 5 companions materialized beside the teleportation array. The surrounding adventurers were left dumbfounded. A squad of only 5. Are you kidding? Did this mere quintet really elevate the completion record by 32 seconds? Impossible. Initially, the TNG Guild had dispatched a full team of 10 to achieve a time of 18:35. And they managed to lower the record from 18:35 to 18:02 with just 5 members? This was a blatant slap in the face to the TNG Guild. Surely, these 5 individuals must be extraordinary. While the crowd was astonished, Bai Ruoxue from Gu Feng's team was chastising Yin Zihan. Yin Zihan, what on earth were you thinking? I told you to take it slow while breaking the record. We had been progressing at a leisurely pace, yet in the end, you killed the remaining Dark Hounds along with the boss, the Hound King, with a single arrow. This led to our premature completion. Yin Zihan felt unjustly accused. You can't place all the blame on me. The boss Hound King was mixed in with the ordinary Dark Hounds, so I didn't notice. Besides, it was too fragile. I used only one skill, and it was gone before I could even land a critical hit. I interjected. You, as an archer, should have been more observant. Yin Zihan retorted. With Junior's damage buff of 10, I can eliminate any wild monster with a single shot. Why should I bother looking closely? It's all because Junior's buff is too overpowering. I've grown accustomed to dispatching monsters without a second thought. Junior, speak up. Bai Ruoxue is scolding me. Yin Zihan clung to Gu Feng's arm. Gu Feng tapped Yin Zihan on the head. The fault lies with you. You should have paid more attention to the boss. By Daxianzi, you need not chastise her excessively. Just a few words will suffice. With Gu Feng's words, Bai Daxianzi relented slightly. Humph, Yin Zihan. You should be grateful that Gu Feng is interceding on your behalf. Remember this. Next time, don't eliminate the boss so swiftly. We rely on the boss to prolong our completion time. Upon hearing Bai Ruoxue's rather pretentious statement, the surrounding adventurers were left flabbergasted. What? This team of 5 intentionally delayed their completion time, yet still achieved a time of 18:02. They could even eliminate the boss. This was utterly absurd. What level and what equipment do they possess to breeze through the dungeon like this? Gu Feng and his team received completion rewards of A. Waterfall Armor and A. Surging Helmet. Since Gu Feng's team completed the dungeon in under 20 minutes and broke the record, their rewards were doubled, granting them 2 pieces of golden equipment. They promptly handed these 2 pieces to Lin Yaxiang, as she still required other equipment from this dungeon. Now, all the adventurers surrounding the speedrun dungeon no longer dared to underestimate Gu Feng's team. A team that could elevate the completion record from 18:35 to 18:03. Some even approached to inquire if they could join them for a run, but all requests were declined by Gu Feng. Soon, it was Gu Feng's team's turn to enter the dungeon again. This time, they managed their timing impeccably, merely raising the record from 18:03 to 18:01. A reduction of a mere 2 seconds. The rewards for this completion were naturally 2 pieces of golden equipment, Surging Helmet, and Luminous Skirt. The Luminous Skirt was something Lin Yaxiang needed, while a second Surging Helmet felt somewhat superfluous. Fortunately, the team included the Cat Tiger. Any unwanted equipment could be given to the Cat Tiger as fodder, allowing it to convert the gear into pure spirit stones, ensuring nothing went to waste. Following this, Gu Feng's team continued to clear the speedrun dungeon 4 more times, elevating the completion record from 18:01 to 17:58, then to 17:56, subsequently to 17:54, and finally to 17:51. During this period, Gu Feng's team accrued a total of 8 pieces of golden equipment, fulfilling all of Lin Yaxiang's requirements and even leaving them with a surplus. This surplus was entirely fed to the Cat Tiger, which would likely convert the excess golden equipment into a mid-tier pure spirit stone. Afterward, Gu Feng and his companions decided against further attempts at the speedrun dungeon. Despite their ability to significantly improve the completion record of the Hound dungeon, Gu Feng's team no longer required any equipment from this dungeon. They decided to let the record sit at 17:51, knowing they could always return to break the record when they needed to earn some gold. Although Gu Feng believed his team would not find themselves in need of money anytime soon. As Gu Feng and his companions finished their dungeon runs and prepared to leave, a man appearing to be in his late 20s approached. He spoke politely. "Hello, you must be Gu Feng. I am Su Feiyue, the vice president of the Ghost Tooth Guild in Tianjin City. Would you do me the honor of a conversation?" Gu Feng instantly understood Su Feiyue's intent. You wish to invite me to join your guild, correct? Su Feiyue smiled. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. If you are willing to join our guild, we would be pleased to offer you the position of honorary president. Power is synonymous with the position of president. Yet it does not necessitate accountability for any specific tasks. It merely hopes that during leisure time, one might accompany comrades on adventures. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, I apologize, but I do not intend to join the guild. Su Feiyue did not press the matter further. For a professional of Gu Feng's caliber, it was unwise to either recruit or antagonize him. Su Feiyue laughed heartily. Since you, Gu Feng, have declined, we shall not insist. However, the doors of the Ghost Tooth Guild will always remain open to you. Your presence for tea would be a favor to the brothers. Your time is precious. So I shall take my leave. With that, Su Feiyue turned and departed without hesitation. Gu Feng shook his head. Such solicitations were a frequent occurrence for him, and he had long since grown accustomed to them. After sending Su Feiyue on his way, Gu Feng turned to Bai Ruoxue and the others, saying, All right. We have gathered all the equipment that Lin Yaxiang needs. There is no reason for us to linger in this racing dungeon any longer. The time is getting on. Let us find a place to have lunch and then plan our afternoon. At that moment, Lin Yaxiang raised her hand. Mr. Gu Feng, would you care to join me for a meal at my home? I can prepare something for everyone. Gu Feng declined. That would be too much trouble for you. Lin Yaxiang quickly replied, Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Primarily, everyone has been helping me gather equipment this morning, and I wish to do something to express my gratitude. Otherwise, I would feel quite remiss. Given Lin Yaxiang's insistence, Gu Feng acquiesced. Very well. Let us dine at your home. Lin Yaxiang instantly brightened. Wonderful. I shall showcase my finest culinary skills to treat everyone. Let us go. Once in the car, they set off for Lin Yaxiang's residence. However, just before arriving, she stopped in front of a store, saying, Please wait a moment. I need to buy a few things. Lin Yaxiang was quick to return, having taken less than 5 minutes, and she carried 4 pairs of slippers. She explained, You see, I recently moved to Tianjin City, and I only have 1 pair of slippers at my rented apartment. I thought it would be considerate to prepare some slippers for you in advance. One could not help but admire Lin Yaxiang's thoughtfulness. Upon arriving at Lin Yaxiang's rented abode and changing into slippers, the group gathered in the living room. Lin Yaxiang first brewed tea for everyone before saying, Please enjoy your tea while I prepare dinner. Gu Feng rose from the sofa. I will assist you. Lin Yaxiang hurriedly waved her hands. No. How could I trouble you, Mr. Gu Feng? I can manage alone. Gu Feng explained, I have been reading all morning, and my eyes are becoming fatigued. I thought I might find something else to occupy my attention. Earlier, while engaging in the racing dungeon, Gu Feng had been reading a book he specifically sought out at the Tianjin University Library, titled The Plum and the Golden Vase, which narrates a poignant and richly textured love story. Together, Gu Feng and Lin Yaxiang entered the kitchen. Observing Gu Feng's adeptness in washing and preparing vegetables, Lin Yaxiang realized he must often cook, as he displayed remarkable skill. She could not help but exclaim, Mr. Gu Feng, you are truly remarkable. Gu Feng, puzzled, responded, What brings you to such a conclusion, Lin Yaxiang? She began to enumerate. Firstly, you possess such formidable skills and abilities, making you the undeniable core of our team. It is you who carries us through challenges. Secondly, the fact that you can cook is impressive. Generally, those who can cook are adept at other household tasks as well. You are truly the epitome of someone who excels both in battle and in the kitchen. It's hard not to see you as perfect. In a teasing tone, Lin Yaxiang added, A person as perfect as you must surely attract the attention of many young ladies. Gu Feng chuckled and replied playfully, Lin Yaxiang, at just around 20 years old, you are a young lady yourself. By your logic, someone as perfect as I must certainly catch your fancy too. His jest sent a ripple of unease through Lin Yaxiang, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within her. What was he implying? Was he not concerned that she might take his jest seriously? Yet, as she had initiated the playful banter, she could not fault Gu Feng. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon herself. Strange, she thought, although she recognized that Gu Feng was merely joking. Why did his words resonate so deeply with her? This was unlike her. What was this peculiar feeling? It was as refreshing as stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day. No, she mused, she could not dwell on this. She had dinner to prepare. Losing focus while cooking could result in mishaps. Just as Lin Yaxiang was lost in thought, Gu Feng's voice broke through. Lin Yaxiang, why are you daydreaming? The water in the pot has begun to boil. Startled, she quickly replied, My apologies. I was a bit distracted. I will begin cooking now. Gu Feng, concerned, asked, Are you feeling tired? You look a bit flushed. Is it a cold? Lin Yaxiang laughed awkwardly. I am not ill. My face is merely. She knew her cheeks were flushed from embarrassment, but she was too shy to admit it, so she made an excuse. It's just that the pot is quite hot. And it has made my face feel warm. Gu Feng nodded, not pressing further, and returned to washing vegetables. Lin Yaxiang exhaled, finally managing to concentrate on her cooking. Yet a lingering question nagged at her. What had just transpired? Why had Gu Feng's playful remark affected her so deeply? Meanwhile, in the living room, by Ruoxue, Lu Jiani and Yin Zihan exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and concern. Finally, Yin Zihan broke the silence. Are we really just going to leave our junior and Lin Yaxiang alone in the kitchen? Bai Ruoxue shrugged. What else can we do? None of us can cook. Lu Jiani interjected. I can cook. Thank you very much. Do not lump me in with the rest of you. Bai Ruoxue scoffed. Your cooking skills are rather subpar. You can barely manage simple dishes. If you were truly competent, you would have eagerly rushed to assist Gu Feng instead, but you know your presence would only complicate matters. Lu Jiani, offended, turned her head away in silence. Yin Zihan, still uneasy, voiced her concerns. If we leave Lin Yaxiang and our junior alone, what if something happens? Bai Ruoxue waved her hand dismissively. Do not worry. It will be fine. You must have noticed that Lin Yaxiang has a gentle and demure nature. While such traits are quite charming, she lacks assertiveness, so there is little chance of any sparks flying between her and Gu Feng. After all, Lin Yaxiang did not wish to be as shameless as certain individuals who, upon seeing Gu Feng, would nearly press themselves against him. While a particular individual was pale, their gaze was directed towards Yin Zihan. Yin Zihan exclaimed angrily, Hey, who is being shameless? Bai Ruoxue pointed directly at Yin Zihan. Of course, it's you. Don't think I haven't noticed. After we finished dinner together yesterday afternoon, you sneakily took the straw Gu Feng used for his cola. I just don't understand. What is so valuable about a straw? Yin Zihan huffed. You wouldn't understand. An ordinary straw is worthless, but that straw was used by our junior. It carries a scent. I could frame it as a keepsake. Sometimes, when I bite the straw he once used and call out his name, it feels as if he is right beside me. Bai Daxianchi spat disdainfully. Bah? You are a lovesick fool. Yin Zihan looked at Bai Ruoxue with a nonchalant smile. Don't criticize me. You're not much better. Didn't you deliberately pretend to fall and throw yourself into our junior's arms yesterday? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxue immediately retorted, Nonsense. I wouldn't do that. I genuinely fell. Yin Zihan chuckled. What impeccable timing for your fall. We were walking on flat ground, with no obstacles at all. You fell on flat ground, tripped over your own feet. Moreover, you were originally walking behind him, but before you fell, you purposely walked beside him, just so he would catch you. After he helped you, you still complained, pretending to be pitiful while saying you twisted your ankle. If I'm shameless, you are too. Lu Jiani glared fiercely at Bai Ruoxue and Yin Zihan. You too. It turns out you were both scheming to get close to our good brother. How despicable. You are utterly shameless. Lu Jiani denounced Bai Ruoxue and Yin Zihan for their shamelessness, each employing cunning to approach Gu Feng. Bai Ruoxue and Yin Zihan looked at Lu Jiani, speechless. In contrast to their little antics, Lu Jiani had always been a straightforward person. She initially defined herself as Gu Feng's devoted admirer, treating him with utmost care and affection, and she did so with confidence. I am Gu Feng's devoted admirer. Isn't it natural to care for him a bit? Wanting to hug him is perfectly normal. There is no need for secrecy. It was this directness that allowed Lu Jiani to remain reasonably close to Gu Feng, and she took delight in it. However, recently Lu Jiani had begun to feel somewhat vexed. The new arrival, Lin Yaxiang, was exceptionally attentive and considerate. She had taken over many tasks that originally belonged to Lu Jiani. Consequently, Lu Jiani found her opportunities to please Gu Feng diminished. Thinking of this, Lu Jiani angrily remarked, That Lin Yaxiang, surely she wouldn't really develop something with our good brother, would she? Bai replied, Rest assured, I have already mentioned it. Lin Yaxiang's character leans towards gentleness. She lacks initiative and will not spark a flame with Gu Feng. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Lin Yaxiang approached with a dish in hand. I've prepared a dish. You all can eat first. I will go make a little more. Bai replied, Thank you. Oh, Lin Yaxiang, your face seems a bit flushed. Are you unwell? Lin Yaxiang quickly covered. It's nothing. I'm just a bit warm. Bai Ruoxue looked puzzled. Is it really hot? The air conditioning is on. Perhaps you feel warm because you are cooking, suggested Bai. Lin Yaxiang, just make a little and don't overdo it. The main thing is not to tire Gu Feng. Lin Yaxiang smiled. Don't worry, I can't bear to tire our team's greatest contributor. She then hurried to bring Gu Feng over to join them for the meal. Soon, Lin Yaxiang forcibly ushered Gu Feng from the kitchen, insisting he stop helping. Gu Feng shrugged and went to the living room to wait for the meal. It was only after Lin Yaxiang finished preparing all the dishes that everyone began to eat. Gu Feng picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork from his plate and chewed it. Seeing Gu Feng's actions, Lin Yaxiang anxiously asked, "Mr. Gu Feng, does this twice-cooked pork suit your taste?" Gu Feng was generous with his compliments, giving a thumbs up, delicious. He was not speaking falsely. Lin Yaxiang's culinary skills were comparable to those of a hotel chef. Hearing Gu Feng's approval, Lin Yaxiang felt a huge weight lift from her heart. A wave of delightful joy surged within her. Gu Feng truly enjoys the dishes I prepare. I must invite him over to dine more often. After a satisfying meal, the group lounged in their chairs to relax, while Lin Yaxiang, as the host, promptly cleared the table and replaced the dishes with sunflower seeds and tea for leisure. Gu Feng took out his phone to catch up on the news during the break. Then, a piece of news from the Tianjin City official website caught his attention. The news reported that a new dungeon called Forest of the Undead had emerged to the south of Tianjin City yesterday, with a level restriction of 35. The difficulty of the Forest of the Undead was exceedingly high. Since yesterday, numerous teams had attempted to challenge the dungeon, yet none succeeded. The news concluded by calling upon the adventurers of Tianjin City to collectively take on this dungeon. Glancing at the news, Gu Feng murmured to himself, "A newly opened dungeon. How intriguing." If I recall correctly, new dungeons often have first clear rewards. Since so many teams have failed to conquer this dungeon, perhaps this is a splendid opportunity for our team. With that thought, Gu Feng placed his phone on the table. "Everyone, come here. I have something to discuss. We need to alter our plan for this afternoon. Instead of grinding levels against the snow spirits, let us see how we fare in this newly opened Forest of the Undead dungeon. It hasn't been cleared yet. We might be able to snag some first clear rewards." Bai Ruoxue and the others gathered around. After carefully reading the news, Yan Zihan proudly proclaimed, "A mere 35-level dungeon? I thought it was something formidable. No problem. We can handle it." Yan Zihan's confidence was not unfounded. With Gu Feng on their team, they could easily deal with level 40 monsters. So what was there to fear from a level 35 dungeon? Bai Ruoxue, however, was a touch more cautious, just judging by the dungeon's level. It does seem simple. Nevertheless, since the news stated that all teams attempting it have returned in defeat, it suggests there is something tricky about this dungeon. We should exercise caution. In conclusion, Bai Ruoxue couldn't help but chuckle, but honestly, with Gu Feng here, clearing this dungeon should be no problem. After all, my Gu Feng possesses a tenfold damage boost buff. Every time Bai Ruoxue thought of the strength of Gu Feng's buff, her heart swelled with joy. The remaining Lu Jiani and Lin Yaxiang nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to check out this new dungeon. After a brief rest, Gu Feng and the others drove to the southern part of Tianjin City, arriving at the entrance of the newly opened Forest of the Undead dungeon. At that moment, a long queue of adventurers stood before the dungeon's teleportation portal. Moreover, these teams are all fully staffed with 10 members. After all, the more participants there are in a dungeon raid, the swifter the progress. Gu Feng and his companions stood quietly at the end of the line, patiently awaiting their turn. They observed the teams ahead continuously entering the dungeon, only to never emerge again. This indicated that they had all perished and returned to the city. The mechanics of the dungeon have always operated this way. Once a team enters, unless they die and return to the city or successfully clear the dungeon, the adventurers cannot voluntarily exit. Should they triumph in their endeavor, they will be teleported back to the entrance of the dungeon. If an adventurer remains inside for an extended period without emerging, it is undoubtedly a sign of their demise. Gu Feng kept a vigilant watch, and by the time it was their turn to enter the dungeon, not a single team had managed to successfully clear it. This observation prompted Gu Feng to nod in satisfaction. It seemed that the first completion reward for the Forest of the Undead would belong to his team.